The events take place in the province of Sichuan, in the demonic forest, Tisen Chamber. Mugan's sister, named Iron, was intelligent and ambitious. She grabbed everything at once. This grandfather is the former head of the demonic forest, the current head of Daisang, named Cho Pyeongchon. Heavenly Yin is an ability that uses innate yin energy to aid in martial arts training. But its disadvantage is that because of this, the body is gradually destroyed. Some warriors call it a blessing, but for them, this is just a curse that took away a loved one from them. It seems that the parents are very sorry for the fact that they broke off the connection with Iron. He did not want his daughter to spend the rest of her life outside the borders of the demonic forest. But when he found out that she gave birth to a child while fighting an illness, he could not survive this betrayal. If his father has this attitude, he wants to say something. This man, as the current head of the demonic forest, plans to make Iron's son Chin Murup the next head. Recently, a letter arrived from Shanji province saying that the young man would arrive very soon. This decision was made only for the future of the forest. The gray-haired man purses his lips in displeasure. He did not notice the time when his grandson grew up so quickly. At this time in Shanxi province, not far from the Yellow River, suddenly, the rocks collapse and two unknown people jump out of them. The boy looks intently at his enemy. At this time, he only smiles arrogantly with his bloody look. The enemy is planning a strike called the Millennium Dragon Claw Sweep. And then, after a second, he strikes. But fortunately, the young man manages to deftly evade him. The black boy watches the movements of his enemy with interest. Our hero is not kidding about who is fighting against him. It turns out to be the Yellow Dragon. Chin Murup is only amused by this. The dragon does not understand why his opponent does not use internal energy. In this case, it will be necessary to kill him. But the boy behaves quite confidently in battle. The dragon does not take its enemy seriously at all. He just calls this kid's teacher stupid. Chin Murup understands that he is being provoked, so he does not act on it. But after a second, the guy still agrees to show his inner energy. After a second, the young man quickly braids his tail so that nothing interferes with him. He is going to show what he learned from his stupid teacher. The young man concentrated hard on gathering all his energy. He breathed measuredly. Paruba creaked his mouth, it is not known why. But with each such sound, the boy's face seemed to change. The dragon just looked at it with interest. But after a second, our hero showed his enemy the middle finger and began to laugh loudly. This made the scoundrel very angry because he felt like a real fool and a clown, although he tries to pretend that he is not affected by it. He is not at all. The dragon threatened to kill the boy, but the boy only laughed at his words. At the same moment, Chip Marine saw that his enemy had opened up. And then, after a moment, he flew up to him and delivered an explosive blow from the sky. It was very powerful and caused quite a bit of pain. But it seems the guy did it with ease. The dragon is in complete shock that the young man only needed one blow to knock him out. The abomination couldn't believe that some jerk could beat him with one punch. But it seems that was not all. The guy was heading towards him. A second later, he slapped him hard across the face. At the same time, he calls him a rag and tells him to get up. It turns out that the dragon lost consciousness for 30 minutes from such a blow. So our hero woke him up. The dragon has resigned himself to being killed now, but Chin Murup is not going to do that. Instead, he gives him advice on martial arts. The main character is about to leave. But before that, he wants to say something. He is leaving this place today. So if the dragon comes here again, next time he will kill him for good. The main character is waiting for his enemy to answer. A second later, it is sharply headed in his direction. The boy slaps him hard on the cheek for his teacher. The dragon is shocked to receive a simple slap for his dirty words. If the dragon were in his place, he would definitely break both his arms. Huang Yi thought that he had no more enemies in this world except the other 9 masters. But meeting Chin Murup made him change his mind. Huang Yi was about to give this young man his rank as one of the 5 dragons, but he immediately refused. Huang He is going to prepare a place for him among the 5 dragons. Then he wonders, where will our hero be found next to challenge him? But the boy only replied that he was leaving forever, not for a while, and Huang He will not be able to find him for anything, because he plays hide-and-seek very well. After saying this, Chin Murup walks away. You cannot worry about the mountain caves, now it's the demonic forest's turn. The place where his mother was born and raised, but the place that abandoned his mother and him. Of course, the young man goes to the forest in order to become the new heir. At this time, it is already night outside, but since the forest is in Sichuan province, the boy will be one step closer to Marim. His past should still remain a secret. Thus, a month and a half passed. Everyone in the demonic forest was discussing the personality of our hero. Someone said that the heart of our hero is the color of white jade. They are sure that his soul is as good as the lady's. Men continued to express their opinions on this matter. At that time, the young man was lying on the roof of one of the houses. He smiled fondly at the sun hanging above him, holding a blade of grass in his mouth. The young boy thought about how lucky he was after all. Although the young man came to the demonic forest, he still felt strangely like an heir. After a second, the boy turned to Sunny for advice. At this time, some boy tries to climb to his roof. It turns out that our hero was hiding on the roof, but he was still found. Unexpectedly, this boy could not hold back and fell. Our hero wanted to hide from today's affairs. Chinmurup was very scared for the little one, because he thought that something had happened to him. The young boy lifted the little one on his back and asked what the to-do list was for today. Today, the plan is a lecture on the history of Murim, training, dinner with the head of the Tazan ward, and at night reading books on martial arts. He is the heir, so he must try. Chinmurup is disappointed because he has heard a lot about the demonic forest. But it turned out to be an ordinary empty land. But the mother told the boy that there were many people here. The whole thing is a bloody war of 8. A second later, the little one jumped off his back. After that, he ran to the old man and informed that Chinmurup had arrived at the place. A young boy wants to finish everything as soon as possible. The main character is not at all interested in listening to all kinds of lectures. His mother didn't like it either, but they were needed to live in Murima. Today, the old man is going to tell him about the Murim Peak Wars. Parubak thinks that he will often have to face this. Murim's 10 strongest warriors. It included 2 emperors, 3 kings, and 5 dragons. There is also a holy dragon, a hero who saved Murim. He is not included in the top 10 great masters. There is a story about the 10 best masters of the world and the holy dragon. But it seems that the young man is not very interested, because every second person has heard about this story. Recently, the unknown leader of the Sanchon bandit took the place of one of the 5 dragons. He is also called the Master with 3 arms and 6 legs. This psycho is simply elusive. Nobody even knows what he looks like. It also has large mountain caves. It seems that this greatly interested our hero. At this time, he remembers the dragon's words that he will prepare a place for him among the 5 dragons. Our hero's jaw dropped when he realized that the dragon had given him his place. He understands that it is scary, but he has to endure. If you wait a little, the enemies will leave. The boy tells the girl not to come out of hiding under any circumstances until the sun rises. Unexpectedly, the children hear strange voices looking for enemies. The boy runs barefoot through the puddles. He ran as fast as he could. Unknown people in the squares were already catching up with him. And so, one of the enemies threw a knife at the boy. But fortunately, the knife did not go too far into the boy's back, only the sleeve. The men were surprised when they realized that in front of them was an ordinary child. But the holy dragon said that one should not touch children, and those who do not study martial arts. But many years ago, they uprooted the figure 8. It seems that the man is not going to feel sorry for the boy. He reminds that one of his colleagues lost his wife and daughter because of this, and another lost his younger sister. And this man was completely left without a family. That is why he is going to kill all the people from the hidden valley. But suddenly, someone's voice was heard which stopped him. A gray-haired grandfather and a young man said that the boy was not guilty of anything here, so it should not be done. The bastards weren't going to listen to these 2 strangers at all and told them to go away. This place did not participate in the war against the 8. So they are only connected by roots, but they are completely different things. But men do not believe in this. They need evidence. But no evidence is needed, because even without looking at it, the man is going to kill this devil boy. But after a second, Chinmurup rushed at this bastard, who swung at the boy. They didn't even have time to react, and the young boy was already flying at them with lightning speed. The black lad jumped forward and nimbly snatched the sword from his enemy. The man was shocked that he didn't even notice how he found himself without a sword. A second later, all their swords were lying in one heap. The guy ordered them to clean up and leave. The black-haired boy was determined to kill these bastards if they didn't leave immediately. The men tensed up because they saw the power of their enemy. And so, after a second, they decided that it would be better to leave here after all. But, one of the men called. He just gritted his teeth hard. His hand automatically reached for his sword. But he felt the heavy gaze of our hero. Because of this, the man simply froze in place. Fear gripped the body. He still continued to grit his teeth. After a second, the man turned defeated and walked away. Grandfather and Chinmurup just watched in silence as they walked away in shame. The student and the mentor sat on the edge of the rock and talked about something. The old man tells a story. Once he took in a boy, but then it turned out that he started a war, being in some 8. Grandfather sincerely hoped that Chinmurup would not do such a thing. Soon the grandfather will go on vacation. So he has one request for his student. Many people are dying in the Hidden Valley now, and he asks Chin Marip to help him so that people live. To do this, one must use the sacred technique of the 8 heavens. The young boy doesn't understand why make things so complicated when you can just kill the holy dragon. But revenge does not end well. They call the settlements that he will defend Sanshan. Grandfather is very worried about his student, so he promises to be careful. The gray-haired man is serious as he looks at the young fellow. He remembers how the teacher apologized to him. The boy is still shocked that he became some kind of mountain king. The young man is still trying to comprehend what happened. He was lost in his thoughts. The teacher's first student became the one through whom the 8 killed many innocent people. With his techniques, he provoked a bloody massacre of 8, thus taking the lives of many people. That is why he makes a fool of himself and hides his true identity so that no one knows that he knows what Murim is. The young boy blames everything on the yellow dragon, because of which it all started. Unexpectedly, someone's voice pulls the boy out of his deep thoughts. It was an old man who was lecturing him. He was worried that Mr. was not feeling well. Chin Marip wants to finish the job for today, but grandfather is already very interested in it and plans to tell many more stories. Today, the basic occupations of our hero have come to an end. It is necessary to gradually introduce lessons that are useful for the heir. The advisor says that in such an unstable time, you can't leave the place of the heir vacant for too long. So why not move on to the really important step right now? But one of the men sitting at the table thinks completely differently. An old man named Uhasan thinks quite differently. Although Chin Marip is the heir, it is very important whether he is blood or not. The problem is that they don't know if he has a chance to take over the title. None of them took the young man's appearance positively because he is unknown to them. They need an opportunity to test this young man's abilities. He asks Warim's group to give Marip a task that will be a secret even to him, but its content and level must be appropriate. Our hero immediately realized that he was not trusted, so he immediately got down to business and asked what he should do. It turns out that the pipe had to be returned to one place, which is in the northwest of Sichuan. At first, this tavern was run by a demonic forest, but it was later taken over by Cholsa's group. This is one of the clans of the Unholy Path. The guy is surprised. Has the demonic forest fallen so low that all sorts of cattle are plundering it? It seems that these words humiliated and offended the gray-haired man. He excused himself that this was not a simple gang. At one point, our hero became more serious and angry, saying that a person whose territory was taken away by a gang has the right to shout at him. The old man immediately fell silent from such anger. The air around him filled with his anger and rage. After a second, Chin Marip calmed down and questioned the purpose of his task. You just need to turn the tavern back. For his safety, security will accompany him. But the main character perfectly understands that they are not sending security with him, but surveillance. The gray-haired grandfather glanced at him. He concluded that this boy is still rude. Parubak agrees to complete this task and asks what the deadline is. The young man has only 5 days to do this. Deep down, the old man is sure that he won't be able to handle it. But suddenly, the boy says that he does not need 5 days for this. With confidence, the young man answers that he will manage in 2 days. If the matter was so easy, they would have handled it themselves. He is sure that Chin Marip understands this. Our hero says that he will choose his own security. He still knows that he will be watched. The old man realizes that this boy is quite intelligent if he understands this. And so, when they finish the conversation, the young man asks the old man to leave because he wants to get some sleep. After that, the gray-haired man headed away. It's quite a difficult task, but they don't need all the fuss here. He remembers how our hero shouted at him, and realizes that he is very strong in spirit. At this time, the sun was already setting behind the horizon. It was going to sleep. Some time passed, and the old man ran back into the room to the boy. After that, he bursts into the room without knocking to our hero, who was sleeping. Grandfather heard that the head of Urim was here, and he wants to know what they talked about. He yawns and answers that his grandfather said not to ask others for help. Grandfather is worried, because I think that the old man has set too difficult a task for the boy. At the same time, our hero asks to be able to choose his own security. The gray-haired man still cares deeply for the boy. He thinks he needs help. But the young boy treated it very simply. He will be able to get out of it himself. Grandfather asks if the boy will be able to handle it on his own. After these words, a smile appears on the lips. He looks at the young man, puzzled. The guy is not upset about it at all. He understands that everything is the same everywhere. After these words, the man noticed his mother in the young man. She was exactly the same. The boy is going to go outside to get some fresh air. He asks not to follow him. In fact, now is the best time to find an adventure for your 5th point. A young boy was walking down a deserted street. He was sad that Sonia was already asleep. But most likely, this is due to the fact that very little time has passed. The boy seems to have lost his way because he sees nothing but bamboo. Suddenly, the black-haired boy hears some sounds. Someone was playing a musical instrument. Our hero wanted to see who was doing it. The boy walked through thick bushes. And so, after some time, he went out to some lake, on the shore of which a man was sitting. The man was singing a song and playing an instrument. This soulful song was about love. The main character looked at the stranger with interest. Unexpectedly, the stranger opened his eyes, and his voice gradually began to fade. Chinmurup looked at the boy with a smile. The young man was very embarrassed when he realized that someone had heard his singing. After a second, the young man started clapping his hands and praising the stranger for his good singing. After that, the young man was even more embarrassed. This stranger's name is Yu Deha, and he serves in the 6th team of the Black Blade squad. They start talking, and it turns out that this blonde young man is spending his last night as a warrior. The boy admits that he can no longer pick up a weapon, so he cannot be a warrior. Chinmurup wonders why. Suddenly, the boy asks our hero what color the moon is. Parabok immediately answers that it is yellow. It makes me smile. Yu Daiha admits that everything around him is black and white. The main character immediately assumed that the young man must have failed some mission because of this. It turns out that he used to be the commander of the Black Blade squad, which is responsible for carrying out special missions. At first, everything was fine. They were given the task of dealing with foreigners who invaded their territory. Their form was very similar to that of their enemies. And so, one of his soldiers called the commander for help. The boy immediately rushed to help his friend, preparing to strike. Thus, he used a shard destruction strike. But after this blow, everyone froze in place. The commander confused allies with enemies and inflicted serious injuries on his comrades. Therefore, his squad was forced to retreat. After this incident, he was demoted. But due to guilt, the boy can no longer pick up a weapon. The boy is very grateful that he was listened to. The main character silently looks at him and mentally thinks about how stupid he is. Since our hero is the heir of the demonic forest, no one will touch him in Chongqing. Now, Yudeha is going to get away from here, find a quiet place and start farming. But it was immediately obvious that the young man could not get military discipline out of his head. Chinmurup does not answer his question, but only asks to give him a sword. A man who says he's retiring can't have such a well-kept weapon. Black-haired boy, understand that this young man is a warrior to the core. This guy's pride won't let him just take it and be done with it. Our hero asks to help him and lead Jonha to the right tavern, but the young man refuses and repeats that he is leaving these parts. Is he really saying that he doesn't belong in the demonic forest? Then the black-haired boy promises that they will find him a new place. A second later, he offers to team up with them as 2 losers. Yu Daiha looks into the clear eyes of her new acquaintance, which are full of life. Can he change if he follows him? 2 hours passed in this way. The boys came to the right tavern. The main character is lying on the floor in the room without strength. Seeing such a picture, the young man begins to scream loudly because he is worried about the boy. All Chongqing exits are connected by 2 paths that somewhat resemble a cross. 2 of the exits are owned by a clan called the Great Blade, and the other 2 are shared by clans that cooperate with it. This is the reason why the demonic forest is so feared because of this clan. It turns out that there are larger cones here. If you attack the Chol's gang, a big blade will be involved if there is a reason. They themselves do not want war because they will lose many of their soldiers. But unfortunately, if the war does start, the demonic forest has no chance. This is because the scale of combat forces varies greatly. Then, Chinmurup concludes that it is not necessary to give them a reason to attack. Soon they come to the tavern, and our hero confidently says that soon it will belong to him. The boy asks Yude to go get the meat, and asks him not to get in, lest they be exposed. The young boy does not explain the reasons, and simply tells him not to go inside for anything. Yudea obeyed and thought that the boy had some kind of plan. There were many customers and buyers inside. Suddenly our hero entered the room and ordered a bottle of alcohol and a snack. Everyone immediately paid attention to him. No one has seen this lad here before. He replied that he was passing through here. Men had some rules about how to take seats in this tavern. The leader of the gang, named Yuk Mubon, asks if he can show his wallet. The main character was disappointed and annoyed, because once again he made sure that everything is the same everywhere. Then, the young man suddenly turned to this scoundrel and insulted him. The bastard, of course, did not expect such arrogance from the newcomer, so he immediately decided to put him in his place. The best way to get what you want is to negotiate, but you need a reason for it. In these negotiations, the big blade will have no reason to interfere. Chinmurip is grabbed by the arms. A second later, the scoundrel threw the main character in the direction of another man. Chinmurip must endure because this incident will be gratuitous violence on the part of Chols. Yudiha was not worried about Chinmurip because he knows the basics of self-defense. He is much stronger than it seems. While the young man was thinking about this, the door next to him broke open and the main character flew out of it. The young fellow did not understand anything and only looked inside in surprise. His eyes nearly popped out from what he saw. Inside were cattlemen who caused all this. At this time, our hero was lying on the ground and could not get up, but only quietly moaned in pain. Yudeha just looks at the lying boy in surprise. The black-haired boy continues to lie down and doesn't even try to get up. The boy was horrified by such a picture. He immediately ran up to the black boy, but he only laughed, saying that now the big blade wouldn't fit into it. After that, the young man immediately remembers the heir's words. The bastards started mocking him even more when they found out that he was from the demonic forest. Now the boy understood why our hero called him here. The scoundrels continue to mock and call him names. It seems that these bastards do not understand who they have just raised their hand to. He is overcome with rage and shouts that they have attacked the heir of the demonic forest. Everything ended literally in one moment. It turned out that Chinmurip did not fight with Cholsa's gang, but was simply beaten by them for no reason at all. There was no reason to bring in the Great Blade, so their gang was left with a great debt to the demonic forest. Chinmurip hired an actor to pretend to be a doctor in order to put pressure on Chols. This bastard was very scared and guilty before the demonic forest. The bearded man was furious. They have been looking for Murip for a long time, and at the moment he is a potential contender for the place of heir. If he could, he would crush these bastards to pieces, but in this situation it is important to listen to the victim. At the same time, our hero begins to press for pity, saying that he is very sorry that everything turned out this way. The gossip has already spread all over Chongqing, so Chinmurip doesn't know how to live anymore. After hearing that the young man no longer wants to live, the grandfather becomes even more angry. The miserable man immediately begins to cry and begs for mercy. The bastard admits his guilt and offers to pay for his treatment. Soon, the man in hysterics says that he will fulfill any wish of the master. The man promises to do whatever they ask. It seems that now the old man understood why Chinmurip did this. It was all planned. At this time, a predatory smile appeared on the face of our hero. The realization of this sent chills down my skin. Does Chinmurip have no military pride at all? Hearing about this, the young man begins to demand the tavern. The scoundrel agrees to give her away without question. But the bastard is not upset at all because he thinks that he left the heir disabled. Even the amount he brought for treatment, and it will turn out to be more. And then Chinmurip still demands money for treatment. The abomination is not happy about this. The black-haired boy looks at him silently. After a second, he says again that, in this case, he does not want to live. And the bastard agrees. The anger of the head of the chamber did not disappear. But the leader of the Cholsa band managed to leave alive, giving away the money and the tavern. As soon as the bastard left the room, he looked very broken and depressed. The old man is strict, because he understands that the boy could have remained disabled. What was he doing in the tavern in the middle of the night? He calmly explained that he wanted to drink a little and assured that he would not become disabled. It was an ordinary acting game. The old man immediately understood that reclaiming Zhongha Tavern was the task given to him by the head of Wirima. The man is about to admit that it was indeed an assignment, but the main character interrupts him. His task was completely different. The task was to make him change his opinion about himself. The bearded gray-haired man is shocked by such words. Hearing this answer, a smile appeared on the man's lips. Then he asked the opinion of the other elders and asked if they accept such performance of the task. It is difficult for them to understand Mr.'s methods. But considering the task itself, it can be considered that he fulfilled it. The young man leaves the room. Unexpectedly, a gray-bearded man runs out after him. It can be seen that the grandfather wants to say something but hesitates. Did the boy put aside his pride just to pass the exam? The young man does not understand what this pride is. Pride is crucial to survival in Murima. But if a person wants to achieve something, sometimes you have to wallow in shit. They can't even take the tavern from the scoundrels. But if they put their pride forward, do they think someone will say thank you for it? It is better to think about the real enemy that is sitting right in front of your nose. A large blade. Having said this, the young man goes on. He understood that the boy was asking to put aside his pride. But why take such a difficult path? Many people don't even take him seriously. It will be necessary to try hard to increase the support of the heir. The men chat, noting that the weather is quite nice now. Soon, night came. There are still quite a few people walking the streets in Chongqing. Some men thanked Hyungnim for the dinner and praised him for the work he had done. But the man only shyly told them not to lick. The men ask if they can have a sip of alcohol when he opens the bottle, but he says no. Where, after all, is the world rolling? The clan of the Wicked Path is already engaged in trade. Mug Impyo understood very well that they were just doing other people's tasks and enjoying the booze. Unexpectedly, one of the men disturbed their quiet evening and ran through the tables. Some big guy came running in with pretty bad news. He ran so fast that he almost tore his throat. A second later, he grabs the pot of booze, intending to drink it. And then, after a moment, he brazenly swallows the contents of the pot. Those around them froze in horror. Hyungnim glares at this brat and calls him names. It turns out that Mug Impyo had a hard time getting this alcohol from his trading trip. They were very angry with this bastard, who had drunk something that was not allowed without permission. Suddenly, someone's hand touched the head of the man who was now screaming loudly. It was a Hyungnim who was angry at being killed. With all his might, he pressed this unfortunate man face down to the table. Strovan was not jokingly frightened by such behavior. He wondered why Hyungnim was so tall. If this fat man made an elephant out of a fly and his news is not that important, then he will not live. Then the man cautiously asked if they remembered Cho Yirin from the demonic forest. This is the same woman who disappeared 30 years ago. Of course, the man remembers her because she is Cho Pyeongchon's daughter. She was quite talented. Everyone said that she was an incomparable beauty. If she had not died so early, everything would have been completely different. The fact is that her son visited the demonic forest. This is very unexpected news because the girl was very ill. Was she able to give birth to a child? This is pure truth. The demonic forest is now in complete chaos. The man is interested in only one question. Does this guy know martial arts? It is unknown. A second later, Hyunim reaches for his weapon. The man thinks he's hooked and swears he ran as soon as he heard the news. But as it turned out, this weapon was not intended for him. The stern man is heading to the Great Blade Clan. Due to the fact that the demonic forest had no heir, they considered their Great Blade to be the master of the province. But suddenly, the maggot Cho Yirin appears. If he inherited his mother's talent, he must have become a master by now. How then could he beat Cholsa? The man immediately understood that something was unclean here and decided to check for himself what exactly it was. A lot has happened during Cho Mugen's absence. He was given this news about Murup only on the way home. He was worried about how the boy was feeling. The protagonist calmly replies that he feels fine. One of the grandfathers is ready to accept the punishment, but Mugan is not going to do it. The man wonders if they found a suitable place for Murup. One of the grandfathers offered the Paisan temple, but the boy immediately refused. This temple is not suitable for an heir because he will arm himself with knowledge. The temple of the Department of Mayan comes to someone's mind, but they immediately forget this idea. It is perfectly understandable that no one wants to take in Chinmurup because he was beaten by some scoundrels. Head of Yoram asks if it is possible to create a separate institution for the young man. For example, the Northwest Bureau. In the past, when the demonic forest occupied a prime position in the province, the affairs of Chongqing were managed by the Chongqing department of the same name. But when the power of the demonic forest faded a little, only the Northwest Bureau remained. Why does the head of Yoram want to send the helpless heir there? There is a trading point on that side, the same tavern that our hero returned. One of the elders was very angry with the head of Urim because he thought that he was trying to spite the heir. He reminds that the heir almost lost his life because of this wild test. He realizes that his task was wrong. The old man did not think that the boy would fulfill it. But the result was completely different. Grandfather saw great potential in the heir. At these words, a smile appeared on Yude's lips. The man thinks this place will be perfect for our hero. He will be able to manage them. The heir is very unpredictable. If they give him permission to go to the Northwest Bureau, the man will give him his warriors. Chin Murup looks warmly at Urim's head, realizing that he is not at all what he seemed at the beginning. The Northwest Bureau is a direct challenge to the Great Blade Clan. The demonic forest can renew its influence by monopolizing the Northwest. You have to face reality. He firmly believes that the heir must be entrusted with the future of the demonic forest. Then, they ask the opinion of our hero. Everyone hopes that the guy will give up such a ridiculous idea. They have had enough of shame. Then, the young man asked to repeat everything again. Because he didn't hear anything, because the heads of Huangma and Mion tried to talk him out of something. This made the audience laugh a lot. Chin Murup is really unpredictable. The Bureau is responsible for the enterprise in Chongqing. The problem is that the clans nearby are allies of the Great Blade. But if you conquer part of the small clans of the Northwest, the numerical imbalance will decrease. Despite their numerical advantage, the Great Blade Clan is also putting pressure on the economy of the demonic forest. And then, after a second, the young boy agrees to such an offer. And when he says that he does not need labor, everyone falls into a stupor. But they want to attach security to the boy, who will accompany him everywhere and always. The work is really quite difficult, so it is better to listen to the advice of the head of Wurim. But the young man firmly stands his ground. He does not need warriors. Everyone present noticed that the young man is as stubborn as his mother. The young man again feels that no one trusts him. The young man goes to the exit and says that they will meet after he captures the Northwest. Night came. The men argue that this is all quite strange. It is surprising that the young man returned the tavern without even taking out his weapon. It is not so often in Marima that people spoil their pride. Although they have never met, he already feels a connection between them. Jonhwagi is the heir to the Great Blade. He really wants to meet Chinmurup. The main character walked through the bamboo forest. Suddenly, the boy felt someone's presence and thought it was Jinwan. A second later, some guy jumps down from the bamboo and greets his master. This is Seo Jinhwan, the head of the secret squad. He greets the boy. But our hero told him not to come, because he was watching them. The guy takes the blame, but they couldn't let Mr. One go, and he asks permission to at least follow him. Then the young boy asks where his subordinates are. They are waiting behind the walls to be able to start acting at any moment. But the young man is against his army spending the night outside, so he says to find a place for them. The blonde boy was afraid that they would be exposed, but the main character quickly reassured him. Then, the subordinate paid attention to the height of his master. It gradually stops growing. Now there are almost no competitors among the top 10 masters in the world. When the growth process is over, the inner energy sealed by the teacher will return to him. If Seo Jinwan is here, the boy has his work cut out for him. Meanwhile, things in the Northwest were going pretty fast. Thanks to the financial help of the heads of Nerim and Uerim, the once empty inn saw a new life. They were very happy to meet the heir. Subordinates were already ready to serve him. The Northwest provided a good workforce. They already had a cook and a peddler. Our hero has been busy all day with unknown things, and now he is hungry and asks them to cook something. After receiving the order, the man immediately ran to cook. Chinmurup was calm because with such guerrillas no one would rob a tavern. At this time, our hero is reading a book that briefly describes the situation in the Northwest. Cholsa and Muva's gangs are only here to support trade. Others earn money by transporting various cargo or transporting people. A few minutes later, the dish was ready for our hero. It turns out that the leaders of Cholsa and Muva do not communicate well with each other. These gangs are similar in that they work for the Great Blade Clan. You can consider them competitors. Meanwhile, the black-haired boy begins to eat. A second later, he turns to his new acquaintance, Udeha. He warned that the boy would have to be a boy on the run. At this time, the leader of the Cholsa gang got very drunk. Unexpectedly, a guest from the demonic forest came to him. The guest came with a gift. Yukmubon allowed the guest to enter the premises. As it turned out, it was Udeha. The man could not understand why he had come here. He is here by order of the heir. He ordered to bring a gift. The man opens the package with interest. Inside are fried tortillas. This is a gift in honor of the opening of Jongha Tavern. A man becomes enraged because he thinks he is being bullied. Why did Udeha actually come? But in fact, this was the whole purpose of the visit. Yukmubon is very shocked and does not believe this. He orders Udeha to be tracked down. Udeha said that he will come tomorrow as well. Yukmubon wants to understand what is the matter. Thus a week passed. Seo Tebong had been watching Udeok all this time. After buying rice cakes at the bazaar, the boy always goes to them. And during all this time, the man understood only one thing. The boy likes cakes, because he only buys them and nothing else. So Taibon tells his master all the information, but he only shouts in displeasure. The man was offended that he was being shouted at. Rumors began to spread among the people that they were on friendly terms with the demonic forest. The man does not understand what kind of a Hinea this is. It's probably because Udeha gave them cakes every day. The Manhwa gang found out about this, and spread rumors that they had made friends with the demonic forest. The man was furious. It's all because of Chinmurup. At this time, the boy asks our hero, "Do we also have to carry cakes today?" But this is no longer necessary. People have already 100% started spreading rumors. In this state, the Chol's gang will not be able to use their heads normally. A second later, the door opens wide with a loud noise. Yukmubon is standing at the door shouting. The black-haired boy orders the tavern staff to bring drinks for the guest. Chinmurup notices that the man's face is very red and irritated. Unexpectedly saw Six. Out of anger, he breaks the table into small splinters that fly everywhere. The main character thinks that he has come to spend a little time with him, but he's even more seething with anger. He threatens our hero that he will start to fear him. It turns out that the man is not going to talk or drink with Chin Morip. Then you won't do anything! The working day is over for today. He orders to close the windows. The scoundrel is confident because he remembers well how they beat the boy last time. But the boy just ignores his provocations and heads for the exit. Yu-Deha just looks at him questioningly, not understanding anything. The black man walks towards the door and closes it. He locks them, reminding that a person's character is shaped by his manners. After a second, he begins to knead his fists and look in the direction of the guest with an animal grin. The man just laughs and says to attack. And after a moment, the young man finds himself very close to his opponent. The bastard didn't even blink, and the young boy's hand was already tightly squeezing his face. Yu-Deha also watched this with admiration and horror. The young man threatens to kill the entire Chol's gang if this scoundrel shouts. This place has been divided between a wicked clan that works with a great blade. Gangs interact with each other, because the wicked clan itself is extraordinary. To work with a large blade, you need to prove your skill. No matter how paradoxical it may sound, if the organization has no strength, it will be destroyed. Among them, there is one who survived not only with the help of strength, but also thanks to cleverness. Yuk Muban. This man is so strong that people like him can be counted on the fingers. But now he can't even attack our hero in return. Yu-Deha realized that the young boy was hiding this power. He finally understood that the boy endured these humiliations on purpose. And now he is beating this scoundrel with all his might. The man can't even dodge. Then a second later, he tried to strike back. But obviously, nothing worked out for him and he missed. Then, the black guy grabbed his face again. He crushed him with inhuman strength. The young man once again reminded that he would destroy all his subordinates if he snorted. Just thinking about it sent chills down my skin. Although the man didn't fall very far, he had the feeling that he was about to lose consciousness. Surprisingly, our hero's skills are better than this man's. The main character tells the boy to look after these scoundrels, and he himself goes to the Chol's gang. Today I plan to destroy his gang. The geek is in complete shock when he understands the boy's serious intentions. A second later, with a trembling voice, he admits his defeat and begs for mercy. Yu-Deha asks the master not to get angry because he is too loud. Then, the main character calms down. He is not going to do anything. The scoundrel is very happy because his gang is safe. He is grateful. A second later, the bastard bows low and thanks him. Our hero says that this scoundrel will pay for his booze. Either way, it's better than being without a gang. After some time, many different dishes are brought to the table. The young boy invites everyone to the table, even his subordinates. Stocky men smile like children and sit down next to each other. The main character is glad that they all gathered at one table. He explains that he had a reason to hide his power. He hopes it stays between them. The bastard promises to keep his mouth shut. Without thinking for a long time, the boy asked our hero if he was a thief. The young boy does not understand why he calls him a thief. At the same time, he orders the scoundrels to stand in line. The guy continues to openly say that he considers the main character to be real evil. Then, the young man decides to ask the leader Yuk about it. In his mind, the man thinks about how terrible this guy is. But he still answers that the boy is very good because he spared him. Actually, he didn't think so. There are many dangerous people in the world of martial arts, so there's no point in arguing about good and evil. There are people who have to hide their true roots because someone is going to kill them. For our hero, martial arts is survival. After hearing these words, the boy thinks about how difficult the life of the master was. Then, the guy offers to laugh and have fun. Through tears, the man agrees. At the same time, some unknown person eavesdrops on their conversations, sitting on the roof. Did the Chol's gang really choose the demonic forest over the powerful Great Blade? It is necessary to quickly report that these two gangs have entered into an alliance. At the same time, the young boy looked up. It seemed to him that there was a rat on the roof. At this time, our hero wonders how the scoundrel can drink so much. Then, he suggests calling the Northwest Alliance and having a drink with them, too. The young man explains that he would like to learn more about this alliance. Once a month, they meet with the heads of the Northwestern Alliance and have a drink. They still have time before the next meeting. After some time, there will be a new meeting, and our hero asks to call him to it. I explain to the scoundrel that they meet at a certain time if there is no business. Hearing about this, a sly smile spreads across his lips. The main character is sure that something special will happen soon. At the same time, the gray-haired man notices how someone is watching him. It was Seo Jinhwan, the protagonist's underling. If they capture the 4th chapter of the beer party, there will be only 2 of them left. He asks you to follow him calmly. The master asks to bind him, but if he behaves obediently, he will untie him. The man expected that some experienced craftsman would do it. He expected this, so he spent enough money and hired security. But the boys easily overcame these seemingly skilled masters. It's too late. The vice head is late. The security has already been defeated. Grandfather is in shock. How could these scoundrels defeat the best swordsman in Sichuan? Then, the gray-haired man decided that he could defend himself. So he drew his sword and rushed at the enemy. But this amazing boy dealt with him in one blow. From such a powerful blow, the old man even loses consciousness. The bright, boisterous boy just didn't understand why they couldn't just destroy them if they were so weak. Jinhuan says he'll handle it on his own, and Yongchu sends him to help their god. Yongchu reminds that he is not a robber, but a ronin, and is ready to give his life for a god. A predatory smile appears on the lips. Their heir succeeded. It seems as if just thinking about the fact that the heir has grown up like this makes him go crazy. The blonde boy asks Yongchu not to smile so widely because it looks quite creepy. Thus, 2 days passed. Chin Murup complains that everyone has already got him. Yongchu is happy to see the main character, because they haven't seen each other in a long time. Meanwhile, the young man is puzzled as to why, of all the boys, it was Yongchu who came. No one knows the guy in Sichuan, so they sent him. The main character once again reminds that now he should not be called a god, but a master. Parabak orders him to behave calmly, and not to do anything without his orders. Yongchu doesn't seem happy about this at all. The old man explains that he didn't call Yongchu at all. He called anyone, but he was sent. Now it seems it has reached the redhead. He says to conserve strength because soon the people from Chokchil will get tired. After a second, he says that his subordinates can go inside. He explained that he had unfinished business with this boy. A man from Cholsa's gang has just arrived. The man was panting from running fast. A man has arrived with news that the Alliance is calling for a concilium. Then he ordered Yongchu to get ready. Chokchil dogs will come soon. Sichuan Province, Northwest, Chongyang Fortress. This place is controlled by one of the 6 Alliance gangs. In this tavern, they meet once a month and negotiate. Although the meeting schedule was not followed, meetings were always held. It is very difficult to get an audience with these people because of the rumors about the demonic forest. They seem to think badly of Yukmubon, but he doesn't care. If he is branded a traitor, he will destroy them all. It seems the man arrived last. This is exactly how the meeting of the wicked clan of the Northwestern Alliance took place. Chukwangdu immediately turned to Mubon, asking why he was here now instead of sneaking off to the demonic forest. There is one rat here who spread the rumors, and he will surely find it. The man is determined to find this rat. Seok Kim Jong sternly said that if they want to fight, they shouldn't do it in a tavern. After a second, they start meeting. Why did they gather before the scheduled date? Why is there such a hurry? In the morning, he noticed how soldiers with a large blade were walking through the streets like cockroaches. The 6 wielders of the great blade disappeared without a trace. Yukmubon remembered our hero's words that something special would happen soon. Those present look at him in surprise, because the man's reaction is too strange. This is what the heir meant when he talked about something special, and this despite the fact that the leaders of the Supreme Blade are not ordinary people at all. How great is Chin Murup's power? Someone speculates that the demonic forest is involved, but the others immediately reject this idea, because the Blade carefully observed the demonic forest. There isn't even a normal army in the demonic forest, so this risk is pointless for them. But if this is not a demonic forest, then is there someone more dangerous? That's why they're all here, need to help in the search. Unexpectedly, one of the guards calls out to the master in alarm. He urgently needs to hide, because some unknown person broke into the premises and destroyed their soldiers. Everyone thinks that there are a lot of enemies. Suddenly, Yongchu enters the room and says that everyone present deserves to be punished. Someone kicks him in the back. It was our hero, who also came to the meeting. The head suddenly stood up when he saw the heir of the demonic forest in front of him. They began to blame Yukmubon for this. Now, if a man wants to live, he must sit on his ass straight and not growl. Chin Murup gives the order to deal with the guy who is standing on 2 chairs. But the leader of the 7 Swords gang is going to defend himself. At this time, the scoundrel screams loudly. After only a few seconds, Yongchu defeated one of the masters. After a second, all the masters, like hyenas, rushed at the boy. Was he going to kill them all at once? If necessary, the boy wanted to get rid of only one person. It is beneficial for him to keep Master Sokka alive, because he is very intelligent and clever. Then, you have to kill the head of the Manhwa gang, Chu Kwando. Then, the boy ordered to kill the ugliest of them. Yongchu completed the task without further ado. Chin Murup seems to have had this monkey in mind. A second later, one of the thugs rushed at this red-haired boy with a dagger. But obviously, the guy deftly dodged. The bearded man looked into his eyes with fear. And then, after a moment, the red-haired boy delivered a strong blow and stamped him into the floor. Everyone present dropped their mouths at what they saw. Only our hero casually stood still. Yongchu sparkled with anger and rage. Yukmubon, for some reason, was smiling happily. Yongchu took down the leader of the Manhwa gang with one punch. Our hero orders Yude to guard the corridor, and if someone comes, to cut his throat. Now finally, a full-fledged Northwest concilium can begin. The men are shocked, and they assure that our hero will not get out of the water dry. Chin Murup doesn't seem to realize that the Great Blade itself is supporting them. The boy notices that this man behaves rather arrogantly, although he himself is only a master of 6 great blades. A second later, the black-haired boy asks Yu Dehu to come in. He said that Yu Dai-ha and Yanchu will switch places when guarding the stairs. At the same time, guards were running through the corridors to help the masters. But a bright red-haired boy stood in their way. In the room, it was perfectly audible how the master's subordinates were dying. How dare the heir behave like this and remain so calm? For saying such words, Yu Dai-ha severely beats this brat. The energy of the young man is hitting the key now. In his head, the words of the master that martial arts is survival. Mercy can come back as a dagger. It cannot be allowed to disperse further, until the poison starts to flow from the eyes. The black boy compliments Yu Dehi and tells him not to stop. The main character gives commands, and the boy, like a faithful dog, carries them out. At this time, a second squad had already come to help, but the old man tried to stop them. It was too late. Rudy is ready to deal with them. One of them is an insect of the demonic forest, and the other is still under the wing of the grandfather. All they have to do is defeat Yongchu. Isn't that worth it? Grandfather looks at our hero with eyes full of horror. Chin Murup seems to control the boy like a puppet, but he does not mind. Yukmubon never thought that one day in his life there would come a day when he would look at the masters with pity. After a second, the young man turns to the leader, Yuk. Chin Murup allows the man to seize the territory of the Manhwa gang, because its leader has died. But all property must be returned. He says to release the stolen women. Our hero acts without hesitation, does not show mercy to those whom he considers enemies. Sometimes he seems like the worst thief in the world, but he has his own rules of survival. Among all the warriors, there is no one who displays such strength. This is clearly a technique that this suspicious heir brought with him. Yudeha decided to follow this amazing guy and did not regret it for a second. The people who remained alive fell to the floor in front of our hero and begged for mercy. Yudeha is confident that the main character will return all the lost property of the demonic forest. He tells Yude to go and stop Yanchu because if he continues, he will kill everyone in Sokka's gang. All people present must listen carefully. Starting today, he orders them to cut all ties with the blade. It turns out that they used to give the big blade as much as 5%. To survive in Chongqing, you have to hold on to the big blade. The big blade is just a bunch of pathetic thugs who know how to hold on to power. He orders them to operate as before, but to send 1% of the profits to the demonic forest. The men stared at our hero in complete shock. They are shocked that he is only asking for 1%. In return, the Northwest Alliance must actively participate in the activities of the demonic forest. If they all leave the big blade, they will have a crisis. In the event that the blade pursues them, Chin Murup will deal with it. Isn't it better to make all your dreams come true than to live like a slave paying 5% all your life? The black-haired boy smiles softly. The guy promises them and puts his head in the fight if he doesn't keep his word. Some time passes. The heads of the Northwest Alliance have arrived in the demonic forest. There is a strange atmosphere in the air. Cho Mugan did not expect to see them here at all. The guests just bow their heads in silence. No one thought this day would come. But the Alliance is grateful to have been accepted. The masters do not understand why they came. The heads of the Northwestern gangs want to make peace with the demonic forest. Hearing such news, everyone just dropped their mouths in surprise. The head did not know how to react to such unexpected news. They did not immediately believe it, and thought that they were just being mocked. But the Alliance claims that this is not a joke at all. A second later, Chin Murup enters the room. Cho Mugan asks for an explanation. The protagonist explains that he politely asked the Alliance to join them. The Alliance promised to return part of the profits and actively cooperate with the demonic forest. The man dodges, confirming the words of our hero. Everyone is wondering what the heir used this time to get such a result. Had the boy learned the apostles' technique without their knowledge? Men are in complete shock, realizing that their eyes are not lying. Either way, it's an effective tactic. How was the boy able to conquer these people? They think that Yudeha must know about it. He sees the injury on the boy's face. What did Chin Murup do with him? Yudeha could feel the heavy gazes of the masters on him. No one believed that the heir had politely persuaded them to do so. So the Northwest Alliance entered into an alliance with the Demo Night Forest, and the borders of Chongqing changed a lot. Chongqing is currently divided into north and south, but the Big Blade will not attack until they find a head or a bow. Until then, they won't start a war. Our hero thinks that in 10 days, everything will return to the way it was. Chief Yuk dealt with the Mova gang. It was easy because almost everyone bowed their heads at once. The main character wondered what would happen to the Chol's gang if the headman suddenly died. Doesn't that sound sad? The old man wanted to tell Mr. Yuk not to treat his subordinates like the deceased Chu Kwon-do. The Great Blade now focused on solving the case of the missing masters. The young man thought that the southern part of Chongqing was empty, but its Ronin were special. It is difficult to say that these parts are empty because they also belong to the Big Blade. Among the Ronin, there is a great master who gave the warriors the most dangerous tasks. They can't act now because people from the Big Blade will be watching them. From today, the best masters will watch everything from above. It will be difficult to find out about the situation of each gang because they are separated by buildings. It is enough to send a signal rocket. Everyone will understand. As of today, Yongchu remains in Chongqing. But in order for Yongchu to rest sometimes, additional guards will be sent there. The guy orders 3 guards to be placed. In case of danger, one of them should run to Chinmurup, and the other should report it to the commander. When the flare goes off, Yongchu will immediately come to the rescue. And if the rockets are launched in 2 places at once, Chinmurup will send an even wilder guy to help. The man perfectly understands that if they had not surrendered that day, the alliance would have come to an end. But right now, the Great Blade is still busy with another matter. This is a great chance for the demonic forest. One of the subordinates wonders what will happen if the signal rocket is launched simultaneously from 5 parts. In this case, you can hide or run away, but the main thing is to hold out for more than half an hour. That's how much Chinmurup needed to burn the entire Great Blade and come to their rescue. After that, the black-haired boy leaves, and the masters are going to tell their subordinates about it. The men come to the conclusion that they will never understand the main character's thoughts. But they clearly understood 2 things. When war breaks out, they won't just stand by and watch. The heir is a person whom no one wants to turn into an enemy. The men look at him in surprise, not understanding what he is saying. Then, they decide to drink a little, because they should not expect danger for the next 10 days. Probably, it was 10 days that the Big Blade set aside for consideration of the case. 5 leaders disappeared without a trace, so the case is quite long. And if you think about it, it all started with Jong'a Tavern. The man turned to head Yuk, but he had recently followed the heir. At this time, the man quickly ran after the boy to catch up with him. The man thought that it was the work of our hero. Even if it really was Chinmurup, what difference does it make? The boy thought he was asking this in order to give information to the Big Blade, but no one would have believed him anyway. The man simply realized that he was the only one who learned about the true abilities of the black-haired boy. As a warrior, he would like to know the true strength of the heir. If he really wants it, the young man is ready to share the secret. He says that there are only 10 people he knows in the whole world who could fight him. The man is completely shocked by this. After a second, the boys start laughing heartily. And here, after a second, Chief Yuk is going to go. They say goodbye. The young man looks after him and realizes that no one will believe it. The teacher used energy seal techniques on him. This technique seals the internal forces until the body grows and achieves the balance of yin and yang. The seal will be removed when his physical growth stops. When that time comes, there will be only 2 people left who can fight him. They are the Divine Dragon Dan Sarayan and the Sword Lord Cheonyeon. Jinwan reports that the task was completed without witnesses. It is thanks to Seo Jinwan that everything goes as it should, and the boy is very grateful to him for that. The ringleaders are imprisoned in the Gwangju Cemetery. Finding this prison is quite difficult, because it is located far in the depths of the forest. After 10 days, they should be released one at a time. As long as the eyes and ears of the world are open, Chinmurup cannot go forward. The guy reports that he was sent a letter. The boy that Chinmurup saved in the past. His name is Su Manhwa. He grew up to become the commander of the Sichuan army. Became a manager responsible for external relations on behalf of Chinmurup. Thanks to this boy's skills, Sichuan was able to confirm the status of its martial arts. The young man thinks that in this letter, he describes how he invaded and captured Chongqing. A warm smile immediately appears on his face as he remembers Manhwa. But when the boy opens the letter, it only says that Manhwa doesn't know. The black-haired boy stared at the letter in surprise. A second later, he addresses Jinwan in a stern voice. He says that for this, Manhwa will fast for a day as punishment. It was a deep night. But not everyone sleeps. Yu Daeha is training. The boy is breathing hard, because it seems that he has been training for quite some time. He wipes the drops of hot sweat running down his face. Suddenly, he feels someone's presence behind him. The guy doesn't understand who it is, so he immediately starts attacking to protect himself. But his blade was stopped with 2 fingers. Yudeha looks at the person who did this in surprise and fear. He was our hero. Chinmurup praises him for such a reaction and the power of the blow. Yudeha works very hard, he works tirelessly. The boy did not understand why the main character appeared here so suddenly. Chinmurup is going to practice a little with X-Boy and picks up a stick as an alternative to a sword. A blonde boy is ready for training, and so after a moment, Chinmurup made a swing with a stick. His face turned serious at one point. Yudeha quickly covered himself with his sword. He completely forgot who his opponent was. Although the main character is strong, he's not invincible. A second later, the young man delivers a lightning strike. But the air easily dodges the blows. Chinmurup realizes how talented Yudeha is. A young man always goes to his goal. His fighting skills are also top-notch. This sword is suitable for a demonic forest. Martial arts have evolved over many years. This is not the level where you are controlled by someone like a large blade. The black-haired boy feels Yudeha's presence behind him. Yudeha flies at him from above with a sword, but Chinmurup expected it. Therefore, the black-haired boy dodged it with ease. Although Yudeha understands that it is not serious, he feels that he must kill him. He has a strong thirst for victory. When muscles harden, you unconsciously add extra strength. Yudeha almost defeated the master and asks to be taken seriously. Every master in the world has his own special techniques and strength of spirit. And if the guy doesn't manage to do it, he will lose his head faster than he will use his skills. With one clear movement, our hero points a wooden sword at his opponent. This is the difference between an ordinary person and a master. Yudeha feels as if he has been circled around his finger. All of his attacks were deflected by his one. The young man specially kept at a close distance to distract the opponent. The heir is said to have some self-defense skills. These conclusions were drawn from his fables about not learning martial arts from his mother. Yudeha wants to see the true identity of the heir, but he only says that he is one of the top 10 masters in the world. The boy silently looks at his back, and after a second, the boys start laughing loudly. The boy felt this powerful force. They have a long way to go. Yudeha is so strong that it is hard to believe in his ineptitude. His ability to make decisions on the battlefield is like an animal's sense. Chinmurup doesn't think they have to go to hell itself, because he won't even be able to use his powers in a real fight. The young man once again mentions that the Great Blade is currently busy looking for masters. It seems that some thought came to the main character. The young man orders the boy to grab his sword and follow him. They need to check something. Yudeha followed the heir, although he did not even understand where they were walking. Yudehi doesn't understand, so he asks, but Chinmurup doesn't answer. This part is guarded by Great Blade warriors. This area was controlled by the Blade. The locals here are different from ordinary people. They do not faint at the sight of people from the demonic forest. Since the northwest is on the side of the demonic forest, the boy will surely make their eyes sore. If something happens, the boy promises to protect Yudeha. It seems that the heir is up to something, because everyone around them is looking askance at them. Whatever the reason, the boy cannot return alone. Wardens watch them carefully, and there are a lot of them. Suddenly, Chinmurup shouts loudly and advises them to listen to the poor in the alley. He loudly tells the enemies to leave. He broke into someone else's property, so why is the master hiding? One of the rats came out of the shadows. 2 more rats come out behind him. They still keep coming out. Rats keep climbing and climbing, not going to stop. Our hero counted 30 rats that came out of the alleys and surrounded them. The boys looked at each other displeased. There are a few more enemies than they expected. Then the main character calls the most important of those present here. Their leader emerged from the crowd. It was Mugimpio. It turns out that the main character came to see this man. More precisely, not only with him, but with all of them. A black-haired boy wants to hire them. A young man throws a letter in the direction of a man who thinks he has lost his mind. It seems that the lads are not aware of who is behind their backs. Chinmurup says that he has no connection with the Great Blade, so there is no need to worry. But the scoundrel doesn't care. He asks, what should they do? Handing over a black-haired boy is murder. And the young man allocates them 30 minutes for this task. And they will have to kill Yudehu. Hearing about this, the boy fell into a stupor. If they lose that money, they're done. Therefore, Yudehu must survive despite everything. It was precisely because of Chinmurup's knowledge of the boy's sword history that he brought him here. There are no subordinates or comrades whom he can harm. He can swing his sword as he pleases. Losing money means Yudeha will die and something will happen to the heir. The gang immediately agrees to complete this task, especially for such a small sum. The chief ordered them to break up the camp of the four ghosts. Our hero was surprised that they had such equipment. Due to the individualism of the Ronin, there are not many warriors with decent skills. Mug Impyo is said to be very strong. This is an opponent that should not be underestimated. It will be difficult to defeat such a master with basic skills. The situation is like standing on the edge of a cliff. And then, after a second, the enemies rush at the boy. Udeha blames himself for trusting the air. But a second later, he takes out his sword. A young man should do it. After the first blow, the blonde boy is in complete shock. He looks at his sword in surprise. It was something he couldn't even imagine. After the day he heard his comrades, the boy couldn't fight like he used to. The black-haired boy looks curiously at his subordinate. Mug Impyo pursed his lips as he saw his opponent's strength. The young man is still looking at the sword in surprise. He understands that the sword has shown itself. Our hero realizes that most likely it was he who used the boy's sword incorrectly. The head orders subordinates to surround this scoundrel from all sides. Blood has already been spilled, so there is no point in asking for mercy. The boy reminds Mug Impyo that he will die soon. Does he have nothing to say? This terrible smile makes you sick. Mug Impyo thought that Udeha would never be able to handle a sword again. The young man uses moves from the Red Wind Demonic Sword technique. This is a special technique. It was thanks to her that he got such a high rank. The guy uses the chain of the fierce sword and chops everyone in his path. The more you look at this sword, the more virtuosic its movements become. A sword becomes heavy when you defend yourself with it, and it becomes very fast and easy when dodging enemy attacks. Our hero praises the boy, but advises not to forget to turn back. The blonde boy immediately looks around. Fortunately, he dodges the well-sharpened weapon in time. Mug Impyo orders his subordinates to get out of here. He will deal with him himself. The guy is accused of misleading the world all the time. There were rumors everywhere that he couldn't fight. In fact, he simply cannot wield a sword fluently. Since the husband has to pay for the children's treatment, he is determined to take these funds. The black-haired boy reminds them once again that they should keep the money. Udeha is determined to do so. And then, after a second, the scoundrel rushed at the boy. He felt his heavy sword. A real struggle began between the men. The young man must find an opportunity to use the fury of the sword. After a second, he approaches the enemy like lightning, but his enemy is instantly behind him and swings his weapon. However, the man managed to deftly evade. If he hadn't, he would be dead by now. The man breathes heavily, renewing his strength after such a blow. The blonde boy clenched his teeth tightly and grabbed his sword. The man continues endless attacks. It's hard to believe that a demonic forest hides such a skilled craftsman like him. The young man continues to fight back desperately. The real reason for this is freedom. Those present, holding their breath, carefully observe the battle. Unless Mug Impyo uses his secret technique, the guy will be hard to kill. Therefore, the man decides to use a secret technique, the manifestation of the moon tiger. The air only watches this with interest. No one understands why a secret technique would be used in such a crowded place. Even the direction of the wind changed because of it. This is the fighting technique of the Ronin. The man apologizes to the boy, but he is forced to kill him. But unexpectedly, the voice of our hero stops him. It turns out that the time for completing the task has already been exhausted. Is it really so? Now he has to return his money. The man is full of anger, but nevertheless throws down the money and walks away. Now they can go home. When they returned to the headquarters, they wanted to rest. One of the subordinates declared that 30 minutes had already passed. More than an hour passed. It turns out that the main character waited so long to look at the man's secret technique. Meanwhile, the boys were already on their way home. Chin Murip praised his comrade. Since there were no comrades around for Deha to touch, his body reacted like this. Now there will be a place for the boy in the demonic forest. Mug Impyo is a really strong opponent. If the man had prepared earlier, Udeha would definitely have gotten it. The old man asks if the subordinate can beat the man next time. After such a question, the young man looks at the air in surprise. The main character leaves that guy on Udeha. As soon as Mug Impyo revealed his secret technique, the air stopped giving Udehu other tasks. How far did the master foresee everything? Demon Forest, Central Polk. The air was walking nearby, which attracted the attention of some people. And next to him is Udeha, the former commander of the Black Blade. Rumors of his battle with Mug Impyo spread quickly. The men bow as Chin Murip passes by. When Udeha first followed the air, he had no confidence that he would be able to return to the military circle. People began to look at them with respect, but did not recognize them. They recognized only the feat of recapturing the northwestern territories. Our hero noticed that today the air is quite clean. But he was not talking about the air, but about the soldiers, to whom the fighting spirit had returned again. Everyone began to realize that very soon the demonic forest would open its wings again. But you can't relax. He sends the boy back to the tavern. The young man will come to the tavern after meeting with the chief. The boy enters a seemingly empty room. But this is not the case at all. Cho Mugen is waiting for him there. The main character kindly greets him. The husband is glad that Irina's son was finally recognized. He offers his help if it is needed. In fact, now Chinmurup is not enough people. We need someone who understands finance. It will be calmer if they find someone responsible for such matters. If you send one of their people, you don't have to worry about anything, even if you don't have enough money. He agrees to send his man. Chinmurup is grateful to his uncle for this. The young man has already mastered the Northwest. His next target is the Great Blade Clan. The Central Regiment has already begun secret training. Our hero asked a question. What future does the man want for the Demon Forest? The mustachioed man pursed his lips and thought. He wants to ensure that every warrior can live with his head held high. The black-haired boy looks intently at the man. Chinmurup promises him to fulfill this wish. The man has one more request. The man would like to know our hero better. Ahead of them is a war with the clans of the Northwest and the Great Blade. No one could even think about it until today. The uncle could not talk to the old man because of work, but he guessed that Chinmurup was not like everyone else. A demonic forest in which everyone can live with his head held high. His desire as a master. And his desire, like an uncle, is to destroy the wall hidden behind his nephew's smile. The man wants his nephew to share his past with him. The only thing the boy can promise is to contact him from time to time through the Northwestern Department. Chinmurup is about to leave, but his uncle calls him by name. He adds that the young man was not an ordinary robber before. It does not matter who he is, how he lived, and what lies on his shoulders. First of all, he is his family. The man wants the demonic forest to become his home. The black-haired boy is silent. A second later, he leaves the room. Uncle looks after him with a smile. The young man walks away from here, lost in his thoughts. Did he still have those feelings? The boy lost his parents early, so he grew up under the care of a teacher. Of course, he is grateful to him for that. But if his parents were alive, they would now be looking at him with the same eyes that his uncle was looking at him just now. Feelings cloud his consciousness, so Chinmurup pulls himself together. Mom's wish or teacher's last will? Demon Forest or Sanshun? The young man chooses the second option. The demonic forest somehow managed to survive, but Sanshun will not last long without it. Uncle has a very difficult dream. To take over Chongqing, it is enough to get rid of the Great Blade Clan. And in order to get Sichuan, you need to bring all the clans to his feet. But in order to fulfill the uncle's wish, one must become so strong that everyone will have no reason to worry. Because of the large blade, the young man will not be able to leave these parts for a long time. However, he wants to fulfill the wishes of the family so that the mother rests peacefully in the next world. Unexpectedly, he hears Yu Day's worried voice. It turns out that guests came to the tavern. Guests are good, but the young man explains that these are completely different guests. They were visited by guests from the Big Blade. It was the heir to the Great Blade and one of the 5 geniuses of Sichuan, the demigod sword Zhong Huagi. The heir did not come alone, but accompanied by Mu Gimpyo. The man is clearly not happy to see Udeha again. A second later, our hero enters the tavern. The red-haired boy is happy to see the young man. He is really cute, as they say about him. The boy scolds Mu Gimpyo for not even greeting him. But they are clearly not in a relationship to exchange greetings. A few seconds later, the main character sits down across from Yung Huagi. There is silence between them for a few seconds until the young man asks the guest if he wants to eat. But the boy is not hungry. He just wants a cup of tea. The old man orders Adin to make tea if there is any. It's good that the redhead came. Chinmurup just wanted to meet, but he did not come alone, because the redhead's subordinates look at him so predatorily that it becomes scary. If Chinmurup suddenly plans to come to Junghuagi, he will take the best alcohol. The young man notices that this redhead is as impudent as his subordinate. Then the young boy asks his subordinates to leave them alone. Yung Huagi does the same and sends Impyo outside. After a few seconds, the boys are left alone in each other's presence, in an empty tavern. John Huagi wonders what it's like to be the heir to the forest. But there is nothing like that here, because the demonic forest can bend at any moment. With Chinmurup's status, he certainly wouldn't face any scorn in these neighborhoods. Then our hero remembered all the people who did not trust and respect him, but said that the reception was quite good. The young man admitted that his real goal was to get rid of the Big Blade. If the Great Blade clan was an easy opponent, the demonic forest would not have lost its head in Chongqing. This is only because there are memories of good times. The fools who still remember those days fear public opinion more than anything. They know that at the moment of recognition of the worthless reality, the bright past will seem like an afterthought. But our hero does not have any bright past in his memory, so nothing stops him. If necessary, he will lick the enemy's feet and stick a knife into an ally. The redhead laughs, admitting that he likes this method. Not the strongest survives. On the contrary, the one who survives is strong. Such are the rules of Murim. The young man offers to ask each other one last question before parting ways. Young Hwagi is the first to ask a question. The redhead thought to think of a good question. The question sounded quite simple. Is it really Chinmurip? The red-haired boy meant him, not the demonic forest. Everything happened too unexpectedly. After the disappearance of the heads, the leaders of the Northwest immediately turned away from them. The black guy assures that he will start releasing one chapter at a time from tomorrow. Relatives were very worried about them. Young Hwagi is grateful to the main character for keeping them whole. Now it was Chinmurip's turn to ask questions. He asks how many days he thinks it will take him to break the Great Blade. In John Hwagi's opinion, even a few years will not be enough for him. But our hero confidently answers that only 10 days will be enough. During this time, it is really possible to destroy their clan. Young Hwagi doesn't take his words seriously and just laughs. As a thank you for the heads' lives, Young Hwagi gives him time until they all return. If he releases one at a time starting tomorrow, he will have 6 days ahead of him. Most likely, the next time they see each other, it will be their last meeting. They promise to make her pleasant. Mug Impyo asked how everything went. On the surface, Chinmurip is a fool, but in fact he is the complete opposite. You have to be careful with such an opponent. The blade will go into action while they bring their missing comrades back to them. They plan to start training as a matter of urgency. If they don't wait, some of the chapters won't come back. On the other hand, they can be replaced by someone else. You cannot give in to such an enemy. The red-haired boy intends to get rid of Chinmurip in 2 days. Yudeha asked the opinion of the Great Blade Heir. Is Young Hwagi really a strong master? The black man admitted that he would have to sweat with him. The young man is going to the Central Regiment, and Yudehu orders to start training. But he does not understand what to prepare for. The main character does not need 10 days. Perubok plans to kill them that same night. With these words, the main character left. The boy calmly went on his way, but a strange feeling appeared. Feeling as if he is being watched. Are these the people of the Great Blade? I feel like there are 3 of them. After the return of the Northwestern lands, the mercenaries have become even more annoying. And it's annoying. Uncle was also aware of this. If Chinmurip kills these, others will come, so it's best not to provoke the big blade. Our hero comes to the Central Regiment. Everyone he asked for was gathered there. The black boy thanks everyone for the meeting. Everyone looks at him expectantly. They are interested in why they were gathered here so suddenly. It is necessary to strike the big blade urgently. Those present open their mouths. Do they really have to attack first? There is no time for quality training. The young man wants to act now. Everyone is shocked by such a rush. Isn't it better to create a clear plan? He explains that the heir to the blade visited him today. While they are preparing the plan, the enemy will also start preparing. If Chinmurip's guesses are correct, then John Hwagi will try to take the initiative into his own hands. Parubok is sure that the redhead does not even expect that they will make their move now. Chomogan asks everyone to calm down and listen to the heir. The first thing they need to know is the number of opponents. There are 500 people in the branch of the blade. Half of them went to investigate cases of the disappearance of superiors. They must destroy the spies, cut the information thread, and then prevent the return of the soldiers who left. If the battle drags on and the Great Blade warriors gather together, the demonic forest will be in a hopeless situation. They must use all their strength. But if the enemy attacks the empty center regiment, they will not have the strength to stop him. In this case, you can take away all the families and people from there. Then it will not make sense for them to defend a deserted place. Those are really the right words. At the same time, in the Great Blade clan, Rudy is sure that Chinmurip did not fully believe that he was giving him 6 days. This promise is given in order to mislead our hero. The Blade plans to go into action before their warriors return to Chongqing. John Byun is the head of the Great Blade. He had already been informed that John Hwagi had been seeing Chinmurip. Rudy is about to tell his father something important. The man looks at his son through the gleaming blade of the sword. It seems that war cannot be avoided. The air of the demonic forest is too dangerous, so it is necessary to strike first. For a long time, they pressured the demonic forest with finances, but their efforts turned out to be in vain. The financial pressure plan was devised by Mr. Sayun. After a second, the man turns to Yuchon, one of his subordinates. He orders him to bring the head of the chief who came up with this plan. The son notices that the father is too merciless. The man resigned himself to the fact that they would not do without war. Rudy begins to tell him about his plan. They sit down at the table and discuss the plan. The man listens carefully to his son's every word. Unexpectedly, who comes to the door? It was Tang Yol who brought a message for the master. The man opened the letter and began to read its contents. News of the demonic forest's plan reached them. If they didn't have a spy, things would be much worse. Do they really want to get rid of their people? Young Hwagi couldn't have thought that our hero would act so quickly. The father remarked that the son still does not hide his feelings well. If he has already taken out a weapon, then there should be no doubt. It is necessary to take not only the life but also the soul from the enemy. Even if you have to be left without a hand, the enemy can strike from any side. But before the man left, the redhead called out to him once more. The boy did not dare to say what he wanted. The demonic forest plans to strike at the former warriors in order to gain a numerical advantage. The meeting with Chin Murup helped me look at myself in a new way. They have a plan A and a plan B. Father wants to follow plan B. Father said that it will be necessary to take not only life, but also soul from the enemy, even if it is necessary to be left without a hand. When a plan that he thought was perfect goes awry, frustration rises to his throat. The young man offers to throw the branch soldiers. Even with this loss, they have an advantage over the enemy. Meanwhile, the men harnessed the horses. They were making some bags. This is a devil flower, a special forces unit of the demonic forest. Ka Yakping is the squad commander. He is asked if everything is ready. The head of the Taesung ward, Cho Pyeongchon, has arrived. They kindly greet you. The old man is grateful for the help at such a late hour. Despite the fact that Cho Pyeongchon has already resigned, no one can sit idly by. The son asked to provide them with protection. Suddenly, another subordinate came. An order was given to follow a secret path into the vault. Looks like they're starting. They wish each other luck. Some people were covered with a sheet. These were the last. A job well done. Now that their people are safe, it's time to act. This moment has really arrived. Now they are divided into their squads and agreed to meet at the appointed place. Everyone wishes good luck and believes in our hero. They bow low to him. And so, after a second, they rush to their destination. Chin Murup is not far behind. Only women can master the sacred technique of Irinsnizhny Potik. There is no such technique as the boy in their clan. So he learned it from someone else. The black boy offers to stay here. The uncle is surprised that he wants to stop now, but without further ado, he complies with the request. Uncle doesn't understand what happened? It turns out that our hero chose Plan B. The boy did not choose Plan A. Because when he went to the Central Regiment before the meeting, 3 spies were hiding next to him. But they caught only 2. And this means that the information was leaked to the outside. Enemy mercenaries are also inside. One of the spies is one who was present at the recent meeting. The man refuses to accept this because he trusts everyone in the clan. Judging by everything, the point of departure was the capture of the Northwest. If there were only 3 external spies, then there is a more proven spy among them. Young Hwagi asked last time if he was the one involved in the disappearance of the chapters. His resolute reply looked as if he had known from the beginning that the demonic forest had none of this business. And only Yu Deha and the head of Cholsa knew about his true abilities. Deha leaves because he was removed from his position, and the head of Chols was intimidated by our hero in such a way that he will definitely not serve the Great Blade again. Somehow it turns out illogically. During the meeting, he spoke about Plan B because he initially assumed the presence of an internal spy. But now we need to switch to Plan A. If they caught 2 spies, the remaining one had already gone to pass on the information. In this case, the enemy can surround them. Will the enemy not save his people? Young Hwagi is 100% counting on them to dance to his tune. If the Northwest clan takes the hit, they will still be outnumbered. The enemy will abandon the allies and attack to the northwest. This can be expected from the heir and his father. They urgently need to go to the aid of the northwestern clans. It's time to assemble the last piece of the puzzle. Onslaught of the Devil's Flower Squad. The head of Urim suddenly appeared in front of them. The old man ordered to go back, but he did not understand what it meant. The chief immediately ordered to return to the Central Regiment. They will learn the details on the spot. Our hero began to tell everyone that there was a rat among them. Everyone who attended today's meeting is under suspicion. He orders the troops to stop where he says, the spy will surely be stunned by such news, so it is important to carefully monitor everyone's reaction. Yeomjong-gung does not understand why such an order came. It seems that the plans have radically changed. What could have happened in such a short period of time? They will investigate the situation upon their return. They are going to rest and go back. He orders his squad to rest for a while and head back. Grandfather was very worried. The man prayed that these 2 would not turn out to be spies. The man is very unhappy that they have to go back, but he has no choice but to obey the order. At this time, a spy is hiding behind a tree. He behaves very carefully so that no one notices him. An unknown man sees a piece of paper with information on a twig. The man quietly reaches for the letter, but after a second, a sharp sword cuts off his brush. "The spy has been found! We must interrogate him!" But the spy is not going to give up. In his mouth was a capsule of poison which he used. All they had left was the corpse of the spy. It turns out that the words about the spy were true. The man opened the letter and began to read. It is difficult for them to believe that this is true. They don't want to believe it. Their leader turned out to be a traitor. Yum Chong-gun had already arrived at the scene, not yet knowing that he had been exposed. The man was surprised that his squad was not there. His subordinates only looked disappointedly at the commander's Sect while clutching the letter. Khan Sowol still did not want to accept this harsh reality. The old man just sighed heavily. The man nervously looked to the side, suspecting something. The subordinate could not believe that his commander was conducting a secret correspondence with the enemy. The man was not going to admit his guilt. What piece of paper inspires more trust in them than his 40 years of faithful service? The old man wasn't even going to listen to his pathetic excuses. Why did he do that? He sold his honor and the honor of his subordinates and comrades for his own profit. The spy began to laugh hysterically. The leaky ship began to sink little by little. Is that why he became a traitor? To become a hero or a traitor is to walk on the edge of a blade. The scoundrel did not even repent of his actions. According to the rules, the traitor will be punished on the spot. The man does not even object. A man is going to commit an execution. Meanwhile, Chongqing, in the northern forest, the temporary storage of the demonic forest. Everyone is still in shock after Yom turns out to be a spy. The man was like a brother to many. Now it is important to maintain the fighting spirit of the soldiers and not give up. Suddenly, Yudeha's voice was heard. The boy came here to do the job that our hero ordered him to do. Has it all started? Is it really that fast? 5 fiery arrows had just been fired. The Great Blade was attacking the northwest. Everyone was stunned by the fact that it turned out to be true. The heir's assumptions really turned out to be true. The man gives the floor to the main character. After the arrows were fired, all the caretakers gathered together, but no one saw the head. Judging by the fact that the old man did not appear, most likely he is in his palace. Because of the battle in the northwest, there is probably no one in the palace. They will not be able to abandon the northwest after they have taken their side. They must occupy the enemy's camp and cut off the head of the head. You have to hurry to save their allies. Yudeha found a way that is not guarded by anyone. He wants to see them through. Chin Murup prays that Yongchu and the guards will only last an hour. Great Blade Clan, Unsan Department. Yongbyun stared at the hanging head in front of him. For the slightest offense, he cut off the head of a high-ranking official without pity. It is also time for them to prepare for battle. Yung Hwagi promises to burn the demonic forest to the ground. It is necessary to hurry urgently. The man calls his son pathetic when he hears that he wants to burn the forest. The enemy invaded them. We must defend ourselves. If Yung Hwagi wasn't his son, he would also be headless. The main character and his soldiers have already arrived. The black-haired boy is happy to see Yung Hwagi. The red-haired boy is full of rage when he sees his enemy. The 800 soldiers of the main forces of the demonic forest arrived safely at the Great Blade Clan. What a joy to meet Yung Hwagi again. The young man does not understand why Chin Murup is here and not at the branch. Rudy does not understand at what moment everything went wrong. Chomugan stares at his enemy, Chief Young, with a piercing gaze. They have not seen each other for a long time. He had wanted to see him for a long time, but it seemed that Zhong did not accept his offer. So the man came by himself. Chief John was well aware that the enemy had already surrounded them. Only 100 fighters remained in the clan. Soon other opponents will visit here. The scoundrel did not think that he would encounter something like this in his own house. Yung Hwagi is going to make their way. They will change the situation if they reach the northwest. The boy's life is at stake. It should be started before the pressure becomes even stronger. A second later, the boy rushed away, trying to break through. Mugan asks our hero to leave the chapter for him. The demonic forest is now in a very advantageous position. It is enough to say the name of Chongbyun, the sacred sword of Sichuan in Murima, to understand how difficult the opponent is. But the demonic sword of destruction named Cho Mugan is no less famous. Who will win in this bloody, brutal fight? The red-haired boy deftly covers his father from the attack. The young man uses his secret technique, but the father forbids his son to use this technique. The technique cannot be shown unless he is sure that he can kill all the witnesses. It is better to die yourself. The soldiers of our hero block the way to retreat. Meanwhile, the main character couldn't forget Yung Hwagi's technique. Enemies continue to surround the large blade. Chin Murup wants to take a closer look at this technique. The uncle entered into battle with the head of the great blade. The situation is either master or gone. The loser loses everything. Young Hwagi and his subordinates formed a circle. If not taken care of, they can reach the uncle. First of all, you need to deal with Moog Inpyo, and for this you need Yu Daiha. And the boy, at this time, was trembling all over, clutching his sword tightly. He is afraid to touch and harm his comrades, but his main task now is to eliminate Moog Inpyo. Soon the guy takes care of himself. In such a situation, there can be no doubt. A second later, he, full of confidence, flies towards his enemy. And a moment later, their swords collide in combat. The young boy is determined to see things through. The other Ronin's eyes immediately widened at this. Soon, our hero called Naram and Yurim. He ordered to take half of the army and go to help the Northwest. The young man will catch up when he finishes. Grandfather calls the commander of the Black Soul Unit to him. He orders the young man not to leave the air until the battle is over. After that, the old man wishes him luck and leaves. Chin Murup watches Chapter John closely. There is something strange between his movements. It feels like he's deliberately avoiding the most effective moves. But when it came to the air, why exactly he was doing this? Horror covered his whole body. He had an urgent task for his subordinate. He threw a tablet into his hands and ordered it to be handed over to Huang Ma's department. The man only looked at the board in surprise, but it was urgent. He is sure that the heir knows what he is doing. Very soon, a subordinate ran to the head to hand over the board. The man did not understand why, but he himself did not know the answer to this question. Soon, the subordinate turned back, but when he returned, there was no one there. At this time, the fight was still going on. Chong's head had nowhere to run. Victory behind the demonic forest. The man advises them to surrender and save their men. Young Hwagi wanted to run away, but his father held him tightly by the collar. A second later, he throws his son in front of him and says he will never give up. Chief Jian simply made a human shield out of his own child. How disgusting it is. The young man clearly did not expect this from his father. The husband only says that the son should at least now prove his worth. A man cannot let his enemy escape! But the head of Jeon is already running away, leaving his son behind. He was confident that he could at least injure Cho Mugen, but nothing is finished yet. Now it is necessary to reach their forces from the northwest. Suddenly the bastard felt some kind of frightening, creepy energy. Our hero emerged from the depths of the forest. Heir of the demonic forest. Is the young man so fearless that he came here alone? He would argue which of them is truly fearless. He wondered how a clan with a history of just over 10 years was able to take over all of Chongqing. Suddenly the man felt a sharp, powerful cold. Chin Murup is here to take the 1,000-sharp jet skyblades technique from this bastard. Meanwhile, the battle between Young Hwagi and Cho Mugen continues. His father's words about him having to prove his worth are running through his head. This causes strong irritation, sadness, and, at the same time, a sense of hopelessness. Then, the red-haired boy uses all his strength to prove it to his father. Has this desperate young man decided to say goodbye to life because of his failed father? Mugan orders the head of Huang Ma to go northwest. Huang Ma obeys and leaves the Black Soul Squad to her husband. Young Hwagi seems to be about to use his secret technique. It is very difficult for him. The naked eye can see how the young man is trying. The man realizes that the boy is using reverse circulation. But this guy is not the only one. Cho Mugan can do that too. Hearing the commotion behind him, Yu Deha was slightly distracted from his battle. And at the same moment, the enemy was already preparing his attack. Moog Impyo doesn't seem to care at all that the heir is now in danger. But the man is confident that he will be able to overcome Yu Dehu quickly. But the young man is also confident in his abilities. And then, after a moment, the boy quickly approaches his opponent. It turns out that the young man has already analyzed all the movements of his enemy. The young man lands a punch that causes Moon Impyo to writhe and scream in pain. It was because of Yu Deha's heir that he was able to defeat Moog Impyo so quickly. The boy sincerely hopes that Impyo will meet a good owner in his next life. Soon he hears a familiar voice. It turns out that Cho Mugan has also finished the fight. He was dragging the exhausted boy behind him. The young man was killed by his own energy. It is hard to believe that he sacrificed himself for such a terrible father. The man will never forgive that bastard Jongbyun. A second later, he loudly addressed the Great Blade Warriors. The man announces that the heir has died and their leader has fled like a coward. Cho Mugan does not want to continue the bloodshed, so he asks for a peaceful surrender. A second later, the clatter of metal swords on the ground is heard. People with a large blade fall to their knees and drop their weapons. They bow their heads to Cho Mugan. Still, the demonic forest won this fight. Now it remains only to protect the northwest. Half of the squad has already gone there. When they find out about what happened there, the enemies will probably surrender. Cho Mugan is incredibly happy for this moment he has been waiting for so long. And all this thanks to Chin Murup. A man is grateful to his nephew. At this time, our hero is preparing for a battle with the head of Jeon. The man does not understand how the heir of the demonic forest knows such a technique. It seems that the black-haired boy is not going to answer. The boy remembers the most terrible war in the entire history of Murim, Sky War. His teacher told about the fiercest battle of the 8 stars and the alliance of the saviors of heaven. 8 stars are those who master the teacher's techniques. If a person has not lost his fear, he will stop. But if he suddenly does not, if not, then under no circumstances should this person be left alone. Monyon was the very first of the 8 stars to die. He became the first to corner the sacred dragon. The movements of Master Chong's son seemed strange to our hero, until he noticed the traces of the technique of 1,000 sharp blades of jet sky. And if they learn this technique, it becomes clear how they managed to gain power in Chongqing in just 10 years. The black boy asks who else, besides the scoundrel, knows the techniques of the 8 stars. But the man demands an answer to his question. Who really is this Chin Murup? The master cannot have a long tongue. Murup is not going to tell anything. But maybe Master Chong will still regret not answering. The young man uses the palm technique. But how will it help him at a distance? A moment later, the shockwave reached this bastard. Master Chong flew back a few meters from such a force. This is the elusive palm technique of one of the 8 stars. The man is horrified by what is happening now. Frost ran over the skin. The bastard tried his best to resist this blow. The man couldn't even think how the young man got 8-star techniques. And then after a second, there was a strong, bright explosion. But the scoundrel is not going to stop. The black-haired boy is surprised when he realizes that the enemy knows this technique too. At the same time, the subordinate wanders through the forest and continues to look for an heir. The subordinate tries his best to find an heir. It is his own fault that he did not take care of the young man. Unexpectedly, the man sees something in front of him. He hears some sounds from where no one should be. The bastard still does not give up and tries to confront our hero. This is not the Jung Byun who fought with the uncle at all. He seems to have realized that there is no point in hiding his power anymore. After his last technique, on the contrary, he shortened the distance between them. The man uses the shooting star technique. The black-haired boy laughs at his self-confidence. The geek is annoyed that he is not taken seriously. A predatory smile appears again on the main character's lips. The young man quickly approaches his enemy. Judging by the fact that Jung Byun possesses a shooting star, he knew half of it. The man tries to find out how our hero knows the palm star technique. But Chin Murup is more interested in how the enemy knows the technique of the 1,000 sharp blades of jet sky. A second later, the man gets hit. The abomination does not understand how this could happen. The man thought he was controlling the distance. But then why does the guy get even closer? Techniques require recovery time between uses, and the guy uses them again and again without a break. But the man does not think that the heir will be able to regenerate his strength so quickly. Then, the boy was about to throw a punch, but the man quickly brought his sword forward to block. Even if the scoundrel has learned absolutely all the sacred techniques, without talent there is no point in it. Then, our hero uses 1,000 mundane hands. Sickle fist! The man screamed in pain. There was no strength even to scream. But the young man does not think that this is too strong a blow, because one guy survived a blow much stronger than this. The man is experiencing this blow extremely hard. The abomination thinks he can withstand the pain if he protects the energy pathways. But the problem is that yin energy penetrates even cysts. The air is endowed with heavenly yin. The man deliberately allows the man to strike in order to catch his breath. From this blow, he flies several meters back. The man could not even stand on his feet. It's time to restore your energy. The man plans to do it, but Chin Murup is already in front of him. Apparently, the man is surprised that the boy ended up here so quickly. The heir explains that he still has the step technique. A second later, he delivers an incredibly powerful kick. The abomination looks at him in fear. Who the hell is he? The black-haired boy is the original, unlike him. A man cannot win. It's easier to give up. But the scoundrel isn't going to do that. He would rather die, but with pride. He doesn't care who Chin Murup is. Chapter Jong will kill him here and now, at any cost. The man doesn't seem to care what the technician's roots are because he uses reverse circulation. The man plans to take this brat to hell with him. Judging by the desperate actions of this bastard, he was going to die. Energetic confrontation takes away a lot of inner strength. The main character thinks about what technique he should use. The man stopped being like himself, feeling as if consciousness had left him. Finally, it reaches the black-haired boy. The main character rushes to run away, because he understands that the scoundrel will die even without his help. Such insolence enrages the monster. The abomination runs after his opponent, so they can continue their fight. He does not consider the man a warrior, because he abandoned his son himself and left him to die. It seems that such a bastard has no understanding of what family is. He is not an idiot to fight someone who will kill himself in the end. In the battle with his uncle, Jung Byung received internal damage, so it is enough to run with him for about half an hour. The main thing is to draw his attention to himself, so that he does not get to the people of the demonic forest. The boy feels sorry for the man because he continues to pursue him. But Chinmurup likes balanced decisions. Unexpectedly, one of our hero's subordinates appeared. The bastard was approaching our hero. His subordinate appeared very late. The subordinate is going to intercede for his heir, and so after a second, the boy took the hit on himself. He immediately felt such a great difference in strength on himself. The abomination plans to tear his enemies to pieces. A second later, our hero uses the elusive palm technique. The man is shocked when he sees such power of the master. The black boy says he will do everything himself. Was this strong blow to Master Chong inflicted by the heir? They cannot lose the person who will give the clan a bright future. But Chinmurup is not going to obey. The subordinate watches their fight in shock. A lot of debris was scattered around. The bastard thinks our hero is going to lose now. The man is already savoring his victory. But unexpectedly, a sword appeared in the hands of the main character. The black-haired boy had only studied 1,000 jet-sky sharp blades. The bastard prepares to parry his opponent's blow. But unexpectedly, the sword ended up on a completely different side. Blood splattered. The man did not understand how this was possible. He changed his motion before the swords collided. This is masterful control of energy and lightning strikes. This is the final part of this technique. Their battle will soon come to an end. A second later, the black boy quickly strikes the bastard, chopping him to shreds. The bastard screams in excruciating pain. He did not see Chinmurup's steps, nor the movement of his sword. Is this definitely the same heir? The boy was born with the characteristic of heavenly yin, so everything inside him begins to become covered with ice when the power is used incorrectly. But thanks to the heavenly yang pill, he manages to hold back the flow of yin energy. To some, it looks like a gift, but to the boy, it is nothing more than a curse. All he sees now is a pacifier trying to take control of all of Chongqing, a monster that possesses the sword, fist, and palm star techniques. There is only one answer: the head of the clan of 8 emperors. He thinks it is his student, but Chinmurup denies it. Chinmurup agrees to answer his question if he gets an answer to his own. The man admits that he was taught these secret techniques by the head of the 8 emperors. Sword Star Monyon died at the hands of a sacred dragon in the Mudan Mountains right before the start of the war. The man did not serve the 8-star clan, but the Sword Star. His dream was to defeat the sacred dragon and take over the whole world with its techniques. The end of this scoundrel is truly pathetic. The surviving followers of the clan of 8 emperors, who painted the earth red. Those who opposed the war gathered under the banner of Sanshon, and others, like Jongbyun, lived by hiding their true face. Despite the fact that 30 years had passed since the battle in the sky, the valley was still visited by those who wanted to avenge past grudges. Suddenly, the boy felt a sharp pain inside the chest. It seems that the young man went a little too far. He grimaces in pain. The guy orders his subordinate to stand guard. A second later, a bright blue layer of energy appears in his hands. The black man is busy renewing his energy. The subordinate is shocked by the power of the air. Was he just hiding such power all this time? There must be a reason for this, and the man trusts his master. After a few seconds, the young man realizes that he has progressed. This time, he managed to restore his energy balance much faster. There is a possibility that very soon he will be able to remove the restrictions and get full power. Some more time passed. Finally, the sun came out. All this hell is over. The young man tells his subordinate to take the corpse of Master Chan with him. The time has come to put an end to this war. Surprisingly, the war ended without a hitch. The goal of the Western leadership was not victory, but survival. The reinforcements from the demonic forest managed to reach their destination in time. After the enemies saw the head of their master, they immediately laid down their weapons. The Great Blade and the Demon Forest. Everyone sincerely rejoiced at the victory. They managed it. The battle for power is finally over. The next day came. The captives have been gathered, and the leadership of the Northwest is dealing with the injured. Most of the prisoners are Ronin or warriors of fallen clans. Yudea carefully follows our hero's every move. He looks at him curiously. In the end, Chinmurup kept his promise. He is a really outstanding person. After a second, the boy bows and turns to our hero. He wants to express his gratitude and respect to him. Black clearly likes it. Yudea asks permission to ask Chinmurup a question. The goal of capturing Chongqing has been accomplished. What is the main character's next goal? The guy's about to answer, but he doesn't think the subordinate will believe it. The mention of his future goal brought a warm smile to his face. His next goal is to fulfill what everyone wants. Yuda just looks at his master in surprise, questioning. They will deal with everything bit by bit until the day comes when the demonic forest returns to its former glory. Shivarin reported that the head of the clan was looking for an heir. Hearing about this, the young man is going to the chapter. Varin promised not to tell about what he saw in the forest, so he had to lie to his uncle. He made up a tale about being saved by some mysterious martial artist. It is not known how the uncle will take this trick. At this time, our hero has already come to a chapter. Everyone present was already waiting for him. They were even visited by people from the northwest to celebrate the victory. Everyone praises our hero. They were working out some issues with the northwest. They received 3 million silver from the Great Blade, 1 million of which they donated to the restoration of the northwest. Everyone around is very happy, and the main character is noticed. The young man wonders why he was called here. It turns out that the young man is going to be rewarded for his merits. After a second, the man stood up and solemnly began to read the contents of the letter. The boy's actions brought colossal changes to the future of the demonic forest. And from that moment, Chinmarip is appointed commander of the Shining Dragon Squad. This is an independent unit that does not have a physical point. Now, he will follow the orders of our hero. Grandfather tries to hint to the boy not to forget about formalities. After a second, the young man bows in gratitude and accepts it. After that, he is given the commander's seal and the Sword of Silver Light. This sword has a special symbolism. Our hero's mother used it. This sword was the only thing his grandfather couldn't get rid of after parting with his daughter. What's more, his mother was also part of the Shining Dragon Squad. At the age of 16, she eliminated 3 enemy forces, for which she was appointed as the sitting commander of the Shining Dragon Squad. The black-haired boy is willing to accept the will of his fallen for the future prosperity of the unit. Of course, prosperity is a good thing. But, most likely, the father wanted the boy to win the love of others. Accommodation for the detachment is prepared in the peaceful light tent. Everyone congratulates our hero on becoming a commander. Everyone present is sincerely happy for the young man. They welcome him. After hearing the greetings, the boy is about to leave. A second later, the 2 old men start whispering to each other. They think, shouldn't the young man have been warned about the composition of the squad? He will manage himself. Yudiha had heard others say that the composition of our hero's squad was unusual. As far as is known, these people previously served in a large blade and held commanding positions. Most likely these people are not friendly, because Chinmarip is the reason for the decline of the Great Blade. In other words, these unfortunates were deprived of bread and forced to work for a stranger. The guy understands that if you put such people in the commanding positions of their clan, there will definitely be those who disagree. Is it true that only the main character can exercise them? Finally, the boys came to the right place. First, you need to get to know them. As soon as the door opens, everyone in the room looks at the person who is about to enter. Black and the young man carefully glides his gaze over each of the boys. He doesn't know any of the people present, but they look pretty awful nonetheless. Punyong immediately understood that the heir had come to visit them. Chinmarip presented himself as a great strategist and a real cutie. Malashka, who radically changed the military position, swayed the northwestern clans to his side, won the mind games against Yunghwagi, and wiped the Great Blade off the face of the earth. Yudeha listened to this same praise with a sarcastic expression on his face, and then introduced himself. The past must be left in the past. Now 6 they are part of the demonic forest. Our hero oozes creepiness. He seems to be asking for it, but he says in an imperative manner that he be respected. Those present only look at him with curiosity and contempt. The building was badly needed, but now people will live here again, so it needs to be cleaned. Punyong just looked at his now commander in silence, as if trying to read him. No matter how much they like it, they have to follow their commander's orders. They split up. Someone went for rags and someone for water. Our hero did not expect them to be so obedient. In fact, they simply have no choice. Chinmarip doesn't care about their past achievements. You have to be strict with people like them. Most of the prisoners joined the various organizations of the demonic forest. The boy is glad that he was sent here. You don't need to worry much here. Punyan, better known by the nickname Lightning Sword. Judging by the appearance, the type has character. Hankyung is well versed in the art of the one-time sword. They led the squads in a large blade. A tall boy named Jucho is a spearmaster. Huyong is an excellent archer of short stature. And this clean-shaven man named Young Yu uses a stick in battle. Despite their young age, they are true masters of their craft. Now, our hero has to re-educate these guys. Everything got the main character. All he wants now is just to rest. Our hero ordered someone else to educate these young men. Parabok doesn't understand who he is talking about. At this time, subordinates talk about their current leader. There is no point in blaming others. They have only themselves to blame for the decline of their clan. Everyone is actively discussing why their clan has declined. Suddenly, someone hits the archer on the head. He certainly did not expect this. The young man began to quickly look around to see who had done it. The burly Yongchu was already towering over him. Hu Yong is the face in charge of attacking the northwest. His former squad was destroyed. From today, the bright red-haired boy is their supervisor. Yudeha understood what our hero was saying about Yongchu. Yongchu was displeased that this young man used swear words in front of his elders. Yudeha sighed heavily. This is called subordination. The friend stood up for the boy and said that they were the same age, but the redhead found it hard to believe. Then Yongchu turned to Jonyu, whom he called a monk, and asked if they were really the same age. But the shaved man only replied that he was not a monk and spat. Then why did he shave his head? Turns out he just lost his hair. The red-haired boy has a real talent for annoying people. At this time, our hero thinks whether what he sees is left over from his predecessors. Something was scratched on the wall. It is immediately clear whose handwriting it is. The young man hopes that his mother is watching him and is proud that he has become the commander of the Shining Dragons. The black boy finished reading the scratched text and fell silent. Now it became clear to him, to whom he went so proud and self-righteous. He appointed Yu Daihu as the vice commander and Yong Chu as the defender. None of the rank and file opposed these 5 becoming commanders of subgroups. Our hero perfectly understands that this 5 will make sense. The young man ordered the first group to go forward, and they followed the order. Its commander was Pun Yong. Chinmurup ordered Yongchu to fight behind the first squad. The condition was not to kill anyone. The red-haired slayer was already fired up with this idea. He was going to make a cripple out of the group, but was slapped by the master. Yongchu is not going to do this task under such conditions and asked to hand it over to Yu Dehu. But the master says that he is a weakling. The boy understands that he planned to give him this task from the very beginning, and this was a simple provocation. Pogyan is annoyed when he hears that only one person will be fighting them. This is kind of absurd. But Chinmurup asks to take their vice commander seriously, because he was the one who killed Mogempio. And so the boys are going to start a fight. In the Great Blade, Pun Yong was considered one of the best fighters. Even in a one-on-one fight, he is not an easy opponent, so the boy decides to use his subordinates against him. The blonde boy quickly runs to one of the enemies. A second later, he grabbed one of his subordinates and turned him into a human shield. The guy is very unhappy with this. Does he have no pride? But will pride alone help in victory? If a man wants to achieve something, sometimes he has to wallow in shit. The main character smiles gently, realizing that this is his school. The protagonist orders the other subgroups to do the same. This should be done every day. That day was the beginning of murderous training. Against Yongchu, they fought with weapons, but they never managed to win even once. After a few days, all of them have forgotten what pride is. In this way, a month passed, and the peaceful life slowly ended. At the crossroads of summer and autumn, the head of the demonic forest entrusted the squad with the first task. At this time, in the demonic forest, meeting hall, finally the heir arrived. The boy came in and kindly greeted everyone. Uncle asked how his new squad was. Everything is normal. Due to the fact that these warriors previously held important positions in the Great Blade, it can be difficult to work with them due to their pride. Our hero immediately realized that something had happened. He was asked about Yurim, but he had not seen her yet. They will see each other on the next mission. It will be very difficult. His wife's family is now in the vicinity of Pajin, and it takes about 10 days to get there. It is necessary to find the father-in-law and brother-in-law who have disappeared. The boy looks at the man in surprise. Are they really gone? There are a lot of rumors going around the city right now. Some say that it is the handiwork of Sanshan, and others suspect Blood Sky Sura and the Demon of Madness. Together with our heroes, 4 great evils emerge. If this is the work of the 3 great evils, do not be ashamed to ask for help. In terms of strength, they are not inferior to 10 stronger warriors. In the process of transferring the disciples of the demonic forest, the old man realized that they were learning new knowledge at a brilliant speed. But this is not enough to fight the masters of martial arts. Then they are on their way right now, because it is not known whether the victims are alive or not. The uncle and the old man wish the heir good luck. A second later, the boy heads for the exit, promising to return soon. At night, he meets with Jin Huan and says that they don't have enough information about Murim. We need to learn more about the Sichuan masters. Co Jinwan asks if the heir needs protection. Yongchu will take care of this, although he is stupid, but not completely. There is still no news from Manhwa. Sanshan represents all worldly mountains and rivers. However, those who have been involved in robberies will not change in a second. Sanshon pursues the goal of coexistence with Murim. Sanshon hasn't touched anyone all this time, so why bring him here now? All this incredibly irritated the heir. Some new problems appeared constantly. Seo Jinhwan wanted to help, but Seo Jinhwan assured him that everything was fine. Punyun and the others have endured the abuse for a month. The whole body hurts. And Young-yu seems to be completely indifferent to this. Now he is busy meditating. The man is just grateful that he can live. He seems to be in his own world. Ju Cho would not like to die here, because after his service, he had plans to open a small shop. Hu Yang shows everyone the jewelry his sister gave him. The boy promised to bring her new clothes if he returned. Han Gyo reassured them by explaining that the vice commander and the protector were not going to kill them, and that this was just a normal training. A second later, the Commander 6 bursts into the room from his feet and orders everyone to move forward. Han Gyo looks at the commander with a displeased face. The black boy is hurrying everyone, because there is not enough time. When he hit Yong-yu on the head, he looked at his palm in surprise. His head is like a baby's butt, just as smooth. And soon, a squad of shining dragons set off. They were 57 people. The journey takes 10 days, but Chin Murip is determined to make it in 6. Yudaha and Yanchu look at their commander with affection. The horses run fast. 6 days pass. The squad is already at the entrance to the outskirts of Pajin. At this time, rumors that the demonic forest had destroyed the Great Blade clan began to spread here as well. According to gossip, the plan for victory was devised by the heir of the demonic forest. And Tanryowi thinks that they will find out about it very soon. She explains that the demonic forest is the in-laws of the Jeong family, so they cannot know what happened. If Sanchon's head is involved, they should contact the Flower Bell and wait for reinforcements. Is Tang Ryohwa not equal to him? The girl is just worried about the lady. But if the Mountain King is involved in the incident, she wants to make sure of it for herself. According to the teacher, the warriors of the Silver Valley are stronger than the commanders of other clans. Even the Flower Bell could not resist him without help. One cannot close one's eyes if the son of the head of the 8 emperors became the ruler of the Silver Valley. There were rumors of an invincible monster that drained the yin energy from its enemies. They were distributed by a company that conceded to Sancho's position. Maybe what she's worried about is also the usual gossip of this company. Sanchon stated that they strive for coexistence with the rest of the world. After that, the security level of trade trips increased significantly. The real face of the leader remains in question. It seems to the girl that they can commit a bloody massacre. She is skeptical of gossip, but it should not be ignored. This is the task of their clan. The girls hear the sound of hooves behind them. It seems that these warriors are not from here. Then they decide to use a cloaking technique. They are not worried, because even one of 10 stronger warriors will not suspect anything. A black-haired boy looks intently at these women as he drives by. The girls are sure that no one saw them. But of course, both Chin Murip, Yu Deha, and Yong Chu saw these girls. The redhead noticed that they were very beautiful. It seems those girls are going to Pajun. When they arrive, he asks Yu Dehu to put a few people in front of those strangers. He asks to do this because one of them was under a disguise. Yudaha is surprised because he has never felt anything like this. Our hero explains that the texture of the skin was slightly disturbed. This can only be done on purpose. Well, or she has problems with her face. The evening came, and the boys finally arrived at the right place. It was very surprising that there was no one outside. As if robbers had recently visited here. They are going to the John family. When they arrive, they will let the horses rest, and they will also rest a little. Is the Faceless King really behind this? Why then did Sanchon expand their sphere of influence? Such actions somehow do not fit with how Sanchon existed until this moment. Some of the subordinates think that this is a joke of a mad demon. Some people think that it was a faceless mountain king, but no one guesses that the king is Chin Murip. But it is really strange. There is no one in this neighborhood who can spread gossip about him. And deserted streets say that abductions happen here or a murderer is on the prowl. Suddenly, one of the sentries named Cha Hui notices the unfamiliar soldiers. The old man explains that they came from Chongqing. The Shining Dragon Squad is here under the orders of the head of the demonic forest. Everyone was waiting for them, but they arrived earlier than expected. The boy ordered all subgroups to rest, and he himself plans to go to his aunt. At the moment, the lady is replacing the head of Jeon, so she has no way to return to the demonic forest. Chin Murip and Yudeha walk into Madame Jeon's palace and say hello. The woman is happy to see them. Young Inryeon is impressed by their bravery. She would have offered them tea, but because of the cessation of supplies, their situation had deteriorated greatly. Chin Murip was surprised that he saw almost no people on the way to the estate. Jung and Ryon explains that they continue to find the bodies of their warriors. Father and brother were returning from the capital at that time. 50 li to the west is the hollow of the deep soul. It was there that people disappeared. They searched the hollow, but found nothing. As many as 20 elite warriors accompanied the trading company. The young man asks, have they not sometimes received a message? When they had lost all hope of finding the missing alive, a message with a corpse arrived at the estate. 3 million silver coins are demanded from them. The young man reads the contents of the letter. The handwriting is rough, but there is strength in it. If the author knows martial arts, then he has definitely reached an excellent level in this. The killers asked for something they couldn't give them. They said they would send 1 corpse a day until they paid the money. Recently, the 5th corpse came to them. You can't pull. The guy is sure that Jung and Ryan was very scared, but she is a strong woman and still holds on. Most likely, the kidnappers took into account the fact that the Chong family and the demonic forest are matchmakers. Chinmarip promises that the Shining Dragon Squad will return their people safe and sound. They wish each other luck, and the boys head for the exit. Right now, they are moving on to the search. He orders Yude to call all the commanders, and when the young man was leaving the room, a little girl bumped into him with all her might. The girl says that he used the hammer technique right in front of the heiress. Judging by the fact that he does not know this girl, he is just a pathetic pawn. The girl's name is Cho Yurim, and she is sure that soon the whole world will lie at her feet. She is the only daughter of the head of the demonic forest. Parubak wonders how such calm parents grew up with such a rascal. I wonder where the girl's front teeth are. She wanted to exchange them for goodies, but something went wrong. It's amazing that she jokes in such a situation. Cho Yurin doesn't understand why cry because it won't change anything. If she's sad, the people around her will be too. The girl immediately understood that he was an heir from Chongqing. The young man asked to be called Hyungnim. The girl is very happy to meet you. After saying goodbye, they leave. The young guy says they are leaving in 2 hours. Yudeha is shocked. Did the heir already understand something? If it is not an ordinary kidnapping but a hostage-taking, it is necessary to act in the same way as during the incident with the branch. The evening came. The team gathered for the search. It is necessary to act secretly, to check whether some stranger bought food or something else. Every detail is important. Hostages need to be fed something, so everything related to food should be checked. Their task is to save the head of John and his son. It is necessary to do without victims. It is also necessary to meet with the hunters and find out whether anyone found bones in the mountains, and whether the game disappeared from the traps. Chinmarip seems to have no obstacles. At such moments, he becomes a completely different person. The main thing is not the punishment of the kidnappers, but the rescue of the hostages. After giving orders, the mission begins. Hangyo had already sent several people after the girls they saw on the way here. Then, first you will have to meet with them. Chinmarip is going to go to them. He leaves Yudeha with the group commanders and takes Yongchu with him. Do those girls really have that much energy? They said that these girls entered the tavern. It seems that Yongchu is hungry and wants a drink. Suddenly, the black-haired boy sees some movement to the side. On the roof, they saw one of the girls they had seen earlier. It seems as if she is very scared and running away from someone. She realized that this stranger looked at her from such a distance. If it's not a coincidence, then this guy is really dangerous. She is in a hurry to give everything to the head. But our hero and Yongchu were already behind her and scared her to death. At this time, Tang Ryohua is waiting for his girlfriend. Suddenly, the girl hears her friend's voice behind her. Finally, she came. Tang Ryohua looks at her with hopeful eyes. But next to her are 2 strangers, Chinmarip and Yongchu. They caught the girl. But how can this be, if even 10 stronger warriors cannot recognize the Sojon technique? Are these 2 strangers really that strong? The black-haired boy was not going to answer her questions. Chinmarip lets Yongchu order whatever he wants. Then the young man once again offers the girls to drink with them, and after a while, they are all sitting at the same table. The guy apologizes for the harassment. They came from the demonic forest to investigate the case of the disappearance of the Jeon family. Officially, the young man is the commander of the Shining Dragon Squad, but some call him the heir. Tang Ryohua realized that this was the same guy who came up with the plan to destroy the blade. It was no accident that he recognized the Sojong technique. With abilities like that, it's no wonder he was able to destroy the blade. The girls are told that they want to make inquiries about the disappearance incident. The young man asks why they didn't visit the John estate then. The girl does not want to be interrogated as a criminal. He's here to solve this case, so it's normal to be suspicious of strangers. The girl says that they themselves have just arrived in the city, so they cannot be murderers. But the boys do not know this. Tang Ryohua just looks at him with an annoyed look. There is a tense atmosphere in the room, and only Yongchu is eating calmly. Soon, the girl admits that they want to meet with a person who may be involved in this. The girls agree to cooperate. Now they are looking for the main suspect, a specific person. They are looking for a faceless mountain king. If he is not the criminal, they will have to leave. The black guy asks why they should meet him, because there are rumors that he is the son of the deceased head of the clan of 8 emperors. Chin Murup can barely hold back his anger at such nonsense. And if the gossip turns out to be true, the girls will report it to the top. The girl says that they are from the Lotus Peak, the 7th group of unification. Actually, it's her mother's clan. She lied. Chin Murup immediately bit the lie. The celestial battle ended several decades ago, but some masters still visit the Silver Valley, and the 7th group of unification belongs to such people. The guy decides to keep the girls close to watch. It is impossible for the plan to go under the cat's tail. Chin Murup promises them a meeting with the king, but they must act according to his instructions for the safety of the hostages. He leaves them at the Jean estate for the night. He tells them to come tomorrow morning. The girl wants to ask the last question, but the young guy cuts her off. She clearly did not expect such directness. The next day came. One of the guards met the girls to show them off. Rumors are already circulating in the streets that a 6th corpse was found today. The Shining Dragon commander had already begun to investigate the matter. This is already the 6th victim. How can they look into the eyes of the families of the victims? Nevertheless, thanks to a new victim, a clue appeared. Perhaps they will be able to catch the criminals. Looking at the body of the deceased Huan 6, one can say that the enemy did not leave behind all the traces. As a method of killing, he chose strangulation in order to hide his technique. Pale skin indicates that a person has not seen the light for a long time. Most likely, about 4 hours have passed since the death. The body was found near public houses not far from the Chong estate. In other words, the kidnapper's hideout is about a 4-hour drive from here. Of the nearest caves in which you can hide, there is only the hollow of the deep soul. The enemy should have already learned about the arrival of their detachment. Starting today, they will search all points in the area of the hollow. At this time, the girls arrived. He introduced them to Mrs. Inrian. The women greeted each other politely. They go to discuss the future plan over a cup of tea. Yeonchu wastes no time and offers Seo Jeon to drink tea too, but she immediately turns him down. At this time, the men search the area of the hollow. They agree to meet in 8 hours. You have to hurry. The men spent the whole day searching. The sun was slowly hiding behind the horizon, and soon it completely hid behind him. Yu Deha is worried about Hu Yong's group because they are delayed. Unexpectedly, behind his back, the boy feels someone's creepy presence. Is this the kidnapper of the head of the John clan? Maybe it is. The unknown asks what Yu Deha is doing here. Yu Deha is sure that the enemy already knows that he is from the demonic forest. If anyone else comes here 6, he will definitely kill them. It is better for a young man to sacrifice himself than to kill someone else. Yu Deha bluffs, saying that he was waiting for a criminal here on purpose. He introduces himself as the vice commander of the Shining Dragon. But if the stranger tells his name, then he will have to kill the boy. Each master has a special energy, and if he cannot master it, he will be without a head even before he shows himself. This is the difference between a criminal and a master. The mysterious stranger is about to say his name, but disappears after a moment. His name is Akwikon. With these words, he finds himself behind the young man. This is the Sura of the Bloody Sky. A moment later, red blood splatters on the ground. After some time, Commander Huyong finds a piece of Yude's uniform and realizes that someone has attacked him. The fabric was cut very carefully, which means that the vice commander left them a signal. The situation is critical. If the vice commander died in just 15 minutes, then such an opponent is beyond their teeth. Yu Deha signaled them to flee. They are going to return to Piyon to warn all the commanders. Whoever gets to the district first must tell Inrian about it. In the eastern part of the hollow of the Deep Soul, the vice commander disappeared. Judging by the traces left behind, they are dealing with one of the 3 evils. They need the help of the head of the demonic forest. Chin Murup explains that if 2 people join the case, they can handle it in 2 days. Our hero offers to arrange a small performance. The enemy invested a great deal of time in waiting for the silver. How will a person feel if he suddenly has someone who wants to steal 3 million? And he is not talking about some serious enemy, but about a bunch of strangers who are passing by. They must master the technique of light walking to escape with the hostages. And our hero has already found such people, Tan Ryohwa and Sejong. When the girl heard about it, she got angry. Chin Murup has seen her friend's running technique, and it's pretty good. Moreover, if the Mountain King is really involved in the case, they will be able to catch him. Having heard about such a possibility, The girl agrees to take on herself and her friend the role of thieves. If they manage to save the captives, Inryon is ready to provide any help. They start tomorrow morning before dawn. Tanryohwa notices that the air is very no-nonsense and pragmatic. At this time, a frightened Huyang knocked on the door. He ran in with the news that Yu Deha had disappeared into the hollow. That's not all. According to Ju Cho, in a few days, clothes with skin disappeared from the village. This village is about a 4-hour drive from here. They will go there tomorrow. Huyang is shocked that Chin Murup isn't going to start searching right now. If even Yu Deha couldn't handle it, then Huyang definitely shouldn't get into it. Our hero is sure that everything will be fine with Yu Deha. The enemy just needed a captive from the demonic forest. The guy is not one to die so easily. Meanwhile, an exhausted and battered Yu Deha hangs from a rope in a dank room that appears to be a cave. The boy could not even think that he would lose in 15 minutes. But at least he remained alive. When Yu Deha opened his eyes, he saw next to him the head of the John clan whom they were looking for. He was hanging on the ropes nearby. Parubik introduces himself and says that he has arrived with a squad of shining dragons. The man had never heard of it. This squad was created very recently from the masters of the fallen Great Blade clan. He asks the man not to worry, because great warriors have arrived in the city to save him. Judging by the fact that Yu Deha was caught alive, he was fighting with Akwichon. Each of the 3 great evils is strong on its own, but that's not the main problem. The problem is precisely that now they work together. A second later, thieves entered the cave. You must not make a sound. Yu Deha hears the voices of 2 people. Have they really joined forces? They walk deep into the cave, talking about the demonic forest. They talk about Yu Deha, who was caught today. A fight with the demonic forest can turn into an annoying problem. They don't want to rush to let them suffer and break their heads. The next day came. Everyone was going to search. Yeon Sojung played the role of the robber perfectly. The girls watched Yeon Sejong's unparalleled performance with admiration. The girls' task was to kidnap all the members of the John family. Only Yong Chu and the Shining Dragon subgroup commanders knew that this was a performance. The soldiers asked to release the hostages and surrender. Now they have 2 of the Chong family and 3 million silver in their hands. The heir is more than sure that the criminals will show up. They have no other choice. It's disgusting and vile, but it should work nonetheless. First, they will wait until the rumors spread around the neighborhood. And in the evening, they will set off. Now he understood why the Great Blade had fallen. Chin Murup hands Punyan the bag and tells him to count as if there is money in it. The main thing is not to lose. The main character is not going to tell what is inside. He says that now the group will be led by Punyan. Chin Murup will go to the village at this time to return the hostages while the fighting is going on here. The worst scenario is if the 3 great evils turn out to be enemies. Even with Yongchu, they would only be able to buy a little time. The black man reminds that their main task is to return alive. Soon, everyone starts working. Everyone divided according to their duties. The main character relies on Yongchu, trusting him with his life. They are obliged to prove themselves in this matter in order to continue to follow the commander. If their abilities are accepted in the Shining Dragon, they will be able to rise even higher. The night has come. One of the enemies is looking at the full moon. The man is angry. He is not going to give his money to someone else. He wants to kill everyone and search them, but that way they can get into a lot of trouble. Some want bloody money for a great cause. Others run from side to side, hoping to reach greater heights. And others are chasing a mysterious thief. Just a day after the gathering of masters, each of them pursues his goal. There was a calm that foreshadowed a real storm. The full moon illuminated the forest. It was clear that the enemy would come here very soon. Unfortunately, Tang Ryowa's skills were not enough to know if there were pursuers behind them. Chin Murup is sure that the enemy will appear. Young Inryon was still tied up, but she didn't care. The main thing is that the plan works. Suddenly, Tang Ryohwa sees that the little girl is shaking. She calms Cho Yurin down because she thinks she's shaking with fear, but she's not. She does this so that the enemy does not suspect anything. Suddenly, the enemies have already arrived. It was a squad of shining dragons that had come to reclaim Miss Chong and her daughter. They began to play a wonderful acting scene. Until they make sure that the captives are alive, the kidnappers will not receive any funds. A second later, Tang Ryohwa puts a knife to Inryong's throat, scaring the woman. It seems that it will be necessary to get rid of one of the prisoners. The girls continue to play the role. The girl looked at Seo-jeon, because she was clearly better at acting. It is better not to kill anyone. A second later, Cho Yurim takes control of the situation and starts naturally crying, telling them to give them the money. So-yun was surprised at how well the girl played. Punyan even began to doubt that it was all a game. He gives the bag that our hero gave him. The girl orders to throw the bag in her hands. A moment later, Punyong throws the bag towards Tang Ryowa. Enemies are waiting for a decisive moment to end the case. The one who jumps out of the shadows is the enemy. Everything happened exactly as the heir predicted. The enemy appeared from the shadows. Tang Ryowa quickly thrusts his blade into this bag, causing it to explode. It turns out it was a trap. The bag contained a highly effective poison. Punyong knew that the bag was definitely not money, but the situation was so absurd that he was at a loss for words. Punyong announced that their enemy is the man in black. Their main goal is to protect the entire Chan clan. A strong wind began to rise around the criminal. His eyes glowed bright red. A powerful energy imbued with a thirst for murder was immediately felt. It was Bloodskusura Akvishon. Too bad it's not King of the Mountain. But now's not the time to think about it. At this time, in the village of Baekeo, the outskirts of Pakjun, Chin Murip thinks there will be some unexpected twists and turns in the plan. But overall, everything should go well. It takes 4 hours to travel from Jeong Manor, and a pale corpse that has not seen the sun for a long time. The black man thinks that their hideout is most likely underground. Their lair must be the darkest and creepiest place in the neighborhood. The main character quickly finds such a cave, and thinks that hostages may be hidden here. The young man enters the cave, surprised that there is only one entrance. Suddenly, Chin Murip felt something strange. A moment later, someone's attack flew at him like lightning. Did the killer stay here? Or were there more than 2 enemies? The enemy starts talking to him, but the protagonist asks to appear from the shadows. But the ghostly killer of the night was not going to show his face. His name is Cho Yang. If the boy voluntarily leaves here, then he will not kill him. The criminal uses the broken soul technique, a technique that allowed him to even kill Cho Kwanghyum's Blood Sea sword. Chin Murip takes out the blade with which he tried to kill him and prepares for battle. Suddenly, Cho Yan stopped feeling our hero's energy, or has she disappeared? Energy recognition is the basis of the fundamentals of killing techniques. If you lose energy in the dark, the battle is lost. Cho Yang tries to concentrate to feel his enemy's energy again. Cho Yan did not know what techniques this unknown young man possessed. You can't relax in this fight, because both of them will need one blow to kill the enemy. Cho Yang understood this perfectly. You have to get a hold of yourself. This is a battle of attrition, so you need to pull yourself together. It didn't take long for Cho Yan to sense his impending defeat a second time. The moment he closed his eyes for a second and opened them again, he first noticed his severed brush lying on the ground. The man drags the wound, saying that it is too early to give up. The enemy aimed at the throat, not the hand. He plans his next move. But after a moment, Chin Murip appeared behind him, smelling blood. He put the dagger to his throat. If Cho Yang doesn't want to die, then he should shut up. A black-haired boy deftly twirls a dagger in his hand. He sticks a knife in his shoulder. If Cho Yang screams, he will be left without a second hand. The enemy blinked, answering the question of whether there were prisoners inside. It meant yes. The criminal began to introduce himself in a trembling voice. The man starts to scream, but our hero plunges the dagger deeper into his shoulder. All the hostages are safe and deep in the cave. They only blocked their inner energy. He says that Sura of the Bloody Sky is also conspiring with him. Chin Murip asks why they did this shit. The two of them have too many enemies. They wanted to leave behind a life of running. But the mad demon is not with them. They didn't even see each other. This means that the Shining Dragon has now met with Sura. The man took these 3 million silvers from the Northern Current Sword clan. The protagonist confiscates these funds. Cho Yang wants to know who he lost to. When Cho Yan shifted his gaze to the unknown, he realized that it was a faceless mountain king. Chin Murip immediately cut his throat. This bastard bullied many girls during his life. No conscience at all? Cho Yang tries to scream, but all that comes out as wheezing and coughing. A second later, the thief falls dead. Our hero leaves him behind. Inside Chin Murip, there is a constant struggle between 2 energies, yin and yang. But today, they are very calm. After the battle with Jeon Byun, his condition improved greatly. Now, you don't have to hold back so much. The protagonist rushed deep into the cave, shouting Yu Deha's name. The boy heard the heir's voice. Did he defeat one of the enemies? The young man could not even think that the master could defeat one of the 3 great evils. But if this is true, it changes everything. He remembered how Chin Murip had said that he was one of the top 10 masters in the world. He remembered how they laughed after that. Wasn't he joking then? After a moment, Yu Deha begins to shout loudly and respond to the master's voice. The people of the Jin family, who were not far away, had lost a little weight, but they were alive and well. They were grateful to the heir. It would seem that the task is over, but that is not all. The captives decided to return to the estate, and the boys still had work to do. After a second, the boys rushed away and said goodbye to their former hostages. That thief who guarded the cave called himself the Phantom Killer of the Night. Yudeha is shocked to realize that the heir defeated such a strong opponent in just 15 minutes without sustaining any injuries. He could not imagine that the young man was so powerful. There is only one warrior of their age who can overcome the 3 great evils, son of Tang Soryon. He became one of the 7 lords of Murim at the age of 20. No matter how strong the lord is, he will never surpass the heir. Meanwhile, a battle is raging in the Valley of the Deep Soul. The enemy uses the Blood Demon technique, Blood Sea Demon Blade, but Yongchu still bravely holds the punch. Tang Ryowa sees that warrior Yan has already received many wounds, but is still holding on. It's amazing that it's still holding up. But now Akwichan is in danger, because the poison he inhaled should already start working. The enemy recognizes the strength of his enemies, but is not going to surrender. Even if Akwichan is poisoned, he only has 80% power against them. No one can see the Silver Valley equipment, but now CHP. He's confused that these girls might learn a secret technique. A second later, Akwichan approached Yongchu, preparing to deal with him. Yongchu could barely hold on. A second later, the young man starts coughing up blood. Now, Akwichan decides to end the girls. Tang Ryowa was worried when she saw the enemy approaching her friend. He knew that they were all together with the Chong family. Punyan warns that the scoundrel is targeting the mistress. The warriors were ready to defend them to the end. The enemy is ready to fight back and go to the end. A second later, the warriors begin to choke on their own blood. This scoundrel will finish off everyone in his path. And after a moment, this bastard grabbed Choyurim. The girl screamed loudly. "This scoundrel took a child hostage! He has nothing human at all!" If the girls want to see this little girl's corpse, they better hurry up and follow him. The enemy grabs the girl and runs away, promising to return and kill everyone here. Tan Ryohwa is worried. At least Sojeon should have been placed next to Inryan, but she wouldn't have helped. Panyong wanted to gather a group and go after the enemy, but Tan Ryohwa was challenged to go after them herself. If Akwichan sees the chasing group, the girl may get hurt. The girl is about to use her cloaking technique. The girl will leave signs on the road so that after half an hour, the group will follow her. Punyan is shocked by the girl's boldness. The guy is still worried, because even the defender couldn't defeat that bastard, and the girl followed him all by herself. The girl hurries after them. She begs the girl to hold on a little longer. The bastard plans to kill them after he neutralizes the poison. Unexpectedly, in front of him, the enemy notices what he definitely did not expect to see. In front of him, as if nothing had happened, stood Yu Deha. At first, the bastard thinks he's hallucinating, but it's reality. This time, the scoundrel is 100% planning to kill the boy. A second later, the young man reveals that his guide has died. This means that all the prisoners are now free. Akwichan thinks that the young man hid his power on purpose so that he would be captured. The old man wanted to object, but suddenly the girl started screaming. She hoped that this uncle was cooler than a scoundrel. She asks not to think about her. The main thing is to kill this bastard. Did the girl really want that world? The girl asks to take this bastard's head off and put it on her grave. It seems that their whole family is a little bit hello. Akwichan is also going to finish her off when he's done with all the problems. He grabbed the girl hard, which made it clear that he wasn't kidding. A man needs to neutralize the poison as soon as possible. You can't tell the enemy about the poison. Perhaps he will give the sleeper away if he does not stand in his way. Yudeha explains that he wasn't the one who killed his guide. Whoever did it is now behind him. A moment later, the bastard's hand is on the ground, covered in blood. A black boy is going to protect his family. Chinmurup plans to kill him in the most brutal way. At the same time, but in another place, something terrible is happening. Some men are going to burn everything here. Adult girls are of no use, but children can be captured to put pressure on an opponent. Suddenly, the man looks around because he heard something. Small, trembling hands jabbed the stick at the back of this bastard. But the man was not hurt at all. He just started calling her names, and the girl was still shaking with fear. Despite her fear, the girl looks this monster straight in the eyes. He is going to finish her off. Suddenly, this bastard's head flies off his shoulders, blood splattered. Someone's voice asks the girl to close her eyes. A black boy came to her defense. She must not see what will happen now. The bastards tensed because their commander died. This stranger is not just a descendant of the devil, he is the devil himself. After a few seconds, there was not a single living bastard left. Suddenly, the mysterious young man hears someone's voice behind him. Someone praises his talent. It seems that these were the companions of those bastards. They grabbed the children. The young boy was not going to give up. If the guy wants the children to stay alive, then he must obey them. To begin with, he was ordered to throw away his sword. He obediently did so. The children were trembling with fear. A sword was held to one child's throat. Just the thought of the death of innocent children made my blood boil. One of the bastards made a horrible hair-raising grimace. These were all memories of our hero. Everything around was cold. Chin Murip trusts the girl Yude. Akwichon is incredibly angry with the boy. He no longer cares about poison. He is going to finish the young man here and now. A second later, Chin Murip walks towards his enemy. Akwichon gathers all his energy as he prepares to strike, and then after a moment, their swords collide with each other. They dance in battle, quickly changing their positions. One gets the impression that there is a fight between more than two people. Are real masters capable of this? Akwichon has never seen anyone stronger than our hero, but he still won't be able to defeat him. Choyang died because he relaxed, but he is not like that. Akwichon will not give up. This bastard replaced his severed arm with his own energy. The bastard is going to finish off the young man. But a second later, he receives a strong blow that crushes his hand. Yudeha watches the battle with fascination and fear. Everything that this scoundrel has seen before is just a show. This was necessary in order to drive him to despair. And then, after a second, the main character unleashes all his power on the enemy. The three great evils do not reach the top 10 masters of the world. He whimpers in pain and crawls on the ground, begging for mercy. But the young man promised to kill him in the cruelest way and is going to keep his promise. In a moment, this bastard will be punished by heaven. Everything explodes. Choyang is dead. There is no way to save him. Akwichon now is also dead, and all of them were defeated by one person. The Lord of Sanchonu, the Faceless Mountain King. All this took him only 2 hours. The young man asks if Yudeha is his man. It's not the first day with him. The more trouble, the more mouths have to be stopped. This time, Chin Murip overdid it. The world must not know about the technique he just used. Otherwise, all of Murim will rush to kill his family. Yudeha promises to continue following our hero. He would follow him even if he was just an ordinary weak heir who got beaten up in an inn. Chin Murip says to find him when he comes to... The black boy explained that he could stand on his feet for now, but that would soon be over. And then, after a second, the main character falls without strength. The rescue of the members of the Chong clan ended successfully. While everyone was rejoicing over this, Yudeha was tidying up instead of the heir because he was unconscious. Chief Jian didn't reveal the details of Zhou Yang's killer because that's what our hero asked. Everyone regained consciousness and healed their wounds quite quickly. Tan Ryohwa found the sword at the place where the fight between Akwichon and our hero took place. The young man explained that it was the sword of their commander. But the girl had another question. Why was the heir's weapon in the ground in the condition of the 8 Emperors' clan's equipment? There was silence in the room. Yudeha forgot to take the sword, which is why they are now in trouble. The reason they came here was because they wanted to ask the Faceless Mountain King if he was a thief in this situation. But traces of a crime were found on this sword. The demonic forest should not have brought a fake and called him master. And this gentleman uses such a powerful art. The young man understood that if he found out about this, he would destroy his entire family. How many people have to die for this to stop? The young boy is just silent, not knowing how to answer. Yudeha understands what she is leading to, but replies that he himself does not know who this person is that he serves. But even if he knew something, he wouldn't say it. The girl sighs heavily, because she thought that the conversation with him would go like clockwork. The boy would rather be pierced with a sword, but he would not say anything about his master. Suddenly the door creak is heard. The boy hears a familiar voice. A second later, our hero enters the room and slaps his subordinate. He just came to his senses, and as soon as he heard their conversation, decided to visit. The boy asked the redhead to leave the room. She was told that Akwichon was able to defeat a passing mysterious master, but she didn't believe it. She asks him not to approach her, as she now understands his connection to the 8 Emperors' clan. The guy understands the suspicions on his side, but can he harm the daughter of a divine dragon? How did he guess that the girl is the daughter of Tang Soryeon, the strongest warrior in the world? It's not difficult to guess because she brought the sword to Daehyu's interrogation and recognized the traces of the Blood Jade Rain technique. A young girl who was able to stand up to Blood Sky Suri. She is clearly unusual. The young man is ready to answer the question, but she must return the sword to him. The girl admits that she is the protector of the Flower Bell and the daughter of the strongest warrior in the world, as well as a student of the Divine Sword. Yudeha is shocked that this is true. Then, the girl handed the sword to its owner. The young man asked if he should introduce himself again. He is the heir of the demonic forest, the head of Sanchon, Chin Murip. In Kangho, he is called the Faceless Mountain King. Upon hearing this, both Yudiha and Tangriohua let out a cry of surprise. Yongchu heard their surprise even from the street. Yudiha is still trying to regain consciousness. In his head now, it seems that everything is turned upside down.
The two most mysterious people of Kangho are now standing in front of the boy.
Both the status of the heir of the demonic forest and the status of the head of Sanshon belong to our hero. She asks how the young man learns the Blood Jade technique. He explains that this is not the 8 Emperor clan's martial arts technique. Yudea realizes that these are the 8 heavens of shining deity. Chinmurup is angry that he keeps intruding, but Yudea promises to keep quiet. The 8 heavens of radiant deity were given to Huang Unchon because he was related to the teacher, since she is the daughter of a divine dragon. She must know the roots of the art of the 8 heavens of the shining sky. About 400 years ago, there was a being that united the heavenly world and Murim. He was called the King of Warriors. The roots of the art of the 8 emperors lie in the martial arts possessed by the King of Warriors. Does this mean that the Warrior King was a genius of his time? People hardly remember him because he lived so long ago. Now the 8 heavens of the shining deity is mentioned only as a martial art. The teacher called the time before the appearance of Huang Unchon, the period when the master began the last stage of his life. But he noticed the man's talent. That is why he mastered the technique. The teacher passed on his knowledge to him. Rumors that the Mountain King was a blood relative of Huang Unchon turned out to be a lie. Then what is the relationship between the Flower Bell and Sanshon? Chinmurup asks Yudehu. The Flower Bell is the place where the 8 Emperor clan hid for 200 years and cultivated their power. The clan divided into 2 camps. Those who want to conquer the world through war, and those who refused despotism and did not participate in the war. The war is over. Murim began to look for the Flower Bell, and when he found it, he began his revenge. But as a result of revenge, those who were against the war died, and those who wanted it either died or went into hiding. No one considered the rumors about the separation of the 8 Emperors' clan to be true. The soldiers who lost their loved ones did not stop. Then many innocent people died at their hands. The girl protects her father because he said not to touch the defenseless, but they did not spare anyone. For them, the Flower family is the family that provoked the bloody slaughter. This was considered sufficient for murder. Chinmurup is a true follower of the 8 heavens shining deity. At the behest of his teacher, he took care of the people of the Flower Bell. He showed the light of their world to people who had been hiding in fear all their lives, not knowing when death would overtake them. It turns out, all this time Murim is unfairly persecuting the warriors of the Flower Bell. But if the world finds out about this, it will consider the demonic forest as enemies. The girl is afraid that if they find out about it, then innocent people will suffer. But the girl has to worry about something else entirely. Does she think they're so weak that's why they hid their true selves and created Sanshon? But in reality, their strength is superior to the 8 Emperors clan during the Heavenly War. Hearing about this, the girl fell into a stupor. She may not worry, because Sancho's goal is coexistence in the world. They are not going to organize any fights. Now it is up to the girl to decide what she will return with and what she will do. If she doesn't listen, will war break out? Their goal was to find out if the Faceless Mountain King and Huang Unchon were related by blood. The risk is too great if she only gives the superficial story she learned here. She needs to check if he really wants to take over the whole world. That is why she will need to accompany Chinmurup for some time. Yudeha shuddered at this. Is it so necessary? From now on, he can consider Tangrioa as his supervisor. Yudeha coughed in surprise, and our hero told him to get out. At this time, dinner was being prepared at the Chong family estate. No one thought that the day would come when they would be able to meet like this again. The man expresses his gratitude to our hero and his wife. There were already rumors that 3 big thieves became enemies of the heir. Then everyone started discussing the main character's plan and the wonderful acting of these 2 women. Therefore, today everyone was going to get very drunk and relax. If the guests do not have enough meat, the man will personally steal it from the butcher shop. Rudy and Mala took large pieces of meat and began to eat. And after a while, everyone was drunk. They were having fun. Only the young boy did not take part in this. He sat on the roof and looked at the full moon. Of course, the girl climbed out after him. She said she went out to get some fresh air. He offers to pour her a glass, but she asks to drop the formalities. The young man admits that he was very surprised when the girl said that she would accompany him. Parabak could not even think that she was so brave, although he wanted it. Her presence will bring less headache. It would be much worse to let her go to report everything to the top. Looking at his face, you would never say that he is so capable. The young man notices her look at him and thinks that he is very handsome. So she looks. When he asked about it, the girl was too shy and looked away. A blush appeared on his cheeks. After a second, the young man stood up and told the girl to go and rest, because tomorrow they are already going home. He does not want to burden the host, because he arranged this feast from the provisions that remained. Tanryohwa is shocked that the boy is very considerate of others. These people will need funds to pay for such a holiday. After a second, the boy grabbed his collar. Soon he took out a wallet full of money. This wallet was in the possession of one of the criminals. They say he stole it from someone. The girl shouts that she must return the wallet to the owner, but the young man was going to do it anyway. He was just joking. The demon forest needs at least one more ally. If he returns this money to the northern Jongdomun, they will definitely become their allies. The girl praises his plan and asks how much money there is, since there is a lot of money and she offers to spend some, but the girl is against it. The next day, their group is going to go back. The woman tearfully says goodbye to them, thanks again or for everything. The main character says goodbye and is about to leave, until suddenly he hears a child's voice. It was Cho Yurim, running towards him at full speed. A second later, she handed him the gift she had been making all night. It turned out to be a hairband. The young man immediately decided to braid the tail and promised to protect it. When the boy did his hair, he began to look completely different. He is a very attractive fellow, and so everyone gathered on the road. They gratefully looked after them and noticed that fire was burning in the eyes of each of the warriors. These are the eyes of brave warriors who are constantly improving. The men went to the House of Tolerance. This is the brothel where they plan to get drunk. The girl is already tired of hearing about it. The warriors are very grateful to their master because he agreed to remove an entire House of Tolerance for them to rest. Everyone is incredibly glad that they have such a good commander. Yudeha and Punyan got very drunk yesterday and still couldn't leave. So, after some time, they arrived at the southern part of the outskirts of Pajin. There is the Dark Path clan Blackblood and the Golden Martial Arts clan. It seems that the guy was a little dizzy. Here it is difficult to distinguish between good and bad. For example, the Blackblood clan does various crimes without a doubt. It is important not to quarrel with the Golden Martial Arts clan, because they are a member of the Sichuan Union. The path seemed long, so they need to rest in order to continue their journey. They are going to stay in the largest house of patience in the settlement. One of the warriors learned that there is a place called the Floating Moon. The main character allows the soldiers to drink a lot today and rest. The evening came. The boys have already come to the right place. Music is playing everywhere. Guys eat what they want and drink what they want. The commander praises Punyan for his first mission being a success. The boy is ashamed that they could not protect his aunt. I explained to the commander that they are all human and growth and development are impossible without mistakes. If the guy learned something from this mistake, then he will not make it again. The boys are shocked by his mercy because if it was a great blade clan, they would have already been beheaded. In fact, they are glad to stay in the demonic forest. Soon the young man gets up and says that he will leave. Although they communicate informally, the soldiers still do not feel comfortable having fun while the commander is here. Udea has already come to his senses, so he takes care of all the little things. Chin Murup will rest in a nearby guest house. Chin Murup does not like to have fun in such places. It's annoying that women here are blindfolded and not allowed to pass. The girl reminded that she and Seojon were following him as supervisors. He is aware of this, but has informed everyone that they have hired them as security. The girl thought that it looked strange that a strong person like him needed protection. At that moment, Yeonchu was talking to Seojong and said that he wasn't interested in such entertainment either. But she didn't ask. He tries with all his might to establish contact with her. If they are now his security, the young man offers to drink a glass. Chin Murup pays for everything. Buy the most expensive alcohol. Suddenly, Shin Wan, the leader of the Golden Martial Arts clan, appeared in front of them. The man asked for some attention. They sit down at the table and our hero introduces himself. The girl notices that at such moments our hero seems to be a completely different person. The man immediately recognizes this stranger as the one who destroyed the Great Blade clan. Although the strength of the demonic forest is not as great as before, it is definitely superior to the Golden Martial Arts clan. The man notices that the boy is quite modest, so if he treats him well, maybe he will help them. The man encourages the young man and says that he thinks that the demonic forest will soon regain its status. The young man immediately realized that the man had something to do with him, so he asks to tell about it. First, we should talk about the Union of Sichuan. The man explains that their clan is part of this alliance. This association was formed after the fall of the demonic forest. It was created to protect the rights and interests of Sichuan. In the beginning, they had quite a good relationship with the Murimu Central Union. The whole matter was in the neighboring clan, the clan of the Dark Path, Black Blood. The problem is that the son of an influential Sichuan Tang family has allied with the Black Blood clan. He wanted to ask why he had become close to their clan, but he couldn't meet him because the Red Blood warriors blocked the way. This guy is known for his rash decisions, but blood is blood. His mother loves and protects him very much. A situation is developing in which the son of the Tang family, Dan Wu, and the Black Blood clan are closing in on them, little by little. Their last hope is the help of our hero. The young man agrees to help. Xin Huan adds that this clan runs the gambling house and even engages in human trafficking. In fact, it is not difficult at all. But the problem is with the son of the Tang family. Li needs allies now, which is why he is going to return the money to North Zhongdamun. The four main clans, including the Tang family, consolidated their positions and created the Sichuan Union. The protagonist sighs and promises to help them. Only first you need to find a way to deal with it. Suddenly, Seojun telepathically tells Tan Ryowi that she has a guest. It is said that a fight broke out with the Shining Dragon in the House of Tolerance. Then, the girl passes this information to the park. The young man is interested in who exactly the fight started with. It turns out that the fight started with the son of the Tang family and the Black Blood. Chin Murip calls one of the soldiers to explain everything. They were drinking peacefully, until suddenly the son of the Tang family and the head of the Black Blood came and started chasing them away. Yudea said not to tell our hero about this, fearing that it would lead to a conflict with the Tang family. Indeed, one should be careful because it could turn into problems for them in their relationship with the Tang family. It seems that the Black Blood is fully relying on the big name Dan Wu. Xin Huan wants to take the opportunity to reconcile with his son. But the young man assures him that this is unnecessary. He will manage himself. The main character is going to help their clan right now. After a second, they went there. The young man was very worried about Yu Dehu, so he immediately went to help. This scoundrel smashes the bottle over the boy's head with a smug look on his face. This bastard's name is Wu Yangte. He is the Black Bloodhead. Yu Deha doesn't want to fight, but she also doesn't want to leave. He silently endures this mockery of himself. Poon Yan is filled with anger when he sees the vice commander being treated so horribly. He would have torn his head off, but the Tang family's power now prevents him from doing so. The guy takes all the blow on himself and tells the others not to get in, so that the carnage does not start. The young man is breathing hard from pain. A second later, he gets slapped hard across the face, but still continues to endure. Pugjohn's nerves give way and he prepares to draw his sword to stand up for the vice commander. But just at this moment, our hero bursts into the room. The head of the clan looks inexplicably at the guest. Parabak apologizes to these scoundrels for his subordinates, although he does not do so sincerely. He introduces himself and says that he is the captain of the Shining Dragon Squad. When they hear that these people are from the demonic forest, they tense up because they knew that this clan had dealt with the Great Blade clan. But Dan Wu doesn't care who they are. They have no right to spoil their evening. The man relaxed, because as long as Dan Wu was here, the demonic forest wouldn't be able to do anything. The abomination orders them to leave because they want to rest and drink. The young man plays along with them, and says that he will immediately expel all his subordinates from the premises. The young man orders Yude to take all the boys and go somewhere else. Everyone is shocked by the commander's reaction, but he is quite serious now. A second later, the boy takes the soldiers with him and they walk away. The main character looks after his subordinates with a smile. As an apology, he's going to pay for these bastards' drinks. Yudehu is overcome with anger as they walk away. The whole group is obviously not happy. They are disappointed in their commander. Suddenly in front of them, they see the guards of our hero, who have a task for them. But the soldiers are not going to perform any task after the disappointment of the captains. They are all outraged now. But Poon Yan still decides to listen to the condition of the task. The task was as follows. If at least one member of the Shining Dragon receives physical damage, the Black Blood should be defeated. Beat everyone except women, children, and old people. A predatory smile appears on Yongchu's face. Yudaha turns into a monster after these words. He's going to teach these bastards a good lesson. Hearing that it was all a show, the soldiers become even more proud of their commander. The warriors also want to go with them. They can't help themselves after seeing the vice captain being beaten. All the soldiers beg to take them with them. They want justice. Yongchu replied that anyone who wished could go with them. Poon Yang thinks it is dangerous because the Tang family is behind the Black Blood. But Dan Wu is now in the House of Tolerance, being detained by the captain. This is what Shin Murip meant by the expression, have fun elsewhere. None of them currently have a glowing dragon form, so none of the Black Bloods will know who attacked them. It is a well-thought-out plan that was able to bring everyone together. Tan Ryohwa admits that they have a very interesting relationship in the clan. Soon, the squad arrived at the Black Blood clan. The whole crowd moved towards the entrance gate. The guards tried to stop them and find out who these strangers are. The boys immediately announced that they were enemies. There were no further explanations. The boys started a fight. No one from the Black Blood clan could understand what the commotion was so late at night. They are the ones who, on the orders of the son of the Tang family, Dan Wu, have come to remove their plaque from this gate. They didn't believe it, but Yang Chu didn't care. He was already flying at them with his fists. The redhead landed and slammed his fist on the ground, causing the bastards to fly up. The bastards slowly began to believe that the enemies came on behalf of the Tang family. But Yang Chu didn't give them time to think. He continued to beat them. Poon Yang directed the warriors at the enemies. A second later, a huge crowd rushed towards the clan. The Golden Martial Arts clan also went on this task with their clan. It is necessary to hide the identities of the Shining Dragon Squad and cover up the name of the Tang family as much as possible. When they calm down the enemies, half the work will be done. All they have to do is get the information they need. They continue to disguise themselves under the name of the Tang family. Such a sight made my soul feel lighter, and the boys also look excited. This is because the vice commander was beaten before their eyes. The boys enjoy beating these bastards. Sejong doesn't think the Shining Dragon can get away with it, but Tang Ryohwa assures her that Chin Murup is much scarier than she could have imagined. If she observes this, she will soon understand. At the same time, Dan Wu and Chin Murup continue to drink in the brothel. Dan Wu feels sorry for his family. From the conversation with the scoundrel, the boy understands that he is just a spoiled boy without any abilities. Dan Wu is going to dislodge the Golden Martial Arts clan because they are involved in human trafficking. So they joined forces with the Black Blood clan to defeat them. Of course, the main character knew that this was not true. Since our hero is not from here, he knows little about the local people. It turns out that Wu Yenti simply tricked the naive Dan Wu and pretended to be a victim of the Golden Martial clan to win him over. It worked. It was very easy for this foolish lord who never left the courtyard of his family's palace to plant false information. If they deal with their clan and put all the sins on them, it will be easy to get into the Sichuan Union. Dan Wu says that if he had known Chin Murup earlier, he would not have mocked his person. The young man assures him that there is nothing like that, although he does not really think so. A second later, the warrior of our hero enters the room. This is Poon Yan. He reports that they have already finished having fun. A drunk man does not understand what they are talking about. The young man tasked his boys to prepare a banquet as an apology to Dan Wu. They prepared a lot of rare alcohol and beautiful beauties for entertainment. If the drunken scoundrel likes everything, he is going to invite the main character to his house. They go outside and see something bright that looks like a bug. Dan Wu is already beginning to regret what happened. But Wu Yangte seemed to notice something that made him nervous. The place where something was burning and flirting. The base of their clan. A second later, the head of the clan rushed to the base. He did not wait for a drunk boy. As long as the Tang family is here, he is sure that nothing will be done to them. It was a complete mess. Everything was on fire. The head arrived at the place and started shouting, looking for alive subordinates. Suddenly, someone spoke quietly and raised his hand. The barely alive warrior explained the situation. Some guys came on behalf of the Tang family and did it. Soon Dan Wu himself arrived, worried about the warriors. He seems to have sobered up instantly when he saw what had happened. The main character is going to answer his questions about how it happened. After a moment, human silhouettes appear from the hell of fire, like monsters. This was the reception in honor of this loser. The abomination, whose clan had been destroyed, recognized Chin Murup, the same one that destroyed the Great Blade clan. A second later, Yude had told him to speak more seriously in a commanding tone. If he wants to live, he must communicate with their master more respectfully and bow his knees. The geek does not accept this. It's just laughable. When it finally dawned on Dan Wu what was happening, he was furious. But only Dan Yu himself is to blame here. He's just a fool who doesn't know anything about the world, and now he's going to get hit 10 times harder than he let Yu Dehu beat. Finally, all the cards are revealed. A sense of rage just boils inside the scoundrel. The Black Blood clan is going to punish the Golden Martial clan for all the sins they have committed. It seems that our hero has 9 lives, if he is not afraid to do such things. Dan Wu does not understand why Chin Murup teamed up with these thieves. The boy sighs heavily. This fool doesn't seem to understand the situation at all. The young man threatens this scoundrel that he will cut his throat before his family comes to his rescue. When our hero drew his deadly swift sword, he immediately struck the first blow. He was so lightning fast that no one even blinked. This is the deadly sword of Narim's head. How long has the young man studied this technique? The black-haired boy was going to show his mastery of this sword in practice. He is going to show his power once again. And then, after a second, the young man uses the sword to the full. But the San Hogan's sword is much easier than the Heavenly Demon's sword. In fact, Chin Murup mixed his power into this sword, and the sword quickly assimilated it as his own. He strove for the maximum efficiency of his actions. What Danwu sees now is the true face of the person with whom he began to cooperate. It seems the guy still doesn't understand what's going on. The young man swept past the fool and headed towards this scoundrel. Chin Murup punched this bastard in the face with all his might. The main character's face was full of seriousness and determination. The warrior looked at her captain in surprise. Is he really that strong? Yudeha looked at the soldiers with a warm smile. He sees them admiring their master. The black-haired boy ruined this bastard's face. Now he looks like a real monster. Now the warriors of the Black Blood clan had a chance to attack the young man. If you want to be for the right cause, it is important to have the courage to act courageously. The young man's eyes shone bright blue. He's ready for a fight. Danwu has just now entered this world. He saw how different the world, which he had only read about in books, was different from the real world. Our hero continued to destroy enemies with lightning speed. An unbearable scream is heard. It turns out that the heir of the demonic forest is gifted not only mentally, but also physically. Subordinates are shocked by their master's skills. It doesn't look like he's using any techniques. It is only his discipline and firmness. The feeling of fighting. Everything that the clan had built and acquired for so long was destroyed by one person, Chin Murup. The abomination wanted to say something, but after a second, blood splattered, and his voice was cut off. The young man brought the case to the end. Bavdur is shocked that these guys were able to wipe out an entire clan in just a few hits. The boy has to run away and tell everyone about it, but our hero notices him. The fool tried to hide his fear, but it was obvious. A second later, the glowing dragon warriors surrounded this abomination. But the boy cannot be killed because the Tang family is behind him. He may have difficulties if his identity is revealed. The guy is not going to kill this wretch. He'll just hit him a few times. Hearing about this, the red-haired big man tenses up. His body is adapted to blows because he is trained in martial arts, unlike the young master's body. With each blow, heat and cold will spread through his body, which will cause incredible pain. The fool had his whole life before his eyes. He continued to threaten him with his father. But the barb didn't care, because a second later he delivered a strong and accurate blow to his face. At first, heat spread over the body, which was quickly replaced by cold. He felt for the first time what it was like to be beaten. Now he knows the real world. Chin Murup will make him feel on his own skin that everyone deserves punishment, no matter who their parents are. If the fool resists, the boy will kill him, so it's better to keep his hands off him. Everyone looks at this in shock when they realize that the commander is full of seriousness. He beats the young master of the Tang family in front of everyone. Spectators just opened their mouths. Poon Yong is confident in the commanders. If he does it, then it must be so. Xinhuan also adheres to this opinion and is not going to stop the young man. The main character looks around and breathes heavily because it is very hot here. A second later, he grabs the sword and swings. He should shut up if he doesn't want to lose his teeth. No one dares to get into it. People hear only screams and the sound of breaking bones. The main character wants to drink and gives him a bottle. The poor thing lies and trembles. But our hero is not going to stop. He orders the redhead to beat him up too. And if he dies, they will dump everything on the head of the Black Blood clan. A young guy drinks water. Suddenly, a trembling man's hand grabs his sleeve. It was Dan Wu who had an ugly appearance. He screamed and cried that he was wrong. The pitiful boy kneels before our hero and begs for forgiveness. The leader of the Black Blood is already dead, so that's enough to pay for this bastard's bad behavior. The young man cries bitterly and apologizes. He promises that he will never flaunt his family's reputation again. A second later, he starts apologizing to Yudeha, who was beaten up very badly because of him. It seems the fool hasn't quite come to his senses yet. The young man will take revenge for his subordinate, but is not going to kill him. Now he's going to show the harsh reality he signed up for when he teamed up with the Black Blood. Soon they take out the prisoners. There are children, women, and old people here. This is all the work of the Black Blood clan. It turns out that he had a distorted story of reality in his head all this time. Realizing this, tears of regret and pain flooded him. It was hard to believe that he had been trusting the wrong people all this time. All these women he sees now have been kidnapped by the Black Blood clan. The boy couldn't believe what he had gotten himself into. And a fool would never see their faults, for they treated him like a king. Is everything he hears now the pure truth? The young man grabs his head. This simply cannot be true. He refuses to believe it. Chin Murup informs the captives that now they can finally return home. The hostages began to cry from happiness. Finally, their suffering was over. Danwoo is afraid to imagine what else the Black Blood clan could have created at this time. Polanyi wants to somehow thank our hero and ask at least to say his name. He calls the name of the person who saved the hostages, and his name is the young lord of the Tang clan, Dan Yu. But it is difficult for the hostages to believe this, because they heard the conversations of Black Blood. The fool finally realized that they were only covering themselves with his family's name, and he just fell for the sweet words addressed to him and united with such terrible people. It was a shame to even look at this guy. But the young boy says that this is all a misunderstanding, and Danwoo's goal was to save the hostages. Xinhuan supports the idea of our hero and continues to praise Danwoo. The tearful young man tries to deny this with a trembling voice, but after a second, the hostages run up to him and start thanking him. Chin Murup will not allow this scoundrel to repent of his sins. The fact that the victims say words of thanks and respect must be unbearable for him. He will not be able to live with a calm soul after the apology. He will have to live his whole life with a sense of responsibility for what he did. The young man cannot react in any way to this. It hurts him to hear words of thanks addressed to him. A moment later, he falls to the floor, unconscious. Because you have to go home soon to rest after the fight. I order the heir to take the women to their homes. Finally, it's over. Xinhuan wondered if the boy was afraid of the consequences, since this fool was still a member of the Tang family. But the main character does not see a problem if his family finds out about it, because now he has become a hero to the local residents. But if his family begins to persecute Chin Murup, the real story will be revealed to everyone. That is why his family will not be able to do anything. The black boy made it so that the Tang family remained in debt to him. The young man thought through everything to the smallest detail. What this bastard did is inexcusable. If the boy had the opportunity, he would be his several days in a row. The protagonist leaves the entire territory that the Black Blood clan owned to the Golden Martial Arts clan. The young man trusts these people and asks them to restore order here. The young man is not going to charge for his help. A Golden Martial Arts clan is simply necessary for the peaceful future of this territory. The men thank each other for their help. Dawn came. Here their paths diverge. They still have a lot to do. The Shining Dragon warriors felt very relieved after justice was restored. Chin Murup praises the vice commander for showing resilience and forgetting his pride. The main character is glad that Yu De-ha is following him and his advice. Poon Yeon wonders why he gave them such an order after all. The heir would not be able to lead warriors if he simply endured the humiliation of his subordinate. The soldiers were proud of their squad. After the skirmish, 22 people left with minor injuries. Thanks to the girls, everything turned out so well. Tong Rihwa was embarrassed when she heard the words of thanks from our hero. What is more important is that everything turned out as the commander predicted. They took everything they once had. In total, it turned out to be 500,000. Did Chin Murup act like this only because of the money of the destroyed clan? But the girl's assumption turned out to be wrong, because the young man was going to give all this money to the Golden Martial Arts clan. And the silver ones will be given to the victims on behalf of Dan Yu. The guy wasn't going to carry so many coins with him if he could only take paper money. In this way, he was going to take the head of the Golden Martial Arts clan as his allies. A second later, he orders his soldiers to rest for a while until the sun rises. 2 days passed. Golden Martial Arts clan. Danwoo lies down and recovers his strength. He slowly opened his eyes, experiencing severe pain throughout the body. He carefully gets up on his hands and realizes that he has lost consciousness. Suddenly, he sees an envelope next to the pillow. His face takes on a grimace of horror as he sees that the letter is addressed to a bastard from the Tang family, meaning him. Most likely, Danwoo regained consciousness with severe pain in his body. This is because the medicine has worn off. But the pain he feels now must be in his soul, not in his body. He does not feel relieved even after getting what he deserves. He is suffering. Most likely, Danwoo now hates Chin Murup for taking away his chance to apologize to them. His chance to be honest with them. The guy says he didn't want to become a false leader. He is a real idiot who left home unaccompanied because he wanted to make a name for himself, like his brothers. Thanks to our hero, he is now considered a hero, but he will never be able to become a true leader as long as he remembers the truth. The stigma of a criminal inside him will never disappear, so he must give up the title of leader and become an adult. And if the next time they meet, the guy will behave the same way, the main character will show him what real hell is. After reading the letter, tears flowed like a river. There were already rumors about what had happened the day before. Everyone is shocked that the head of the Chong clan was able to deal with it so quickly and efficiently. As soon as they arrived back in the demonic forest, they were greeted with respect and honor. There was a feeling that the former members of the Great Blade had become part of the family here. Tang Ryohwa was here for the first time, so she carefully looked around. The atmosphere here is completely different from the Flower Bell. It is much calmer here. Seojun continues to look around suspiciously, because they will be in this place for a few more weeks, so they need to study the area. They were all met by Cho Mugen, who thanked and praised them. The order was executed. 6 warriors of the Chong family were killed, but there were no more casualties. The man had already received a letter from the head of the Chon family. Then, the young man introduced Seojun and Tang Ryohwa to the man, thanks to which he was able to destroy the Blood Sky Sura. The man expresses his gratitude to them on behalf of the entire demonic forest. Cho Mugan thanks the soldiers for their work, so their task for tonight is to rest well. Cho Mugan invites his nephew to drink tea together. Girls can also enjoy their vacation. A separate house will be prepared for them. Chin Murup reveals that the ghostly killer of the night was also involved in the Chong family's case. Fortunately, our hero managed to win. But after a second, the black guy says that he was just lucky. Not only the head of the Chong family was blackmailed, the ghostly assassin of the night, in turn, was blackmailing the northern Jeongdamun. He took the envelope from him. Inside it were 2 million. If the demonic forest returns their money, it will be able to gain their trust. Cho Mugen understood that the young man already had a plan. A second later, he hands the letter from the head of the Golden Martial Arts clan to his uncle. The man curiously unfolds it to read. They have a nice conversation, and our hero tells his uncle everything that happened to them. They discuss the son of the Tang family, and Cho Mugan laughs at this loser. He has another letter from the Golden Martial Arts clan that contains important information. They informed that if the demonic forest needed support, they would always be ready to cover their backs. In order for the demonic forest to regain its former status, they must exploit the weaknesses of the Sichuan alliance. You can't take on big clans right away. You have to start small. It is almost impossible to destroy this union, and few clans will take such a risk with them. The man thinks that in order for the plan to work out exactly, they need to enter into this union. After these words, the young man laughed a little. It's just that his uncle's words are very similar to his thoughts. In order to make small and medium-sized groups their allies, it is important to join the union. Now they have won the trust of the Golden Martial Arts, and if they get the trust of the Northern Cheondomen, they will definitely overthrow the Sichuan alliance. Chin Murup wants to do it himself. The young man wants to look at this union with his own eyes and find a solution. Uncle is not at all against the initiative, but first the main character has to do some things. After the bloody revenge, most of the branches were organized, but the Sando branch is still divided. The uncle asks if he needs help with money, but the young man has funds. He hands him an envelope containing the savings given to him by his niece. The man opens his mouth in shock when he sees 101,000 inside. The husband's roof will collapse from such exorbitant sums. It's time for our hero to go. He did not have time to say hello to his grandfather. Night came. A man walks the streets alone, thinking about money. He is very proud of his nephew. The man goes and dances a little, humming a song softly to himself. He is very happy. But it turns out he was not alone. He was being watched. All this was seen by his father, who went for a walk. Cho Pyeongchon reminded his son to keep his face and conduct himself with dignity, then left. He glanced at his son. In the hands of the gray-haired grandfather was an envelope. He too received his first pocket money from his grandson. After a second, he starts to dance and softly sing a song. At this time, the girls rested in a small house that was allocated to them. Tan Ryohwa liked it very much because it was peaceful. The girl brought writing utensils to her friend. Sejong is already going back to the Flower Bell. If she leaves now, she will have time before the onset of winter. The girl is going to write a letter. The girl admits that our hero seems to be a good person, although it is difficult to read him. He is very dangerous for enemies, but if he becomes your ally, he can be completely trusted. It's not that she hates him. She just doesn't let her guard down. Then why did she change her mind recently? Previously, she was categorically against any connection with him. She thought Seojong would be against staying here because Chin Murip's identity was kept a secret from her. The girl explained that it was all because of Dan Yu. She doesn't like our hero's swagger, but she admits that she can learn a lot from him. She thinks that being with him can be beneficial. After some time, the girl completed the letter and handed it to her friend. Finally, Seojong reminded her that all men are criminals and cannot be trusted so easily, even if he has a handsome face. And so, the girl went back home. Suddenly on her way, she meets the main character, who is waiting for Yu Dehu. Seojun asks to take care of her lady while she is gone. Unexpectedly, the guy throws a bag at her. When she opens it, she sees a lot of money inside. Chinmurup paid her travel expenses. After a second, they say goodbye, and everyone goes their separate ways. The girl was happy to receive such a pleasant bonus, so she also started dancing. At this time, Yudea came to meet Chinmurup at the training ground. The young man did not know why the commander called him here. Since Yudeha is his man, our hero wants to give him something useful. Yudeha says that he would definitely beat the bastard who was beating him if it was a normal battle. That wouldn't be enough, and Deha needs to step up and admit it. He throws the book at him and tells him to study it, after which he can burn it with peace of mind. It is an important martial arts book called The Sword That Makes You Beg. They created this martial art together with their teacher. If Yudeha found out that most of Sanchon's martial arts were created by him and his teacher, he would surely lose consciousness. Chinmurup perfected his teacher's martial arts and taught them to his warriors. If Yudeha decided to follow the path of our hero, then he should not be defeated by someone of Akwichan's level. Yudeha entrusts her fate to the commander. He would study what the boy told him. With Yudeha's abilities, he will definitely be able to master this technique even sooner than he thinks. The guy is full of energy and motivation to learn everything. However, Chinmurup did not call him for this at all. The boy said that he was seriously thinking about the active development of the Shining Dragon. The young man wonders if the dragon's development was inactive before this. With the Shining Dragon's current skills, it will be difficult for the demonic forest to return to its former glory. The young guy aims to increase the strength of his squad. For each warrior, it is necessary to choose a separate technique that will suit him. The main character plans to improve the fighting skills of the demonic forest in martial arts. Yes, the guy is serious about it, but that doesn't mean he's going to ignore tradition. There is no point in training former Great Blades from scratch. They already have a good base. The only thing they will have to learn is the special breathing technique of the demonic forest. For the first time, the boy sees someone who talks so simply about the transformation of martial arts. But what is required of Yudeha in this matter? He cannot interfere in such a large-scale process. That is why, from today on, Yudeha's main task is the endless practice of meditation. Now he will repeat the demonic forest meditation every day. It is difficult for our hero to understand what the limit is for the bodies of ordinary people. Because his body is different, therefore the young man needs an ordinary person whose inner changes he can observe. Starting today, the young man will be under Chinmurup's strict watch while the others enjoy themselves. From now on, Yudeha's life will consist of meditation. He will meditate after breakfast, lunch, dinner. At any moment of your life. Just thinking about it made the guy sick. Chinmurup felt the boy's anxiety lately. Although he is the vice captain, but the warriors of the Shining Dragon are no worse than him, and have already shown their leadership skills in the Great Blade. For example, Han Gaion and Juju weren't even scared of Akwichan, and while Yudeha was tied up, Punyang led the soldiers. Punyang has great skills, and the warriors obey him perfectly. The boy quietly says that he was not afraid of Akwichan then either. The main character teased and provoked him, saying that he would pass his title to Punyang. Yudeha agreed to meditate. Our hero thought that he was really the best second in command. These meditations will help make the boy a solid second in command for any warrior. If he wants to get stronger, don't waste time. Yudeha is the youngest donor of such a talent to become a captain. Even someone like him needs a push to develop. After a second, the boy asked if it would be difficult for the heir. Won't it be difficult for him to teach the warriors a new art? Parubok says not to worry about it, because he has a separate teacher for that. He will come after they finish their part of the transformation. He would leave him the Shining Dragon squad for a little while. This will mean their short separation. If the boys do not become stronger, then in the following places they will simply be beaten. The young boy silently looked at the starry sky. The young man says that if everything works out, then maybe they will never see him again. At this time, in some other place, corpses of people are lying on the floor. Some unknown person runs a brush along the walls. It was Pek Cheryun, one of the 7 warriors of the Murim. A company of men with horses and some goods went about their business. It was very hot outside. It was a trading coalition of Haimyan. Riding the horse was a deputy chief named Kwak Yon. Pan said that they had to hurry. The man talks about the lands of Sichuan. At the very beginning, there was no road here at all. It was made by soldiers, and now they collect money for travel. They began to discuss without noise the Sword of Light, Pek Cheryun. At a young age, he joined the Association of Black Killers. He is also known as one of the 7 warriors who single-handedly defeated a stronger enemy. People like him will rule Murim in the future. He is completely different from ordinary warriors. He is able to occupy high positions. Suddenly, something flashed over the man's head. It seems that the one they were just talking about is keeping an eye on this area. A blond boy greets strangers. The same Pekcheryun appeared in front of them. His expression was a little creepy. They have not seen each other for a long time.
Trade was shocked when he saw him live. He did not think that he was still quite a child.
The young man wants to get to know each other, because from now on they will see each other more often. This is a good idea, because the newcomers were very frightened, hearing only his name. The boy asks not to be afraid of him. If they are kind to each other, everything will be fine. It is a little difficult to believe that this young man is not a terrible person. They know his story very well. You should put a little pressure on the guy as he turns into a monster. They just greeted each other, and it felt like hundreds of snakes were crawling over my body. A second later, the chief gives the boy half a year's worth of road tax. The man admits that something worries them. He meant the robbers, and asked if the boy knew where they were going now. They had passed by and entered a village on their territory to drink, but now they had gone elsewhere. After hearing that nothing is in danger, they go on. The young man also advises them not to visit the guest house on the way. They do not understand the reason for this, but will try not to do it. They do not believe that such a person collects money himself. But he also deals with bandits. Now that there was no need to worry about the robbers, they boldly went forward. Soon, they end up at a guest house in which the blond young man did not advise staying. They can move on, because the robbers are already finished. Therefore, they can continue their journey even at night. Morning comes, and the young man is already busy meditating. Each clan uses different energy points and uses them differently, but if you look at the Sechuchin cycle, you can tell which clan a warrior belongs to. But isn't the demonic forest method all about accumulating demonic energy? But not many people can feel the demonic energy. Many years ago, due to internal quarrels, the religion of blood was born. There was a civil war. The reason is the limit that appears when people learn martial arts and reach a certain level. Those who did not exceed this limit became monsters. A war broke out between those who turned monsters into weapons, and those who were against it. People who were comrades until that day began to fight against each other. Everyone was involved in the conflict. Cho Chun-hyun became the man who brought his followers to Secheon and began to help them. He was a researcher who spent his life studying the visible effects of demonic energy. He managed to get rid of the demonic spirit. This is how the energy of Invol, which is the basis of the arts of the demonic forest, was born. Therefore, they had to get rid of unstable dark energy. But Udeha thinks that this energy does not reveal his strength. For a boy, demonic energy is like air. Udeha wants to ask our hero a question. He asks the air if he gets dizzy from taking deep breaths for a long time. The main character did not understand the meaning of the question because you have to breathe like that all your life. Just thinking about it made my heart sad. The young man asks him not to be upset because very soon the hellish training awaits the dragon from the agency. It is difficult for the body to accept something new, so everything takes time. Our hero does not want his subordinate to die from overwork during training. Life is still more important than mastering skills, but their future teacher doesn't think so. If Udeha can't stand such a strict teacher, let him say so. At this time, the boys talked about their squad and that they are not strong enough. Therefore, they will follow the heir to become as strong as him. The commander really inspires them, makes you move forward. Everyone perfectly understands that the commander can really lead them to the top. They love their commander so much that they are even ready to sacrifice their lives for him. Meanwhile, Han Kyung has a severe stomach ache. Maybe he ate something wrong? One of the commanders grabs the man by the shoulder and tells him to have fun with them. From such a sharp touch, the stomach hurt even more and the man clenched his teeth. Now is the decisive moment. They will either turn back before it is too late, or swear allegiance to the commander. He orders those who want to leave to get up right now. And then, after a second, Han Kyung stands up. Everyone was scared. Does he really want to leave them with a question mark? Soon he heads for the door. Those who leave may not expect mercy from him. The guys just look after him in shock. They're glad they just misunderstood the guy and he's still with them. The entire Shining Dragon squad agreed to the hellish training that awaited them. Autumn will come very soon. Cho Pyeongchun is now thinking about Chin Murip. He wonders how his grandson is doing and if they are doing well. In the morning, a letter arrived from the Shining Dragon. Grandfather began to read it with interest. In it, the main character greeted his uncle and grandfather. He also thanks for the fact that he was given permission for this foray. This matter is necessary for the revival of the demonic forest. They only have strength because of the 2 weeks of rest they gave them. In autumn, the young man wishes them not to get sick and to be healthy. The young man promises to contact them when they arrive in Sondo. Cho Mugan explains that the squad left their horses behind. Are they going to cover this distance on foot? Our hero is really a very unusual guy. Grandfather hopes that the Shining Dragon will return safe and sound. Meanwhile, all the dragons are going through hellish training. Now they are practicing their running. If someone stops, the commander threatens to cut off his legs. The last 10 boys will be punished and will meditate with his deputy. Hearing about this method of punishment, everyone hastened. Today they plan to smoke all 4 peaks. By this time, Yudaha had been meditating continuously for 15 days. He used up absolutely all of his energy, but continued to meditate. After half a month, he finally began to feel more free. Yudeka has been meditating on the road for 6 days now. Our hero also takes good care of the girl who accompanies them. Now they are really going to meet the young warrior Bugok. He is the only one who can help Day. In fact, Yeonchu doesn't really want to date this guy because she thinks he's scary. 6 days have passed since they left Sashon. With the exception of meditation, their time for sleeping and eating was significantly reduced. They keep going. For the first 3 days of the journey, I really wanted to rest a little. But everyone endured. For the next 3 days, everyone thought that the millet would die from such a schedule. But no one thought to complain. They had a chance to refuse. But they all deliberately followed the captain. And that's how 6 days passed. Little by little, the unit of the Shining Dragon began to amaze with its stability and endurance. Their limit, which they thought about, turned out to be much more. The arms and legs continued to move even when the spirit died. The training they will face in the future will be even tougher. And if in this process you clearly set your limit and give up, then further training will not make sense. 10 days have passed. All of them had calluses on their hands and feet, and the blood did not stop flowing from the wounds. And on this day, the hellish journey finally ended. Finally, they reached the last peak. Chinmarip praises his deputy. But is this really their last destination? It will be really hard to get to that valley. Tong Oreohwa did not understand why the air had brought them here. That valley is incomparable. Below is their destination. The main character orders to gather the whole squad. The boy never wanted to come to this place again, but he had to. To train the boys, you need a place where no one will disturb you. Suddenly, the young man began to move his hand quickly. And then, after a second, the stairs leading down appeared from somewhere. The main character praises his warriors, but this is only a small part of their entire journey. Where they go, there is almost no sunlight. He orders to hold on to the collar of the person walking in front until the eyes get used to the darkness. Everyone obediently follows the order and slowly descends. Tang Ryowa noticed that as soon as they arrived here, the energy changed. Perhaps the place they are going is a flower bell. The soldiers were shocked by what they saw. A huge space the size of an entire settlement. There used to be a village here. This place became deserted not so long ago, because traces of life are still visible here. Chinmarip says that a long time ago this place was hell, and now it is forever forgotten. Innocent people used to live here who were brutally killed by those who tried to hide the truth. Training will begin now, and if they don't last, they will also remain forgotten corpses here. Now everything really begins. Just the thought that this is just the beginning is nerve-wracking. Until they finish all the training, no one will get out of here. This place is their personal hell. Yeonchu advises to keep everything they see and hear here only in their heads. Otherwise, it will be death. It seems that the red-haired man himself has seen a lot here. Our hero asks them not to despair, because he believes that they will overcome this. He orders all the commanders to come forward. Chinmarip will head to Sondo, and once they finish training, they will return to him. But the boy has to go first and take care of some things. So for now they will train with the subordinates. The old man left them many books. It is a demonic forest martial art that has been transformed especially for them. If they master this, they will reach a high level. Hugh Yong found a book that described the art of archery. The main character asks to give him a bow. And then, after a second, he takes it in his hands, and it starts emitting bright blue energy. Hee-young wants to give the commander arrows. With arrows, it's a really deadly weapon, so it's best to move away. The captain said that his father was a hunter, but judging by the way he held his sword, father was a real master at it. Then, the young man turned to all the captains except Hoo-young. The main character gave them a task: try to kill him.
Don't give in! He orders to try to kill him.
After a moment, a powerful energy begins to flow from him. No one understands how a person is capable of radiating such energy. The boys understood that this was not a joke and rushed straight to the captain to complete the task. A bow is both a simple and complex weapon. Ju Cho goes for him first. The young man tells the bow to shoot straight at the target. Tanryowa watches our hero with admiration. 3 arrows from the boy's energy appeared on the string, which had nothing on it. A moment later, arrows were fired at Jucho, but they did not cause any pain because they were specially made that way. If it had been a real fight, the boy would have died. It turns out that it was just an illusion of arrows. If this is what Tang Ryohwa thinks, maybe this is palace art? Poon Young was next. Chin Marip pulled the string again. A second later, a young lad rushed towards them. Right with the bow in hand! The captains tried with all their might to hurt the air even a little, but he quickly bypassed them, dodged, and even struck. He pushed one of the captains aside. Opponents kept coming, but the young man deftly dodged every blow. Then he used his bow to choke one of the boys. They clearly did not expect such skill. There are 2 more captains left in the formation, which must be overcome. Usually archers in battle try to keep their distance, but Chin Murip did the opposite. His movements were simply incredible. If there was a real arrow in his hands, the tendons in Ju Cho's legs would have been cut. No warrior would hesitate to attack an archer knowing that he would retreat. But what if the archer showed he could fight at close range? If the opponent is counting on close combat, then you can always find a moment and, even in close combat, shoot an arrow. Everyone should remember what an archer should be like. The main character continues to pierce everyone with fake arrows. If it had been a real arrow, they would have died 3 times already. This is the art of bow and arrow. Close combat is poison for archers, which from time to time you will have to learn to drink. Hugh Yong is grateful for the lesson from the captain. The meaning is that the arrow must find its target. Hugh Yong carefully follows the direction of his arrow. A second later, she pierces a rat that was 100 meters away from them. The young man simply chose his target while pulling the string. The boy had to be ready to shoot an arrow even while sleeping. Even monks use this method of shooting. This technique contains the best of other techniques. They can become stronger, just like the Shining Dragon warriors should. The captains used to think that they could no longer improve their technique, but the meeting with Chin Marip became a real gift of fate for them. Suddenly, Poon Yeon falls to his knees in front of the heir. After a second, he says that he is ready to give his life for the commander. Suddenly, the other warriors also pick him up and do the same. Tang Ryohwa watches this with admiration. Yude Ha and Yeonchu smile softly when they see this. Our hero warns that in exactly 3 months, they will face a very strong opponent. They won't be able to learn the basics perfectly, but they have to do their best. The black boy asks them not to die before they have to. A second later, everyone shouts in unison that they are ready to follow the captain's orders. The road to Sando forced Chin Marip to say goodbye to the squad for a short time. Yongchu is not sure that it is possible to do this, because the boys are still very weak. That is why the young man gave them this task. The protagonist will send not only Pegcheryun to them, but also assistance for training. Then the redhead will leave food for the boys, and will wait for the boy in the settlement. It is clear from the settlement that there was a recent battle here. Is it a flower bell? It really is. Western Death Valley. That's what they call this place. 12 years have passed since the attack on Marima. There is a reason why these ruins still exist. Although many people lived here in the past, now it is a land of death on which no human foot will set foot. The young man asks if Yu Daiha and Tang Ryohwa visited Sanchon settlement. They had never been to this settlement, so our hero decided to introduce them to it. The place they are headed to is one of the 8 great mountain settlements where great wars stop. After some time, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, from where you can freely look at any side of the world. Daiha is worried that the inhabitants of the mountain settlement might recognize Chin Marip. But the young boy does not think that such a thing is possible. Someone is watching them from above. Suddenly, the girl feels someone's presence here. The protagonist praises her for her attentiveness. He felt it too. A second later, a man appears in front of them and greets Mr. This boy's name is Kageon. This stranger moves faster than them. Is he an ordinary bodyguard? The boy had grown a lot since their last meeting. They have a cute dialogue and the guy is called to lead them to the right place. Foreigners were never allowed here, but now they let them in with a hug. When the girl came, she did not expect such an honor because she was an ordinary soldier. Now she and the master will go up to the mountain temple. The girl is not sure that she can go with our hero. Will anyone be able to drive Chinmaripa? The boy cheered her up by joking that he would not take her hostage. Not everyone is allowed here to prevent bloody fights. Therefore, he wants to show her that people live even in such places. It is very difficult for Yude to follow the air. He is breathing hard. Thanks to his practice, which he brought almost to the ideal, he thought he had become very strong. But now, in order to even just keep up with these monsters, he has to make much more effort. Tan Ryohwa had heard that the Wesi commander had a hard time in the battle with Ak Wishon. Maybe he's just hiding his abilities? The girl looks around when she sees that the boy is lagging behind and asks if he needs help. Our hero and the guard discuss the fact that the young man is still a little weak. So finally they arrive at the right place. The girl carefully looks around. The main character politely tells them to settle down. Not everyone will have the opportunity to come here. This settlement is not at all inferior to Kvaryan. Just think that there are 8 more such settlements. Residents of the settlement were already standing and welcoming our hero. Sharyun has just returned and is already waiting for the black boy. They are shocked that such capable warriors in this settlement are ordinary guards. The girl has a question she wants to ask. She wonders what status these people have. With the exception of Kagyan, this is a reserve unit guarding Sancheon. I wonder what they say about these places in Varyon. She had heard that even the most ordinary warriors here were the level of their middle commanders, or even stronger. Although it is true that their warriors are very strong, their numbers have dwindled. If there are a little more than 100 officially trained warriors in this place. Residents looked surprised when they saw Chin Murib. Everyone immediately ran up to him and began to congratulate him. The boy is also happy to see everyone. The young man greets the little boy and asks if he has eaten yet. This boy's mother invites him to join their meal. But the guy has to refuse, because now he needs to meet one more person. He leaves the girl and his deputy with the people, and he goes on business. A woman invites guests to enter the house. Keeping such a large number of people costs a lot of money. In addition, it is the only settlement in Sacheon, and she lived and never knew about it. Pek Sharyun noticed that the woman who came with them smelled differently. He reminds that Chin Murib is much more insidious by nature than he is. The main character left his people in the western swept valley. He leaves them to Pek Sharyun. There's no need to teach them martial arts. They will learn it themselves. He asked to make it so that after that each of them can without doubt fight with a stronger warrior. The boy understands that it is quite difficult. A second later, his eyes fill with excitement. The young man predatorily asks how many people he can kill. Chin Murib slid his serious, piercing gaze over him. But the main character immediately forbids killing any of his subordinates. Yongchu had become very attached to these guys. So if even one of them died, he would be very angry. A bruise appeared on the boy's lip from the blow of our hero. It seems he hasn't gotten over his kind nature yet. The demonic forest needs these warriors, so the boy strongly begs not to. The blonde young man noticed that the heir's behavior this time was rather unusual. Since this area was connected to the bloodline and the palace, he kept a close eye on it. In the last month, there was one incident with the appearance of a group of bandits. The blonde boy did not think for a long time and killed them because they crossed the boundaries of what was allowed. Then, how is he different from Yongchu? He first listened to them, and only then killed. He left their leader alive, who told them that blood is not the squad ordered them to choose a side. They lost in one of the battles, so they fled here in fear for their lives. Maybe he's right. This means that a great war may soon begin in Sojan, Podalap Palace and Blood Squad. Due to the fact that these two forces tried to contain each other, neighboring Sichuan was rarely harmed. But if one of the parties unites the whole of Sojan, the situation will change. And if one side wins, Sichuan will be next. A smile played on his lips at the thought of it. Our hero just got some pretty good information. At this time, a boy and a girl walked to visit one of the women. The girl looked carefully at everything around her. She was interested. She noticed that there were far fewer men than women. This is because many died protecting their families. Most of the children have never seen their parents. You cannot move forward if a person is stuck in the past. Children should grow up without worries. And all this thanks to our hero. Trust in him is simply incredible. It is impossible to buy such trust. People don't seem to know his true identity yet. The locals are very loyal to him. Besides, they have a large military force. But despite this, they live a simple, peaceful life. The sun was already setting behind the horizon. The girl and the main character looked at the scenery. The girl recognized his talent for making people do what he wanted. The young man thinks that he is overestimated. But it's really true. Even on their first meeting, she just couldn't help but follow him. Now she understood that the boy really did not want to harm this world. After a second, the young man's face became more serious. He is different from stupid robbers. Just wants all people to live freely. But the victim of that bloody battle still did not give up revenge. Does he really want to go further? They have been successful so far, so they want to continue in the same spirit. The girl looks at him with eyes full of admiration. It's time to go back, and the guy offers to drink a little at the end. The girl sighs heavily and says that she will not go with him, because now she understands that the boy does not want to harm this world. But if his identity is revealed, the world will plunge into chaos. A second later, she gently touches his hand with hers. She takes his palm with her own hands and says that she must protect him. This is her will. Even if his identity becomes known to everyone, if he is with the daughter of the one who saved the world, then it might make things easier. The black-haired boy was at a loss for words. He just looked at the young lady in shock. She, in turn, looked at him with her eyes full of trust and warmth. The young man thought that she was out of her mind. 2 days passed. Before going to Sando, they need to visit somewhere. Chinmurup asks the blonde oddball to take care of his people. Pek Sheryun, on the other hand, asks him to take care of their master. He doesn't even eat if you don't follow him.
This guy is one of the stronger warriors, the most dangerous of those she saw here.
After that, the residents wished them a happy journey. They said goodbye and went their separate ways. Suddenly, the girl hears someone's voice in her head. Pek Sheryun, call her Flower Lady and remind me that if something happens to our hero, the world will face chaos. The girl asked when he called her that, does he really know her true identity? But the young man does not think so. Most likely he was just testing a guess. The girl sighs heavily. The guy asks her not to worry. They want to visit the northern Jeongdomen to solve the debt case. So our hero wants to give them that receipt. But the amount of money they had decreased a little. We had to spend money on military turnover. But even if they don't return the full amount, they will be grateful. Because it is a place with dangerous guilds. Northern Cheondaman is known for its brutal martial arts. And a great chance to make them their debtors. It takes a whole day to get there. Suddenly, the girl asked everyone to stop for a moment. It was already late, so she offered to stay at a guest house and to continue the journey tomorrow. If they come there tomorrow morning, the people of North Cheongdomen will definitely be in a good mood and have more time to talk.
Yudeha and Yeonshu listened to the girl with admiration. There really is logic in this.
The main character said that the girl has a stupid character. It was praise. She's definitely become a part of their squad. The old man was lying in bed and breathing heavily. He is not in the best condition now. A young boy was sitting above him. It was Li Huang, the heir of the northern Jeongdomen. The subordinate talks about the fact that he has returned from the outskirts of Pajun. Sur of the Bloody Sky is destroyed. The head of the family is saved. They say it was all done by the heir of the demonic forest. It's a great luck that people were saved, but they don't even know who the kidnapper is. Now they are in debt to the Union. They owe them 800,000 pieces of silver, but they have collected only 50. If they do not pay the debt, they will end up on the street. Soon you will also have to pay for the union fee. The man had no doubt sold his soul to the devil if it would help solve their problem. It is very difficult for the boy to see the chapter in such a state, but he must pull himself together. The guy can't think about anything else. He feels the walls pressing down on him. The walls that have appeared between small and large plans are pressing. They call themselves a union, although the attitude towards them depends heavily on their origin. The Union has ruled Sichuan for a very long time, so these walls will not fall. He will pray for Li Huan to return home safe and sound. It is difficult for him to leave his father and students to return to the Union again. What's the point of returning to the Iron Blade like this? The subordinate tried to encourage the heir, reminding him that there is always a way out. As long as there is life, there is hope. It seems that these words made him feel better. A smile played on his lips. After some time, someone visited the counselor. He is informed that guests have arrived. These guests came from the demonic forest. It was they who opened the case of the disappearance of the head of the Chan clan. At that moment, hope flashed in the man's eyes. He quickly collected himself and ran out to meet the guests. It was this young man who destroyed the Great Blade and investigated the disappearance of the head of the Chong family. Maybe he has some information about the thief? The advisor explained that the head is not in the best shape right now, so he is replacing it. The main character arrived here after learning information during the investigation of the John family case. After asking how they are doing here, the man immediately became serious. Now the clan is on the verge of complete ruin. The head does not come to his senses, so his obligations are fulfilled by the heir, but he must return to the Iron Blade clan. Listening to this, our hero takes out an envelope from his pocket. The man does not understand what it is, but takes the envelope in his hands. When he opens it, he is shocked to find 2 million inside. The main character is not going to return 1 million. He will not help everyone for free. Unfortunately, this is all the amount they could find. A second later, he hands them an envelope containing another 400,000. After a second, the young man gets up and is about to leave, but the man stops him. Would the heir leave them such a large amount just like that? The main character is not kidding. The head of the forest was deeply saddened by the misfortunes of the northern Cheondamun, so he decided to help them. At the moment of his appearance in the demonic forest, the young man was able to do so many good deeds. It seems that a dragon has indeed appeared in the demonic forest. The man asks not to go so fast. He wants to say thank you. At this time, the heir says goodbye to his father because he has to go back to the clan. With tears in his eyes, he hopes that his father will recover soon. Soon, a happy advisor runs into the room who says that the heir of the demonic forest has arrived. The man talks about the fact that our hero returned the stolen money to them. The young boy at first does not understand what he is talking about. Suddenly, the old man, who had been lying down without strength, suddenly stood up. It was true. The main character returned all their money and more. The boy could not digest what happened before his eyes. Lee Jong-myung headed towards the guests as soon as he got up. He didn't even have time to put himself in order. The money they received from the boy is a new life for what to go home. The man who was near death saw the light in the face of the young heir of the demonic forest. The young boy became a real ray of hope for him. He knelt before him. The boy became embarrassed and asks him to get up. But the old man continues to thank him endlessly. The boy hopes that they can overcome these difficulties. Chin Murip is truly an amazing young man. Thus, the demonic forest gained another ally. Now our heroes were heading to Sichuan. More precisely, they were heading to Sojo. The head asked them to stay at least for a few days to give thanks. But the main character must reject this offer, because it's time for them to go. They say goodbye to each other. Suddenly an idea comes to the young man's head. He tells him about her in his ear. The old man asks to take his son with him on the road, because he is still going the same way. The boy wants to accompany our company to Sondo. The heir notices how this boy's eyes light up. He is very different from his peers. After some time, they go on the road. The boy promised to protect the heir on the way. They got into the cart, and a young boy was their coachman. Yes, a second later, they were off to Sondo. The road to Nanzhong province is quite close to Songdo. They wouldn't entrust Li Huan with such a job because he wasn't even a coachman. So Yu Daiha pushed him inside and got behind the horses himself. All the guy dreams about now is to rest. When they arrive a little more, they will switch and Yong Chu will sit behind the horses. The black-haired boy said that he wanted to get a job in Sondo. They are planning to reopen a unit that has been vacant for a long time. Li Huang unfolds the paper to see its contents, but Li Huang doesn't seem sure that this is the place. The young man remembers that this is an old, long-abandoned building. If he remembers correctly, that's where the headquarters of the Gang of 10 is. They were stationed there several years ago. This gang is part of the Muramu Alliance, but why were they stationed in Sondo? Most likely, they were engaged in foreign intelligence. Tang Ryohua had heard that the gang had their ears and eyes everywhere. But why did they set up their headquarters in the demonic forest subdivision? They seem to have decided that the unit is abandoned. But if the gang has still preserved its honor and dignity, it will be possible to come to an agreement with them. Chin Murip is sure that these bastards have no dignity. What will they do if the gang refuses to leave? This is not important because the building is still old and our hero thought of rebuilding it. There are a lot of people walking on the streets. Traders here offer a wide variety of goods. That's exactly what Sondo looks like. Chin Murip sincerely thanks the boy for the support. Li Huang immediately heads to the Sichuan Union to announce his arrival. A second later, the young man turns to the black youth. He asks if the demonic forest wants to join the alliance someday. Chin Murip does not promise anything, because now their main task is to strengthen the units. Li Huang promises that he is ready to come to his aid at any time. Our hero does not like to say goodbye for a long time, so after a second he thanks and leaves. Li Huang also goes about his business. Chin Murip notices that Yudeha is a little tired and offers to sit in the cart himself, but he refuses. First, they need to rest. First, they will check the unit and then find a place to stay. After leaving the central intersection of the city, they went to a quiet street. They immediately saw the headquarters of the gang in front of them. The building really looked very sad, and you could easily think that it was abandoned. The redhead wanted to call the porter, but there was no need. Since they entered the city, they have been watched by two scoundrels. Among such rumors, spread faster than the wind. Therefore, our hero decides to come in without an invitation. At this time, a man runs to the butler and says that they have guests. They were visited by the heir of the demonic forest. The boy himself went in and opened the door. It seems he knew he was being watched. Chok Mu was irritated by such insolence, but said to bring him here. But the young man does not need to be brought anywhere. He has already come himself. He came here to settle the misunderstanding that had arisen between their gang and the demonic forest. The man does not understand what kind of misunderstanding we are talking about. Although the place is empty, it still belongs to the demonic forest, so the gang must vacate the premises. But Chok Moog is not going to leave here. Who said this room belongs to them? The bastard isn't going to go away, even when Chin Murip says in a sterner tone. This is how a master of martial arts and the head of a famous gang communicate. This document confirms that the area belongs to the demonic forest. The man reads the document and realizes that it is real. He does not dispute that once upon a time, this room belonged to a demonic forest. Tan Rihua is shocked that they are not going anywhere even after seeing the document. They've been here for 10 years, they renovated it to live, and now they have to just leave? But there is no repair here. Besides, It's starting to get cold outside, so the gang won't be going anywhere. The gang agrees that the premises belong to the demonic forest, but they want to stay here. The black-haired boy smiles and agrees. The man fell into a stupor when he heard that the young man agreed to this. The bastard screams loudly. It turns out that Chin Murup was still going to demolish the premises in order to rebuild. He can do whatever he wants, because the room belongs to the forest. They will demolish the house, and the gang will decide whether to stay here and die or leave. The bastard realized that this young man is even worse than many poor people, a madman who goes to any lengths for his goal. It is necessary to report him to the center urgently. A second later, Yongchu is already holding a large stone on his shoulder, with which he is going to crush everything here. A guy can tell you how to survive a gang. If they wash every day and report information about the gang, our hero will provide them with food and a roof over their heads. The man grits his teeth in anger. The man agrees, but cannot accept one condition. The young man thinks that this condition is the delivery of information, but it is not at all. He does not agree to wash every day, at least every other day. Parabok did not expect this, but agreed. Thus, he returned the unit to Sondo. Chokmuge accepted the heir's offer. Now that they have to live under the bridge, he sees how hard it will be for his chuns. They use the gang's information networks to find craftsmen and laborers to help with construction. Thus, the reconstruction of the Sondo Demonic Forest Division had finally begun. John Muge smells bad, and our hero advises him to try brushing his teeth. He will do it tomorrow. For vagrants, this is a real benefit, because they are provided with food and a home. The man understands that Chin Murup is very smart. Judging by his ingenuity, the rumor that he killed Sura is most likely true. It is said that those expelled from the organization are sent to branches abroad of the Central Union. The man says that his mentor was an elder of the gang. Why then is he here instead of going to a gang in the Central Union? His mentor participated in the preparation of the rebellion of the 8 Emperor clan, but died along with the other elders. And the man survived only because he knew nothing. The man has no burning desire to return to the center. The main thing is that his people are not starving now. If the man will help our hero, then someday I will be able to return to the Central Union. The man notices that this boy is quite self-confident. Such people usually have 2 paths, either eternal glory or an early death. But unfortunately, the man never met the first option. It will be interesting to see how much this confidence is enough for the guy. The main character asks the man to find him a person with fast feet. The boy needs the fastest messenger. The man gets up and is going to finish his bread. After some time, Don Chogi enters his office. The guy says he can deliver the letter to Chongqing in about 20 days if the route is cut. Almost all craftsmen in Sondo were encouraged to build new buildings for the division. From that day, construction went faster. Our hero has resumed training in the sword technique he studied with the head of Nerem. Yudeha is locked in a vault and continues his training. Tengryowa and Yongchu became his partners in this. The vagabonds from the gang also resumed their studies because now they did not have to worry about food and lodging. The gang received most of its information from passers-by on the streets. They spent several hours a day gathering information, and the rest of the time they spent on training. Yes, completely imperceptibly the moon flashed by. Our hero delivers a message that needs to be delivered to the demonic forest. Also, he gives the guy money for travel expenses. The guy promises to run as fast as he can. And so, after a few minutes, he started on his way. Winter was approaching. Finally, the construction was finished, and soon the first guest visited them. It was Li Huang who came to congratulate them on the completion of construction. The young man wonders how he managed to convince the gang of this. He says he asked politely. Chin Murup has the impression that he knows his friend. His name is Shin Pyong. He is the young heir of the Golden Martial Arts clan. The boy expresses his gratitude to Chin Murup for helping their clan. The boy said that guests from the Tang clan had recently arrived. All they did was apologize and leave. Rumor has it that they were the ones who saved Pyeongchang, but Fame couldn't get their heads around it. This family did not say anything more to them. This is very interesting. If someone asks about it, he asks to say that the rumors do not lie. Li Huang has something else to say. He tells that now it is very restless in Sojin. After a moment, he blurts out and asks Chin Murup to join the Sichuan Union. They say the Blood Clan and the Underworld Palace are preparing for war. This is very secret information that no one knows about yet. The young man heard this information from an acquaintance who works in Bigak. Although there is an opinion that large factions neglect small and medium clans. But this does not apply to all. Sojang and Sichuan are separated by the Tessel mountain range, so carts rarely travel along this route. But there is a chance that they want to go to the center, then they will have to go through Sichuan. If war breaks out now, the major alliance factions will use them as consumables. Therefore, now they need the support of the demonic forest. If he were the head of the Union, then the most rational solution would be to use small factions as consumables in the war. Although the demonic forest has yet to regain its former prestige, after defeating the Great Blade, they have become one of the strongest factions. It is logical that they want to get their support. There's no way that such information would leak out of the council. So it's a trap to draw the demonic forest into war. They must have realized that the demonic forest is trying to win the sympathy of small and medium factions, and they sent them so that the demonic forest could not refuse. He expected that the Alliance would want to win the demonic forest over to its side, but he could not have thought that they would react so quickly. A second later, the heir laughed out loud. If he refuses, he will lose the confidence of small and medium-sized factions, and if he agrees, he will put them at risk of war. In such a situation, he finds only one option: to inflate his price. That is why he refuses to join the Union. The boys try to assure our hero that this is a good deal for the demonic forest. They promise to do their best to support the demonic forest while they cultivate their former authority. He asked if everyone believed that the demonic forest should become a center for the small and medium factions to unite. This is just their opinion for now, but other factions may support them. In a situation where we need to unite, conflicts can only do harm. He does not want to join the Alliance at such great risks. If others really share their opinion, then let them invite them to the negotiating table. Having said this, the main character walks away with a smile. The boys are clearly upset about this and think they were in a hurry. They understood that first it is necessary to discuss everything with others. Then, the boys set out to solve this question. If they believe that war is inevitable, then they definitely want to have strong allies. Their goal is not only to minimize losses for large factions. They won't be happy if the demonic forest is out of the way. Therefore, even if they refuse the offer, the Union will not refuse them. If they don't want to become cannon fodder, they will get together and come to them again. The boy noticed that the family had come to him and ordered him to go back and guard the gate. It is said that the young heir went to reconstruct the subdivision in Sando. Some still do not believe in the rumors that our hero has overcome the Asura of the bloody sky. It is hard to believe that he single-handedly overcame such a strong enemy. A heavenly poison warrior named Tang Mugyong does not believe this. There is no need to raise the authority of the demonic forest now. Han Yung-wol reflects on everything he managed to hear. He thought that everything was long in the past, but they were destined to meet again. Cho Pyeongchon is the only one who was able to defeat him many years ago. They say that now he has become an ordinary grandfather, but it seems that he has a good student. In the morning, the man noticed the two Iron Blade guys fussing. It seems that the small factions have decided to side with the demonic forest. Or maybe the man himself sent them there. The war between the Blood Squad and the Palace will end with the squad winning. Their thirst for majesty will not subside, and they will not calm down. Of course, they will go to Sichuan. Therefore, they need to clip the wings of the demonic forest in order to minimize their losses and win the war. If the demonic forest does not participate, there may be trouble after the war and control of Sichuan will pass to them. Therefore, it is necessary to exhaust the forces of small and medium-sized factions in order to strengthen their positions. They must force the demonic forest to participate in this war. All cards must be in their hands. What to do if it does not come to war? If that happens, they may start a war themselves. There are enough drives. And what if the demonic forest does not join them? At this time, the two boys returned with nothing. They have already sent 2 monks to them. You can't give the demonic forest much time to think. All they have to do is wait for good news from the monks. Ha Jambo, one of the monks, had not dealt with the demonic forest for a long time. The second monk, Kong Yuvul, is not sure what they are doing is right, but they themselves turned away from the forest at a difficult moment. If they are already here, you should talk to them. The men knock and a scary-looking guy, our red-haired big man, opens the door for them. The men immediately tensed up seeing such a scary face. A second later, Young Chu slammed the door with all his stupidity, saying that they were not interested in predictions. The men were tired. Zdroven decided that they were fortune-tellers and had come here for fortune-telling. Men don't seem upset about it at all. They don't try to make another attempt go back. Yangchu told our hero about the fortune-tellers visiting them, but he sent them back. Lately, everything has been very quiet, even unusual. Maybe it's a redhead's destiny to be a gatekeeper. Chin Murip reminded that guests from the Union should come to them soon, and they should be met with dignity. Yangchu is ready to receive guests because politeness is his second name. At this time, the monks had already returned to the Union and told that they had not been let in. They were not even allowed on the threshold. The mustachioed man sits in confusion. It seems that the rumors that our hero is a difficult person turned out to be true. His power is very great, but it is somehow too much. It seems he underestimated him. Then, next time they decide to send an Iron Blade Master to them. Maybe then the middle and small factions will be satisfied. Perhaps the Master will have better luck and bring them good news. The boy introduced himself. His name is Yuk Kunmyeon. He came from the Iron Blade clan. The red-haired man rudely asks why he came here. The young man came to talk to the heirs, but the heir forbade anyone except guests from the Union to be admitted. After a second, the young man says that he is from the Union. The redhead is surprised. Then Yongchu immediately clears the way for the boy and invites him inside. Chinmurup carefully examines the stranger who has just entered his territory. It seems that they are the same age, although the boy thought that some elder would be sent to him. Rumors about the main character turned out to be true. The young man extends his hand and introduces himself. Yongchu is indignant when they hear that this brat is addressing the heir as you. Rudy even wants to kill him for this, but Chinmurup forbids it. First, you need to see what he will do. The young man says that he came here because he was interested in getting to know our hero. They look at each other. Chinmurup sees that this guy's approach is very different from that of others. The young man heard that the young man rejected the offer of union, but our hero cannot remember this. He tells about the situation when the boy did not let 2 monks in. Then the main character turns to the redhead and asks if no one has come to them. Yuk Kunmyeong said that 2 old men were supposed to come to them. Yongchu remembered that 2 fortune-tellers had come to them, but he told them to go away. From today, the heir ordered to keep the gate open at all times. It turns out that there was simply a misunderstanding. Well, the guy met our hero, so now he can go. But the young man, it seems, is not going to go. He remembered something important. It turns out he has to take him to the Union. Those grandfathers came here from the face of large factions. And the young man does not know what they would offer him if they entered. But the young man chased them away without even listening. He says that everyone agreed that the demonic forest should become the center of the Union. The guy asks him to think it over. They can give him a lot. The black-haired boy asks what exactly they can give him. The guy promises absolute support from small and medium-sized factions. No matter what he did, if the demonic forest became the center, they would always be on their side. Li Huang and Shin Pyong were saying something very similar. But are they sure they can keep that promise? The young man is sure that they will be able to keep their word. When the war is over, the victors will take up the sword in Sichuan. Will he be able to protect small and medium factions from them? This young man is asking the wrong question. You don't have to ask if he will protect them. You have to ask if he is ready to fight alongside them and not give up. The boy is worried that they might become victims of war because of the major factions. Of course, the boy did not expect to win the hearts and minds of all small and medium-sized factions in one step. The main thing is that at least a few people support him confidently, and the rest can be achieved based on past experience. After a few seconds, the protagonist agrees. But, in turn, he asks to fulfill one of his requests. He pulls out the letter he was going to give to the elder young Muwon and us when they arrive. The main character asks to convey this message to the owner. The boy promises to fulfill the request and says goodbye to him. After that, he steps to the exit. Tan Ryohwa came. It's a pity that she wasn't there earlier, because they had an interesting guest. The girl felt something unusual, that's why she came. She thought it might be a warrior from Sanshin. Hearing about this, our hero was surprised. The girl explained that she felt a similar energy from some people in the flower bell. Chinmurup guessed that this guest was hiding something. Now it became clear why he is different from others. Meanwhile, they had already received his message. The mustachioed man is tightly squeezed into a piece of paper. At the same time, the old man laughed loudly. It seems he was so amused by the letter he received from our hero. If they want the demonic forest to join the alliance, they invite him to visit their unit by next month. It is not difficult to guess what they were thinking. After a second, the mustachioed man agrees, confidence in every word and movement. The guy knows his price perfectly. The Lord could hear the disappointment in Tang Mugyong's voice. Now, even though the man is disappointed, Han Jungwol will have to regret later. Everything happened as they thought. The demonic forest is taking its toll. This brat hasn't even become an official head yet, but he talks so rudely to the elders and asks them to come to them personally. Let him continue to disgrace himself. A gang messenger named Dong Choge brought a letter to Cho Magan. The grandfather was very worried about his grandson. Did he eat or sleep? Even after going to Sondo, Chinmurup remains himself. Soon, Moon Kang-yu, the intelligence commander, arrived. The commander of the intelligence service enters the premises and says hello. From today, they will intercept all carrier pigeons. It seems that the heir is up to something again. It will be clear to anyone that this is just a demonstration. And isn't the messenger from the gang a demonstration? The messenger overcame a long, difficult path. He tells him to rest. Cho Mugen is going to be a good uncle to Chinmurip. The grandfather will morally support his son. And so the man goes on the road. A little over a month passed from the moment the gang was absorbed to the arrival of Dongchoge. During this month, the Sichuan Union was shocked by the act of the young heir of the demonic forest, who asked what the price is for self-love and arrogance. The morning of the appointed day came. All the people understood that Vladika himself was going. His cart is very beautiful. It is said that he is going to the demonic forest to speak with Chinmurip in person. Before, the Union had absolutely no business with the demonic forest. They say the forest was recently destroyed by a large blade. Then it is clear why the Union wants to ensure their support. A great day for a visit. The mustachioed man now only cares about the mysterious heir. The old man hopes that the young man will live up to his expectations. Otherwise, his visit will be in vain. This area is quite crowded. It turns out that the boy was waiting for them, but this did not make my soul any easier. Grandpa smiles kindly. It seems that he is never able to understand his subordinate. Since the Alliance is forced to go alone into the demonic forest, it is important to make sure that everyone says that our hero is full of sassiness. The vagabonds were going to make a good impression. Guests are coming soon and they need to get ready. The head of the gang of 10 has changed a lot lately. The messenger cannot even imagine how many times his head was washed during the time he was not here. The messenger had already heard that the head was coming to visit the heir.
Even carrier pigeons are intercepted in Chinsen. The head's visit is a strict secret.
Yu Deha of the Radiant Dragon Squad relayed the signal. The bishop's carriage will arrive in the afternoon. It's time to start preparing. It's time to hit the road. 2 days ago, Cho Mugen and his squad secretly left the city and went to Songdo, but no one in the Union knew about his visit. This was Chinmurip's trick. Cho Mugen even dressed in nice clothes at the request of our hero. He really likes this suit. They wonder what kind of costume Chinmurip will be wearing today. The black-haired boy had already changed his clothes. He looked incredible and attractive. Tang Ryohwa opened her mouth in surprise when she saw how attractive the boy was. A second later, she quickly turned away, embarrassed when she realized she was staring at him. The main character tells the girl to dress nicely too. The Union wants to eat the demonic forest alive, so it is necessary to show them that they are not easy prey. It is important to make a good impression. Having said this, the young man loomed over the girl, maintaining eye contact. She was ashamed. The girl quickly turned around and went away to change her clothes. She didn't want him to see her red cheeks. After some time, the bishop and his subordinate came to the city. People part, letting the Lord pass. Did he really come here in person? The men pass by and head to the unit. The crowd just looked after them in silence. A second later, the gate to the territory of the unit opened. Yongchu and Yudeha stood at the door. Yongchu begins to shout words of welcome to their guests in an incredibly loud voice. Such a cry made people's hair stand on end. The grandfather and the mustachioed man clearly did not expect such a volume. Very soon, our hero and Tan Ryohwa leave the room. They are ready to kindly receive their guests. This is really their way. It was not for nothing that the vagrants from the gang called people. This is a really brilliant appearance. It seems that they want to show that they are not giving in to the Union. The men in the crowd began to discuss Tang Ryohwa. She was simply unsurpassed. All men's eyes were fixed on Tang Ryohwa. She walks with her head held high. The mustachioed man realized that our hero attracts attention to himself with his appearance. And he also took such a beauty with him. Is that all he's capable of? Judging by the reaction of the crowd, it is fashionable to say that this is quite an effective method. Chinmurip telepathically asked the girl if she was feeling normal. If she's uncomfortable, she can wear a veil. Tan Ryohwa wants to help our hero, which is why he attracts so much attention. A second later, the young man still tells her that they covered her face with a veil, because men look at her too much and he starts to get jealous. Chinmurip introduces himself to the man, and Han Jungwol introduces himself to him. The black-haired boy was grateful to him for visiting him. Our hero wants to show who is the boss here, showing that they are the ones who came to visit him. If the demonic forest had shown its will by opening a branch in the capital, how could they not offer cooperation? Besides, if even the Heavenly Blade and Soul Flare came back from the Sect with nothing, he had to come in person. They didn't let Masters Ha and Khan in. Everyone laughed at this story. These craftsmen are deeply respected not only in Sichuan but all over the world. But the protagonist pretended not to understand what they were talking about. Chinmurip specially says this out loud so that everyone can hear. No masters came to them. The men are shocked by such impudence of this young man. And he does not care that there are 2 witnesses to the fact that it is a lie. You can't show this in front of everyone. Chin Murip promised that a noble heir like him would never do such a thing. The boy is ready to give in to his pride for the sake of his goal. But this does not change the fact that the heir had every chance to visit the Lord. Their leader is already on his way here. The men looked around to see who was coming towards them. Everyone present looked back. A noise was heard behind them. Cho Mugan and his father were walking towards them. A second later, Cho Mugan himself emerged from the crowd. The mustachioed man gritted his teeth when he saw the uninvited guest.
Chin Murip is like a sly fox struck a sneak attack.
Cho Mugan greets everyone present and introduces himself. There was no news from Chongqing about the head of the forest. Did he even control the agents? Han Jung-wul was even speechless for a moment. This is not some young heir, but the head himself, so you need to show respect. Father talked a lot about Han Jung-wul and asked him to say hello when he arrived in Songdo. Grandfather thanks with a smile on his face. He does not want to detain the bishop, but he must ask him a few questions. Cho Mugan climbs onto the roof and wishes everyone a happy day when the demonic forest will finally join the Sichuan alliance. For everyone who gathered here, they prepared wine and meat. Everyone shouts joyfully and praises the head of the demonic forest. All this annoyed Tan Mugyeon. A black-haired boy invites guests to enter. Soon, everyone scattered around the territory of the unit. The vagabond did his job well. Have they ever thought of going to work in a guest house? But the man lives well, even without a job. Jong-moog just looks at his subordinates in surprise. It is surprising that they gathered so many people just to show off in front of the Lord of the Union. People still don't know much about Tang Mungyong, but he is a cold-blooded and cunning person. He never forgives insults. Should he be challenged? One of the boys asked the head to help him, because they don't have enough hands. This young successor found employment even for the poor. He definitely knows how to get the most out of anyone. And so the men sat down at the table and poured themselves some tea. Can they consider that the bishop's presence here means acceptance of all the conditions mentioned in the letter? But if they refuse, then the question of joining the union has never been and never will be. But they gathered so many people and proudly announced that they were going to join the Sichuan Union. Was it in vain? The demonic forest is trying to regain its former glory at the expense of small and medium factions. It makes no sense for them to create unnecessary inconvenience by trying to hide their true intentions. But everything is not as the advisor says. Instead of avenging past grievances, one should focus on how to use the demonic forest. Isn't this one of the obligations of the Lord of the Union? He is really an unusual person. It seems that the game is not in favor of the advisor today. He seems to have underestimated the heir. He thought that Chin Murip was just an ordinary intelligent fox, but it seems that he is a real young tiger. Everything was decided before their arrival, so the man wants to conduct negotiations as soon as possible. They will accept all the conditions of the demonic forest that are written in the letter. A new final will be created in the Union, the head of which will be Master Hassan. Under the rule of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion, the Iron Blade and Black Soul units will pass. Since technically Murip has not reached the pinnacle of mastery, he cannot claim a position for himself. The head of Urim can defend his position, especially taking into account the fact that he will have personnel management at his disposal. So it makes more sense to send Murip into battle. Han Junwol would like to make one suggestion. He would like to put the Golden Tiger Squad under the control of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. Then Murip could use this chance to make friends with his peers. The Golden Tiger wants to use them to secretly conduct intelligence in the Cloud Dragon. In a union, it is difficult to hide from prying eyes. It is better to leave part of the information on the surface. Then our hero will be able to reveal the weak points of the enemy and hit them precisely. If the Cloud Dragon Pavilion is in charge of all personnel matters, no one should interfere with the movement of the squad. Some time passes and the men are going to go back. All this commotion in Sojan seems to have played into their hands quite a bit, so who would have thought that Blood Squad could be useful too? Creating the Cloud Dragon Pavilion is a great success. Cho Mugang had heard that Tang Mugyong was a very cunning and intelligent person. Did they do the right thing by provoking him? Difficult opponents force people to deepen their knowledge and learn from mistakes. Han Jongwol was very indignant because he had never been humiliated like this before in front of other people. For the first time after he became the head of the union, he was put in such a humiliating position. But the man assures him that the worse it is now, the sweeter it will be during victory. The man could not even think that the head of the demonic forest would also come here. He promises to pay Han Jungwol several times more for this disgrace. 3 days passed. Cho Mugan was about to go back to the forest. Cho Mugan says goodbye to them and drives back. The main character warmly looks at him. If the head of Urim becomes difficult, he can always turn to our hero for help. The head is already sitting in the cart. He asked his nephew to come to him. The mustachioed man turned his eyes away with excitement. The man looked at Tang Ryohwa, who did not understand what had happened. The uncle reminded his nephew that the sooner he gets married, the better. A minute later, my uncle went home. The girl asked what her uncle told him, but the boy was not going to answer. The young man tells everyone to pack up, because they are going on a journey. Right now, they are going to the Union. The guy insists that the girl should leave too, because she promised to protect him. A light blush appeared on the pike from such a piercing gaze of the boy. After a second, she says she will follow him anywhere. You, Deha, and Head Warem look after them. Chin Murup knew that the girl would go with him. The guy reminds that Tan Ryohwa has to protect the peace in Marima, right? The girl asks to be called Yuf in front of strangers, but there is no one there. Suddenly, the girl felt someone's presence and immediately began to take out her sword for protection. There are not many people in Marima who are able to sneak up on her unnoticed, but this unknown person is definitely a master of his craft. Chin Murup tells the unknown man not to hide, because the girl has already noticed him anyway. It was Seo Jinhuan who greeted his master. The girl was able to feel the dark soul of the shadow demon at such a distance. The boy could not understand how she managed it. Our hero introduced them. This unknown person is his friend. Now they will see each other quite often. The girl's name was very familiar to the boy. Is this the same beautiful flower girl? Yes, it's her, daughter of the divine dragon. Hearing about this, the fair-haired young man was not jokingly angry. He didn't understand why a girl like her was standing next to him. It's simple. She likes the main character. She even promised to protect him. The girl hit him on the head for such words. Therefore, he asks them to become friends, because they have a long way ahead of them. They greet each other properly. A second later, the blonde young man hands the heir some kind of blue notebook. He finished the investigation. All the events of the world of martial arts and vices of warriors are collected here. During the investigation, the boy noticed something strange and wrote about it on the last page. They have prepared a storage facility in northern Jeongdomen and will take turns guarding there with the master's permission. In this situation, security is not urgently needed, but these people will be able to cross the borders of the Sichuan Union undetected. One person for protection will be quite enough. A second later, Seo Jinhuan disappeared. Tang Ryohwa was naturally frightened by such an unexpected appearance. How could he deceive her perception? It is the dark soul of a shadow demon. It seems that the girl has already heard about it. Chin Murup told her not to worry, because he definitely wouldn't consider her an enemy. The next day, everyone was ready to go to the Union. Right now, they were heading into enemy territory. We must be vigilant. With the information about the arrival of the demonic forest in the Sichuan Union, a commotion began. Chin Murup was in the center of attention. Added to the gossip were unconfirmed words that our hero had destroyed Sura of the bloody sky. It is logical that he immediately attracted attention. Breathing is completely different here. Many tall buildings around. The main character perfectly felt all the eyes on him. He was fed up with it. The young girls nicknamed him the Jade Dragon. Our hero has nothing against it, but the young soldiers of the Union call the boy quite differently. They call him the Mad Dragon. This made the young man laugh. They greet Master Hassan. The iron blade is lined up in front of the guests and welcomes them. The man was embarrassed by such attention. They are going to take him to the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. So they met again. This large structure is called the Main Wooden Estate. This building looks down on the whole of Sichuan. To regain its former grandeur, it needs to be much bigger. It seems that if you stretch out your hand, you will reach the top. But this is not the case at all. The gray-haired man is a little embarrassed when he is called the commander. The Golden Tiger Squad had already gathered in the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. The fact that they do not go to the commander is a demonstrable disregard for Hassan. After a second, they started to laugh when they realized that someone was calling this unit Pride. The warriors look at them strangely as they start laughing. No one understands the reason for laughter. They once had a proud history, a 3-story pavilion and buildings probably for housing. All this time, while they were walking to the pavilion, the squad never once appeared to them. But no provocations of young masters could shake the determination of an experienced man. Golden tigers seem to think too highly of themselves. It will clearly not be easy to cope with these children. Fortunately, the head of the forest gave him something good. The man put him in charge of the staff. Solidarity is clearly not in the first place for the young golden tigers. They are going to start with bloody changes. The deputy looks at them in fear at this time. At this time, the boys from the Golden Tiger are worried that something will happen to them, because they did not go to the meeting with the commander. Some of the young men understood that they were not acting very ethically. Tang Junho said that if anyone wanted to leave, they could do so. He looks very serious. He was in charge here, so all the soldiers immediately closed their mouths. The two boys are going to go and rest in silence. These fools do not even understand that a piece of bread is being taken from them. Suddenly, someone called Hyung. In front of him stood Master Dan Yu himself. He did not understand why the boy had become so kind to him, because only recently he had humiliated him. Once, Dan Wu visited Marima, and already behaves like an important and noble young man. The elder and the deputy are not there, so he offers the boy to lead the squad and go after them. Such impudence made the boy's jaw drop. Dan Wu joined the squad recently, and probably still doesn't know much. Didn't he hear what happened to the bishop in Sondo? Until the situation becomes clearer, they will stay here. What's the point of controlling the demonic forest if they have now joined the Sichuan alliance? Moreover, people here do not know about a person named Qin Murip. Only Dan Wu could see his face. Dan Wu advises not to cross the path of the demonic forest heir. But the stubborn boy was not going to listen to his ally. A second later, the boy heads for the door. In a commanding tone, he told the boy not to call him Hyung anymore. For him, he is the commander. After that, he opens the door and goes away. Dan Wu perfectly understands that this is his karma, and he cannot blame the boy. The young man understands that it is wrong to stay here, but he does not have the courage to leave himself. Now he finally sees that he has not put in anything, and unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't change that. He will not be able to change anything in this city. A mustachioed man, an advisor to the Tang clan, enters the pavilion. The boy explained that some time ago, the warriors of the demonic forest entered the Cloud Dragon pavilion. The man offers the boy to sit down and drink tea. The man admits that it was always unpleasant when new people appear in the family. Comrades from the Golden Tiger are also probably confused. Rumors reached him that the detachment refused to go to the new commander. This is quite a special effect. After a second, the man turns to his subordinate in a serious tone. In order to survive in this brutal world of martial arts, they must hold on to each other. This mustachioed man is a real idol for a young man. If something happens to him, he can always come to the counselor. The process of joining the demonic forest to the Union was quite fast. The Lord Commander quickly looked into the inner workings of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion and allocated temporary quarters. The commander went to collect the seal. There are rumors that he is going to reorganize the troops. He is going to single out 25 people from the Black Soul. Yuk Kun Myung had just recently talked about this with Elder Yuk of the Iron Blade. Unexpectedly, the main character's voice was heard behind him. The black-haired boy had already been told about everything. He is grateful to the boy, but he missed one important point. He needs 25 Golden Tiger men. Does he think these young men will obey him even after ignoring the commander? This is what confuses the main character. Perhaps these bastards should be given a good beating for such disrespect. Kunmian laughed heartily. But when it reached him that Qin Murip was not joking, he fell into a stupor. It was a mistake to entrust the Golden Tiger squad to the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. He doesn't need the best. Parubok wants the weakest people from the Golden Tigers. The boy thinks who fits these criteria. The young man understood what our hero was going to do. He will prepare everything in the best way. A second later, the black boy is about to walk away. Suddenly, Kunmian calls him by name. He thanks him for joining them. The old man sighs and looks away. At this time, Dan Wu, in complete solitude, is standing in front of the door. Having met with the commander, the young man will become a traitor to the Golden Tiger, and everyone will look down on him. He decided to guess on the flower whether he should go to the meeting. But unexpectedly, behind him appeared his greatest fear. Qin Murip. Dan Wu instantly jumped away from him. He was so scared of our hero that he could not stand on his feet and fell to the ground. The young man told him to calm down. He is not going to do anything with him. Dan Wu said that he had recently joined the Golden Tiger. Qin Murip thought that Dan Wu had come to him to ask for money for treatment. But it turns out the young man wanted to join our hero's personal squad. He longs for change. Thinking about the third prince, Qin Murip involuntarily remembered his service in the Golden Lion Ward. Then, thinking that he appeared to apologize, the hero made it clear that time had been missed. The excitement was clearly heard in the third prince's voice as he revealed the true purpose of his visit. His desire to join the elite personal unit commanded by Qin Murip, which came as a surprise to everyone present. The surprise on the hero's face made the young man remember the memorial letter left when he left the Golden Martial Arts clan. Qin Murip masterfully portrayed forgetfulness, although every word of that message still echoed in his memory. In the depths of his soul, he was filled with joy at the realization that his old friend was finally on the path to true adulthood, and he was right in this decision, although it was still too early to admit it openly. The memories of Hatchcon did not let him go for a moment. especially those wise words about the essence of true maturity, which now took on a new, deeper meaning in the context of the events taking place. His persistent desire to join the ranks of the detachment was dictated by a sincere desire to change, to surpass himself, despite the fact that at first this path seemed vague and uncertain. Chin Murup observed with a smile that if the boy had come only to repeat the bitter experience of the past defeat, then even that was better than returning to the former, devoid of the purpose of life. Having made the decision to include a new recruit in his personal unit, the hero was perfectly aware that a single confrontation with strict training and strict rules could prove to be an overwhelming test. According to his instructions, Yuk Kunman, the Iron Blade foreman who was stationed at the command headquarters, was to be approached to help select 24 worthy warriors for the new team. Their parting was accompanied by a deep bow from the boy, sincere thanks to the heir and a firm promise to make every effort to form a team of real warriors. The action moved to the underground training hall of the Golden Tiger Squad, where at this time the tireless Jean Solon was honing her skills, immersed in intense training. Discussing the recent arrival of emissaries from the demonic forest, she strongly convinced the foreman of the need to be sent there immediately, stressing the critical importance of the matter. The heir, wiping the drops of sweat from his forehead with a careless gesture, showed a surprising indifference to the situation, which caused confusion among those present in the training hall. Jin Solan's astonishment was boundless. How could a person of this status, the first in the list of the 8 young martial arts masters of Sichuan, whose name thundered throughout the province, show such obvious indifference? The girl tried to dissuade Tang Chun from deciding to become the head of the squad, but he only wanted to continue fighting. Disappointed by his behavior, she realized she didn't want to continue talking to someone who was interested in nothing but martial arts, and left. The boy then sat down in a meditative posture, concentrating his strength, knowing that soon, if he continued training, he would be able to surpass his opponent. Walking down the long corridors, Jean Solon was unhappy with the situation with the new command. Both the foreman and her sergeant were in a strange state. Although she found out about the arrival of the command too late, it did not release her from responsibility. She was so engrossed in helping the foreman that she forgot about managing the squad. Soon she gathered all the soldiers and the speaker announced the presence of all the platoon commanders. Jean Solon initially apologized for the late notification, but offered to go to greet the new Lord Commander anyway. However, the head of the 6th platoon doubted the need for this. The head of the 4th platoon held the same opinion, believing that if they were not called, then there was no point in going alone. Jean Solon noticed the extremely negative mood of both commanders, as if they were covering for someone. She suspected the possible creation of her own group behind her and the elders' back. Left with no choice, Jean Solon decided to go alone, with only 3 commanders following her. At this moment, Tang Soso, a regular of the Golden Tiger Squad, asked Tang Juho to stop his antics, but he just laughed and left. Soon, Jean Solon and the commanders arrived at the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. Chin Murup clearly did not understand the reasons for their visit, and the girl, bowing, explained that they had come, albeit belatedly, to greet the new commander. The hero was surprised that the girl had come forward to meet the people of the demonic forest in person, while they had collectively decided to ignore the new commander. Jean Solon calmly explained that they found out too late and would like to personally apologize to the Lord Commander. The hero, remaining calm, made it clear that Wu Husan was busy at the moment and asked them to come tomorrow. However, to everyone's surprise, Chin Murup did not react to the remarks. He only took out a small notebook and asked the girl who was talking to him to introduce herself, after which he wrote her name on his list. Although Tang Soso did not understand the actions of the hero, he only promised that everything would become clear tomorrow. He calmly explained to the arrivals that their appearance, regardless of the time, did not invalidate the respect they had shown, and assured them that the Lord Commander would definitely receive them tomorrow. They just had to be patient. Jin Solon, realizing that she could not resist, calmed down the agitated Tang Soso and suggested that everyone go home. The next day, 50 warriors were selected from the Black Soul and Iron Blade squads, carefully selected by Chi Warren and Yuk Kunman. Despite the sadness of parting with their comrades, they had high hopes for the future. The Black Soul squad that obeyed the demonic forest knew of Chin Murup's abilities by hearsay, and the Iron Blade had heard a lot from the stories of Li Huang and Ship Feng. Wu Gusan turned to the warriors, noted the glint of anticipation in their eyes, and announced that from now on they would obey the orders of squad leader Chin Murup. He welcomed them to the Crazy Army detachment, which surprised Chin Murup himself a lot. The name seemed strange to him, especially considering that they discussed the title Confused Souls with Wu Husan. But the man calmly explained, since he was an ice dragon, he chose an appropriate name for them. Many fighters liked the name because it meant a squad madly obsessed with martial arts. Suddenly the door opened and a squad of golden tigers appeared, led by a foreman. The first to speak was Tang Chiang, who introduced himself and greeted the head of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. Wu Gu-san, though displeased at such a sudden appearance, introduced himself as their new Lord Commander. About himself, he noted that Tang Chiang gave the impression of a real brat, even more so than their young heir. He soon revealed that he had been entrusted with the management of the staff at the Cloud Dragon Pavilion, so when everyone gathered, he announced the reorganization of the units. They began to summon soldiers one by one. The first was Tan Soso, who was informed that from today she would serve in the unit of the Mad Army. When the frightened girl asked again, she understood. On the day when the hero wrote down her name, he identified her in his squad. Wu Husan explained that each summoner should move to the far left row, after which he methodically continued to list the names. It became obvious to everyone that, with the exception of Tang Soso, they selected mostly the most successful warriors. The strategy seemed very well thought out. The last was the third prince of the Tang clan, who also moved to the left edge to join Qin Murip's squad. All those named were henceforth considered members of the Divine Army. But many began to protest, considering that their families spent a lot of money to get their children into the Golden Tiger Squad. Tan Soso looked excitedly at the sergeant, trying to understand if it was a joke. She couldn't believe that she was being transferred to another unit. At that moment, Husan's loud command to close his mouth rang out. He warned that today would be the last time he would suffer such disrespect, reminding them that he did not care about their origins. In the Cloud Dragon Pavilion, it didn't matter if they were from minor or major factions. In his eyes, they were all his subordinates. The man sternly warned that from tomorrow, he will not tolerate those who rely on the support of their patrons, and ordered everyone to monitor their behavior. After that, everyone started to leave. Yuk Kunman, leaving, wished the foreman success in managing the new squad. Among those who were not selected for the Mad Army, only Jin Solon remained, and Tang Soso asked her if she was really worth staying here. She gently explained to the girl that this was the decision of their new Lord Commander, with whom she could not do anything, but promised to talk to the commander about her fate. After hearing their conversation, Qin Murip asked Jin Solon with a smile how such a conversation would help her. The girl froze in surprise, realizing that the heir and commander of the Shining Dragon had been listening carefully to their conversation all this time. She was perfectly aware that her opinion might not help in any way in the situation. Despite this, the girl still wanted to express herself. Qin Murip emphasized the need to support her opinion with valid arguments. Only in this case her words could be accepted. However, all this time she was silent, and only when the problem touched her personally, she began to show activity. It was even interesting for the hero to observe such a selfish trait of her character, to act exclusively in her own interests. The girl was bitter to admit, but she understood the boy's absolute rightness. As a result, she had no choice but to walk away feeling humiliated. But she made a promise to Tang Soso to try to come up with something. After Jin Solon left the premises, only the ranks of the Mad Army remained. Speaking before them, the hero clearly understood how confused they were by such sudden changes. He saw many dissatisfied with the new organization. Having invited those who wished to express themselves right now, he gave the floor to all present. Cho En-song decided to speak first, raising his hand to report the rumors about Qin Murip. He wanted to know the truth of this story. At this moment, Yu Deha quickly approached the hero and explained that in front of him was Tang Juho, known in the squad for his rebellious character. Not wanting to lie, the hero calmly confirmed the truth of this story. Street thugs really beat him, and he was lying on the ground. After this admission, Cho En-seong stated that they couldn't trust a commander who couldn't even protect himself from some stray scum. He insisted that the post of foreman should go to him. Many shared his opinion, believing that no one would want to follow an elder who was weaker than themselves. Deciding to take advantage of this situation, Qin Murip asked Cho En-song if he would follow him if he could prove his abilities. However, this only amused the boy. He thought it was stupid that the hero was trying to prove something when his abilities were not enough to even defend against a minor attack. In response, the hero offered a deal. The one who can defeat him in a duel will take the position of foreman of the crazy army. Tang Soso couldn't even believe that they were seriously given such a chance. Qin Murip was indeed serious, asking only one thing, that the warriors promise to obey his orders without question in case of defeat. Everyone declared their readiness, which was quite satisfactory to Qin Murip. After everyone had given the necessary promises, The hero asked who would be the first to oppose him. Tan Soso called out, but the third prince stopped the girl, explaining that Chin Murup is actually very dangerous, and if she annoys him, he can pay with his life. But she calmly noticed that it was the prince who was annoying her so far, and she could come to an understanding with him even before Chin Murup would. At that moment, Cho Ensong from the traditional clan volunteered to fight. Tang Soso was extremely unhappy with the third heir because she lost her chance because of him. But the boy asked her not to interfere, because as soon as she understood the true abilities of her opponent, she would be grateful to him for these warnings. When the spy approached, he attached special importance to the fact that a girl was talking to Chin Murup. Everyone believes that subordinates simply whisper to him advice for the upcoming battle. In fact, at that moment, the girl was explaining that despite all the arrogance of Cho Anseon, you can't kill him under any circumstances. However, the hero was not going to do anything like that. Yudeha joined the conversation, who was aware of Cho Enseong's eccentric nature, but also noted his outstanding swordsmanship skills. At least that was the description that everyone wanted to make sure was true. The hero resolutely entered the arena in order to properly assess the quality of education at the Golden Tiger School. Tang Rehua, watching from the side, understood that the heir had been fighting more than anyone else lately. His abilities were not inferior to her father's, as he had immense inner strength. This is the energy that promotes rapid progress in the study of martial arts. Although it seemed simple in words, in practice it was very difficult to reach this level. However, the heir quickly corrected all shortcomings and never repeated the same mistakes twice. His advanced death-bringing sword technique had become incredibly accurate. An ordinary late learner would never have coped with something like this, let alone on his own. She was well aware that the person in front of Cho Anseong was literally one of the top 10 masters in the world, and she was curious to see how long her opponent would last. Cho Anson immediately attacked the hero with a surprise attack, but the hero only noticed that the surprise attack was not worth commenting on. Seeing how the boy easily dodged the attack, Tang Soso was amazed by his polished movements and could not understand how ordinary street vagrants could beat him. The guy tried to use a special technique of his clan, the ruthless sword of falling flowers, but the hero managed to easily reflect it. No one could believe their eyes. With every minute of the fight, the girl had more and more doubts. She did not understand how such a master could be defeated by simple thugs. Perhaps, she reasoned, these thugs were supposed to be equal to 7 or 10 of the best masters in the world. At this moment, the hero, already tired of inactivity, decided to use his crowning technique, the death-bringing sword of the life-taking ghost. A powerful stream of air directed the opponent's face. Tang Soso knew very well that Cho Ensong would not be able to handle this attack at all. His sword was moving too slowly. The opponent tried to claim that the fight was not over yet, but Chin Murup knew that was not the case. Aiming his palm to strike his opponent, he observed with a sly and ominous smile that this was only the beginning, then continued his attack. Literally in a few seconds, it became obvious to everyone that Cho Anson had suffered a crushing defeat. Although the opponent did not give up until the last, covering himself with his hands and receiving blows, he was struck by the incredible power of Chin Murup's blows, which penetrated to the bones. When Tang Juho refused to surrender, the hero used the wave-swimming death sword technique, followed by a decisive blow. This technique caused the enemy to fall to his knees. Watching the technique being used, Yudeha noted that the power of the wave-floating death sword had increased significantly recently, and he was happy for his friend's success. The hero summoned those willing to continue the duel, but instead the warriors recognized him as their true leader, seeing his true strength. Observing the reaction of the warriors, Tang Rehua noticed a particular joy among the members of the Black Soul Squad, which was not surprising considering their master's victory over the representative of the traditional clan. He used the death-bringing sword technique, which was initially considered imperfect due to its lack of strength at its speed. However, in the fight we just saw, these shortcomings were eliminated. Many soldiers, having witnessed the greatness of their commander, realized the correctness of their decision to join the Mad Army. Meanwhile, Chin Murup, checking on Cho Ansong, asked him to stop playing dead, saying that he was just passed out, and asked for someone to help pick him up and take him away. At that moment, a frightened Tang Soso realized that if the heir hadn't stepped in and stopped her, she might have ended up at Cho Enseong's house. Remembering the death-bringing sword technique used, she ran it over and over in her mind. But she couldn't imagine how one could defend against such a powerful strike. The hero, wiping his sword, wondered if no one was going to take revenge for a fallen comrade, ironically noticing that the 4 major factions seemed to be cowards. Kwak Dojin of the Great Clan responded to this challenge, saying that if he lost, he would recognize the hero as the head of the squad. However, this fight also ended in a sudden defeat. Despite great enthusiasm, the boy did not last even 10 seconds. After him, 2 more warriors who did not want to put up with the humiliation of their comrades from the clan of the Great Ones came forward, but they too were quickly overthrown. They were joined by another member of the traditional clan, but none of them could withstand the 10 blows. Watching the defeat of the 5 Golden Tiger warriors, the girl understood the absurdity of further denying the obvious. This boy was Selenium, but in her opinion, the only one who really deserved a place among the 8 rising martial artists was their leader, Tang Chong. She believed that Chin Murup was no match for their master. For this reason, despite the shock of the Third Lord, she decided to start the fight. As the only commander chosen by the Mad Army, she understood that sometimes one had to fight, even knowing the inevitability of defeat, in order to protect the honor of her chief. The girl's first attack was carried out using an iron bead, but the hero parried it with ease, asking her to end her childhood. To his surprise, she managed to change the trajectory of the bead's flight with a light movement of her finger. Despite all the efforts of the enemy, the hero skillfully repelled each attack and persistently asked her not to feel his patience. She noted with a slight smile that she was just beginning her game. Tang Soso, displaying amazing skill, continued to attack the opponent with the iron bead, while the hero fought off all attempts to harm him with casual ease. The hero's superiority in every aspect of the match soon became apparent. Tired of the long confrontation, he abruptly interrupted the fight, advising the girl to collect her shiny toys and leave. Defeated, she fell to her knees, unable to believe what had happened. Chin Murup, remaining calm, philosophically remarked that many things in their world of martial arts seem incredible, but that is the nature of this harsh path. After such an impressive display of strength, there was no one willing to continue the competition. The hero regarded the general silence as a tacit recognition of his supremacy. The warriors, whose bodies were already badly damaged, clearly shared this opinion. Tan Soso, acknowledging the obvious, announced that the boy had undeniably proved himself right, and they were ready to recognize him as their leader. The third gentleman, who watched what was happening, did not hide his relief. Everything ended relatively safely, and no one was beaten to death, as happened to him before. At this moment, Chin Murup, addressing the fallen girl, decided to remind about the terms of their contract. His sly smile didn't bode well as he emphasized that victory meant their unconditional submission, and now disobeying the squad leader would have serious consequences. Demonstrating his authority, he ordered everyone to kneel. The third heir was the first to comply with this demand, who, bowing in obeisance, wisely judged that it was better to suffer a momentary humiliation than to incur the wrath of the new commander. Soon, all the members of the squad, wincing in pain and trying to stretch their stiff muscles, came to an unexpected conclusion. The rumors about Chin Murup really turned out to be misleading, and his appointment as the head of the squad was fully justified. Cho Anson was tormented by only one thought. Why did he get much more in the battle than others, although the punishment was determined to be the same for everyone? His body was in such excruciating pain that thoughts of death seemed like salvation. Watching what was happening, Tang Juho crossed his arms over his chest and noted with disdain the complete lack of self-respect shown by the soldiers who so meekly obeyed the new commander's orders. Cho Anson, maintaining his amazing composure in such a humiliating situation, objected, calling these words complete nonsense. But when he remembered that they were no longer in the Golden Tiger's pack, he decided that it was okay to show Tang Juho no more respect, and asked him to let them rest, as their bodies, worn out by the punishment, were already suffering enough. These words caused a new wave of indignation in the boy, although everyone perfectly understood the true situation. The crazy army was mostly transferred to those who found service in the Golden Tiger detachment particularly difficult. Tang Juho, known for his cruelty to those who refused to recognize his authority, now faced karmic retribution himself. He couldn't help but scoff as he left the room, to which Tang Soso aptly remarked that he should think better of his past treatment of subordinates. The angry warrior, watching what was happening, mentally branded his former subordinates as fools, unable to realize that they were on a sinking ship. In a fit of rage, he vowed that the time would come when they would all realize their mistake and once again bow their heads before him in recognition of his true greatness. Later, in the solitude of his room, the hero reflected on the fact that the reorganization had been surprisingly successful, and he finally had some precious free time. Deciding to make the most of this opportunity, He turned to the records Jinhua had given him. They were talking about some suspicious circumstances discovered during the investigation, the details of which were set forth on the last page. And the hero was anxious to find out what had so alarmed his informant. Special attention was drawn to the mention of the bloody massacre in the village of Sana, located on the northeastern slope of Mount Socho. The tracks found there led to the west, and the hero understood very well. The mountain was part of the mountain range that separates Sichuan and Sajian, and the west direction of the tracks indicated that they led to Sajian. Turning to his shadows, the hero calmly asked who visited them on Mount Soko. One of the men, respectfully addressing the gentleman, told about his accidental discovery. On his way to Songban County, he came across a mountain village littered with dozens of fresh corpses. Although the investigation of such events was not part of the orders received from Chin Murup, he could not let such a terrible sight go unheeded, and after examining the place, he discovered tracks leading to the west. Intrigued by this information, Chin Murup asked to be informed about the condition of the victims. The man reported that the dead had no traces of stab wounds, although it was not possible to determine the specific method of killing. The victims included bodies with their eyes gouged out, as well as multiple wounds to the chest, back, and legs, suggesting a chaotic, merciless attack by a killer who operated without any system. Rising from his seat, the hero realized the complexity of the situation and, handing over the notebook, instructed the man to deliver it to Chokmuge to Sondo. At the same time, somewhere far away, other men, unaware of the impending events, were enjoying a quiet life, and one of them was pleased to note that he could never have dreamed of such a joy as the opportunity to enjoy a bath. Suddenly, a strange detail caught his attention. There was a note on the table, which he definitely had not left there before. When he got closer and read the contents, he realized that it was about mysterious events in the village of Seine. The description of the bloody carnage with no signs of a cold weapon, and the tracks leading to Sajan made her nervous. She could only think of one sinister explanation for what was happening. The time perfectly coincided with the period of the appearance of terrible creatures devoid of consciousness. Ruthless creatures, capable only of obeying orders and killing everyone in their path. They were called soulless, and all the evidence pointed to the fact that this could be one of them. The result of the sinister experiments of the blood cult, about which there were many disturbing rumors. However, some details did not add up to a single picture. He couldn't understand why only one trace was found, because there must have been someone nearby giving orders to this entity. Moreover, the choice of time and place caused surprise. Why appear in Sanaa on the eve of war? And why was the village not completely destroyed after the attack, but clear traces remained? A suspicion crept in that something might not have gone according to plan during the experiment. However, he quickly brushed himself off, deciding not to delve too deeply into the construction of theories. Without enough facts, it was not worth creating overly complicated riddles. To begin with, he methodically wrote down all the known information in order to systematize the available data. After that, Chokmuga went to his assistant, who, upon his appearance, hastily closed the book with very frivolous pictures. So much so that he even had a nosebleed. Despite this awkward scene, the man simply handed the boy a letter with instructions to deliver it to the heir. The assistant, glad that his admiration had not become a subject of discussion, hastily fled. After some time, having covered a considerable distance, the man finally reached the majestic gate of the Sichuan Union. He was immediately stopped at the entrance by a watchful guard, dressed in traditional guard armor. The guard, fulfilling his duties, demanded from the one who arrived to name himself and explain the purpose of the visit. The young man, keeping his composure, introduced himself as Don Choge and explained the purpose of his visit. He arrived at 10:10 with an important message for the heir of the demonic forest. The law enforcement officer, true to protocol, refused immediate passage. The sudden appearance of the advisor at the gate changed the usual course of events. His sudden interest in what was happening caused both the guard and the messenger to lose their usual confidence for a moment. Exuding benevolence, the counselor inquired as to the reason for the delay. The boy hurried to explain the situation, adding that the guard was going to report his arrival at the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. The advisor, dressed in luxurious clothes, did not listen to the explanations, took a step forward and, introducing himself, offered his help in delivering the letter to the young heir, assuring his reliability. The guard's surprise at the high official's unusual helpfulness was obvious. The advisor, noticing the guard's confusion, confidently explained that the support of the allies was his primary duty. Don Choge, after carefully considering the situation, came to a reassuring conclusion. A truly important message would never be entrusted to a simple courier. This thought convinced him to hand over the book to the advisor with sincere thanks. Secluded in a cozy corner of the pavilion, the advisor, satisfied with his entrepreneurship, could not overcome the growing interest in the received book. He was filled with desire to know its contents. With particular interest, he looked at the unsealed book, which seemed to be begging to be read by itself. Thoughts of urgent information for the heir only increased his ardent curiosity. After opening the book, the advisor experienced a real shock. His eyes widened in surprise, his jaw dropped, and his face turned pale as a canvas. His usual self-control left him in an instant. Meanwhile, the messenger, continuing on his way, realized a terrible mistake. He did not hand the advisor an important letter, but a personal collection of frivolous images. The bitterness of the loss was aggravated by the fact that half remained unreviewed. Returning to the gate at double speed, the excited messenger turned to the still surprised guard, insisting that he contact someone from the Cloud Dragon Pavilion urgently. His insistence was strengthened by the demand to immediately report the arrival of the ambassador to the head of the squad of the insane army. Every second of delay seemed like an eternity to him. Seeing the same advisor nearby, the boy, gathering all his determination, turned to him with a delicate request to return the collection of obscene paintings that happened to be in the hands of such a respectable person. These words had the effect of a bomb exploding among those present. No one could believe that an example of virtue, a counselor, could be involved in such literature, although such weaknesses were alien even to the noble. Oblivious to the commotion, the messenger continued to explain the value of the book until the enraged advisor, whose face was covered in crimson stains with shame and rage, ordered him to shut up immediately. The news of this event caused Chinmurup to laugh heartily. It brought him special joy that the haughty advisor had to experience a well-deserved humiliation. With undisguised interest, he asked the messenger about the fate of the valuable book. He, barely suppressing a smile, confirmed the return of the property, but only after a grandiose scandal. The girl, mechanically rubbing the back of her head, recognized the eccentricity of the person sent, but she recognized the handing over of such a collection to the advisor as a flagrant mistake. She decided to warn the leader of the need for careful selection of couriers. After listening to the fears, the hero accepted the potential danger of the situation if the letter contained really important information. However, he assured that in this case, the message did not contain anything critical. Studying the letter revealed disturbing information about the soulless man. Tang Ryowa instantly determined the seriousness of the situation. If the information was true, it clearly indicated the blood cult's preparations for the upcoming war. The lack of awareness of the Union about the event was especially alarming, although it was understandable. The vastness of the province made it impossible to control every lost mountain village. They understood. Even a small village of a few dozen inhabitants could not exist in complete isolation. Sooner or later, the Sentinels would discover traces of the attack, and word would reach the Union leadership. Immersed in gloomy thoughts, the hero felt that this ominous sign was not a coincidence. It clearly indicated the approach of war, much closer than previously predicted. For the next 10 days, the story with the advisor and the collection continued to stir minds. The warriors whispered at his appearance, discussing the distinguished man's particular tastes and his interest in lewd pictures. Tired of endless slander, the advisor gave up trying to justify himself. His initial explanation of the misunderstanding was drowned in waves of unrestrained gossip and conjecture. As a result, he appeared in front of Han Jong-wol, apologizing for the scandalous incident that could tarnish his reputation. After thanking him for the wise consolation, the advisor went to the point of his visit, inquiring about the reason for the urgent summons. His words sounded with undisguised concern. Han Jong-wol calmly announced the arrival of a royal messenger with the alarming news of a bloody massacre in one of the villages. Handing over the document to the advisor, he emphasized the need for immediate familiarization with its contents. Having just looked at the name of the village, the advisor instantly realized its location. It was in the immediate vicinity of the border. Alarmed, he noted that the war had not yet officially begun, and it was unclear who could benefit from provoking a conflict right now. However, Han Jong-wol suggested that other possible causes besides the actions of the blood cult should not be ruled out, which the advisor could not but agree with. The head understood that he might be hasty with his decisions, but he wanted to test Chinmurup's abilities in this case. It was a great opportunity to see his potential for himself, because it will be much easier to deal with the young man, knowing his true capabilities. With his decision made, The advisor headed to the Cloud Dragon Pavilion to report the task to the newly formed squad. Wugusan immediately reported to Chinmurup about the assignment to investigate the mysterious massacre. The young warrior did not hide his joy at the fact that their squad was finally entrusted with the first serious mission. Gusan, showing caution, warned the heir about possible danger. Everything could turn out to be a skillfully set trap. However, the hero calmly explained that if Wu Husan is worried about the advisor, then it is unnecessary, because the Mad Army includes representatives of all 4 major factions. No one would dare to plot against them without good reason. Chinmurup ordered Tang Inshu and Udeha to stay in the Cloud Dragon Pavilion, and ordered the others to prepare for tomorrow's performance. Udeha expressed his desire to accompany the master, but he insisted that he stay and focus on perfecting his martial arts. If he missed the Great Heavenly Circle, it could cost her her life. When all the soldiers gathered, they were told about the first mission of the Divine Army, to investigate the bloody massacre in the village. There were different versions of what happened, but the culprit was still unknown. Since this was their first assignment, it was necessary to act with special coordination and caution. At this moment, another man suddenly appeared, who, apologizing for the delay, went to the formation. He explained his lateness by the fact that it rarely happens in public, and therefore the preparation took more time. At Gusan, not recognizing him, he demanded to introduce himself. The man calmly called himself Kang Yuvol, also known as Soul Flash of the Chomchan Sect. With his appearance, Tang Enchu froze in surprise, not believing his eyes, to meet such a glorified master, and even in the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. Wu Husan, having heard of the famous Flash of the Soul, respectfully greeted the man, inquiring as to the reason for his early visit. The master explained what would accompany them on this mission. Tan Soso noted that the presence of the master should not seem strange. Usually on particularly dangerous tasks, the detachments are accompanied by experienced senior officials. The man added with a smile that he, an old man, has nothing to do sitting in his pants, and he also needs to earn money for food, so he hopes for the Lord Commander's understanding. Wu Husan could not object to such a policy of the ruler, and therefore on behalf of the Mad Army squad, he warmly greeted the new companion. At this point, all preparations were completed, and the squad set off. Chinmurup, who had been appointed as the squad leader, led his men on a mission for the first time. The journey to the destination was supposed to take about 10 days. Since the mission was reconnaissance in nature, they raced across the endless plains, trying not to waste a single minute of precious time. All the warriors were closely watched by Master Kang Yuvol, remarking to himself that the new techniques of the clans were truly impressive. Despite the fact that the warriors came from different schools, they were all gems of the future world of martial arts. The master himself did not care much about internal disputes in the Union. He was sincerely pleased only that the young generation was growing and becoming stronger. Meanwhile, the scouts intercepted the messenger with the letter from Sondo and delivered it to their commander. The message said that the soldiers of the vanguard of the Sichuan Union were on their way, accompanied by the legendary master, Soul Flash himself. All things considered, the scouts had clearly discovered something. The squad commander, also known as Blood Spirit, expressed genuine surprise at the participation of Kang Yuvol himself in this case. No one expected such a turn of events. Looking at the excited faces of his subordinates, the commander thought it necessary to explain that in front of them was one of the 10 best martial arts masters, whose name thundered even in distant Sajan. However, with a faint smile, he added that it hardly mattered now. The master is no longer young, and behind his famous name apparently there is no longer the former strength. The letter also reported that the number of vanguard soldiers was about 80. Except for the master himself, most were young martial arts adepts. The commander could not understand why someone would risk sending the elite of the Sichuan Murim into such a wilderness. These young people clearly still did not understand much about the intricacies of big politics. They decided to advance in search of the blood madman of the night, until the Sichuan detachment began to act on their own. The commander and his assistants were in a hurry, because the bloody madmen on whom the cult conducted experiments, unlike ordinary soulless, remained a secret to the outside world. They were chasing one of the subjects who managed to escape from the cult's territory, and now the Sichuan Union was on the trail. Everyone understood very well. If the world found out about the existence of the blood madmen of the night, the head of the cult would never forgive such a mistake. It was enough to make just one mistake, and they would face a punishment worse than a painful death. The secret had to remain unsolved at all costs. The assistant, agreeing with the commander's evidence, nevertheless pointed out the special danger of nighttime. When the yin energy reaches its peak, the blood madmen of the night become especially powerful. If the fugitive gets out of the Bloodbell's control, the situation could become catastrophic. However, the commander, not wanting to listen to objections, killed one of his subordinates in cold blood. After which, casting a menacing glance at the others, he ordered them to immediately split up and begin the search. At this time, the commander himself understood that with the appearance of a detachment of the Divine Army, a war that was invisible to others had begun. At the advisor's request, one of Sichuan's strongest masters, the renowned Soul Flash, who has gone through countless battles and gained fame throughout the world of martial arts, joined the squad's first mission. The master watched the young students with genuine interest. Soon the sergeant announced a halt. The odd-numbered squads were ordered to recuperate while the even-numbered ones were engaged in cooking. With pleasure, the master noted how skillfully the foreman distributed the rest time, giving the soldiers a break every time they reached the limit of their strength. At the same time, the intervals between stops gradually increased, which testified to the commander's experience. The warrior even began to mentally compare Chin Murup to the legendary Tang Cheon of the Golden Lion clan. Although it was difficult to match them in terms of martial arts, as a leader, Chin Murup exceeded all expectations. Noticing the thoughtfulness of the master, the hero respectfully offered him a cup of hot tea, offering to warm himself on this cold night. When the camp meal was ready, the soldiers sat down around the fire. The hero was silently watching what was happening, when Tan Rewa unexpectedly approached him, inquiring about his occupation. Chin Murup explained that he analyzed possible options for the development of events, from the best to the darkest. The worst-case scenario, as described by Chok Moog, involved a blood cult, although it was premature to draw conclusions due to the lack of information. News from the gang will have to wait at least a month, and the worst thing is a war with an unknown enemy. Perhaps everything that was happening was an elaborate trap designed to lure the human union. The case will clearly not be limited to one investigation of the mysterious massacre. The best option, he thought, was to return without finding any traces. He admitted that Tang Rewa's intuition would be particularly useful in such a situation, although the girl felt like she was being shouldered with too much responsibility. However, he firmly promised to repay her help. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by one of the scouts, who reported to the foreman about the completion of the survey of the nearest villages. The situation was oppressive. The streets were empty, which was not surprising after the recent carnage where people were dying every night. However, the village beyond the mountain range remained unexplored, and according to a passerby, the situation there was particularly difficult. Chin Murup decided to check the mentioned settlement immediately. The cold weather should slow down the decomposition of the bodies, which could help in the investigation. He approached the other soldiers, who immediately stood up, saluting the foreman. He was invited to sit nearer to the fire, but Chin Murup only asked them to finish their dinner quietly and listen attentively to his instructions. He then announced that each platoon leader was to select one of his men with outstanding skills for the task. These chosen warriors will have to follow him, and they will have to move mainly during the day. In particular, he emphasized that someone is carefully watching the detachment all this time, and urged everyone to be extremely vigilant. The master himself was impressed by the insight of the young man. No sooner had the squad left the Alliance's territory and entered the forest than Chin Murup discovered someone watching them, a presence so faint and elusive that it seemed almost impossible to detect at a distance of 30 paces. The master decided that he was probably a spy not directly related to their mission. But the very fact of his discovery made him reconsider his opinion of the young hero. The master mused that it was extremely difficult to spot a person at such a distance, even when they were not trying to hide their energy. Moreover, the hero remained alert all this time without losing concentration. Indeed, he recognized that the young man had impressive qualities. After inspecting Kwok Dojin, Chin Murup clearly outlined his duties. Until the return of the search party, he was appointed temporary chief and had to ensure the security of the camp. He also explained that although the probability of an attack is small, if enemies superior to them in strength appear, they should not engage in battle, but on the contrary, should retreat. This applies to all even future missions. The girl from the squad wondered why the sergeant ordered them to run away. Isn't this a shame for a warrior? But Chin Murup firmly replied that rushing into battle with an opponent who is already superior in advance is the height of foolishness. Some of the warriors laughed softly, recognizing the wisdom in their young heir's words. Tang Soso, not understanding the fun of his comrades, watched with surprise the reaction of the boys from the Black Soul Squad. The hero calmly explained his position, that if they die in the line of duty, their family will hardly be consoled by the fact that they died in battle. If they fall, the mission will lose all meaning. This must not be forgotten. The master, observing what was happening, noted about himself how interesting a person Chin Murup turned out to be. He was sincerely glad to go with them, and volunteered to take charge of the rear guard. As a result, 6 commanders, each with their chosen fighter, followed Chin Murup. With the exception of the warrior left at the base, the search party consisted of 2 representatives from each of the 4 major factions, 3 from the demonic forest, and Li Huang from the minor sect. The group led by Manhwa, who was famous for his excellent sense, reached the mountainside. But suddenly the girl froze, clearly feeling something. Noticing her reaction, the hero asked about the reason, and she replied that the breath of death could be felt behind the mountain. Chin Murup immediately warned the rest of the need to advance silently. He himself was beginning to feel something ominous. Reaching the top, they cautiously peeked out from behind the rocks and saw the leader of the blood cult squad confronting the huge monster. Master instantly understood the seriousness of the situation. If his eyes were not deceiving, this was indeed a notorious blood cult. The hero only received confirmation of his worst fears. They clearly cannot fight with the warriors of the blood cult now. But even more troubling was the creature opposing the cultists. All things considered, it was a disembodied spirit, but its characteristics did not match the descriptions of soulless ghosts that Chokmusi wrote about. The letter did not mention anything about tar skin and bloodshot eyes. The only thing that was clear was that the creature fighting the blood cult was the result of a failed experiment. The leader of the cultist squad, continuing the fight, realized that their fears were confirmed. The blood bell really did not work. No matter how much they called, the monster remained out of control, confirming its status as a failed experiment. They feared that the jingling jingle might attract the attention of other masters, which would make all their efforts useless. Before long, the cultist commander, realizing they could no longer risk being in enemy territory, rescinded the capture order and ordered the creature destroyed. The warriors began to set up a defensive formation, preparing for the worst-case scenario, should the monster get completely out of control. Watching the opponent build, Chin Murup realized that the cultists were not going to back down. Apparently, this disembodied spirit kept some important secret, and it was very interesting to watch the warriors try to deal with it. After many unsuccessful capture attempts, the squad leader began to attack the creature without regard for the lives of his soldiers. All observers were amazed by the brutality of the method. To attack a monster without caring about the lives of its soldiers seemed terrible. It was terrifying to see how dispassionately the cultists obeyed such a ruthless order. The hero understood that although the disembodied spirit was a serious opponent, such sacrifices must have a valid justification. He suggested that the monster could be a secret weapon, the existence of which the cult sought to keep secret at all costs. However, at a critical moment, the monster managed to break out of the defensive formation and began to scatter the soldiers who tried to bind him in all directions with terrible force. The members of the Divine Army Squad who watched this carnage were horrified to realize that the blood cult had created a truly monstrous creature over which they had finally lost control. Even by the most modest calculations, his strength exceeded that of the elders of the 4 major factions. To meet a madman of this level was truly amazing. But Chin Murup's behavior seemed even more amazing. Despite the fact that all his subordinates were hiding behind him in fear, the young commander maintained an amazing composure, as if what was happening around him did not cause him any fear. Turning to the master, he inquired about the possibility of intervening in the battle. The question should have been asked differently, whether they are even capable of opposing such an enemy. The hero explained his question by the fact that there is nothing more dangerous than a war against an unknown enemy, so it was wiser to assess the situation from a safe distance. There was no trace of shame or panic on Chin Murup's face, just pure practical calculation. Therefore, the master reasoned that intervention was possible, especially since the monster had already noticed their presence by this point. The master pointed out to the young man the disadvantage of their position on the slope and the variety of unpredictable factors. It was necessary to tie up the monster before it could climb up to them. Wasting no time, Master and Chin Murup headed down to complete the task. Tang Ryohwa, commanding the unit, ordered the soldiers to surround the enemy, keeping a distance of 10 paces. If the monster was pushed away from the master and it tried to get up, they should have retreated immediately. Cho Eun-seong tried to challenge her right to give orders without being a squad leader, but Tang So-so rightly noted the lack of the best ideas. In the midst of the battle, Chin Murup took a position in front of the monster and the master behind it. decisively provoking the creature to attack. The monster immediately grabbed the sword and began to attack. The master instantly understood the bad sign. The creature skillfully handled weapons, and therefore, a clumsy joint attack could only do harm. He asked the hero to step back and trust his experience. Chinmurup obeyed, deciding to watch the fight from the side, ready to come to the rescue at any moment. The master took the fight decisively, managing to hook his opponent, but was surprised to find that his blow barely pierced the monster's incredibly thick skin. Despite precisely hitting a vulnerable spot, the creature displayed impressive stamina and beastly instincts. However, his movements noticeably slowed down, which gave hope. The monster was clearly not immortal. With the correct use of the Heavenly Shield Thousand Sword technique, a breach should have opened for a decisive attack. Watching the fight, the hero marveled at the master's first-rate technique and lightning-fast sword movements, acknowledging his rightful place among the top 10 masters in Sichuan. Many warriors froze in awe as they first saw the legendary Soul Flash in real combat. The enemy squad leader, who was still alive watching the fight, realized that the master's intervention had ruined all their plans. Realizing that with such a development of events, the bloody madman could even be captured, he could not allow this to happen. Grabbing a poisoned dagger, he threw it at his opponent, realizing that without his intervention, the young men would never have been able to cope with the madman. The master did not have time to dodge the sudden attack. The sword hit the target. The heroine watched in horror as the master bled to death, cursing herself for not noticing the opponent from the other side. The man felt the strongest poison rapidly spreading through his body, breaking his fighting stance. He was saved only by the timely intervention of Tanrewa, who was able to repel the monster's next attack. The girl anxiously inquired about the condition of the master, who froze in surprise, amazed by her ability to block a direct blow from the monster. She persistently asked the master to retreat with her, fearing the unknown poison on the sword. However, the excited master warned of the monster's incredible power, comparable to the power of the elders of the 4 major factions, begging them to leave and save themselves. At this critical moment, the hero used the death-bringing sword technique, and then attacked with the 5 moves of the Soaring Island technique. To his surprise, the monster remained unharmed. It was protected by an additional magical shell. However, this only confirmed the guess about the failed experiment. The creature was still trying to defend itself. Therefore, it could not fully immerse itself in the state of disembodied spirit. If the experiment was successful, it would be almost impossible to deal with the monster. Seeing the right moment, Tang Rewa and the master attacked in sync, covering Zhou Jinhua. In a swift attack, the master cut off the monster's arm, and the girl saved his leg with one accurate blow. Seeing a favorable opportunity, the hero quickly used another technique that allowed him to cut off the monster's head. The fallen creature fell to the ground, and all the witnesses of this incredible skill froze in amazement. The 3 of them managed to overcome the secret weapon of the blood cult. The hero immediately ordered to take care of the monster's body, which should be delivered to the possession of the Union. The master, trying to cope with the effect of the poison, recalled his fights with madmen in his youth. However, they all paled in comparison to this monster. Observing Chinmurup's fighting prowess, he realized that there was another monster living in the demonic forest. The shining dragon was called a dragon for a reason. The hero warned the squad about the possible arrival of enemy reinforcements. It was necessary to urgently put things in order and burn all the bodies in one place. There was no telling when the cult's reinforcements might arrive, so action had to be taken immediately. Turning around, the soldiers saw the master, who had lost consciousness. The poison turned out to be stronger than they expected. Everyone crowded around him, trying to help, stunned by the rapidity of the poison's action. At this time, the group remaining in the camp began to worry about the delay of the search unit. Soon the sentinels reported the return of the group, asking the commander to immediately go out to meet them. The reason for the haste became clear when the members of the squad appeared, carrying the severely wounded master on their backs. Tang Soso reacted instantly, ordering a clean cloth and hot water to be prepared. The hero approached Kwok Dojin to find out about the situation at the camp during their absence. After reporting on the stable situation, he briefly described what had happened: the battle with the blood cultist, the injury of the master with the poison sword, and the threat of enemy reinforcements arriving. He instructed the boy to take care of the preparations for the urgent closing of the camp, while he himself checked the master's condition. The atmosphere in the camp has noticeably changed. Even among the platoon commanders, tension was felt. The boy, noticing the unusual behavior of his comrades, inquired about the reason for their condition. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. It was calmly explained to him that meeting a ghost would be better than facing such a monster. Everyone was aware that they were involved in something much more serious than initially expected. Not far from the master was Tang Reihua, who was watching the work of two healers from the Tang clan. She understood how lucky the master was that these two knew each other well in poisons. Qin Murup soon approached, inquiring about the condition of the wounded man. The girl reported no change. The Tang clan healers were still taking his life. Tang Soso, angrily hitting the boy who couldn't figure out the poison on the head, explained the nature of corpse poison. It was a deadly compound extracted from corpses by releasing spiritual energy. Something like this is quite expected from a blood cult. They made several cuts in an attempt to stop the poison from spreading, but the infected blood must be removed to completely cleanse the body. A guy with basic medical knowledge offered his help, which Tan Soso accepted. However, there was a problem. Clearing the meridians required a huge amount of pure energy, which she did not have. Qin Murup, understanding the criticality of the situation, volunteered to help, realizing the need for immediate action. When the boy began to release energy, everyone present was surprised to see the manifestation of the sun's heat. The astonishment was heightened by the fact that in the recent battle, Qin Murup had demonstrated mastery of heavenly yin. His body was full of the purest dark power. Now he was manifesting the purest yang energy, which seemed incredible. It was considered impossible for a person to have two opposite energies at the same time. Tang Reihua, approaching, warned the boy about the need to be careful not to damage the blood vessels. He, perfectly aware of the risk, assured of his competence. Stagnant, blood began to flow from the wound, requiring further cleaning. Tang Soso watched with admiration the skill of the elder, who masterfully neutralized the poison with the heat of the sun, without harming the blood vessels and only having a point effect on the poison. She was amazed at the level of training required to master such skills at such a young age. At the moment when the poison was finally removed from the body, Tang Soso was relieved to explain to the audience that they had done their best. Further treatment could now be entrusted to union healers. After everyone received well-deserved praise for the work done, the question arose about the master's condition. The girl said that, although the poison almost completely left his body, the body was in an extremely exhausted state after fighting the poison. She assumed that the man would soon come to his senses, but he needed absolute rest until he fully recovered, and he would have to temporarily stop practicing martial arts altogether. Suddenly, Tan Reihua, looking around intently, warned the master about the need to act immediately. The people around them looked at each other in surprise, not understanding the reason for her concern. The hero, keeping a mysterious smile on his face, calmly reminded them that they had been being watched for some time, and in a commanding voice ordered the pursuer to come out of hiding. As if materializing out of thin air, a stranger appeared with a sly smile on his face. He openly admitted that he followed a blood cult. The girl, fearfully looking at her opponent, scolded herself for her imprudence. Being absorbed in the treatment process, she did not notice his presence at all. Judging by the spiritual power emanating from him, an experienced master stood before them. Noticing the stranger's characteristic red clothes, the hero unmistakably determined that he belonged to the blood cult. The man hastened to assure them that he had not come for battle, but the hero calmly retorted that it was not for him to decide. Rushing into the fray, he made it clear that he wasn't going to ignore the situation. With one swift movement of his hand, he decapitated his opponent and headed towards the surprised Tang Reihua. The girl wondered why the gentleman did not even try to find out the purpose of the stranger's visit. In response, he calmly explained that their primary task was to return the master to the territory of the Union. If the decision on further actions has already been taken, listening to the speeches of such people did not make sense. It could only lead them off the intended path. It was hard to argue with such logic. The foreman immediately ordered the preparation of litters for transportation to the Sichuan Union. At this moment, Tang Soso, deep in thought, pondered how well the nickname Shining suited Qin Murup. Tan Reihua, being vigilant, warned of the possible danger. If the person they killed did not return, her entire squad could ambush them on the way back. Especially if the blood cult knew about the location of the master, the situation could become critical. However, the boy assuredly asked not to worry about it. Against the backdrop of the fallen warrior, he plunged into thoughts about the war that had engulfed the entire world of martial arts, not just Sichuan. After a short thought, he decided that his trusted person would handle the remaining opponents. At this time, a group of survivors, hiding their faces under black masks, moved silently between the trees, daggers tightly clenched in their hands. Everyone understood the futility of resistance against their enemy. Even with a numerical advantage, they could not withstand his force. The warrior, armed with 2 swords, entered the battle, realizing the inevitability of the destruction of this terrible blood cult sect. The bandits froze in shock, considering their opponent a madman endowed with incredible strength. They lost themselves in conjectures about the origin of such a skillful warrior and about who could have sent him. At that moment, they realized who was behind the recent murder of their scout. It was obvious that he would not be able to escape from such a professional. The fair-haired boy, rolling his eyes with obvious irritation, asked the opponents how many more questions they were going to ask before they dared to attack. The nervous leader, realizing the inevitability of battle, ordered all his men to attack simultaneously, hoping to increase the chances of victory. As they got closer, they could feel the boy begin to concentrate his internal energy, making it more deadly with each passing moment. Suddenly, the attackers were surprised to notice how their opponent literally dissolved into the shadows, as if he did not exist. Everyone began to look around in panic, realizing that such a shadow technique would not allow him to move far. It was too late that they noticed how he came behind them. One of them turned around, trying to protect his comrades, who had carelessly let the enemy get too close. He wanted to destroy this warrior, but his dreams were not destined to come true. He was horrified to find that he was falling, losing his legs. Watching the carnage and death of his comrades, he could not understand how this warrior managed to deal with them so quickly. The enemy methodically destroyed one fighter after another, never stopping even when the cries and pleas for mercy reached a deafening volume. Noticing one of the bandits trying to escape in the dense thicket of the forest, the warrior decided not to waste time in pursuit, but instead resorted to the help of his skilled metal throwers. The sharp blades, whistling through the air, caught up with the fleeing target with astonishing accuracy, causing the badly wounded enemy to fall to the damp forest floor, choking on his own blood. The warrior, satisfied with his accuracy, turned his gaze to the remaining opponents and spoke a warning that any attempt to escape would result in an even more painful death for them. After that fateful night, Major Chin Murup, at the head of his large squad of 76 battle-hardened warriors, returned in triumph to the Union. When the squad, nicknamed the Mad Army, set foot on the territory of the Union, everyone present, from simple students to high-ranking masters, could not take their eyes off the impressive sight. Wounded fighters in blood-stained clothes carrying Master Khan on stretchers and a mysterious body covered with a dark veil were a picture that eloquently testified to a brutal battle. The changes, as if the views of the squad members had aged for several years, were silent about the fact that the task performed was far from as simple as it might seem at first glance. Even an experienced elder, observing the returned warriors, understood that this young but already battle-hardened group had demonstrated something truly extraordinary. Speaking in front of his squad, the commander sincerely thanked each soldier for the flawless performance of the most difficult task and graciously released them to a well-deserved rest. When Tan Soso, while greeting the deputy, calmly explained that she did practically nothing during the mission, it caused the sincere surprise of the experienced woman, who clearly saw that the entire form of the young girl was abundantly soaked in blood. Tang Soso only embarrassedly explained that this blood did not belong to her, after which, referring to urgent matters, she hurriedly left, finally having time to suddenly notice that the young heir of the demonic forest turned out to be a surprisingly decent person. The girl froze in surprise, not understanding how her friend's opinion in relation to the foreman she hated so much could change dramatically. Over a cup of fragrant tea and delicious treats, the elder met with Chinmarip to discuss in detail the fate of the heir. However, the boy, not wanting to delve into the details, succinctly reported that everything went quite successfully, and despite the initial inconsistency in the actions of the warriors, the situation improved significantly later. When Chinmarip inquired about Tang Yanchu and Yuda's condition and current activities, the man sighed heavily and asked to be reminded less often about this restless couple. However, he said that after Chinmarip left, they locked themselves in the underground training hall like hermits, and had not come out since then, which made Chinmarip involuntarily smile. Suddenly, catching the old man off guard, Chinmarip decided to inquire about his knowledge of the madman and the blood sculptor. The elder, slurping his drink and wiping his face in shock, could not believe that Chinmarip had encountered these infamous individuals during his mission. Chinmarip calmly explained that this group was known as the Blood Mad Knights. But according to his trusted informant, they were something much more sinister. A secret conspiracy to create a bloody madness. Deep in thought about this name, the old man realized that it was not the first time that it had reached his ears, recalling the ancient records in the demonic forest library. Ugu-san, plunging into the memories of his youth, noted the rarity of documentary evidence of insanity, which was then considered only a theory. The disturbing record about the bloody madmen and their potential to plunge the world into chaos was especially etched in my memory. Those present greeted the pathetic prediction with condescending smiles, but Chin Marip's inner thoughts were far from cheerful. Anxiety settled deep in his soul. The realization that the creature he encountered was just a failed experiment made him shudder. The thought of the possibilities of a finished version of this monstrous creature caused uncontrollable fear. The investigation revealed that the sinister cult had been relentlessly researching for over a century and a half. Their fanatical devotion was so strong that the founders left their native Tianshan, not wanting to deviate from their goal. Memories of the recent fight with the monster made Chin Marip shudder. Even Master Kang's legendary sword was powerless against this creature, unable to inflict serious damage. The monster, which was clearly in control of its strength, had bones of incredible strength. Only the combined efforts of Master Khan and Manhwa allowed the monster's internal energy to dissipate and decapitate it. However, no one could say with certainty that the head was his weak point. The current situation put Chin Marip in a difficult position, preventing him from giving a clear answer. Wugusan, intrigued by what was happening, continued to ponder the heir's intentions. The action moves to Chunmukwon, the heart of the Sichuan Union, where the Lord and Conqueror of the Heavens, Han Chongwol, held a ceremonial reception for the commander of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion and the foreman of the Mad Army. The reason for the meeting was the news about their outstanding achievements. The master lavished praise, to which Chin Marip, remaining sincere, emphasized Master Kang's invaluable contribution to their success. The attention of those present turned to rumors about the detention of a mysterious madman. The foreman, expressing due respect, modestly remarked that he had only finished the work he had begun. To the horror of the whispering elders, Chin Marip revealed the captured monster's ominous nickname, the Blood Madman of the Night. Han Jeonwol, repeating this name thoughtfully, demands a detailed analysis of the creature. Before revealing the true state of affairs, the young man delicately clarified the expectations of his report. The sharp look of the hero noted the striking indifference of most of the elders, both to his return and to the story itself. Their behavior clearly showed contempt for the seriousness of the situation. It seemed that in their eyes, the victory over the monster won by a simple foreman did not deserve attention. Only the Lord, the Counselor, a few elders, and Master Khan showed genuine concern. With a wealth of experience, Chin Marip knew of creatures capable of surviving decapitation. His statement rang out like thunder. An army of 50,000 such animals would drown Sichuan in blood. These words instantly caught the attention of everyone present. Developing the opinion, he pointed out the danger of underestimating the opponent due to lost, seemingly insignificant details. The monster that fought him and Master Khan, he said, was just a failed experiment that had been abandoned by the blood cult itself. The appearance of the completed bloody madman threatened trials immeasurably more terrible. One could understand why the others underestimated the seriousness of the situation, even though right now they should be on the most alert. One of the elders asked if Chin Marip believed that the appearance of a failed experiment in their world indicated the continuation of blood cult experiments. Chin Marip confirmed that he was of the same opinion. At this moment, Master Khan also spoke, raising his hand and addressing the bishop with an important request regarding the cult. He emphasized the extreme danger of the Nightblood madman, and insisted that if the experiments were not yet complete, they must immediately mobilize all forces to stop them. Master Khan was strongly convinced of the need to find the asylum where these sinister experiments were being conducted, in order to put an end to this menace once and for all. He proposed to immediately form a special unit for a secret operation. Vladika, having carefully listened to this proposal, perfectly understood that, among other things, this issue directly related to the security of the entire region, and there was indeed a deep meaning in Master Khan's words. After much thought, the bishop declared that they could not ignore such a serious potential threat, and asked those present for advice on immediate measures. The master strongly suggested entrusting this matter to the Mad Army, which caused immediate dissatisfaction among those around him. One of the elders expressed particular concern because most of the warriors in this group were in the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. He justified his position by saying that if they were defeated, they risked losing the future of all of Sichuan. Many of the elders shared these concerns, especially since the group had barely returned from their previous mission. They insisted on transferring the mission to another unit. However, Master Kang could clearly see that the lust for power had clouded the minds of the elders. He reminded them that the Divine Army Squad consisted of young talents and experienced demonic forest warriors, uniting representatives of various factions. All of them have already proven their prowess in battles against the Blood Cult. A special feature of these warriors was their indomitable determination. They could not be stopped, even if a knife was put to their throats. Master emphasized that although the core of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion was made up of young talents, it should not be forgotten that they are full-fledged soldiers of the Sichuan Union and have demonstrated their outstanding abilities. At the end of the discussion, the head of the Pavilion of the Heavenly Way took the floor, who, after carefully listening to all the arguments, turned to the bishop with a closing speech. He confirmed that the situation is indeed so serious that it requires the immediate deployment of troops. The master firmly stated that if all the information received is reliable, they simply cannot remain inactive. After much deliberation, it was decided that the Heaven's Way Pavilion could really handle this matter. Everyone present froze in surprise, realizing that it was planned to send a detachment of the Heavenly Army to this task. However, the commander was sure that the task was too much for them, because all that was required was to find the blood madmen of the night and destroy them. Worried, Master Khan tried to explain to the Lord Commander that the task was not as simple as it might seem. However, he confidently assured him that there was no cause for concern. He was absolutely convinced that there was no such calamity that could not be dealt with by the heavenly armies, the strongest warriors of the Sichuan Union, who always lived up to all the hopes placed on them. This confidence seemed to the master to be ordinary arrogance. He understood very well that the Sichuan Union and Sojang were as different as heaven and earth, and wondered how such frivolous comparisons could be made. Yes, the heavenly army really had a lot to shoulder here, where they fought with a united front. However, enemies were literally everywhere in Sojin. The master tried to argue again, but unexpectedly, Qin Murip also supported the idea of sending the Celestial Army, expressing his confidence in their ability to successfully handle the task. The master was quite surprised that it was the head of the crazy army who was in favor of this proposal. He understood that the boy was definitely up to something. Master understood what Qin Murip understood better than anyone else. They were not taking this matter seriously. He knew exactly the true extent of the danger they were in, so it was clear to the master why the squad leader had given up his position so easily. As a result, the voice of Vladika was heard, who could not help but trust the opinion of the foreman, who was personally present during the execution of the tasks, and therefore relied on his choice. After that, Uhusan took the floor, who, turning to the bishop, explained the need to discuss some details in view of the close journey to Sojan. Vladika willingly agreed to listen to the Lord Commander. Wu Husan made a proposal to entrust the maintenance of the connection between the Heavenly Army and the Sichuan Union to the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Master Kang immediately understood their plan. Wu Husan explained that if they help the scouts focus on gathering information, it will be much easier for the Heavenly Army to operate on the front lines. Rising from his seat, the master stated that with the Lord's permission, he would like to undertake the escort, as he was familiar with the blood cult by hearsay and could prove useful. The bishop approved the master's participation in the mission, and agreed that it would be the right decision to entrust the young endowments with the logistics of gaining experience. The tactics were to be built as follows. The heavenly armies would take a position in the vanguard, while the Cloud Dragon Pavilion would operate in the rear. Soon after, Wugusan asked Seo Jinhua why he needed such empty worries with the heavenly army. He just laughed in response to the old man's words, noting that it is not yet known whether this will turn out to be trouble or an unprecedented success. But after such a decision, trouble will definitely go to someone. Finally, Qin Murip noticed a friend in front of him, who respectfully greeted the Lord Commander and the foreman. After that, smiling and realizing that there was a long conversation between the boys, Wu Husan bowed and left. The hero asked how their training and exercises went. Tang Inshu said with a smile that he didn't let that relax him. The boy rubbed the back of his head uncomfortably and admitted that Tang Inshu was not lying. He really spent daily training with him as if it were the last in his life. Udeha explained to an interested Qin Murip that he was baffled by how easily he learned martial arts, suggesting that he might have a special gift. This brought a smile to the interlocutor's face. Ude's progress was obvious as he passed through the infernal great heavenly circle and fought Tang Inshu every day without rest. Of course, he had become the youngest leader of the Shining Dragon Squad due to his talent, but his diligence and tenacity were also a gift of sorts. Therefore, Ude could rightly be called a genius. With these thoughts, Qin Murip decided to say goodbye. and advised the boy not to get acquainted and to rest well before the upcoming trip. Thus, another 5 days passed while the Heavenly Army prepared for departure. The Cloud Dragon Pavilion wasted no time. The Mad Army, Black Soul, Iron Blade, and former Golden Tiger Squad were on their way. In total, 76 people were considered part of the expedition. Examining the lists, Chin Murup understood that they could not take everyone indiscriminately. It was necessary to choose only foremen, their deputies, and platoon leaders. Wu Gusan, glancing at the list, wondered why the foreman had chosen Tang Chong from the Golden Tiger in the first place, as he highly doubted that this boy would meekly obey orders. He offered to choose someone else, but the hero firmly stated that this cannot be done in any case. When Wu Husan became interested to hear the reasoning behind such a decision, he remembered that the boy was the young head of the Tang family. After that, Chin Murup said with a sly smile that if this guy was with them, their squad would be allocated much more supplies. Gusan, having assessed this insidious calculation, agreed with such a decision. 3 days later, when preparations for the shipment were in full swing in the Cloud Dragon Pavilion, a man from the 10th Gang, the head of the unit, arrived at the Sichuan Union. While greeting Chin Murup, the boy noticed that the man had changed a lot since their last meeting. Chin Murup didn't even recognize him at first, but the man, understanding the heir's mockery, asked him not to laugh, explaining that he had reasons for dressing like that. He then revealed with obvious concern that he had news for the heir that the blood cult was working on a new madman. Chin Murup already knew this, however, and informed the man that the creature was called the Blood Madman of the Night. The man was surprised by the heir's awareness, and stated that it was directly related to the purpose of his visit. An interested Chin Murup asked the man to tell his intentions as soon as possible. The head's face contorted in pain, as he had to admit that all of his subordinates directed towards Sojin had gone missing. He excitedly explained to a surprised Chin Murup that usually all the people he had sent kept in touch. But this time the set time had long passed, and there was no news from them. Upon hearing this, Chin Murup immediately understood what the man was implying. Their thoughts converged on the fact that apparently a war had already begun in Sojan. The chief excitedly asked Chin Murup for advice on what to do with his men. Although he had provided them with a way to retreat, he knew what was happening to them. After that, he handed the hero a detailed description of the situation in Sojan, and explained that they would not be able to see each other for a certain time. The hero realized that apparently the man himself had gathered in Sojan, and he confusedly admitted that his people were loyal and trusted their worthless leader, and went to him all the way to Sichuan, so he could not abandon them so easily. The hero was struck by the fact that a man, out of concern for his subordinates, without hesitation intended to go to such a dangerous place. It did not suit him. He asked the man to wait a bit, explaining that the Celestial Army would soon advance to Sojan to put an end to the experiments on the Blood Madmen of the Night. Hearing this, he couldn't believe that the Union had decided to send their best soldiers there. Chin Murup reassured him, saying that he and his unit would provide support for them on behalf of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. Hiding the information provided by the man, Chin Murup invited him to go with them. Of course, he had no reason to refuse, so his search for people would be more likely to be successful. He only prayed that his subordinates would hold out a little longer, though he suspected that they would be suffering terrible torture at the hands of their captors during this time. Finally, 6 days later, the day of departure arrived. Everyone gathered, anxiously waiting for their commanders. Gu Yanmu, who spoke before them, stated that they were going on this trek together with the young associates from the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. He also warned that they would be accompanied by the Golden Tiger, Iron Blade, and Mad Cattle squads, as well as 2 senior martial artists. He reminded the soldiers that they were heading outside the Union to Sojin, where no one cared about their origins. The head of the Heavenly Army squad emphasized that they must forget whether they are from a large clan or a small one. From now on they are all simple soldiers who obey orders. Chin Murup listened to Gu Yanmu's words with admiration, marveling that the Heavenly Army chief had turned out to be such an outstanding person. Now it became clear why the commander of the Heavenly Path Pavilion was so confident in his words. At this time, another of the attendants was scrutinizing Chin Murup. He understood that this was the same boy he had already heard about. Finally, with his sword raised, Gu Yanmu gave the command to advance. So the elite troops of the Sichuan Union set off. As they approached the lands of Sojian, the cold climate and harsh conditions forced them to look differently at the challenges ahead. Just as Gu Yanmu had predicted, they realized the harsh reality at the beginning of winter. On the snow-covered, deserted plain, the wind cut to the bones even through dense clothing. Finally, A detachment of the Heavenly Army crossed the gorge of the Great Snow Ridge and approached the borders of Sojin. Many soldiers at this moment were suffering from the difficult road. They had no idea that it would be so cold. They could not open fire, fearing to give away their presence. In addition, it was unusual for the soldiers of the Heavenly Army to carry out missions outside of Sichuan. At this moment, Gu Yanmu cautiously approached the masters to see if they were all right. They calmed the man, explaining that they were trained to endure difficult conditions. However, they noted that the supplies issued by the Union would soon run out, and it was obvious that they would not be able to carry out the mission normally forever, wrapped in warm cloaks. Gu Yanmu understood that the cold would ease a bit once they were away from the mountains. But the main problem was that this was Sojang, not Sichuan. The man also pointed out that although they had studied the area on maps, the reality was very different from the images. The question arose whether they would be able to advance across the snow-covered plateau without leaving a trace. At this moment, a man from the Gang of 10 approached Gu Yanma. Although he did not want to disturb the commander, he decided to say something. After the performance, he realized that Gu Yanmu was worried about advancing across the plain, because there was a war going on in Sojang. However, the man warned that this path was rarely used, so the enemy would hardly be able to spot them. Master Khan also agreed, thinking that continuing to move was better than stomping in place. Even if they did leave tracks, they would be quickly spotted by the snow given the strong wind. Getting rid of unnecessary worry, Gu Yanmu agreed, and asked the deputy to warn the people from the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. The deputy announced to everyone that the Heavenly Army and the Cloud Dragon Pavilion needed to immediately prepare to cross the plain. It was necessary to take with you only the most necessary other things. Chin Murup realized that when his informant decided to speak in person, the matter must have been serious indeed. However, he was pleased with the reaction of the Heavenly Army, so that she could give a positive assessment of their coordinated work. The deputy also warned that after crossing the plain, they would enter the forest and reach Chando, which would be their last stop before the mission began. She asked the soldiers not to relax. She then turned to young Master Tang and his Golden Tiger Squad, Chin Murup of the Mad Army Squad, and Yun Kunman of the Iron Blade Squad, asking that the three of them should come forward first. Their task was to get to the forest, identify possible dangers, and, if necessary, report them. Gu Yanmu decided to arrange this reconnaissance because as strong as they were, Sojang was dangerous from the start. As soon as they left the Sichuan Union, he kept a close eye on the squad leaders. First, Mr. Tan, the head of the Golden Tiger. His aura and power were simply extraordinary. The second was Yuk Kunmin of the Iron Blade Squad. His squad was often called a gathering of small factions, but he did not have a single mission failure on his account. This guy is also clearly going to be famous. The last to mention the head of the crazy army was Chin Murup. He kept a close eye on him as the senior martial artists paid special attention to him. But when he turned around during the hike, he did not see the boy in his field of vision. The reason was that he walked at the end of the line and carried equipment on his shoulders so that his tired subordinates would not fall behind on the march. He found this young man interesting, and besides, the other squad leaders, seeing this, followed his example and also took care of their men. As a result, a strange thing happened. People, despite their different origins, began to help each other. At the time they lived, it was simply unthinkable. Even the deputy was impressed by how one person can affect the overall fighting mood, and decided to see him closely. As a result, all three detachments went on a reconnaissance in the direction of the Chando forest, where their opponents were already loitering on the path leading to the northwest. They noticed that the mechanism installed on the plain from the southeastern direction had worked. They understood that someone was advancing here and there, but they were not completely sure that it was the troops, and not wild animals. But they hoped that despite the fact that there were only deaf people on guard on the plain, they should have definitely distinguished it. However, due to the fact that there had been no news from those who went after the bloody madman of the night for a long time, it did not give peace. So they decided to go check it out. They realized that if there were troops there, then they had only one place to camp on their way, so they decided to go scouting. Chin Murup continued to move forward together with his partner, who was surprised that there was a unique nature in this place. Living trees were very rare. The girl was sincerely sorry for the people who live here, but the hero calmly explained that these same people killed others for the sake of wealth, so it was not worth regretting that they live in such conditions. Suddenly, one of the scouts appeared near the hero, but he managed to hide behind the trees in time. The man was alert, looking around. He had sensed someone's presence before he landed, but now he didn't notice anyone at all. The hero, having lurked in time and pressed the girl to his chest, immediately recognized a person from the blood cult squad. In addition, he drew attention to the fact that at the moment when he tried to save himself and his companion from the scout, they were too close, but it was impossible to do otherwise. They could be noticed. At the same time, the head of the Golden Tiger detachment did the same. He also hid from the blood cult warrior, although the man didn't seem particularly strong to him. However, the deputy perfectly understood that the foreman should not relax, because there could be several opponents. If they provoke them, they also endanger others. Everyone could only hope that the scouts would just pass by. At this time, the remaining head was also pressed into the tree with his assistant, and he was clearly displeased. The head reminded that he also did not like the situation where they were, but there was no choice. He reminded the boy that he could hide behind another tree, and it was not necessary to hide behind it. But the boy displeasedly noticed to the elder that the tree was not signed with his name at all. He hid behind the first tree that came across, so as not to die at the hands of the Blood Clan. As a result, the boy finally got tired of huddling together with the deputy, so he jumped out on the attacker, realizing that it was much easier to deal with him than to endure all this. However, after his strong and rampant attack, the enemy managed to survive as he dodged in time and with ease. The sergeant immediately understood that an ordinary soldier would not be able to cope with this. He wondered what level these blood cult fighters were at. There was no choice. Therefore, turning to his deputy, the foreman demanded that he not waste time and go to invite reinforcements. After the boy left, the enemy realized that the foreman was from Sichuan, judging by his accent. The boy only warned the enemy, who understood everything so quickly, to surrender while still alive. But instead, the man just laughed merrily and, taking out his weapon, declared that he could easily handle a simple sergeant, although the boy himself doubted it very much. After which, with a light movement, he took off the opponent's head, accidentally breaking his sword, with which he tried to defend himself, and explained that those who had gathered in this forest were not simple heads of squads. Mr. Tan also got tired of waiting for the enemy to leave, so he decided to attack him using silver needles. Immediately after that, the deputy also decided to enter the battle. But, to their surprise, when she came out, they witnessed how the man committed suicide. As they got closer, they saw the effect of the blood cult's deadly poison, which was eating away at the bones. The deputy understood that the man ended his life without hesitation. At this moment, Tanrewa unexpectedly joined them, rejoicing that they had managed to find the head of the Golden Tiger, together with the deputy so quickly. Upon seeing the girl, the deputy understood that she was supposed to accompany Chief Chin Murup, and inquired about the reason for her arrival, but at first, Tanrewa asked to be addressed so politely, after which she reported that she and Chin Murup had joined forces with the Celestial Army. The commander ordered them to wait, and said that if everything went well, they would be able to enter the forest today. Still, the deputy decided to find out where Sergeant Chin Murup was now, and she sheepishly informed him that he continued to pursue the blood cult warrior. At this moment, the scout, trying to escape, was indignant that the Sichuan Union had begun to advance so quickly, and moreover, the enemy continued to pursue him. His skills just weren't enough to deal with this guy easily, so all he had to do was run away. But mentally he calmed himself down, realizing that the boy who was chasing him was a simple squad leader. He shouldn't have wasted his strength on him. He decided to continue on his way until he reached the main detachment. Chin Murup himself perfectly understood that most likely the man decided to run either to the main unit or to walk away. In addition, he assessed the combat techniques of the opponent, considering him a member of an elite unit. He also understood that the rest of the scouts were either already detained or killed the rest of the groups, and now the hero's only task was to find out where their shelter was. To his surprise, the man started moving in the opposite direction from Chando, and it became obvious that there was no shelter for them in the forest itself. Chin Murup approached the enemy and offered to go further on foot because there was no reason to be in such a hurry. The man, being shocked by the fact that such a young man managed to catch up with him so easily, decided to bite into a capsule with poison so as not to fall alive to his enemies. But Chin Murup noticed this in time and hit the man in the face, forcing him to spit out the poison, after which he grabbed his hair and explained that they still had something to talk about. As a result, the heir returned with the prisoner, after which events developed much faster. Gu Yanmu, upon learning that the boy had managed to catch the blood cult warrior, praised him for a job well done. The good news did not end there. Chin Murup found important documents from the prisoner, which he handed over to the squad leader. After reading the letter, Gu Yanmu understood that the gist was that the war needed to be finished in 2 months. The deputy was not surprised to see this document. Now that they knew of the Night Madman's existence, their enemies were sure they would come. If they did not know for sure, then they were probably preparing, and then finding the place of their experiments would not be easy. Looking at the deputy, Gu Yanmu speculated that there was a shelter in the forest, and they needed to find out its location. He asked the girl to choose 2 people from the Cloud Dragon Pavilion to go scouting. At that moment, the leader of the gang of 10 asked to be sent as well, because he just needed to go to the forest. Gu Yanmu agreed, realizing that the task did not carry much risk, but asked everyone to be more careful. To play it safe, Chin Murup asked Tang Soso and Li Huang to go on this mission and accompany Chok Muge. As a result, the man was lucky. Thanks to the air, he finally got a chance to find his people. They arrived at Sojan, a border town. The deputy warned the man that he could not stay here for a long time and offered to meet later at the same place. He expressed hope that this time would be enough to safely find his students. The teacher immediately went to the place where he was supposed to meet his students, but no one was there. Chok Moog did not understand what had happened here, because he knew that his men would have left some kind of trail, and indeed, he saw a hidden letter sticking out from under a stone on a hill. There wasn't much dust on the letter, so he concluded that it was relatively recent. When he unfolded the letter, he saw that the text was written in blood. Considering everything, it was written in a hurry. It was about Valley of Accumulated Sands. It seemed a strange name to Chok Muzi, but he hoped that the disciples were hiding there, or perhaps were being held captive. He paid attention to the right corner of the letter. There was a special mark indicating that the letter was not written under duress, so everything should be fine. But Chok Muza was still confused by what was written. He did not understand what actually happened in this Sojin. At this time, the deputy met with the head of the Intelligence Service Center, who said that there were 3 places in Sojin where bloodshed had recently occurred: Chikgek, Seongpak, and Kandal. The manager understood that all the places were located in the southeastern part of Sojin, far from the palace. If it was intelligence, it could be trusted. The man, leaning down, explained that if they hurried, they could reach even the most distant place in 15 days, and wished them luck in continuing their journey. At that moment, Chok Muge returned. The deputy explained that they had just finished their work and asked how the search for the students went. He honestly admitted that they were not very successful and suggested that they go back to continue discussing pressing issues. But suddenly everyone turned their attention to his face and asked in fright what had happened. He, as if not understanding what he was talking about, simply asked the boys to go back as soon as possible. But they understood that something serious had happened. He needed to be brought to the headquarters as soon as possible, because he clearly had poisoning, and it was extremely serious. It was already the 3rd day of the stay of the Heavenly Army. The deputy commander provided information from intelligence spies with the coordinates of 4 locations in the southeastern part of Sojan. Having familiarized himself with everything, the man realized that these were places where bloody calamities had recently occurred. One of them should be the testing ground of the blood cult. The deputy explained that another strange thing is the poisoning of the gang leader. Since the other members of the gang could not be found, it is likely that they were attacked by a blood cult. But it seemed strange to Chin Murup. After all, although these people were vagabonds, but still members of a gang, it was unlikely that they would be harmed, and those who were looking for them would remain unharmed. So he decided to ask Gu Yangmu if he was sure of the reliability of the information, as he definitely had a few points he wanted to clarify. Chin Murup said that it took a long time from the formation of the detachment in Sichuan to its arrival here. If you take into account the moment when the Divine Army returned with the madman's body, then enough time has passed. The deputy calmly stated that the senior officer should not doubt the abilities of the members of the intelligence service. She speculated that they may have pre-introduced intelligence before receiving instructions from the Sichuan Union. At this point, Chin Murup realized that it was useless to prove anything to people who trusted their intelligence so much, so he just had to accept that this information could indeed have been received in advance. As a result, the deputy proposed to relocate to the nearest settlement, and from there to divide into 4 groups. Even if it turns out to be a trap, they will be able to react in time. Gu Yanmu liked the idea, so the Cloud Dragon Pavilion would remain in place and act as a cover, as previously planned. The Heavenly Army was to divide into 4 squads and set off. He warned that they still had 1 hour left to prepare. Bowing down, he wished the Heavenly Army good luck, but the thought that they somehow got the information too quickly left him with a bad feeling. The reason for Chin Murip's bad premonition became clear the day after the departure of the Heavenly Host. At that moment, the assistant, running up to Chin Murup, excitedly announced that the leader of the 10 gang had finally come to his senses. He was watched over by a healer who explained to the man that he had fainted during the conversation. Therefore, he was urgently taken to the headquarters and asked to remain calm. The man was only interested in how many days he had been unconscious. After learning that it was only 1 day, he calmed down a bit. At this moment, the young head of the Tang clan also came up and warned the man that since the poison was not completely released, he needed to do breathing practices and qi circulation. Getting up, the man asked where his cloak was. Chief Tang stated that they had burned it earlier in the morning because it contained a technique that emitted a deadly poison aura. Most likely it was the red rabies poison. The hero who appeared asked to be told in more detail from this moment on, and also thanked the head of Tan, realizing that he was now in a huge debt to him. The boy, calmly exhaling, explained that he had only done his job, and told that in the man's cloak a scroll containing the technique of red rabies poison was discovered. This poison was obtained from red scorpions and dung beetles. It caused excruciating pain. Whoever left this scroll was most likely already dead. The man also said that the poison has the property of affecting everything around it, so it must always be eliminated. Only the head of Tang himself did not understand why he should be told about all this, and the man had absolutely no business with it. The hero, seeing the man's reaction, promised that they would find him new clothes, and decided to find out what was written in his scroll. He also spoke about the Valley of Accumulated Sands. With tears in his eyes, the man begged the heir to help him deal with the matter, as his students might be there. He speculated that there might even be a blood cult laboratory there, but there was nothing he could do about it right now. Chin Murup understood. The blood cult had released the gang members who had seen the madman. They, in turn, left behind a scroll. The blood cult definitely wanted to hide the truth by spreading false information to intelligence spies. Tang Soso suggested sending a messenger immediately to inform the Heavenly Army. Only Chin Murup knew that while they were only making assumptions, it was not easy to catch up with the squad. As a result, it became obvious that Chin Murup intended to assemble a special force. Mr. Tan wanted to leave with him, leaving Tan Soso and Tan to finish treating the head. Chin Murup agreed to this plan, asking the girl to take care of the rest of the squad. Also, for safety reasons, the boy decided to take Yunchu with him, in case they could send him to Cheongdo at any moment. At this point, they decided to say goodbye to the rest and start preparing for the road. Mr. Tan finally explained that only the best fighters should join the squad, offering to take buys from the Golden Tigers with him. Chin Murup was genuinely surprised that the boy had decided to take such an active part. As a result, the special squad, where there was only room for the strong, included Tang Rehua and Yu Deha, and even Master Kang, and finally Yuk Kunman and Cho Yongseong. As he walked, the hero just smiled and promised the man that he would definitely find his students. He also had high hopes for the boy. Somewhere during this time, the boy was dying of boredom while he was in the Valley of Accumulated Sands. I wanted to bang my head against the walls from impotence. But the leader of the Phantom Flame Squad in the Blood Cult asked his comrade to stop resenting him and reminded him that even if he was bored, he couldn't just kill his people like that. He turned to Cheong Tem, the fourth servant of the Blood Protector, the Mad Deathblade. He only noted with displeasure that the man was talking too much, and threatened that he could deal with him as well. The head reminded unhappily that even though Cheong Temu was a servant of the Blood Protector and was among the top 10 Blood Cult masters, the fact that 2 soldiers had already become victims of his boredom today was definitely too much. Their argument was interrupted by the appearance of the head demon, Bloodmist, who reminded him that everyone in the cult was the property of his master, and warned Cheontae that if he raised a hand against his subordinates one more time, he could die. At that moment, one of the 4 servants of the Bloody Protector, he was also called Piercing Spear, just returned from his mission. The head decided to ask how his dealings with the gang went. Remembering them, he only awkwardly reported that these rascals were very fast. He chased one all the way to Chando, but unfortunately missed him. However, he was pleased to note that he was lucky enough to drop the red rabies poison, so she should have died quickly. The head understood that when he dropped him, he most likely left something behind, so they needed to hurry up with the preparations for the transition. After all, experiments on the bloody madmen of the night were being conducted in this Valley of Sands. In addition, the man also noted that even though they had let in the Vagrant Gang, they had crossed paths with a Szechuan Union spy, and, as a consolation, he had mocked his head a bit. Apparently the Union found out about the madmen, which is why they sent the Heavenly Army. If they had come into contact with a spy, they were in the wrong place right now. At this time, Tang Soso reported the day's events to the master, explaining that she would now be in command of the unit, and said that she would appreciate any advice the master could have on how to run the unit. But at that moment, a boy suddenly entered the tent, telling the master and Tang Soso that an intelligence spy had arrived. She was surprised to see the man they had been dating not long ago. When they left, the man greeted those present and introduced himself as the unit's informant. Tang Soso asked in surprise why he had come since they had already met. The man kept saying that he had been waiting for them all this time but no one showed up, so he decided to come to them himself and find Commander Gu Yanmu. Tang Soso looked at the man in shock, explaining to him that he must have mixed something up since they had seen him in the city recently. But he seemed to be stuck. He kept repeating the same question about whether they really met. At this moment, the master recognized the replacement. He realized that it was not a spy, but an insidious illusion, so he had no choice, and he attacked the man. At this point, it became obvious to everyone that the blood cult wanted to hide the truth by spreading false information among the intelligence spies. In that case, it is clear that Chin Marip was absolutely right in his suspicions. At this time, the 4-day forced march to Peskov Valley was over, and the Cloud Dragon Pavilion's special squad had arrived at the designated location a day early. When they saw the Valley of Sands, they were surprised. There was absolutely no sand here. The passage was a rocky chasm between rocks 10 stories high, with a narrow passage a little more than a step wide. Even 2 warriors could hardly pass through it. Suddenly, Tanrewa noticed 2 warriors guarding the passage. Yudeha was surprised that she could see at such a distance, but it was not surprising. She had an amazing sight. Chin Marip, pausing, invited his comrades to discuss their plan of action. If this place was guarded, then there was something inside that needed to be protected. Chin Muripa's colleague could already bet that the bloody madman of the night could be hiding inside, but the hero understood very well that it could also be a trap for the gang. But if this is Bezumtsev's laboratory after all, it had to be destroyed. At this time, the master realized that, judging by the security, it would be quite difficult to get in and out, and decided to consult with the foreman about what to do next. He offered to wait for someone to come out, but realized that even though it was safer, they didn't have that much time. So he decided to use a diversionary maneuver. He knew that there were only 2 paths leading into the gorge, and suggested that the master along with Tang Rehua divert attention from the front. After that, the 3 squad leaders led by Chin Marip will be able to infiltrate from the other side. They will quickly look around the perimeter and take certain measures. Upon hearing of this plan, the boy immediately readily informed the chief that he could entrust the task to him, but Chin Marip asked him not to lose his vigilance. If it really was a blood cult laboratory, there could be higher-level masters there. They all agreed on this. Everyone will perform their task. The events are transferred to the Tradition Clan, one of the 9 great clans, known for its school of Taoist swordsmanship. He educates masters and teaches them to manage their mind and emotions. But even among them, there are those who are able to climb the Rojon. This was that Choan Seong. Only at a young age was he, with his violent and unruly nature, sent to the Sichuan Union to his great-grandfather, Master Khan, to learn humility, and every day he became more modest. For a moment, he paid attention to how the master had used their clan's technique, the 10,000 heavenly blades. He understood that in this case, the enemies would not be able to touch him even with a finger. Besides, remembering the fight with the madman, who could easily pierce the blades alone, he was even afraid to imagine what several such monsters were capable of. Another amazing fact was Tang Rehua's skill, which easily dealt with the warriors of the enemy clan. In the battle against her, the opponents did not understand where such a warrior came from. She fought with opponents and laughed, which seemed simply impossible. Continuing to smile, she only stated that she had not had a chance to stretch properly for a long time, and now she felt much better, although she looked like a madwoman. The rest, noticing that the men were clearly not doing well in the fight with Tang Rewa, sent reinforcements to prevent the girl from harming their head. But in the end, she easily dealt with the attackers. Only after seeing this, the deputy realized that they were really very lucky that the girl was on their side. With such strength you can not only buy time, but also break through the defense. Suddenly, Tan Rehua screamed, warning the master of the danger behind him. It was a flash acting as a portal from which the head appeared. After engaging in battle with the master, he noticed that his name matched his abilities very well. The man only thanked his opponent for appreciating his style. In fact, he was much more surprised that there really were masters in this place, and even of such a high level. With such an army and masters, there was a lot that could be hidden in this place. so he knew that Chinmurup would definitely have to hurry. Suddenly, the man decided to ask the master if those who entered the gorge from the other side belonged to his squad. He explained that there weren't that many soldiers behind them, so they must have thought it was easy prey, but they were not lucky. The head promised that those boys would die an even more painful death. He also explained that the rest of the Blood Protector's servants were also here. The master froze in shock when he realized that the head and the rest were really supposed to face these monsters in battle. When the heroes group met with Cheong Temu, he scathingly noted that intelligent gifts had been transferred to Sichuan. Chinmurup understood that the opponents had a good technique and realized that they were masters who were not inferior in level to the elders. The first to speak was Udeha, who asked the heir to provide him with an opponent. He wanted to demonstrate what he had learned against real experts. Chief Tang understood that they didn't know what these opponents were capable of, so he set out to deal with it, walking around with a traditional Korean curved sword. Only Cheon Temu wanted to deal with these people on his own, so he immediately rushed into battle, and the head of Tan began to run away from him, joking with the boy to hurry up. Chinmurup, calmly watching their confrontation, asked Ude if he could really handle the lancer, but the latter was completely confident in his abilities and asked to be given a chance to demonstrate what he was worth. As a result, the spearman quickly realized that he would get a fight with the white-haired swordsman. This even calmed him down. He asked the other members of the group not to delay and to pass on. The hero was even surprised that the man let them pass so easily. He suspected that he had invented some kind of trap because it was too calm, but he only smiled slyly. He understood that the enemies probably wanted to know what the red seal was, so he invited them to come in, because they would not be able to get out of here alive anyway. The squad leader then discovered that this place did not look like a gang hideout. In addition, there were masters here, and the matter was clearly taking serious turns. Chinmurup also understood this very well, realizing that this place was most likely a testing ground for the blood cult. He realized that his hypothesis turned out to be really close to the truth. Soon they met another one of the four servants, a divine demon who has no equal. He was very displeased to see the company of two boys, realizing that now they began to let anyone in without even warning him about it. He noticed that the boy behind Chinmurup was clearly hiding some kind of power. His technique could be hidden from anyone, but this man was not so easily taken away. As a result, having chosen an opponent, he sent Chinmurup to continue on his way. There only his abilities will show whether he lives or dies. The sergeant immediately moved on, explaining to his comrade that he was confident in his strength, and that he would succeed in the battle against his opponent. In addition, Chinmurup himself thought about the fact that the power of his comrade was not so easy to notice, and understood that his opponent was a difficult fighter. If he was lucky, he would be able to learn Yuk Kunmin's true nature when he came out of the gorge. Yuk Kunmyung lazily rubbed his head, realizing that Chinmurup's decision would soon drive him crazy. He decided to find out if his opponent wanted to do without a fight, but he immediately went into battle, wanting to please him well. The boy was even surprised at how fast he was. At this time, the boy explained that two of the Blood Death squad were standing further in the gorge, and there were 3 soulless with them, so Yuk Kunmin had already guessed that this was the main base of their blood cult. Entering this cave was tantamount to execution, so now Yuk Kunmin was all alone, and he had no choice but to fight. At this moment, the boy finally remembered that no one was looking at him. This completely radically changed the course of his thoughts, because now he was ready to show his true power. 2 of the Bloody Death squad were standing inside, and next to them were 3 soulless ones. It was obvious that this was the main base of the blood cult without even needing further proof. Going inside meant guaranteed death. The guy warned that he was all alone and that help was nowhere to be expected. A faint smile appeared on his face. The thought that no one was watching him made him more determined. For both, the situation radically changed everything. Their intentions became even more serious, and their fear of the unknown grew. The blood cult warriors guarding the entrance to the Crimson Gorge were of the same level as those the heroes had encountered earlier in Chodno. The passage was too narrow for a significant number of troops to pass through at the same time. This meant that if Master Khan and Ryohwa led the defense, the encirclement could be avoided. However, the warriors they would have to meet behind were clearly not inferior in strength. Master Khan might not have had the best chance of success. The main character realized that the time for thinking was running out. He needed to wrap things up here as soon as possible and go help others. Looking at these giants, it immediately became clear that they had come exactly to the address. People in red hoods asked who he was, or the messenger of the servants of the Bloody Defender. Hearing this, he immediately charged, giving them no chance. His attack was called 8 Spawned Heavenly Powers, Rushing Aggressive Blade. They were all dead. Examining the place, the hero noticed that there were no traces of the gang either in front or behind the gorge. However, as he walked inside, he realized that the place of imprisonment was definitely here. In order to deal with the door, he had to use the power of the 8 unsurpassed heavenly powers. The sky-splitting blow turned the door into small shards, opening the way forward. All that remained was to enter inside, which he did, slowly moving forward. But as soon as he entered there, a picture opened before him. Even more people in red hoods, who seemed to be waiting for him. They instantly identified him as the intruder and prepared to attack. However, he stopped them, explaining that he was beginning to understand what was going on here, and asked if they were really keeping gang members here. His eyes fell on the rope, which clearly had a gang knot on it, confirming his suspicions. He turned his attention to the giant canisters standing behind the people. Wrapped in what looked like goatskins, one of the men in the red hood ordered the others to obey orders and wake up all the madmen. But before he finished speaking, blood gushed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Those who stood behind him froze in horror, because they simply did not have time to react. Suddenly, the space was filled with loud screams, and they rushed to run away from the mysterious boy standing in front of them. But he wasn't going to let them get away. He decided that none of them would make it out alive. He just extended his hand, releasing his energy that immediately covered them. Soon he approached one of them, who was already on his knees, and listened as he pleaded for mercy. The man, stuttering, crawled on the ground, which was covered in blood, begging for his life. The main character said, "If you want to live, answer my questions. Is this the only laboratory for experiments on bloody madmen at night?" He replied that there was another laboratory, but he did not know its exact location. The next question was about the weaknesses of madmen. In response, he learned that incomplete bodies have weak bones, but upon awakening, their bones become as hard as steel. The man even handed over a book with forbidden notes on the experiments, admitting that they used a tramp for them. The man explained that it was done only in order to survive the war, begged for forgiveness, but it did not help. The hero decided not to spare him and poured liquid on his head from a bucket standing nearby. Then he turned, dropped the flaming torch, and began to move toward the door. The oil in the bucket ignited instantly, leaving flames behind him, and he moved on without looking back. Meanwhile, another battle was raging at the entrance to the laboratory. The battle was extremely difficult, but the use of a great power known as the Endless Will of Destruction gave the battle an advantage. The faces of the soldiers showed that they were fighting to the limit of their abilities. However, he still wondered what such a valuable thing was hidden inside, if even a monster was using this boy as a bodyguard. With the expectation of something significant, he moved forward, carefully studying his surroundings. However, he decided to put aside all doubts and end it as soon as possible. A quick, lightning-like strike made his opponent salivate in pain. Immediately after that, a bright purple beam began to increase in size, filling the entire space with itself. But is it a counterattack? The impact caused blood to spurt from the side of his body, making the situation feel like it was getting out of hand. The blow felt weak, despite the fact that all the available energy was gathered at it. The boy jumped before the impact, minimizing the damage, and at the same moment made a lightning counterattack. The problem is that in such a short time his punch penetrated the defense, cutting through the opponent's skin. After that, he sarcastically said that the opponent has big problems, addressing him as a friend. A powerful energy gathered around the hero's body, and he warned that the enemy in front of him was already dead, preparing for the next attack. But the enemy did not retreat. He also went forward, accumulating his red energy. Using the Black Rock attack turned everything around into a purple field, filled with destructive energy. After this attack, the hero bent down to the enemy lying on the ground and asked for his forgiveness. The enemy had no life left. If he had known that the enemy was so strong, he would have used this attack from the start. This martial art was hidden due to its destructive power, so the hero acted very carefully. Sergeant Chin suddenly appeared, coming too quickly and clearly knowing something. Before, he suspected that Yuk was hiding something, but now he demanded an explanation. He was interested in where the hero got the black blade that grims the heavens. He also wanted to know how the hero mastered this martial art and who he really is. The foreman warned him to answer immediately and without hesitation, because he would not ask twice. If the hero refused to answer, the foreman threatened to wipe him off the face of the earth along with the remains of the blade. He could not understand this, because he believed that this martial art was known only to him and his teacher. But now it seemed that someone else also knew his secret. He sought to understand what connected him to the clan head of the 8 emperors. "I already regret contacting this idiot. He heard this verdict in response. Ryowa had felt something strange before, and now it was clear that it had something to do with it. No one expected to find the 8 unsurpassed powers in the Sichuan Union. The 8 Emperors' plan was to incite conflict and further war in the world of martial arts. They introduced their husband, Yuk Kunmyop, into the Sichuan Union, waiting for him to occupy an important post. Yuk began his story with the fact that his teacher was Tosun's pupil. Tosun opposed the Battle of the Sky and settled in Sichuan long before hostilities began. The teacher took Yuk under his care since childhood, teaching martial arts. But later it turned out that this art belongs to those who organized the bloody carnage in the world of martial arts. Yuk was never able to figure out why his teacher taught him this, but he was the only adult who showed him compassion, because Yuk was an orphan. When Yuk joined the Sichuan Union, he did not draw much attention to himself, pretending to be a wandering warrior and hiding his skills. Jin Murip wanted to understand the true purpose of someone with such power. "Can't someone who has mastered this martial art live in peace and quiet?" asked Yuk, expressing his doubts. In response, he heard clear words from Jin Murip. "No, it can't. The Songjung gang, like Yuk, wishes to live in peace. Unless they have dangerous ambitions like Zhong's, there is no reason to kill them." Jin Murip then offered Yuk to become his ally. "If you follow me and don't abuse your power, one day I will create a peace where you can live in peace." But it all seemed too simple to be true, so simple that tears began to well up in his eyes. He lived his whole life as an outcast of the martial arts world, hiding his true identity. And suddenly it turned out that getting rid of this burden is so easy. Now he just wanted to know who was standing before him. Jin Murip replied that he would soon understand everything, but now every second counted. He must cover his tracks quickly and leave immediately. Murip explained that the masters they encountered were called servants of the Blood Protector. "Mission accomplished. Now you need to gather people and leave this place as soon as possible. There is a possibility that Master Khan and the others also encountered enemies. In the past, the underground training hall of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion in the Sichuan Union. During the Mad Army's first mission there was a conversation with Day that he was denied. It was explained to him that he does not fight at all as required by the instant sword technique. Deha was indignant and replied, "Brother John, what kind of nonsense are you talking about in the middle of training?" But John objected, asking not to call him brother anymore, but to address him as a teacher. Yon continued, explaining that Deha has a rare and special talent for martial arts, and his skills have greatly improved due to the technique. But this is just the beginning. However, Deha could not yet step over his pride. When he wanted to answer something, Yon made him dodge, but Deha was hit in the chest. It turned out to be unavoidable. Then Yon began to explain further. The instant sword is not only about power. You must first learn to use the combat distance to your advantage. Deha was doubly hurt because John's words hit harder than his fists. Deha questioned, "How to leave everything behind? Teach me. I am ready." But John himself did not know how to do it. He only warned, both in word and deed, that Deha would be getting hit until the young master returned. Then, perhaps, the solution will be found by itself. In the underground training hall, Deha patiently endured John's blows. For the 4th day in a row, Deha went through the merciless blows while practicing the Great Heavenly Circle. Food, vomiting, fighting, work, and again the Great Heavenly Circle. This day was remembered by John, the junior commander of the Mad Army. Dek's back was bent like a bow from the heavy load. The youngest commander of the Demonic Fox Squad, the possessor of outstanding fighting talent, the second commander of the Shining Dragon, Deha gave up everything, focusing only on training. The result was the development of an incredible skill, in particular the confrontation with the servant of the Blood Protector, the spearmaster of the piercing stream, Li Guak. Li Guak's attacks seemed unclear and chaotic to the Daiha standing in front of him. The continuous practice of Great Heavenly Circle while training with Yan greatly improved Day's stamina. This is how a martial art was born, in which there was nothing superfluous. Pure skill and precision. Li Guak planned to play with him for a bit and then kill him. But Deha, although he did not dodge every blow, defended the vital points admirably. What annoyed Li the most was Day's ability to read his attacks, as if instinctively feeling where a blow was aimed, especially to the head. In the end, Li even praised Di for his endurance under the spear blows, although he noted that he had lost a lot of blood. He insisted that further resistance was futile and urged Day to surrender. Deha, with his hands behind his head, taunted Li, saying that he could dodge all day without a problem. This finally angered Li and he took out his spear. In fact, Deha was at the limit of his strength and understood that it would be difficult for him to dodge anymore. the black blade that calms the heavens. These words sounded at the moment when Yuk appeared in front of Lee. Lee didn't even have time to turn around when his life was cut short. The blade crashed into his skull, and his tongue stuck out like a pig's mouth. This is how his life ended. Lee fell to the ground like a broken doll. Yuk hit him just enough to knock him unconscious, debating whether to keep him alive. Lee was on his knees, and when he saw his successor, he could only breathe a sigh of relief, realizing how lucky he was. He had already thought that he would not survive. But now that everything was behind him, he could go on his way. Jin Murup extended a brotherly hand to him, saying that he had yet to live, and praised him for having become much stronger. After that, they discussed the direction in which to go. Their next path lay to where the servant of the Blood Protector had followed Tan. The Red Gorge and the laboratory with experiments on bloody madmen were burned. Task accomplished. Now it was necessary to immediately go to help Tan. But it was dangerous to go straight to it, because there could be strong masters there. Murup had used up all his strength, which meant they had no choice but for Yuk to fight the rest of the warriors. Jing Murup felt that the return of using Yang or Yin energy had greatly diminished. Loss of control over energy led to its significant depletion. Their plan is to immediately take the hostage and go to the main detachment in the Red Gorge. The main task is to unite with Master Khan and retreat from the Blood Cult. Tanxiong's search was a secondary matter. A servant of the Blood Protector, known as the Mad Death Blade, John Temu, ran at his enemy, intending to chop off all of his limbs. But there was only a voice around him calling him a renegade from the Tang family. "The poison has dissipated, and you can't do anything else," the voice said. He was the most talented in Sichuan, the hope of the Tang family. A true talent destined to surpass his father, one of the 10 greatest martial arts masters. But in one moment, all these titles were destroyed. There is always someone stronger. This thought sowed despair in Tang Chun's heart. The son of Tang Sorion, the strongest warrior in the world, the valiant Heaven Lord Tang Jarian, he carried the heavy burden of family glory. In the future, the Tang clan will remain under the rule of the Flower Bell. He remembered the words that sounded to him. "You are only a warrior, and you are not destined to become the head of the clan." After getting over the defeat and erasing his friend from his memory, he only gained an even greater weight of expectation that came with the 8 new techniques. Despite his best efforts, he is pursued by the masters of the Blood Cult. He could not understand what he had been striving for all this time. At that moment, he feels an ominous energy appear next to him. His eyes are drawn to the traces of blood scattered on the ground, and suddenly he hears the words, "There you are," along with a sword whistling straight into his back. The blow knocks him off his feet and he falls, rolling several times on the ground. It was very difficult for him, but he was able to grab the ground with his hand, stopping his fall. He only had 5 needles left, as he had lost one of the needle bags during the first attack. But he was not going to back down and was ready to stand for his clan to the end. Without hesitation, he threw the first needle. However, the enemy easily evaded her without even straining. In response, a second needle flew again, accompanied by a loud whistle. But the enemy, as he repelled the first and second, repelled the third just as easily and then struck with a sword. The blow caused the boy to fall to the ground, this time much harder than before. He stretched himself several meters, picking up dirt from the ground with his tongue and feeling the pain of the impact. "Looks like I did," said the enemy, standing over him, and asked, "Did you poison me?" "Is it a delayed poison? It paralyzes and slows down movements, and in a large dose it can stop the heart," the boy answered, barely holding back the pain. This poison was with him from the beginning, but the cursed wind caught him by surprise. The poison was on the branches of trees, on needles, on the blades of hidden blades. If symptoms do not appear, it should be used until it begins to work. It was at the moment when the enemy caught the silver needle with his teeth that the outcome of the battle became predictable. Even if he had strengthened his body and perfected his techniques since childhood, underestimating his opponent would inevitably lead to defeat. The enemy's eyes became redder and redder, just as the effect of the poison intensified in his body. But Tang, the hope of his clan, could not allow a second defeat. He took out another needle that was in his hands. A stream of crimson swords, like a downpour, came down from above, completely blocking the attack and changing the course of the battle. The battle between Soul Flash and Blood Swordsman was like a clash of spear and shield, attack versus defense. However, over time, Soul Flash's position began to deteriorate. Although the 10,000 Heavenly Blades technique is almost flawless in defense, it has its own weaknesses that can only be compensated for with the displacement technique. The enemy expertly used the sandy soil to his advantage, striking from top to bottom. He perfectly applied the peculiarities of his martial art and the disadvantages of the terrain. You should not expect any changes in the situation. Soon other servants of the Bloody Defender will arrive, and this enemy will continue to methodically search for his weak points. At a certain moment, the Blood Swordsman felt something strange. He looked down and saw that his foot was stuck in a pile of sand. This was the weakness Soul Flash exploited. After that, he struck Red Cloud Demon Handsword, Illusory Snake Dance. It seemed that the end was near for Soul Flash, because if he gave up his protection, all would be lost. Dying is like this together, said Flash, using the technique Flying Strike Pursuit. Two forces converged into one blue, the other red. But one of them was not destined to win. His chances were 0. The Soul Flash fell to the ground, and his opponent slowly walked forward. However, the enemy himself suffered significant damage, wondering how Flash could change his technique in such a short time. He was a strong warrior that Sichuan could be proud of. He hesitated, to leave or finish off his opponent, but suddenly he heard a clear order behind him. Stand! Slowly and carefully, he began to turn his head to see who was behind him. Li Guok was kneeling, and behind him were 2 people, Yuk and Jin Murup. They held him at gunpoint and warned, "One more move and you're dead." It seemed strange because such a young man was able to defeat the servant of the Blood Protector. The heir then explained to Li the situation he was in. The guards at the entrance were dead, the test site would be destroyed, and only a handful of ashes would remain. He offered a deal: return the spearman, and he retreats. Li wasn't going to underestimate his opponent, but he was wondering where Tang Chong was now. "Is that what you're looking for?" asked another, appearing from the shadows. In his hand, he held Tang Chong, but not completely. Only his head, noting that he could not carry him whole, so he chopped it off. As a commander, he threw his head at Li's feet and said, "Take it away." Li accepted the crushing defeat, only asking for the return of the spearman, promising not to touch the Soul Flash. "To have such cunning and fighting skills at your age. I heard about you recently," Li said, acknowledging his strength. "You are the Shining Dragon." The heir heard these words addressed to him. Threats followed. "Don't think you can escape from Sojin. You are destined to leave your bones here." Li raised his wounded hand, accepted his defeat, and moved on. The elite warriors of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion and Master Kang Yuol had successfully completed their mission. They destroyed the laboratory of the Nightblood Madmen, killing 3 of the Blood Cult's best warriors without losing a single one of their own. Soon after that, the name Shining Dragon spread throughout the district and even reached the head of the Blood Cult, Blood Devil Mu Chongik. The Blood Devil inquired of his men if there was any news of the whereabouts of the Thousand Arms. In response, he was told that the White Snake Squad was in hot pursuit and that news would be forthcoming. He asked not to make him wait long. The head of the Blood Cult, the Blood Devil, and the leader of the Podalap Order is the 1,000-year-old master Panchol Lama. In a large-scale battle where the strongest martial arts masters of the province had come together, Mu Chilgik won by using 500 techniques. Taking advantage of this situation, the army of the Blood Cult penetrated the main palace of Podalap and captured the impregnable fortress, which had never known defeat in its entire history. The wise phoenix of the western heavens, Ja, had something to explain to his master. He reported that contact with the Blood Spirit Detachment, which was sent to the border with Sichuan, had been lost. The owner realized that something was suspected in Sichuan. A messenger from the Red Gorge reported that a detachment of the Heavenly Army was participating in the battle. However, since spies were used to lure them into a trap, things should calm down soon. Conquering a province is just the beginning, and no mistakes can be made in the creation of the Blood Madman of the Night. But Da believed that events could go the other way. The stronghold is guarded by the servants of the Bloody Defender. Ja himself had already ordered the Blood-Gathering Squad to destroy Chando's forces. He claimed that everything had already been settled, and directly stated this to the head. The caves had already been burned, and Jin Murup was watching. Even now, looking at it, he understood that if the cult leader found out about it, there would be serious consequences. The successor wanted to know what kind of person this is, the head of the Blood Cult. In response, they explained to him that his actions did not command respect. After all, if you hit him with a sword, he will bleed, just like any other person. However, he did not know the following. After the investigation in the gorge, not a single living member of the gang was ever found. The question arose as to how to report this to Chok Muge. It's time to go. Wagons and horses were waiting at the entrance to the gorge, which appeared to be intended for the transportation of the bloody madmen. But since Zhong Yong-sung found them in time, the boys used the carts. Inside, they thanked the master for keeping them alive thanks to his guidance. In turn, he thanked them for their timely help, because they not only defeated 2 servants of the Blood Protector, but also burned down the laboratory without losing a single fighter. It was an incredible success. The more Khan thought about it, the more he admired their feat. But he understood that it would be difficult to explain this to the Union. He had already seen the counselor's incredulous look. Someone wanted to ask the heir about his future plans, but he clearly replied, "We are going back to Chando at full speed." Because there was only one remaining of the known blood madness laboratories. And as it turned out, the information received from the spy in Chando was false. The Celestial Army squad had to split up after arriving in Nagok, which is why they are now probably scattered in 3 directions. The enemy will most likely act while they are separated, as it would be too risky to attack them together. First of all, you need to go to Chando to regroup and form a rescue squad. Pursuing the Heavenly Army in their current state was tantamount to suicide. The heir decided to leave Yongchu for safety in this place. If something happened, he would have to go to Chando. The heir did the same to Tong Soso when he left, leaving a backup plan in case of an emergency. A secret squad stationed there will patrol the outskirts of the base. Currently, the blood cult knows nothing of the existence of this squad. But if they attack Chando, it would mean that the cult of blood had been following their movements from the beginning. In other words, the place where the Heavenly Army is headed may turn out to be a carefully planned trap. Perhaps there will be no more heavenly hosts left there by the time they arrive. Jin Murup understood that the battle would take place in 2 or 3 days. It will be almost impossible to save everyone, unless some kind of miracle happens. He dreamed of finding at least some way, because the loss of the Heavenly Army would be a serious blow to the Union. But if they can hold out for a few days, there will be a chance. The Heavenly Warriors will not give up so easily, even if it is a trap. Everyone understood that. They will last for several days, so you need to act even faster. After discussing everything, they set off back to Chando. Arriving there, Yubon, a spy for the intelligence service, met them. Tang Soso immediately sent Yongchu to Changdo to carry out his task of summoning a secret squad. A secret squad led by Deputy Chief Suryon met Yon at the scene. John was glad to meet the deputy head. Tang Soso, following the head's orders, sent Yongchu to Chando, thinking that everything would be fine. But inside she doubted and could not find an answer. During her thoughts, Ion came to her. She immediately asked, "How's the situation?" John replied that everything is fine. The young master ordered to move to the caves in case of such situations. He will remain on guard while the others should head to the caves. Suddenly a man appeared behind her and turned to John. "Don't make me laugh. How can we trust you?" He called himself Junho, the trader of the Golden Tiger, and wanted to know from Yeon what he was doing in Chando. John, noticing his interest, agreed to tell, but asked to come closer. Junho, approaching, still managed to call Yoon nothing, but as soon as he was right in front of John, he received a powerful blow to the cheek. The blow was so strong that he miraculously survived. Junho fell head down from the force of the blow, and Yeon mockingly asked, "Who else to tell?" The others, seeing this, immediately began to run away. All doubts were dispelled and the fighters of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion moved to the cave. John warned that it was better not to go outside today. The exit will be opened only tomorrow. Tang Soso asked if he was sure he could handle it on his own. "Calm down, master. Nothing will change, so don't beat yourself up. The others will be back soon, don't worry," Yeon said, trying to reassure the girl. Tang Soso thanked him for these words. John walked up to the giant boulder and grabbed it with both hands. His strength was so great that he moved the stone, but his mind was racing with thoughts. The secret squad, which included those who were currently ambushed in the forest, consisted of 10 masters who usually guarded the master. Among them were masters with whom it would be difficult for even Jonah to cope. "Looks like we'll have to be careful tonight." A sly, self-defying smile appeared on his face. John felt curious, wanting to see what his opponents were capable of. It was dark outside. The foreman led his group. They were all in red raincoats. Someone asked him, "Is this really the place?" The chief believed that the opponents were hiding in Chando, but it turned out that they were in the forest. He ordered to surround the forest and shorten the distance. If the enemy appears, immediately give a signal. Sergeant Choban, head of the blood collection squad, couldn't wait for the youths from Sichuan who killed 3 of his subordinates to show up. Meanwhile, Sang Jung, the head of Seo Jinwan's secret squad, was sitting on a tree branch. He ordered his men to move quietly and eliminate anyone they saw. The command of the third group was headed by the deputy head of the blood collection detachment, Hong Guan. Unfortunately, Guan's group was defeated immediately after the investigation began. They didn't even notice those who had been following them since entering the forest. "Head northwest and move quietly," came a command from one of the senior squad members. Han was alert, realizing that the missing had most likely committed suicide. He warned his men, "Don't think about saving them. As soon as you see these scumbags, kill them immediately." But before Han could turn around, his men began to die right behind him. It became clear that the situation is catastrophic. At that moment, Han felt that he himself was under the crosshairs. A chill ran through his entire body as unknown hands grabbed his neck. Death was inevitable. One drop of blood is perfect elimination without a single sound. Choban's deputy sent only a small force to scout, but he lost them all. In a short time, 30 soldiers of the Collection of Blood Detachment disappeared. However, Choban, not losing his vigilance, personally went on additional searches. From what he knew, after the departure of the Heavenly Army Detachment, only the guards remained in the rear. But the search had been going on for a long time, and there were no signs of the presence of people. Even the wind did not blow in this forest, and this caused him anxiety. Groups 1 and 2, as well as Ban himself, continued their search. However, the soldiers of the Blood Collection Squad disappeared one by one in the darkness. It wasn't until the last one died that Ban realized something was wrong. 9 warriors surrounded him within a radius of 3 meters. He was sure that someone was behind him, but the fear of turning around paralyzed him. He couldn't tell if he should turn back, or if it would immediately lead to his head being cut off. He decided to speak first. "Who are you people standing behind me?" "Let's put it this way, we are the defenders of the Sichuan Union," the young man replied, adding, "You've come a long way to get here, but now you can rest in peace." Before Ban could finish his sentence, his head was instantly cut off by a sharp knife. Karatova was approaching the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. Their return was to be short, because almost immediately they would have to leave again. Descending, the heir noticed that the barracks were empty. He was told that the people had moved to the caves. It was clear that there was a fall, and the soldiers had a hard time. At that moment, Yan and Soso appeared, who were happy to see the foreman. The heir immediately began to ask what had happened. It was explained to him that the spy of the intelligence service came under the influence of the soul-stealing technique. Listening to the girl, the heir was more interested in hearing John's report, who was standing behind her. John recounted how the Cult of Blood tried to attack them last night. The secret squad dealt with the enemies, and he hid the rest of the people in the caves for safety. The warriors of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion did not know anything, because the squad worked perfectly, even after getting rid of the bodies. Then the heir turned to each of them, praising them for their efforts, and noted that if the spy of the intelligence service was injured, then the case would be advanced more quickly. He then turned to Master Khan and Master Ha, asking them to take care of the place. They understood that the heir would immediately go to the aid of the Heavenly Army. The Celestial Army squad should have reached Nagak by now and split into 3 groups. However, it is not known whether it will be possible to catch up with him. Elder Gu Yanmu is an experienced person. If he discovers a trap, he will undoubtedly return to Jirim, located in the middle of the path, to gather allies. It was a race against time. The heir was to go through Nagak and reach Jirim with a minimum number of people. That was his plan. Time was short, and they needed to ride with as few people as possible to get to their destination as quickly as possible. Because of this, the heir decided to take only Yongchu and Tang with him, but then changed his mind, replacing Tang with Yuhua. The elders were very concerned, realizing the risks the heir was exposing himself and his companions to. However, the heir firmly promised to do everything possible to save the Heavenly Army. After that, he went to the ward where the man was sitting on the bed. The man looked very surprised to see the heir in front of him. He entered the room, holding a whip in his hands. He apologized, saying that he cannot always save everyone. It was difficult for him to break the sad news. But Jin Murip, who himself had lost many men, remained calm. It has already become common for him. After a short conversation, Murip realized that the heir was now going to save the Heavenly Army. However, he didn't come here just to say that. He knew that this news might upset him, but he wanted to delegate an important task. The Cult of Blood attacked an intelligence unit. A person was needed who could report the situation to the Sichuan Union. She had to possess exceptional stealth and mastery in martial arts, because the warriors of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion could not operate openly. It was also necessary to transfer information about students to the main headquarters of the gang. Because of this, the heir asked to entrust this task to her husband. Now he was ready to go. In his absence, the heir placed Tang Chon in charge of command. Some of the wounded also remained in the rear, although they really wanted to go with the squad, and so they set off, following the heir as a guide. Another young man named Yuk decided to follow the commander, who promised to become an ally of the heir. Jin Murup was the first person Yuk told his secret to, and he wasn't going to sit at home while the others fought. Jin Murup is the leader of the Sanchong gang, the leader of the Flower Bell, and the true master of the 8 unsurpassed heavenly powers. Yuk, who had been single all his life, now decided to join Sanchon and had no intention of backing down. His choice was called wise, and he was offered to meet new allies. A white-haired warrior jumped to the ground, whose appearance was a surprise for Yuk. Jin praised the warrior, already knowing what happened last night. He called his actions a wonderful job, and the warrior in turn reported on a secret squad that went to Churim, where Ying took command. Jin immediately agreed and said that everything would be done. They went to the mountain. There was very little time, so they decided to discuss the details on the road, talking on various topics in parallel. In the Heavenly Army, the commander of the 9th group, Na Bekryun, was completely covered in blood. He spoke to the 4th group's commander Tan, stating that he would likely be the next to die. But Tan urged him not to lose hope, promising that everything would be fine. An elite unit of the Heavenly Army that was part of the Sichuan Union fell into a trap set up by Li Guok, Nagok, Kandal, Sionpak, and Chigek. The 4 cities that the intelligence spy gave away became the deployment areas of the elite blood cult assassin units known as the Blood Soul Chaser Squad. They stayed in Sonyeon to face the enemy and waited for their arrival in Churim. Who would have thought that it was also a trap? They were completely surrounded. Then one of the men suggested a plan to break out of the forest at any cost to warn his comrades of the ambush. At this time, an enemy from the cult of blood brought the head of a brave woman who was still held in candle to the elder. After checking her armor, he realized that it was the deputy head of the Heavenly Army squad. He asked the foreman to accept his congratulations, believing that this victory was made possible by the tiger's tactics. The head of the Blood Soul Pursuer squad, On Jinsan, wanted to give this head to the head of the blood cult with all his heart. The Heavenly Army reacted quickly and demonstrated skillful tactics even in the face of an unexpected attack. They have earned the title of the Union's elite force, but even they could not resist the enemy. All the remaining soldiers of the unit were sent to hell together with their comrades. Of course, the situation could have changed if some rare masters had arrived in time to help. There was a secret squad on the mountain. They hid the horses safely in the nearest woods as they had been instructed. Since the master was due to arrive soon, everyone was keeping a close eye on the surroundings, following the orders of the deputy squad leader Suryan. While the squad members searched, Suryan, relying on the reports of subordinates and her own intuition, tried to assess the situation in Churim. The next day, the heir together with his people reached Suryan, who greeted them. But right after that, they heard a report that the powerful warriors of the blood cult had surrounded the Heavenly Army and were planning to destroy it. These people were much stronger than the members of the blood cult in Chando. Their organization was excellent. Among them, it seemed, were those who had mastered the technique of hiding the smell of blood and their presence. It was obvious that the Heavenly Army had suffered considerable exhaustion from the long journey and battles. The host asked, "Is there another half-hour until sunset?" He said he would give a signal, and then it would be necessary to go straight to the cave. The master asked the girl to take care of the Heavenly Army, and she immediately understood his intentions. The host decided to deal with the enemies on his own, wanting to warm up after the recovery, which became faster after the events in the Red Gorge. At the top of his voice, he shouted to the enemy, urging them to come out of hiding. "Don't sit like rats, come out!" The enemy foreman heard these words and immediately became angry. Hearing the name of the boy who challenged them, the enemy leader immediately ordered a change of plans. "Follow him. Let's see if it's really the same shining dragon. If a fight breaks out, the rest will attack the Heavenly Army." The mere thought of the possibility of meeting such an enemy excited him. He appointed one of his own to lead a group to observe the Heavenly Army. His main weapon was brute force, but he also intended to use all available tactics to confuse Jin. Jin was well aware that the enemies were probably confused, which was why he came up with this plan. The opponents hid in the trees, and the bearded warrior ordered to wait so as not to start the battle first. They were counting on the fact that the heavenly host they were holding hostage would force them to hurry. Their indecision hinted to Jin's team that the enemies were still capable of strategic thinking. Jin then decided to force them to act. He was the first to jump off the mountain, challenging them to battle. The others followed him, following the order of the master. John had a premonition when these cowards would finally show up. He craved a real battle. And so the moment came when he descended from the mountain and found himself surrounded by opponents. The enemies were confused when they saw the golden shadow technique restraining their swords. After that, They had a chance to see the power of his iron fist, which he swung directly at them. At this time in the cave, the allies realized that the enemy had encountered their group and decided to come out and help. After all, they could not stay in the cave longer. The unexpected appearance of a strong master could radically change the situation around the cave. The girl approached the cave and asked the heavenly army to follow her. She planned to take advantage of the breach the commander had created. The soldiers had many questions, but she quickly explained that there was no time and ordered them to stand in a circle, covering the wounded. Jin went to where he knew he would be attacked, and everything happened exactly as he expected. Confident in his abilities, he expected to destroy anyone who dared to attack. One attack, Heavenly Sword Dance, was enough to accomplish what was intended. The Blood Cult's elite squad, known as the Blood Soul Chasers, acted according to Jinsen's plan in this battle, but their defeat was not the result of his mistake. They just met someone they couldn't defeat. Realizing this, Jinsen decided to run away to report the defeat to headquarters. But it was not so easy to escape. He faced Jin, who did not leave him any chance. Jin's punch was so powerful that it surpassed anything imaginable. As Jinsen fell to the ground, Jin cut off both of his arms, demanding an answer to a question he hadn't even asked yet. Jin threatened that the neck would be next and ordered to respond immediately. He asked only one thing. Where else, besides Red Gorge, are the laboratories for the creation of blood madmen? But when Jinsen replied that he didn't know, Jin killed him without any remorse, because he had no time to delay. Information about this quickly reached the head of the blood cult. Duke Seo Yubon, having learned about the events, decided to go personally to check everything with his own eyes. Before the eyes, a majestic mountain lake opens. The rocks, like gloomy guards, cut the sky, and their prints tremble in the silence of mirror water. Clouds slowly slide the peaks, inspiring the feeling of forgotten legend and the power of nature. At the top of the mountain sat the Duke of Seo Jubon, listening carefully to the report on how a detachment of bloody souls destroyed the remains of the heavenly army, beheading the dream of Jen, their deputy leader. The Duke stood slowly, went to the edge of the rock and, looking down, smiling. The news came to his liking. His people have completed the task perfectly. Silence prevailed around. Only the red aura around the Duke pulled with pleasure. He was so happy to hear that he decided to see this bloody sight with his own eyes. Silence suddenly exploded. A relentless, formidable force broke through the clouds that broke the peace of the mountains, as if the harbinger of a great battle. Among the darkness of the battle, a figure, a brave girl with a dark blowing wind and a look which burned with determination. In his hands, a sword that glowed with force, and on her face, only the focus and fire of unbreakable will. Their enemies were strong, and most allies were already injured. The fight was gaining momentum. The commander of the Yuk and the commander of the Yen tried to break the enemy's resistance, and their opponents were experienced and cruel. A formidable commander, the Ghoul, enveloped by a purple cloak, emerged from the epicenter of the purple vortex. He personally led a detachment of pursuers and strictly ordered not to leave the enemies of the chances, to give only the wounded. One of the heavenly fighters from the last forces reflected the attack. The enemy acted organized and methodically, and it was clear. If the situation did not change, their detachment would not last for a long time. The commanders quickly gathered a detachment. Everyone was aware that it is impossible to show all their power. Every wrong step could cost the life of whole units. One of the heavenly fighters looked malicious. He was annoyed as enemies were mocking their failures, but he held back anger. The one who laughed looked powerful and threatening. He assured, "A little more, and he will come back." But who really is it? And suddenly, the young man's gaze rose up. He saw him to the depths of his soul. The pupils expanded, the face faded, and in the eyes there was a true fear. All the army stopped, staring in the sky. A warrior descended from the height, as if from heaven. It was the rank of the Muffin. The young man glowed with joy. It was he who was waiting for him. It seemed that all his power suddenly returned as he appeared. Landing, the rank was taking something out of his pocket and said that he had not come with empty hands. He had a gift. Warriors from the detachment of the crazy army, standing opposite, froze. The act threw a cut head in front of them. It was the head of their commander. Their eyes were rounded and their faces lost color. The horror was clinging to them. They realized whose head was. Looking at the bloody head, the enemies opened their mouths from shock. Before them lay the head of the leader of their detachment. One of the enemies sitting high in the tree was frozen in shock. He could not believe that their commander was really dead. This truth was not invested in consciousness. Standing on the ground, the act of the muffin with a calm, but in a powerful tone, ordered him to go down immediately, to send him after the leader. Hearing this, he immediately spanned. His eyes became round like eggs, and when the frame began to count up to 3, panic grew into a real horror. Without waiting for him to descend, the rank was sharply waved by the sword, aiming directly at his target. A moment, and bloody splashes fly in the air. Blood drips from the blade of the rank, and the rest of the enemies fade away from fear and shock, not even reacting. The act was looking at it with cold confidence. It was not attracted to blood, but this victory seemed too easy, and it seems that he will have to restrain his strength. His assistants were satisfied with this spectacle. One even said that even if he went down, fate would be the same. The soldiers from the army were standing with their mouth open. Everything happened so fast that no one even had time to clip. Everyone looked at the rank with delight. He broke through the rows of enemies and with one blow beheaded the commander. Even experienced Chong Moan would not be able to do so. The opponents could not believe what they saw. Did the commander of the crazy army reach such a level of martial arts? With a calm, fearless look of the rank, the muffin said that it was necessary to finish with it, and something threatening sounded in his voice. The enemies were running away who were ashamed. Without the officers and the deputy, they lost control and did not know how to stop the contractor of the troops. The battlefield looked like hell. Everything was burning, and the hostile army, without stopping, deliberately destroyed everyone who resembled the commanders. Yagen, one of the fighters, watched the fight and saw the enemies lost confidence. Together with the support, they became much weaker. He was approached by his brother, and they discussed the rank together. Looking at his battle, they finally realized why the mentor appreciated him so high. The act of the muffin was indeed a talent from heaven. One movement of the sword, and the enemies flew like chips from an axe. His energy raged around, as if an invisible whirlwind. Every movement felt the real power of a real warrior. The battle lasted. 2 fighters continued the conversation, and one of them spoke of a new elite that replaced the old masters. He was especially impressed by the heroine from the demonic forest. The girl waved her sword so quickly that her opponent was instantly straying, feeling the danger. Both fighters watched her silently, realizing the appearance of the commander of the insane troops was not accidental. Everything was repeated like a wheel of fate. The demonic forest warrior was rushing into battle without fear, a decisive, rapid, confident in every movement, as if born to the battlefield. Her glance annoyed. No one could understand where this nameless crazy came from such strength and skill. In the conversation, the brothers confessed that this unknown girl is a real heroine of a mad army, even if someone considers her not with him. One of them touched a friend at the shoulder, tilted his head, silently recognizing her strength and unbreakable. They did not look from the warrior with the sword. Crazy but beautiful, she deserved her nickname. This girl forced the enemies to flee without having time to react. The daughter of the legend, the student of the sword of God, the only one of a kind. A madman, one of the heavenly warriors called for help, ordered minimally to cover the wounded, and to all the rest to go into battle. They rushed forward like a storm from the last forces, knowing that it could be the last chance to save their own. The swords cut the enemies with wild fury, as if they were moving in the hands of fighters who fell into a battle shawl. The arrows whistled in the air, the ears were ringing, and the tension around reached the limit. The battlefield burned death. In the heart of the battle, a young man with a mouth open, horror on his face, and around him the splashes of blood and blades that cut the air. He frozen in a stupor, unable to believe. Wide open eyes, his mouth open, as if he were in a horror. But suddenly their sergeant appeared. His arrival breathed hope. He ordered to gather all the wounded and strengthen the defense. The yard looked at them with no confidence. The detachment of Guyanma looked exhausted and broken, but in their eyes, the will to fight. Together they rushed to a new offensive. The battle was February. Every blow of the sword left behind blood and death. The rank of the muffin and its satellites continued Sich. The Guyanma detachment was already joined, and time and the battle merged into one. Rocks and shrubs became silent witnesses of the great battle. There was a heavy silence. The Battle of Jirime finally ended. Guyanma thanked the leader of the insane army, promised to remember this help and be sure to thank for salvation. The act of the muffin accepted gratitude, noting that he simply fulfilled his duty. But the sergeant wondered, how did they learn about their location? The act of the muffin explained, the laboratory for the creation of bloody crazy knights is in a red gorge. He knew that it was a trap, so he decided. The meeting place of the separated heavenly army should be here, and this decision saved them. With a calm face, he said as soon as the group from Sanpak and Chick Hek, they will go immediately. In the meantime, they have to restore strength. The sergeant thoughtfully stroked the beard, thinking that in other cities the situation is probably not better. He was also worried about the absence of the deputy. The fighter approached him and whispered to the ear of the terrible news. Their deputy was killed. There is no more. Hearing this, the sergeant frozen in despair. He could not believe that the dream was died, and the act added, they hid the horses near the warehouses in the north. It was at this point that the enemies had already stolen these horses. A new threat began. The rank of the Muffin rushed to the road. He had to get to Chando and to unite with the warriors of the pavilion of the Cloud Dragon. The Sichuan Union was already waiting at the border. Gai Yang's detachment thanked him for a clear organization and promised, as soon as they return, they would arrange a holiday for all their monthly salary. Now, time to recover. The active mentally acknowledged that the holiday would be appropriate, but he had another unfinished case. Standing with his back, with a disappointed look, he said, "They arrived later than planning." His words shocked the detachment. The enemies left the wounded at the living not accidentally. They were waiting to destroy everyone at once when they gathered. His hand froze in the silence of the night over the mountain slopes. He understood. It was not easy to separate the forces and organize the protection in Hiram. This was managed by someone with great strategic thinking. The sergeant listened to everything concentrated, understanding, this is only the beginning. Meanwhile, the Duke of Sobon, the enemy, stood on the top of the mountains and thought, if the events in Hiram learn the enemy, the army will be stronger. He still stood in the mountains and realized, nowhere can be guaranteed security. Their true destination is not the Chikando, but the Sichuan Union. The atmosphere in the mountains was tense. The wind wore a voice of rank between the rocks. They could neither take care of the wounded, nor escape the pursuit of the cult. To get to Sichuan, it was necessary to act quickly. The act of the Muffin stood focused, confident in itself. He knew the blood cult would not stop, and soon the united forces of the Heavenly Army and the Pavilion of the Cloud Dragon could be destroyed. 2 warriors were reported. The messengers from the dream until he have not returned, and now he will have to escape. The sergeant reassured them. The commanders and the Chick Hek himself, not of those who are lost, they had to return to the end of the day. The Duke of Siojubon stood on the top of the mountain, stared at the distance and, confessing in forgetfulness, asked how many peaks they had already passed. Gongon said they had already overcome 4 peaks, and the next was Jirid's top. The Duke was surprised by such a result. They turned out to have passed a lot, and it was comforted. So Jubon was suddenly ordered to return. What surprised John Gon? They barely got here and now back. In his eyes, a frustration broke out. He did not want to believe that the Duke surrendered, because there was no Jasana on this top. But he was not one of those who are wrong. The Duke confidently traveled further, saying, a detachment of bloody pursuers of souls. Destroyed. Only the consequences of the massacre remained at the top. Jiangon could not understand why the Duke decided to retreat, because it was still possible to act. Especially there was a detachment of 4 deaths. Standing with his back to Jiangon, the Duke suddenly asked if they would cope with a detachment of bloody souls. He looked at the ground and continued. Could the warriors or servants of the bloody defender be completely captured if they came together? Jiangon was silent. He had no confidence, and he did not dare to answer. The dark figure of the Duke was ominously hanging out. Despite the power of the Heavenly Army and Gu Janma, they were all in Sudan, and it changed everything. His voice of Lunko flew through the mountains. Only a few from Sichuana are capable of attacking a red gorge. Jiangon was angry. This gorge was a fortress guarded by the servants of the bloody defender, and perhaps behind it was a shining dragon. But the Duke denied. If everything was reduced to only one person, everything would be much easier. All this was not one person, but the whole valiant army of Chinmurup involved in this battle. The intense Jiangon answered the Duke's questions. How many craftsmen needed to grab Jessen's ONG? And suggested that it all depends on the level of power, but the number should be equal. His pupils expanded, his eyebrows tightened, and sweat was running face. Shock was red in his gaze. After leaning his head, the young man felt depression. He did not notice how underestimated the enemies, and the Duke behind him watched him cold and experienced. A gray warrior with a burning look fiercely listed the losses. Bloody insane. Pursuers of souls. A detachment of blood collection. A ghost flame and 2 servants of a bloody defender. Closing his eyes, Jiangon recognized with disappointment. The shining dragon was a man of an exceptional mind, and further losses only ignited the anger of the head. Squeezing his freedom to his fist, He understood. Their enemy was a strategist, and the subordinates had extraordinary combat skills. A mighty warrior stood in a flame with a huge weapon behind his back. The trick was no longer saved. It was time to call a detachment of the destroyers of the celestial flame. Gongon asked the Duke with doubt, did this weapon be too powerful? And in response, he heard a cold, on the contrary. It was even not enough, he said without a shadow of hesitation. The old master thought about a young strategist's anxiety. His mind was ahead of age, and his people's fighting power was a threat in the future war. Against the backdrop of the city covered by fire, an urgent order is heard. To ask for reinforcement in the detachment of the destroyers of the celestial flame, because the situation is critical. Gongon put his hands and stated, if they rush, they would still have time to intercept the enemy before the tussle crossed. Powerfully pushing, Gongon flies over the mountain range, and the master silently looks at the student's gaze into the unknown. The Duke of Seo Juban, stroking his beard, begins to suspect Chin the mushroom and there is a shining dragon. His laughter was bitter. He understood that Chin's muffin would simply not seem like that. The detachment of the heavenly army was moving snowy forest, although there were only half of the initial 100. Gur Yanma's commander looked at the wounded comrades with regret and blamed himself. He had to think better. Chin the muffin said that he understands his pain, but now is not the time for pity. We need to prepare and go. In the dark forest, they discussed further actions, and the commander thanked Chin Murip for the meeting and instructed the column. On a horse among the snow, Chin's muffin raced with determination in his eyes. It was a goal, and it would reach it at any cost. Half an hour after the detachment left the place, new silhouettes emerged from the fog. Enemies approached. In the south of Girim, warriors appeared in bloody cloaks. It returned a detachment of 4 deaths, responding to a reinforcement request. In the forest, they found the bodies of their brothers and could not believe. The words of the Duke were prophetic. Jiangong dropped near a dead friend, looking carefully at the mutilated body. The depth of wounds shocked. People from the heavenly army did not do it. He suspected that they were helped by a shining dragon. One of the brothers reported that they found traces of horseshoes in the nearest forest. The enemy has recently left. Sitting near a murdered friend, John Gong asked if there was news from the headquarters to call the destroyers of the celestial flame. In the red cloak among the night forest, John Gong wondered, how could young soldiers be destroyed so quickly? The voltage hung in the air. In the gorgeous hall, 3 dukes of the Duke Suna reported the head of the cult. They brought alarming news. One of them reported that their laboratory in the Red Gorge was attacked, and a detachment of a transparent flame was destroyed. The head of the cult listened shocked. Quan Sape, Chon Thime, and Cho Wan were killed. Even Ligvak was defeated. He shouted in rage, "Who killed the topic?" But there were no witnesses. The details remained unknown. The guy with an echidious smile suggested, judging by the poison, it could be Tan Chon, the son of the king of poison, and laughed at his glory. Smalling himself, he tilted his head and added with pleasure, the real leader of the attackers was not Tan Chkon, but Chin's muffin. The head of the cult, with a serious and slightly surprised face, first heard the name of Chin Murip. It was not believed that he could be a secret master from the Sichuan Union. In the spacious hall, one warrior told that the Chin was the heir of the demonic forest from Chunzan, and this name immediately caused alarm to the other. 2 soldiers mentioned that after the great heavenly battle, the demonic forest weakened, but did not disappear. They were worried that the cell was still active. Large plan is the look of the warrior. Cold, intense, and complete distrust, as if he was about to say or understand something. The head of the cult looked focused, silently listened to the latest alarming reports of his people. One of the subordinates came forward and was going to report another news with fear. Against the backdrop of the snowy night, Seo Juban appeared. Serious, calm, arms folded. He listened to the destruction of the blood collection detachment that followed the Sichuan. Sitting on the throne with a tense face, the head of the cult learns that Jirim has also destroyed a detachment of pursuers of souls. The Chin is guilty. In the darkness of the throne hall, the head of the cult sat in the design. His subordinates apologized for silence during his illness. His hand is compressed into a fist, in anger and disappointment because of the low efficiency of souls, because the losses were scanty. The head of the cult boiling from rage. A young strategist from Sichuan destroyed his detachments one by one, and he had no words. One of the subordinates, covered with then, bowed his head and answered. The enemy goes from Jirim towards Chan. Meanwhile, the detachment of the destructors of the celestial flame led by the Co Yubona went to reinforcement. Upon learning of this, the head of the cult calmed down something. The Duke could rely. Leaning on the throne, he ordered to remove the scalp from the shining dragon to see his face in person. In the red cloak, stepping up with the throne hall, the head of the cult orders, in 3 months to destroy all the faithful gave, and then fill the Sichuan with blood. The subordinates bowed their heads, listening to him in silence. Going out of the hall, the head of the cult looked at the warriors. His eyes were determined, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. One of the warriors of Gu Janma was rapidly breaking through a snow-covered forest. He carried an urgent message that could not expect dawn. The brothers looked around. Their views were full of fear, as if they felt that the news would change everything. The heavenly army had returned. 2 of the detachment were stunned, but they believed Chin the Muffin will be able to cope with this blow. All the warriors of the Pavilion of the Cloud Dragon, based in the forest, rushed to meet the heavenly army to unite. 2 young men suddenly stopped. They froze on their faces. They saw what they did not expect. One of them came closer. His face faded. Sweat was headed by what he saw. Before them stood the detachment and reported to the masters Khan and Ha that the heavenly army returned, but in a terrible state. Seeing their appearance, the old master sighed with disappointment. The bodies of the soldiers were shaken, but he was glad that they were alive. Chin Murup discussed what he saw. None of them saw the heavenly army in such a state. About 30 from 100. Their faces were gloomy. The pity squeezed the heart, because the heavenly warriors always caused admiration and envy. Under the twilight purple sky, 2 fighters looked silently in the distance. They were squeezed by guilt. Shame did not allow others to look into the eyes. The sergeant reported with a gloomy expression. Unfortunately, they failed to win as everyone hoped. Chin Murup's detachment listened to the elders for help in the battle. He was grateful to them. Chin the Muffin answered calmly. Victory and defeat, habitual in the war. It is important that the comrades returned alive. The brothers joyfully welcomed their return, praised for courage and endurance. The detachment sergeant thanked Chin Murup for the determination, remained in debt to him. One of the older warriors politely offered the heavenly army to relax and snack. They fulfilled the mission that seemed impossible. However, the commander of Gai Janma strictly refused. Now is not time. It is necessary to prepare for urgent departure. One of the fighters exclaimed as if frightened. It seems that someone is watching them. All the soldiers tensed. Frightened, they stared at the distance, preparing for the worst. But Chin the Muffin reassured everyone. Now no one was watching them, but warned. The blood cult is captured by the main palace of Podlap, and it changes everything. Hearing about the capture of the palace, the senior master exclaimed from horror. It is necessary to flee immediately until the enemy found them, because the traces of the battle have not yet been destroyed. The dark sky hanged over the forest. The snow was circling in the air, as a warning. The palace was seized 10 days ago. It was lost too much time. The sergeant put his hand on the shoulder of Chin Murup and gave him a plan of retreat. He calmly accepted the order. The sergeant said in a serious tone, "Someone should cover the rear. Their detachment of the heavenly army will remain here." His eyes were pinched, full of tension. As older in martial arts, he felt the obligation to cover the younger ones. Chin's Muffin with a light smile thanked, but assured that there was no need to sacrifice. He appreciates his kind words. The sergeant again addressed him. "If it were not for you, we would all die in Jirim. I am still guilty of you." All the warriors of the heavenly army listened to the Chin the Muffin said. No one would remain, and they would go together. He turned around, began to go, and behind the warriors denied. Among them many wounded, but Chin the Muffin answered confidently. Everything was possible. In his look, there is absolute confidence and focus. The hero rushes through a dark snowy forest as a short time, and he hopes that Mug's chalk will have time. Hope, determination, and anxiety overwhelm him. By waving his hand, the Chin was ordered to go all together, not to split, to pass the tassel, and return to Sichuan. The sergeant and the master agreed. If the commander said it is possible, the last step has come. The harsh snow peaks reached the sky. The wind roared over the gorges. Everything froze when they went on the road. On the melting snow remained fresh hooves. The voltage in the air, here they just passed. Among the mountains appeared the Duke of Ko Juban, on a horse with a decisive look and a full combat readiness. The assistant shouted that the traces were getting clearer, they were on the right path, and the Chin Murup would catch up. The Duke's bloody fog was addressed to the Duke. His harsh look warned, with this rival it is impossible to lose vigilance. A lightweight smile appeared on his face. He recalled that the pursuers of the soul were completely destroyed. Commander Yam Ha, with a crazy smile and a huge glitter in his eyes, laughing at the Duke. They say, he was old, and perhaps his time for retirement. The angry Henjupan immediately ordered him to close his mouth and not to despise the Duke's authority. But he just laughed, boldly pointing out how shamefully defeated them, and said to Europe his mouth. Standing his back to them, the Duke of Co Juban strictly ordered the dispute and stressed that they would find out the relationship after the task was completed. The tension between the two soldiers grew. Conflict and mutual hostility only intensified, and Yom Hudja continued to tease Hen Europe. Going further, the Duke could not stand, once again ordered to stop this senseless quarrel immediately. Squeezing his eyelids from restrained anger, Hendrippus still obeyed. He listened to his Duke. Yom here, despite his smile and disrespectful look, also stopped the dispute, though he did not hide his pleasure from her. One of the soldiers of their detachment closed his eyes. He was unbearable to listen to this quarrel. He believed that the worst company could not imagine if it were not for the Duke. Yom Hudgi flew forward, the red cloak of majors, his eyes bold and smug. One of the warriors ordered him to return to the system, but the commander just smiled even more arrogantly and answered sharply. They say ahead of the Sichuan, and he thrashed him. Soban and Hendrippus were silently watching him. Their view was full of dissatisfaction, but they had to follow, not forgetting the old man. Hendrip was truly annoyed and wondered, as the Duke managed to maintain such cold-blooded self-control. The Duke answered calmly, "He just wonder what it happens, and there is no time to rejoice or to be sad. It is a ruthless blade that considers himself second after Great Sura." Meanwhile, Chin Murup's name has already grown in Sichuan, a new generation strategist that has changed the rules of the game. His shadow is a harbinger of major changes. The Duke's detachment was steadily moving, without taking their eyes off the horizon. Everyone wanted to find out what they would end with the Murup. Meanwhile, the detachment of the Heavenly Army made its way through the snow-covered mountains. Every step was difficult. The faces were skewed from fatigue. The breath was steaming in the cold. Gompojatan, who went in the detachment of Chin Murup, stopped suddenly and looked around as if she had heard something. The brother asked her with a frightened look, "What happened? Why was she so frozen?" Chin the Muffin also stopped and wary of Tan. She whispered that she had heard something anxious behind the mountain. Sounds like someone was moving. His heart squeezed. The enemy shortens the distance. Everyone looked at the mountains with horror. Chin the Muffin warned that at such a speed, the enemy overtaken them less than in the south, and the Lord Tan specified, perhaps even earlier. The girl's words were forced to shout with fear. If the enemy moves in mountains, everything is much more serious than it seemed. In the distance, with a frantic speed, the rider was approaching. It was a hunger, as if Hung jumped on a horse on mountain slopes. The Lord Tan was frightened by his rapid approach, and was even more surprised. Why is he completely alone? The whole detachment frozen in the surprise mixed with anxiety. The situation looked suspicious. The sergeant with a tense look could not understand. Why did the enemy send only one fighter against the whole detachment? A fog was hung above the mountain valley, and suddenly a storm was rising below, contrasting with a calm sky. It was the beginning of the disaster. The girl from the detachment stared at the distance with anxiety, the young man nearby, with seriousness in the eyes. Both felt, something terrible is already beginning. With a thunderous exclamation, Yom Hirki crashes into the space. His horse stood on the wild, and the warrior looked like a storm that collapsed from heaven. The smile of madness and flame in his eyes. He was flying into battle, as if he had been waiting for years. Yom Kage rushed forward like a storm of storms, causing a Muripa chin to the dual face to his face. One of China's fighters already wanted to fight, but the commander stopped his hand with a gesture. He would cope with himself. The voltage has increased sharply. With confidence in his eyes, Chin was calmly looked at the enemy, as if he knew that he would be his victory, and by Yom Herk, like an angry beast that finally escaped. The protrusion was approaching, and the air was squeezed from the tension. We continue at the top of a carpenter. The Heavenly Army was between Sedan and Sichuan, stunned by the events that forced them to stop, leaving only one mountain behind his back. It was overflowing with the excitement and the desire for the battle. Waving his sword, dreaming of ending Chin Murup, he drove a horse on the mountains without sparing. He barely held, but in the eyes of the warrior fiercely, and the thirst for battle. Yoma's horse fell down. Foam flowed from his mouth. He could no longer leave. Leaving the horse behind, Yom Hudge went forward with a confident, brutal look, as if he were preparing for a deadly jump. His body emitted wild energy. He said that he would just reprise these bastards, and looked more than confident. Warriors of the Heavenly Army watched with horror. Are there such monsters in the blood cult? They understood that the end could be close. Panic was viewed. Even their strongest masters seemed to be able to cope with this beast. Where did he come from? The silhouette was approaching from dust and fog. Chin's muffin returned to his comrades and said that this type is much stronger than servants of a bloody defender from a red gorge. With a strict expression, he ordered everyone to listen to him very carefully. The detachment was alert. Chin the muffin ordered to cross the spine immediately, because without reinforcing this beast, they would not stop them. The senior masters listened carefully without losing a single word. He ordered to run out of his best without looking back until the allies meet. Gathering his fist, Chin the muffin radiated the determination. His strength reached the limits. At that moment, he broke out of his place, rushing to Yomherk, commanding his people in case of danger to take care of himself. His shadow disappeared in the fog. One of the masters shouted after, "I lived a long life, but you still have to keep the future." But Chin heard no longer. He was in battle. The sun was rising above the clouds, and the warriors remained unbreakable, standing on the slopes. In their views, fearlessness. They did not execute the order. They did not run. The master shouted again, demanding to obey the order of the elder, and in vain. His words were lost in the wind. But the warriors firmly stated that they cannot just go and leave the commander to death. This is not on honor. In their eyes, sadness and surprise, how is it so, to run and not look around? They could not leave their leader. Chin the muffin was approaching Yomkage. The tension grew, the wave behind the wave, until there was nothing left but the waiting of the battle. The warriors of the heavenly army stood adamant. They confirmed again, they would not go. The master looked at them with understanding. He resigned himself to what would not convince them. But some of the detachment was shocked. How can half voluntarily stay? They called them crazy and prepared for the worst. The warriors of both sides were already opposite each other when the sergeant came to China. He wanted to help because he was in debt, but the muffin refused and went into battle. Chin Murip's gaze was serious and decisive. Knowing that the elder was injured, he took everything on himself and instructed the command in the event of persecution. He squeezed the banner of the heavenly army in his hand. He was preparing to meet the enemy face to face, but suddenly the sergeant felt a strange excitement. His gaze suddenly became surprised. At the same moment, he caught the energy of Chin Muripa. A new force appeared in his feet, as if awakened by his spirit. Among the snow-covered rocks, their views faced, Chin stood in front of Yomkage, and the struggle inevitably began. He mockingly threw. Oh, there was at least one brave man. He smiled widely, with self-confidence. He immediately recognized the same cheeky look. Chin the muffin stood firmly, and without the shadow of a joke, he quit the question. "Who are you in general, a bastard? The first time I see this peak." In response, Yomkage silently inserted the sword into the ground, a sign that the battle began. Chin the muffin pulled out his sword and firmly stated, "None of Sodajan would go further on this banner. Both you and all your scum will remain here." Yomhuje cast his gaze back. He saw his army, which he treated with contempt, considering them pathetic defects. The Duke of Seojubon appeared on the horizon, and above it on the top, the shadow of the army, which went down. Everything went to a great duel. Two of the Duke's troops discussed Yoma, before he was torn forward, and now stands stationary. They recognized Chin Murip among opponents. The angry sergeant of Gu Janma saw that the pursuers had already crossed the mountain. "We should be ready to support China." Suddenly the warriors of the heavenly army opened their mouths and showed their fingers up. Something appeared on the horizon. On the top of the mountains were visible riders, which the sun was dazzling. They raced at a frantic speed. It was a Sichuan Union. The warriors were rushing through dust, and everyone understood. The help came. The owner and advisor of the Sichuan Union arrived on time. Everyone realized they were saved. Bishop looked at the battlefield. The heavenly army was on the verge, and he sincerely thanked the one who had time to report the danger. It was Mug's Chalk. He stood with his arms and bowed heads, accepting the words of gratitude. His gaze wandered the battlefield. He did not understand that the hell was taking place, and who was beating with anyone. One of the older masters sat on a horse, carefully assessing the situation around, as if trying to make a holistic picture. One of the senior masters stopped. Before him was a spooky picture. Their heir fought with the enemy one-on-one. The Duke of Seojubon was still standing on a mountain with an army, discussing that the Sichuan Union had reacted too quickly. He was offered to recall Yoma, but he decided to watch. With a firm look, the Duke said that it happens that righteous masters are more cruel than thieves. Through one talent, no one will risk war. Meanwhile, Yom Hunt was in combat readiness. He was ready to demolish the head of Chin Murip with one blow. The Lord of Sichuan with anxiety saw that the head of the insane detachment was in danger and ordered to prepare for the descent. But his deputy stopped him sharply. He explained in a harsh tone, "If he was said by the head of the gang is true, then the return of China to Sichuan can change everything. His feats are larger than all the heavenly army," he continued. "If the position of the demonic forest is strengthened, small sects are united around. It is better not to interfere, even if it dies. Otherwise, war." The Lord thought, with sadness in his gaze, decided to evacuate the heavenly army and a pavilion of the Cloud Dragon. Chin the Muffin stood firmly, right in front of it. He asked if he had changed his mind. Yom Hag waved his sword with a smile and exclaimed, "You do not wait for my weakness. I will only go from here with your head." The girl from the detachment of China shouted with fright that his martial arts were powerless. He turned with a smile, but despite her words he did not stop. And so it began. A crazy fight between two incredibly strong warriors. Energy flew across the valley. The swords merged in the lightning battle. Every blow was a burst of power that swept everything in its path. The Duke with the subordinates watched this spectacle. They saw even their endurance. The warriors of the heavenly army opened their mouths. No one was waiting for such skill from their commander. The owner of Sichuan and his advisor could not believe the eyes. Their surprise was boundless. And Chin's Muffin stood unbreakable. In his eyes a red light burned. He fought like a real hero. The battle was cruel and bloody. Warriors were killed on both sides, without mercy and pity. The bishop looked with horror and ordered the chairman of Verum to remember this day. Chin the Muffin lifted the sword. In his eyes burning fearless, in the aura felt unbreakable will. On that day, the sword of the demonic forest saw the light again. In the resetting of determination, Yom Kage moved towards fate. The look, like flint, his hand rose to blow, rejoicing that he finally found a worthy opponent. Chin's Muffin looked at the enemy with a while. He even rejected him a little because of the power of Yoma. Yom stood like a real titanium. A powerful pressing aura was felt around. He ran forward with a horrifying cheerful smile, ready to spread his opponent into a handful. At that moment, the chewing mounted sword. His eyes flashed like a demon. The body swept a magical aura and the blade of death. A powerful outbreak of energy exploded around. With a sword behind his back, he was torn directly into the center of events. Yomkog, with a red glitter in his eyes, remained calm. He could not believe that Chin could only be like that. He clenched the sword with both hands and prepared for the final blow. The cloak was breaking, the hair lifted the wind. It raced with an attempt just to Chin, but Chin was lightly evading. Yoma's blade left a red scar in the air. Yom was annoyed, though he smiled. Little brazen. Especially evades at the last moment. In response, Chin chopped in the air. A lightning cut of the sword almost touched the face of Yoma, but he managed to evade. Sitting as a beast in an ambush, he realized this guy was definitely not from the weaknesses he saw in Podlape. Chin's Muffin, like an angry predator, rushed forward again and stated with laughter, "There is nothing to boast. Nothing serious." A blinding energy, like death rays, escaped from Yom's eyes. With a dagger in his hands, he sought to see the true power of Murip. Yom raised his sword up. A red fog twisted around his hand, exploding a rapid blow towards the enemy. He watched the sergeant with fear. Even with his own experience, he could not predict the result. Worried. Maybe help? But Chin's Muffin, absorbed by the rage and the thirst for victory, did not even hear his words. Meanwhile, the bastards were chatting from the blood cult they could still hit at any moment, and time was not waiting. Chin took a deep breath, releasing hot air from his mouth. His body strained to the border, and with a roar that broke the silence, he broke forward like an angry predator, full of determination to finish everything quickly. He rushed to Yom, but he locked his every blow. There was a clash of rage. Their views met. Everyone reads unwavering power. He waved his sword. A blow was like a lightning flash, a piercing and deadly. The shining dragon Chin was fighting, as if a real character, a fearless, ferocious, did not stop for a moment. At the moment when the sword of China was filled with destructive force, the earth under his feet exploded. It seemed that the space itself cracked in half. And Yom Kage, without losing his self-control, rushed back into the battle. He was not yet going to play. Its energy has sprouted around, creating a shiny halo that emitted a crazy force. And Chin's Muffin stood indomitable. His aura trembled from the strength, ready to destroy everything around. The Duke of the Juban from the top of the mountain watched the battle with a sincere surprise in his gaze. The whole detachment of the heavenly army looked stunned. Fear and tension was frozen on his faces. At the time of the collision, the force exploded. Energy escaped from the epicenter, defeating everything around. In his gaze, Yomkage read cruelty. He was not going to retreat. But Chin's muffin was no less confident. His power only grew with every movement. They fought with incredible skill. Every blow was accurate. None was about to give up. Their energies merged into one thing. Even the sky shuddered from the explosions that were collided with swords. The brown china Murip was clamping his fists, supporting it. He looked not a warrior, but a monster with the techniques of the demonic forest. One guy watched carefully at his every movement. He studied the techniques, then to win himself. The Lord of Sichuan looked at the battlefield silently, and his advisor could not hide the surprise. Bishop spoke. A real monster was hiding in the demonic forest. It is good that they had time to conquer him, otherwise the sword could turn against them. The advisor stood in sweat, red, acknowledged that the decision to observe was correct. The Duke of Seo Jubon, still on the mountain, ordered to accelerate. If Qin returned to Sichuan, they will be expected to have big problems. They understood that Qin Muffin is much more dangerous than it seemed. If it extends at this pace, it will be a major threat to the sect. The Duke saw that the Sichuan Union was watching closely and can intervene. So he made a decision to fight and bring Murip's head. By his order, the whole detachment rushed into the attack. They were on horseback, as if they were crazy. But these two, Qin and Yom, were still fighting like real characters, not noticing anything around. Qin looked at the enemy with a slight delicacy. He noticed that he was already rushing to his aid. He looked around with horror and saw his brothers running to him. He realized that he was not doing himself. At that moment, the chewing muffin lightly sored his cheek, using the distraction. Blood flowed on Yom's face. He clasped his teeth, withstanding pain. This was angered by Yoma even harder. He rushed in an attack, shouting that he would kill the China before his detachment arrives. Qin the muffin stood unwavering. The faces calm, the hands were confidently holding the sword, ready for the next blow. The powerful flow of blue energy escaped from the blade, cutting the space around, like a blade that punches the reality itself. The warriors of the heavenly army were glad. The fire of hope lit on their faces. The enemy finally received on his merit. Qin's muffin turned to his brothers and strictly said, "Look carefully, and you have to be able to do the same." He grabbed the banner firmly. The look became cold and threatening. His eyes were clearly stated. "You will not go alive." He looked at him with surprise, did not understand why he pulled the banners. And here he heard the cry of his detachment. They were ordered to retreat and unite with the main forces. He tightened the thick fog around him. He turned, trying to stop the warriors, and it was late. They were already rushing forward to the Duke's order. Angry, he shouted, calling them idiots, ordered not to approach. He wanted to prove that he would handle himself. But Qin the House was already standing with the flag in his hands, full of peace, strength, and willingness to meet a whole detachment. And in the next moment he rushed forward. The spear in his hands fired a powerful flow of energy, throwing back the enemy back. But the Duke's warriors raced without being afraid of his gaze or banners. They believed because of the number. It seemed that the elements themselves were in defense of China. Energy wrapped his body, and he raced, carving everything on the way. The blade flashed before it. A spear of China cut the space like lightning, and in the eyes of Yoma appeared fear. Qin the muffin, without drawing gaze, asked, "You may still hold, but what do you say about your subordinates?" His spear glowed with deadly energy. The blade seemed to be burning with the fire of destruction. The warriors tried to evade the blows, but the fragments and flashes flew directly into them. A whole detachment of opponents rushing on horseback was swept away, as if a storm had pulled them out of the saddle. The face of the enemies twisted with horror. The blow knocked them down, as if the element itself was hit. The Duke of Seo Jubon and his wards were watched with shock in their eyes. They could not believe in what they saw. Bishop Sichuan and his advisors were also amazed. This guy destroyed the detachment with amazing ease. Everyone did not take their eyes off the China. The shining dragon from the Sichuan Union clearly had its own combat strategy. And at this moment, with one waist, Qin, the muffin, completely suppressed the whole detachment of the Duke. He stood above them, like a hero that he stopped the uprising on his own. The faces of the warriors of the heavenly army froze in surprise. They could not even imagine that Qin was so bold. One of the senior craftsmen addressed the master of Khan. "They say, why didn't you say that such a trump card was in the sleeve?" Even he was shocked. Master Khan wondered. Qin hid this power in vain, and he only showed it to protect his comrades. Qin the muffin gladly looked at the enemy, once again confirming, "None of Sojin will pass this banner." The whole detachment of the destroyers of the celestial flame lay destroyed. Torn bodies, a sea of blood, a complete defeat. Yomkage rolled his teeth. "How did you dare?" But it did not come through the death of soldiers. In his gaze, rage burned. He shouted at Murip, saying that he was dare to stand in front of him. Jom clenched his fist, holding back anger. And at this time Hendrubs froze, and there was only one thought in the head of Sovan. Standing on top with black and red eyes, the Duke thought only about one thing: this boy should die, even if he had to sacrifice everyone. In his gaze, there was only a rage and a thirst for destroying Murip's China. And he stood motionless, courageously, without fear, like a real warrior. Raising his hand, Qin called his own. He was ready for a new battle, though he noticed that there were little. The Duke, looking from above, boiled from anger. This guy calculated everything to the little things. Bishop Sichuan Khan Chonwol ordered his advisor to descend immediately, even if he didn't want it too much. He pulled the cone and moved. He was not going to endure the bullying of the Union warriors. He flew like an arrow. He rushed down to rescue the officer of the insane army and pick up the wounded. "Don't spare thieves!" The order came. The Duke watched Khan Chonwol started the descent. He realized that it was changing everything. It will be much harder to kill China now. Without hesitation, the Duke gave the command to retreat. The horses turned, the detachment moved back. Yom Kage was raging. He wanted to finish the battle, but had to conquer. "Before you go, I will cast with a wicked look. You will not run away. I will finish you myself." In response, Qin only shouted, "You talk all the masters, but the works, none." Yam rushed after the Duke, and Qin calmly watched how shamefully fled. They ran out of their own, worried whether he was whole. But in the eyes of Maripa, disappointment was red. Only now they decided to go down. However, he became a steady greeting and thanked Bishop Sichuan for his help. Looking just in his eyes, Qin understood. A hypocrite before him. He just pretended to be a rescuer. He did not even help. They stood in front of each other. The air between them is tense, as before the new explosion. One of the warriors glanced at the bishop with suspicion. Something did not happen here. He did not believe that the words of simple wanders were true, and the intelligence, a lie. It is still in trouble. Thanks to the Murip's Qin, the balance of the forces swung. He burned the laboratory of the crazy, tore out plans, and gained glory that could break the Sichuan union with the demonic forest. The advisor turned to Bishop Chonvol. "They say, it is better to discuss everything in Sichuan." He agreed coldly. Nothing to stay here in a foreign territory. The detachment of the Heavenly Army, along with the Elder, was sincerely glad, finally returning home. Only Qin the Muffin stood away, half-turning, with an expression far from joy. He was approached by the head of Verima, surprised how in such a short time the guy reached such strength and deadly possession of the sword. "Cooking," the warrior laughed. "They say China just suits it," and added that what he did was incredible. The head of Verima mentioned with a smile how he asked Chokamuge on the way. If the head of the forest learns about it, he will be delighted. Qin stood with his eyes closed, proud of himself, and behind, the head of Verim, who also glowed with pride. The whole detachment rushed to him. They welcomed the victory. Qin waved the hand of the head of Verim. "They say, let's hope that everything will be the way you said." A few days have passed. The sun was rising high over Sichuan, and the main complex of the Union was already visible on the horizon. Inside, in the hall, several boys were vividly discussing recent events in the mountains. The whispers recalled as Bishop Sichuan saved the Heavenly Army and a pavilion of the Cloud Dragon. But suddenly, someone noticed a strange. Everyone was breathing, because the news came. The Heavenly Army was destroyed. Almost no one left. At this point, the Sichuan Union soldiers, together with the remains of the Heavenly Army, came to the hall. One of the warriors remarked, "If it were not for the sergeant, the Red Gorge would not be found, and the Heavenly Army would be completely destroyed." Another master, raising his hand, said, "This guy is a faithful follower of China, and it is true that he wants to celebrate his merit." But others doubted. "It is strange to celebrate the victory when the Heavenly Army lost so many people." One of the masters said, "The merits of China are not abolished." One of the boys closed his eyes and acknowledged, in fact, he was short-sighted, to put his own glory inappropriate to those who lost his brothers. Walking the stairs, the master added that they could arrange a small banquet. But nothing. Let's move on. All the soldiers were ordered not to disclose events on the battlefield, officially not to sow panic, but in fact it was a plan of an advisor, not to let Qin be a legend. Still, the pavilion of the Cloud Dragon staged a modest banquet, without delicacies, music, or dance. But the atmosphere was the warmest in a long time. The warriors ate greedy, drinking the meat with drinks. It was more than enough for them. Two of the guests mentioned the scene as the sergeant fought with the enemy general. The scene struck. The guy did not miss the jaw. Everyone was discussing the battle. The skill of China shocked even those who are also originally from the demonic forest. One of the warriors, holding the mug, said thoughtfully, "In the demonic forest, in fact, few people know the heir as he really is." The two of the Black Soul detachment, Chi Voan, approached the two who discussed the battle. He added, "In the forest, he thought no better than here in Sichuan." The girl with the boy agreed. He received recognition only after he did what he did not succeed. And here it was exactly the same. Chin the Muffin stood at the table, calm and serious. He was not recognized when a detachment was formed, but after Sojin everything changed. Overlooking the hall, he suggested lifting glasses instead of empty chats. The mood was not festive, but his people deserved to drink. Braring on his feet, he lifted a glass and ordered, "Drink and eat how much the soul desires," and everyone willingly joined. But even despite the celebration, the warriors continued to tell me enthusiastically how he rushed fearlessly into battle and broke the enemy step by step. They were enthusiastically shared. They could not forget for a long time how he evaded the huge blade and trembled themselves remembering that moment. Fun discussion. They came to agreement. Once you cannot tell others, we will preserve these memories with each other. Forever. Outside, the month is already high in the sky. The purple glow illuminates around. The banquet does not subside. Stories, laughter, and passionate exclamations. Two mighty warriors stand back to the back, immersed in a magical blue fog. What did they perform for the mission, if even the awards are kept secret? One warrior with a bowl on his head is listened to. Only those who are in Sojan know the truth, and not to bear it out for these walls. But suddenly he hears familiar words. They talked about the heir. He turned with fright. "Are you from our gang?" They looked at each other. They hesitated, because they were forbidden. But they decided, once we see him daily, he deserves to know. They planted him near. The guy was markedly excited. They began to talk about the real battle and the real winner, Chin Murip. The guy listened with his eyes wide open. As soon as he realized that their commander had lied all this time, the expression of his face has changed. Now it burned anger. After all, he realized, the world must know the truth. Who is a real character? The story continued in the morning sun. Near the northern gates of Songo, in the Yard of the Sun, a large crowd gathered, forming a solid mess. The whole permanent yard was completely clogged with people. It was nowhere to step, although it usually has almost no visitors. The focus was a young man who gathered around him all those present. Even the second floor was filled by those who sought to listen to his story. Raising his finger, he began to describe with a faithful confidence how he was chasing an army of 500,000 soldiers, and how the air stopped as a dug, like Janfei on a Chanban bridge. Looking up, he warned the listeners on the second floor not to rest on the railing so as not to fall. The crowd listened carefully to every word, calling not to stop, but the guy stated that he had dried up in his throat. One of the detachments of the gang of Don Choge, present in the yard, exclaimed the requirement to bring the best drink rather than cheap rice water. The owner of the court, trying to keep the interest of the crowd, personally brought him a drink, promising not even to take money, that he only continued. Drinking eagerly, the narrator continued that the heavenly army was exhausted and unable to defend himself after a previous mission. The liquid was squandering from the cup when he added that in such a state the army would not withstand pressure. And it was at this point that the heir made a decisive step. The guy began to mimic the behavior of the heir loudly. He exclaimed orders, reproducing the scene with great emotionality. The listeners were amazed. They were fascinated. Many considered him a true hero. Among the people, talks began that the demonic forest would soon return the lost glory, and not for nothing was considered the strongest in Sichuan. Some in the crowd even thawed their mouths to others to hear better, and recognized that the story caused ants on the skin. Continuing with his hand raised, the guy said he could not leave the master in trouble because he was his right hand. He shouted about the battle as if he saw her in his own eyes, and in the heat demanded wine, and ordered to lock the main gate. All the listeners considered him a true fighter and were admired. One of the crowd tried to find out how his gang was on the battlefield. Because of this, a punch began, the mood was spoiled, and the guy who told, offended, and was about to leave. One of his comrades put his hand on his shoulder, forcing him to stop. He wondered and acknowledged that the details did not know. It was probably a secret mission of the Sichuan Union. The guy who was recently beaten for objections again raised his head and suspected that the narrator invents everything, because how could he be present but not know the details? People began to look at the outburst with annoyance, as if they were ready to hit him again. But the narrator assured that it was impossible to speak. It was a strict secret. The crowd rushed at the one who prevented the stories. The fight began again. After the fight, the guy lay on the floor, exhausted, completely beaten. The narrator closed the door, expelled everyone outside, and finished his performance. But soon rumors from his fictions began to spread throughout Sichuan, and the rumors still reached Qin Maripa. He sat at the table when he was told that the hearing would spread lightly, especially through the sono. One of the subordinates said that the center of all chats was the story of the mission in Sodan, and the main beginning was the same Don Shge who told it all. But instead of indignation, the Qin was just smiling, imagining how everything would unfold. Sitting with his hand raised to his chin, he thought about 4 large fractions. They would definitely not be left sideways. If the conflict breaks, the center will be intelligence. He ordered to follow the actions of intelligence and to find out who Tan Mungan was meeting with. Meanwhile, in a dark room, where the light was barely breaking through the lattice, the space broke a dark glow. There were several figures. The head of intelligence was extremely careful and did not leave his office without traps. When the subordinate completed the report, a soft smile appeared on China's face, and his gaze was full of peace and inner confidence. The room came into the room with a drink in her hands. Smiling, she jokingly remembered her nickname, which had long since fixed. It was noticeably surprised by the boy. He immediately asked where the name came from. Her smile in a soft light seemed calm but confident, not challenging but even graceful. Standing in a darkness shrouded in blue flames, she covered her mouth with her hand and laughed softly, noting that she would not hurt to meet with the same Don Chohi, an inventor with a bloated imagination. Suddenly she turned and ran out of the room, not noticing that the pillar was hiding Don Cho's. All in sweat, with a panic look, he listened to everything. The next morning, representatives of the intelligence service arrived in the Sichuan Union. The owner allowed to enter the one who was waiting at the door. Jan Yugi appeared on the threshold. At that time, the owner was running out houseplants, noticing that the guest was set up too seriously. The room entered the Jan Yugi, the head of the Pavilion of Heaven. His face was concentrated and annoyed, as if something really anxious happened. He expressed his indignation that rumors would spread too quickly. The owner, although remained calm, acknowledged that he already knew about the situation. However, Jan Yugi demanded immediate action. He believed that if the spread of rumors did not stop, it would come to major factions and had serious consequences. The head continued to wipe the plants, and calmly noted that the number of soldiers returned from the gorge reached 60. Among them were representatives of all 4 fractions. Despite the ban on discussion, the rumors have already spread. Jan Yugi was angry that no strategies have been developed yet to stop the information leak, and warned that their pavilion could act on its own. The head stood with his eyes closed, holding back emotions. It seems even there was nothing to answer. But he finally broke down, called Jana Yugi idiot. At the exit of Jan Yugi, met Tanjung from a detachment of a golden tiger. The senior warrior believed that if the heavenly army fulfilled the mission properly, the bardak would not happen. The younger warrior stood in a rack, greeted, but Jan Yugi ignored him, in his thoughts boiling dissatisfaction. The guy looked around in surprise, why he did not even get a formal greeting, after which he knocked on the door to the head. He got permission to enter. Meanwhile, on the roof of the building, the warding of the Muripa was sitting, watching everything that happened inside. He listened carefully and remembered every detail in order to submit a report later without any inaccuracies. All the corridors of the premises were filled with security guards. Despite the order, it was almost impossible to get into the office in the middle of the day. At the same time, the head and Tan Jungho were in the office, discussing important things. Lifting a glass to his mouth, the head appreciated the guy's efforts, noting that the mission was really difficult, because no one expected the failure of the heavenly army. Tanjunyo only smiled in response, agreeing with the elder's conclusions. The head focused his eyes, watching carefully at every word of the subordinate who began to tell. During the trip to Sojan, according to the boy, a lot of strange happened. They went west because they considered the eastern borders weakened because of the war. But when they arrived in Sojan, representatives of the blood cult appeared, as if they were waiting for them. It surprised everyone, especially the head. He watched the guy's reactions carefully, encouraging him to continue. Tanjunho, with all his seriousness, described every trap that the heavenly warriors and the Chandao swordsmen got into. No detail was left out. The head, thoughtfully touching the mustache, sat in silence. His mind analyzed every step, and the most question was raised by Qin Murip's behavior. He mentally mentioned the battle. If he immediately sent a brow with a blood leaf, the defeat would be avoided. But instead, Qin went to the Red Ghost himself, and this act remained a mystery. Surprised, the head returned to Tanjongho, trying to understand why this hike seemed suspicious to him. The guy looked confused. His lips were barely open, his face tense. He himself could not explain why everything seemed so strange. Continuing with seriousness, Junho noted that wherever the chin was mounted, good luck accompanied him at every step, as if everything was following a pre-planned scenario. Suddenly, the conclusion came from his mouth. The demonic forest and blood cult can have a common origin. The head, without answering, turned his back, continuing to listen. The idea that Chin's muffin could be a spy seemed to be aware. Nadia appeared in Youngho's gaze. He expected an order to start a suspicious warrior. The smile of the head became a predatory. Sleeping his hands in front of him, he focusedly made a decision to immediately check and monitor the Chin Murip. The blue glow breaks through the darkness. The explosion of energy breaks the space, lifting around the wave of power, as if the sky had flew into pieces. 2 days have passed and the events are transferred to the underground hall of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion. The cold sword blade cuts the air with incredible accuracy. The blue flame wraps it as a living element. In the look of the girl, icy determination, loose hair with waves flies up. The sword in the hand is a continuation of the will. She stepped forward, confidently, without hesitation. In a dark dress, the rage radiates rage. Every movement is similar to lightning. The blue shine of the sword in his hand trembles from deadly energy. They collide in the center of the hall. The blows break the air, the explosions of the energy swing the ground. The walls of the training hall barely withstand the load. The tension increases. The rank of the Murp is attacked with all force. The opponent watches him hard, squeezing the sword's hand. The hall includes a pale young man with a piercing look. Red hair protrudes in different directions, the face in the scars. He is silently watching, knowing that now his head has 2 elements. The rank of the Murpe lifts the sword over the head. The blue energy is twisted around. His movements are sophisticated, but in each, fatal determination. The day when a large forbidden seals are removed are already close. The sword drops sharply. Behind it remains light. The impact is similar to the fall of lightning. Restrained, accurate, fatal. The land shudders. One of the boys is watching the technique. Widely open eyes, pupils trembling, sweat on the forehead. He did not expect to see something like that. The girl in the blue dress grabbed forward like a storm. Her sword cuts the air, leaving behind the arc of radiant energy. The gaze pierced, a decisive, accurate, like an arrow that never swayed. The rank of a Murpa, like a predator, flew towards. His smile was dangerous, his eyes were burning. He said everything in his movement. He accepts this challenge. A blinding energy broke out in the girl's hands. Deadly rays broke out of the sword. She applied the last protection, the extreme measure, which is able to break the course of the battle. The tension in the hall has increased with every second. The sweat spoke on the foreheads of the observers. Everyone was breathing, waiting for the solution. The sword rose, lightning energy exploded around the girl. The look remained adamant, the technique of its teacher, the art of the divine sword came into operation. One of the boys watched all with wide eyes. Shock, fear, and admiration mixed in his soul. She rushed forward, like a blade. Posture is a lightning that cuts the space. A sword flashed in his hand, behind which a trace of pure energy was drawn. In this blow, everything she could give. The blades came together. The air exploded. 2 fighters rose into the air, intertwined, like 2 unbroken elements. The girl's silhouette was confidently approaching. The attack was relentless. She invested not only power, but also order, if you can. Its movement is a lightning, a wave that breaks the space. Eyes glowed with steel determination. Their feet were erupted by spiral forces that spread the hall. The rank of the Murpa did not look. In his eyes, peace, courage, challenge. He stood, waiting for the crucial moment. His body breaks away. The sword draws an arc, flooded with a bloody glow. The counterattack flies through the air like a lightning. In an instant, the girl fades. Her daddy was shocked. She could not believe that this guy reflected the technique she considered invincible. The blade is cut into the floor. The explosion of the waves of energy flies to the sides. The dust rises with a frantic whirlwind. The air is filled with whistle. Chaos prevails in the hall. The girl's memory emerges the image of childhood. When she was still small and defenseless, her father taught her this technique. There were only 2 in the world who could fulfill it perfectly. The Lord of the Sixth Sense, known as the Heavenly Dragon, and her brother, the young heavenly warrior Tan Charon. The fight unfolded with a new fury. The swords merged in a continuous dance, and each movement was a continuation of determination. The girl was not going to retreat. The sixth sense could not leave her blade. The blow of the leg broke off the rhythm of the battle. The floor cracked, the dust broke up. The newcomer appeared like a thunder that smashed calm. His posture was undeniable. One step, and the voltage in the hall has changed. He was not an observer. He is the boundary that no one dared to cross. The sword of the rank of Murip slowly sank down. In movements, weighing, in the look, quiet consent. Two who had just eaten each other's destruction finally recognized the enemy's existence. A red sphere broke out between his palms, a bright, pulsating like a heart of demonic force. This force lived in the depths, in Dantan, sealed. But as soon as the ban falls, two energy will merge, and nothing will resist. The girl frozen. Her eyes expanded. She did not understand how he could parry her technique. He looked at her silently, calmly, confidently. His answer sounded like a sentence. It is not necessary to see. It is enough to feel. One of the students stepped forward, trying to understand how he succeeded. Another stood next, in silence, with a shadow of surprise in the look. The act of the Murip explained everything, in the shoulders, arms, legs. The trajectory is born to a blow. But the student just sighed. It was not as easy as it sounded. In the foggy hall on the wooden court, they stood in a circle. The voice of the mentor was confident. If not, it is necessary to attack faster. If the enemy is stronger, keep the distance where the blades can touch and hit this limit. The student looked directly in front of him. His face was serious. His lips were clenched. If the sword breaks first, everything is over. The act of the Murp stood opposite with a light smile. Everything was already calculated. The next movement is a jocular blow to the nape of the neck. A mocking advice. In this case, your feet in your hands. The student shouted, swaying with surprise. The view of the Murip suddenly turned to the door. Someone entered. Jinchvan turned, the same ward who was entrusted to follow. Swing on his knees, he began to report. In 2 days, the head of 3 heavenly sects and orthodox visited the intelligence service. One of the warriors praised him for work and asked if there was someone else. Jinchvan said the name that changed everything. Tan Jungho. The whole room froze. This visit became a trigger. It was after him that the suspicious movement in the tower began. Genvan apologized to find out what was said, failed. A stranger with blonde hair wrapped with a black cape appeared from the shadow. His purple glow twisted the air. The voice that came from him was horrified. The rank of the Murip is about to expose a spill of the blood cult. The head, with his eyes closed, listened silently. It was too painful to believe in it. One of the warriors exploded. They were most afraid of this. The day when the rank of the Murip would try to destroy from the inside. It came. The students were numb. Everything indicated they want to blame them with him. One of the warriors did not restrain anger. Everything he was afraid happened. The Sichuan Union still crossed the border. Tan Redent, pale from shock, could not believe that they were betrayed by whom they considered the heir of the clan of 8 emperors all their lives. Her gaze, full of anxiety, slid on his face, tried to understand whether he was in order. But the rank of the Murp remained adamant. Only a quiet laughter that burst through the clenched lips hinted at the whirlpool inside. One of his students came closer and asked about the owner's condition with excitement. He heard that Junho was spying from him from Sojian. The advisor to the owner of the Sichuan Union, pleased with the way, did not even suspect everything. Every step was calculated in advance. The act of the Murpe knew that the envy of his achievements sooner or later would force someone to act. In his posture is a threat. In every step there is an increasing darkness. His silhouette resembled a shadow that carries death. He did not expect such meanness from them. 3 of the closest students were behind him, impressed with what they just heard. Their eyes, full of fear and shock, could not look away from their master. Deha, with a serious look, received a short but clear order. To bring all the Songo gang. Why? All left to guess. Yenchu stood with a naked torso. The muscles were tense. His gaze was cold, and all his posture was a harbinger of violence. The eyes were red, the smile stretched wide like a monster mask. The scars only emphasized the danger he radiated. Under the trees, the Sneeze, 2 members of the gang, solo, were carefree, not suspecting that the events that would destroy them were already involved in the maelstrom. One of the girls who listened to them numbers. The amount of dirt that spread about Sanchon was shocking. She understood. It is time to put this land. Deha occupied a battle rack. He was ready to give his life for his young master, the same mysterious figure that the whole world of martial arts considered. Another fighter, with an expression of cruel determination, squeezed his jaw. His gaze was imbued with a thirst for revenge. The idea was that the intelligence has clearly decided to cross all the borders. The darkness parted, and the act of the Murpe came out of it. His face, which was calm until recently, was now distorted by a sinister smile. In the corners, rage trembled. In the eyes, the flames are insults. Everything they did will still return to them 100. In the lightning outbreaks, the figure of a new myth emerges from the darkness, a shining dragon act of the Murip. His gaze is calm, but full of depth, and his hand slowly rises up, as if ready to release the power that has been dozing for a long time. Behind his back is a golden essence in the form of a snake, the embodiment of power, which is no longer restraining. Rumors about his exploits in Sudan make many rethinking history. The fall of the Great Clinic clan and the salvation of the Chongkind from the North Sendamon become the topics of new conversations. Those who survived the battle with him gathered around the table. They celebrate his victory, seeing in him the strongest warrior Sichuani, who managed to pull his brothers from the paws of death. The forgotten demonic forest, the center of force, which suddenly found itself in the spotlight of the whole province, comes to the fore. From afar there are steps. He is heard by someone running through the silence. It turns out to be Mugwan, the head of the demonic forest. His movements are fast, his face glows unusual for him joy. Stopping in front of the door, he presses his ear against the wood, as if trying to listen to something important. The fact that he will inform directly concerns his nephew, the son of his sister. Secretly opens the heavy door of the hall, trying to enter as quietly as possible, but does not stand. The joyful, almost excited, breaks inside with the glitter in the eyes, proudly informed. This is his nephew, it is he. The girl present in the room casts a confused look at him. In her eyes, a shadow of misunderstanding flashed. What does he carry, and why she behaves so frivolous? In the door, the figure that just rejoiced broke into the room. A silence fell for a moment, in which only light breathing was resting peace. The girl's gaze was filled with pity. She understood the emotions of her master, but carefully asked to keep everything secret. Her heart squeezed from the alarming rumors that came to her about the rank of Murip. But Mugan could not hide his joy. The realization that the rank of the Murpe, promising only to care for the Sichuan Union, actually managed to solder the whole province, caused it to be an unspeakable admiration. The room included a little girl, a rush, with a radiant face and a pattern in her hands. When asked about affairs, her mentor reported that he began to teach her calligraphy and painting to direct her restless character into a calm channel, and she was enthusiastically immersed in new knowledge. Suddenly, the shadow in the doorway made it clear. Someone was still approaching. The room was crossed by an older man whose face was decorated with numerous wrinkles, and in the eyes of glowing. It was Mugan's grandfather, and the joy on his face did not know the limits. The views of the attendees were detained on it. In the eyes, a strange mixture of heat and amount shone in the eyes. Taking places around the table, they plunged into discussions that changed the course of history. The eldest was first, noticing that the guests had visited long before the time. He added that other chapters will soon appear. His words were heard as a preface to something much larger, but one of the young men silently looked around and, sighing, confessed that he had seen nothing of what would impress him. The old man covered one eye with his palm. In this simple action, light fatigue and hidden frustration were read. The girl did not restrain and laughed. In all this strange but sincere family scene, she saw something almost comical. A little time passed, and one by one began to enter the heads and descendants. Their voices were respected by the one whom they considered a real heir. One of the men had so thick eyebrows that his eyes were almost invisible and the long mustache covered his lower face. But the smile was still red. Everyone sat down at the table. Cho Mugen, without spending time, asked for attention. His voice became firm. The senior head, tilting his head, listened carefully, nodding from time to time. Cho Mugen talked about the merits of the Murip in Sudan, emphasizing that they were extremely significant. But 4 large fractions did not plan to stay away. Even if the Murip had a plan, everyone had to be ready for everything. In the mountains, between the clouds, the Golden Fortress stood, like a silent witness to change. Orders have already been heard inside this place. The Metropolitan Sect and Sect of Nerem had to mobilize all available forces. The world was shaking. The war between the blood cult and the imperial court became closer. The secret streams of change moved from the place. The candle fire shuddered in tension, whether it is a symbol of a new beginning or a brown anticipation. The hall was included in the head of the secret, Gun Yagwal. His face was, as always, gloomy. He reported that rumors of the communication of the Murip with a blood cult are spreading at a frantic pace. These words did not cause surprise to the listeners. One of the attendees seems to be waiting for that. He calmly ordered, to convince the people that the demonic forest and blood cult have common roots, and that the rank of the Murip is a link in this ominous network. Hun Yagwal, having ordered the order, bowed his head and assured that everything would be done. In his eyes, a confidence of the performer, who does not call into question the will from above. The shadow from the fire that melted in the lamp lay on the face of the chapter, like a mask of determination. His gaze fits into the floor where new plans were born. 2 days, just so much remained until the meeting of Chunmukvon. At that time, it was enough to sow rumors and prepare a rest. Under the night sky, where the clouds were on the star canvas, 2 important people gathered at the modest wooden table. The reconnaissance head was the first to speak, contacting the highest branch of power, the Legislative Council of the Sichuan Union. The view of the intelligence head was firm. In his words, there was confidence. The hearing of the head of the Mad Army would soon cover the capital. In order to preserve the authority of the Union, the Council will have to delay the rank of the Murip and even the head of the Pavilion of the Valley Dragon. The investigation should begin immediately. But Chagwan, the head of the Council, found no drops of anxiety. His fingers touched beards, and a barely restrained smile broke out of his mouth. The task seemed too simple to him. The intelligence head stood alone by the window, the back straight, the arms crossed behind his back. The moon glow poured the room, throwing clear shadows. In his head was already a scenario of the meeting of Chunmukvon. The summing up of the expedition to Sojan will only be a cover. On that day, the Morpi should fall. Cold determination hid behind his silence. He acknowledged, it will be a pity if the Murp is innocent. But the same is guilty. He grew too quickly, shone too brightly. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms, the cozy and light-filled lanterns, several men were sitting at the table, discussing something tense and quietly. They have joined a few more. They sat down together, ordered a paw. The waiter disappeared behind the screen, and the atmosphere in the room was filled with whisper. The careful look of one of them seemed to call to talk. Something important was hiding behind the silence that preceded the words. One leaned closer and asked if the interlocutor heard about the news. He just shrugged, not understanding what was being done. The ominous truth began to open from a soft whisper. About the expedition. About the young heir of the demonic forest. About his unheard-of exploits. The attendees shuddered. The name of the Murip Act was made as a thunder in the clear sky. One of those who spoke covered his mouth with his palm, strengthening intrigue, and began to say that all the achievements of the Murip were related to a secret plot with a blood cult. It became noisy. The conversation was picked up. They began to discuss lively, as if everyone had just received access to great secret. Everything sounded convincing. Too convincing. The main goal is to make possible to hear as many ears as possible. Every word had to spread the city like a virus. People at the neighboring tables listened to, the stealthily exchanged views. The details were remembered. The suspicion increased. One even asked aloud, "Is it true that the heir is actually a spy of blood cult?" 2 stories stopped, stunned. The question was aloud. They were listened not only to those whom they wanted to attract. Someone else already knew something. In the air, the anticipation was hanged. If people doubt, then not all on their side. The information seeps on both sides, and therefore, confrontation will not be avoided. One of the guys sitting in the hall began to tell that he had recently come an old one, and said that the young heir of the demonic forest was no other than a spy exiled by Central Union Muram. The other said that he was the last student of Master Baimi from Udan. The hall exploded instantly. Everyone threw his version. Someone heard that he was the secret son of the dragon. Others, that he was a descendant of the master of demons. Gossip multiplied like lightning in a storm. The crowd argued which one was right. Some people said that he was a eunuch. Others, that the demon sowing like a plague. The room was absorbed by a wave of chaos. Everyone laughed, lost in these fables, and no one knew why it was worth believing. But one thing was clear. The version is too much. the truth drowned in the noise. And at the same time, one of the spies of intelligence sat stunned. He could not understand how a clutter was formed around Murip and who launched this avalanche. They sat evil and disappointed. The plan failed. They were rumored that Black was associated with a blood cult, but in the stream of fictions it was just lost. Angry, they rose and left the tavern without even waiting for their order. It was necessary to report the owner immediately. Under the cover of a dark night, they rushed to the palace of the Sichansky Union. The situation was becoming more strange. The source of gossip remained unknown. They went quickly, confidently, but with anxiety in their hearts. All this smelled of the base, and the deeper they went, the more doubts arose. But suddenly one of the young men stopped sharply. His face twisted from shock, the pupils expanded, and his lips froze in a silent exclamation. Something behind a powerful emotional splash provoked. In the moonlight, among the night silence, a dark figure materialized behind them. The warriors froze. The eyes are full of panic. The movement is paralyzed by fear. They were in front of Surin, the deputy chairman of the secret detachment. In her gaze, the cold burned. She forced to repeat what they were talking about in tavern. One of the boys began to tremble. His eyes were horrified, sweat flowed from his forehead. He did not know who she was, but realized that there was no return. But despite the shock, they did not stop. They confidently moved to the main hall, though they were excited to the edge. The picture that opened in front of them was scary. Someone's hand held a young man by a collar. He was winged, humiliated, did not resist. The blood-flowed face and the eyes were closed. Against the background of the moon and the sharpened roofs of the palace were two of the crazy army. Their views were cold, measured. One held a young man for his hair and smiled, showing a trophy comrade. Everything around has frozen in tension. They discuss something calmly, but with dangerous intonations. One of them slowly waved his sword, saying that they would not forgive it so much. Against the background of the night sky, one of the warriors smiled ominously. His eyes shone from pleasure, not self-confidence, but true superiority. He tasted a moment like a predator before jumping. Above, Chumukvon has not yet been squeezed, and the air was already trembling with tension. The majestic pavilions froze, anticipating the misery that was moving on them. With anxiety in his eyes, he stared at the window of the pavilion Khan Chonwol, bishop of the Sichuan Union, feeling how weighing the atmosphere around. The advisor came quietly, informing the owner that the Secret Service worked well, so the tomorrow meeting would not be awarding, but a judgment day. Bishop's view covered the entire territory of the Union. With his hand, he made a sign that with the destruction of the planting war was completed. But now an inevitable threat is approaching. A blood cult. The ruler of the rulers squeezed with anger. He sharply agreed with the advisor. It was time to use the small sects as a living shield, not allowing it to grind all. The advisor was excitedly supported the words of the bishop, emphasizing, "Peace in Sichuan is the merit of 4 large factions, and no one will give him a fallen demonic forest." Alarming rumors spread behind the door, filling the corridors with fear and uncertainty about the future union. The bishop ordered the advisor to go away. He did not hear anything new, because all these rumors were known to him for a long time. With a smug smile, the ruler turned, crossing his hands behind his back, pleased that the spread of rumors was following the plan of his talented head of the Secret Service. Having agreed to transmit the news to the head of the Legislative Council, Bishop quietly began to finish preparations before an important meeting. The deep wrinkles lay on the face of Kanchonvole. The plan was already clear. After the arrest of the rank of Murip, he would not go through the demonic forest. The messenger bowed low to the head of the council, passing the alarming message. "They say, the head of the frantic army secretly conspired with the blood cult." Cheguan's torment listened to these nonsense with disgust, barely holding back the anger on the rotten head of intelligence, which sows chaos within the Union. With an ironic surprise, he gave a clear order to the commander of the executive group immediately convene an internal meeting, as the rumors went beyond the Union. To Kimen, he respectfully accepted the order of the chairman of the council, leaning low and immediately taking up the case. The executive group stood in the finite, in full silence and tension, waiting for decisive orders. Chaguvan's order clearly and strictly annoyed the order, immediately grasped the heads of the crazy army and the pavilion of the Cloud Dragon, conducting a thorough investigation. The stagnation was engulfed by the warriors. They could not believe that the chairman of the council believed such an absurd accusation of the act of Murip. One of the warriors tried to argue. "It is not clear that these rumors of espionage come from the bloody cult. But his words interrupted the references to the devilish sects. The disputes exploded inside the detachment. The atmosphere instantly aggravated when the warriors began to argue hotly, each protecting their own version of events. The explosion of anger covered the bishop. The crowd lost control, and he barely restrained the cry, not realizing that the hell is taking away. Kaiman, starving, bowed low, apologizing for the mess, and deciding to ask what charges had to put forward against the rank of Murip. The bishop's eyes were burning and his fist trembled. How much you can repeat the same thing? He has already ordered his order. Without spending time, the executive group moved to accomplish the task without looking back or asking questions. The soldiers strongly followed the commander, heading to the pavilion of the Cloud Dragon to grab the one who was suspected of plotting with the Blood Cult. But something was wrong. They were imperceptibly followed by fighters of the Sichuan Union, and when the punishment reached the pavilion, the views of everyone turned to them. He stopped at Kaiman at the door, crossed his hands behind his back, breathed deeply. There was a difficult moment in front of him. His cry cut his silence. Having introduced himself, he fiercely announced the arrest of the active Murip, Lord Pavilion, and the commander of the insane army. The annoyance broke the ranks of the Sichuan Union. They realized who they wanted to grab, and internally prepared for resistance. Yesterday they did not like something, and now it became clear. Their commander was trying to substitute. He became angry with Kaiman and shouted, forcing everyone to shut up, threatening the massacre for violating the order of the council. His only eye flashed. Discipline above all, and no one dies to interfere with him, because it is the decision of the council himself. Suddenly his gaze swept to Kaiman, a figure for which he came. The pavilion confidently emerged the rank of the municipal. People tried to stop him, but he did not stop the step. There was no fear in it. Without stopping, he approached Kaiman, meeting his eyes, his forehead, his eyes. The hands are calm, the face is calm. He waited closely for what exactly should be arrested. For espionage, conspiracy, or only for rumors? The commander stood pale, almost stunned. Is the council so irresponsible that he catches the shadows without knowing the truth? Despite the physique, the Kaiman tremots the rank of the muffin, laughing loudly. Maybe he is a demon mole, and Sichuan blinded so much that he accepted him in the bench. The commander finally mastered himself, roared, ordered everyone to silence. The mercy will not be those who interfere with the fulfillment of the will of the council. But the crowd did not hold back. The explosion of laughter covered everything, because the muffin stood calm, confident, and looked much more convincing than the one who came to arrest him. The indignation swept through a detachment to Kaiman. The warriors sought to grab the Zakvalians, but they did not resist, causing only bitter laughter and exposing the tyranny of 4 factions. The view of the Maripa did not shake. He made the challenge. If you want, arrest. Why are you standing silently when you have already absorbed you? To Kaiman gritted his teeth. His face became discolored. He frozen, like a statue, is not capable of a step. The deep breath of the fresh air. The rank of the muffin has exhausted quietly, preparing for the next step. But suddenly, a sharp order came from all sides, to stop all this nonsense immediately. The muffin gathered around him, calling them to restraint. Real warriors should remain worthy even in humiliation. Turning to Kaiman, he stressed that all of them are part of one union, but he turned away with contempt, neglecting him. Without restraining, the rank came closer, put his hand on his shoulder, and reminded that it was to Kaiman that he passed information about the blood cult, and now pretends to be a stranger. However, he dropped his hand with anger and shouted that he was lying all this. He never said anything like that. The muffin kept calm, touched the chin, and said softly, "As strange." He clearly remembers another. His gaze remained firm and confident, silently recognizing, yes, all this is really very strange. The voltage reached the peak. The explosion of the energy shook the air. The lightning breakthrough of the Murip scattered the opponents, certifying its undeniable advantage. The icy wind swept over the crowd. His strength covered everyone like a shadow of a ruthless sentence. People covered their faces with horror, and one of the crowd was timidly addressing the commander with a question. The eyes of Murip were burning in rage. He stood unbreakable among the energy storm. His voice was icy, and disappointment was unbridled, because the accusations were unfounded. The fist clenched, radiating magic. If you can catch, then first you need to find those who dissolve the lie and prove their guilt. The squad to Kaiman was silent, covered in horror. It seems that the council arrests all in a row, believing every gossip. The confident voice of Murip has spread the space. He made everyone look at the truth. The council and the union rot from the inside, and the head of his back pale from panic. His warriors exploded with support. From now on, everyone will live in fear of hearing. until the council decides that it is true and what not. Turning to his head, the muffin said coldly, "If I was questioned, then the first name is you as an accomplice, because he acted on the secret order of Bishop of the Sichuan Union." Despite the external determination, the commander Takiman did not hide anxiety. Sweat on the head and tension in his eyes gave fear of the words of Murip about uniform laws for all. The warriors from his detachment confessed. They cannot go further. The rebellion will be about to explode, and today there will be no arrest. It is better to return when everything subsides. Takiman fiercely clapped his teeth. Anger was broken from the inside, but could do nothing. Everything came out of control. Their detachment was forced to retreat. The resistance grew to a level that the plan finally failed. Before retreating to Takiman, he cast the last look at the rank of Murip, promising he would definitely return. He wisely said that the arrest is postponed, but tomorrow the muffin is obliged to appear at the Chunmukvon meeting. There will be no space for tricks. Anger broke out in his face, but he remained unmoved, suggested that the commander wipe the shit better in which he was climbing. Kimen cast his gaze under his feet, realizing the extent of humiliation, and the act of the muffin conveyed to all those present a passionate greetings without hiding the superiority. The students exploded with exclamations. Pride in their mentor boiled in everyone. The muffin stood adamant with a cold look, while the commander was forced to bow his head. In the heart of the Union, chaos exploded. The messengers rushed to the bishop with news, intending to expose Murip the criminal. But he did not play according to their rules. The morning came, the sun went high, and the subsided pavilion of the Cloud Dragon gave way to the hall, where the mentor had to expose the rotten essence of power. In the spacious hall, Khan Chonwol was already waiting, powerful and focused, preparing for a decisive meeting. Everyone gathered. Khan Chonwol rose and opened the meeting loudly. The moment came. The Sichuan Union was preparing to take the last fatal step. In the large hall of the council gathered all the key figures, from the intelligence chief to the heads of pavilions, commanders of units and representatives of all units. Some faces wore a smug smile, as if the sentence was already known in advance. Others, on the contrary, barely held back anger, trying to keep peace in front of the inevitable storm. The tension in the hall was aggravated, because the reports of the heavenly and insane detachments coincided. The merits of the Murip rank were undeniable. The Gai Janma officer did not appear at the meeting. After an unsuccessful attempt to negotiate him, he was sent under house arrest, hiding the real reasons. Silence in the hall became unbearable. No one dared to start the meeting first. There were two old intrigues between the attendees. After a visit to the pavilion of the Cloud Dragon, they only wore the approaches, although they had no right to vote. Finally, the advisor of the bishop appealed to the assembly to allow him to start. The bishop nodded calmly, giving permission to the speech. Everyone kept their breath. The advisor rose decisively with the idea. Today, he will definitely destroy the act of Murip and put him for playing. Starting in the center of the hall, he said loudly, "Before considering awards and punishments, the council should focus on one extremely important issue." The attendees were surprised to look at. What could be more important than today's investigation? With hatred in the eyes, the advisor proclaimed, "It is about the results of the expedition to Sojan, the destruction of the polygon of the Soul Bait, where the warriors of the Cloud Dragon revealed a great valor." His story struck everyone. According to the report, the greatest merits belong to the act of the Murip, the captivity of the warrior of blood collection, the elimination of the landfill, the salvation of the detachment of the heavenly army. The advisor gestured and nervously walked the hall. Excited, he sought to control the situation. Meanwhile, the muffin stood with his eyes closed, calm, silent. He expected it all in advance. The advisor looked at the air with disdain, saying that he could not get rid of a strange feeling when he read the reports and had several questions. Calmly, almost with arrogance, the muffin allowed, "Let him ask if he wants." This was angered by many. His behavior was considered bold and demanded more respect for the council and appealing to the advisor properly. The rank of the muffin, not hiding indifference, stated that he did not recognize himself as a subordinate, and that in the demonic forest, no one taught him manners. The advisor broke up the dispute, ordered everyone to calm down, because it was clear. The muffin consciously provokes and confuses the course of the conversation. Murip's gaze remained firm, calm. Nothing knocked him out of balance. The advisor asked why, having received a bloody letter from the gang, he moved to the Red Cradle, not to help the heavenly army. The muffin was not removed. The letter clearly pointed to the junction and intelligence information. To another point. He trusted exactly the one that seemed faithful to the heavenly detachment. But the advisor did not stop. They say even then he could tell other facts. But the muffin calmly replied, he simply did not trust the information and made his own decision. Raising his finger up, the rank of the murder calmly stated he wanted to check the Red Gulf before rescuing the detachment, because the intelligence of the council itself introduced the heavenly army into a trap. The advisor's face faded immediately. Sweat shone on the forehead, because the responsibility for the defeat of the strongest detachment fell on him. The muffin stood confidently, with the unwavering faith in his words, and behind his back everyone was stunned. He openly challenged the basis of 4 large sects. Only muted coughing was heard in the hall. No one could refute a single word. Everything was logical and accurate. With contempt in his eyes, he looked at the audience. Most did not even have the courage to admit the problem. Not a branch rot, but all the tree called Sichuan intelligence. The advisor was in a hurry to take attention, pleading partial, but did not resist the accusation. The muffin was the first to arrive at Sojin, captured a detachment of the cult, and destroyed the landless landfill. Wasn't it suspicious? The words sounded so absurd that the muffin froze for a moment. It was not believed that the advisor dared to say it aloud. But he did not stop. He did not hint maliciously that the guy knew everything in advance and intentionally did not warn the heavenly army to be a hero. From under his forehead, the bishop watched this scene, understanding well his heir would not retreat. The tension in the hall reached the boundaries. No one dared to make a single sound, listening to the confrontation. The act of the muffin quietly remarked that strange rumors are spreading in the capital, and they do not relate to someone else, but it. The intelligence commander stood gloom. After yesterday's humiliation, he only listened, knowing that among the rumors about the eunuch, the spy, or the demon, there are also those that. The smile of the advisor appeared. He was preparing for the final blow, assuring that he has a reliable witness who would confirm everything. The hall entered the captain of the 1st platoon of Tanjungho, gently saying greeted with the audience. Their eyes were excited. A drop of sweat shone on his forehead. He knew that he would have to lie now to survive to escape from it. Although he looked confused, he gradually calmed down. For him, it was the only chance for a peaceful life. To say what the advisor wanted to hear, and he, a little stinging, stated. He saw the frame of the muffin before sending to the gap secretly met with someone near the headquarters in Santo. These words exploded with anger. The bishop stood up and shouted, not believing that the boy dared to say the act of Murip. The Murip's detachment fighters shouted in one voice. Was Tan all the time with them? How could he, their relative, were so treacherous to lie? In the hall, a storm came up. Indignation and anger absorbed everyone. And the bishop only remained silent, listening to justice in his union falls into the abyss. The scream of bishop was filled with force, spread out with an energetic wave, forcing everyone to die. In an instant the hall trembled. He ordered to remain silent. Turning to Tanjungho, bishop demanded the truth. Who was the mysterious warrior in Santo? He promised, no one touches his finger. Trembling from head to heels, Tan lied. He said, he saw not the heavenly army and not the warriors of the Cloud Dragon, but someone in red battle robes. These words only annoyed the hall. Everyone realized that they were cynically deceived, because it was about the heavenly army. Tanjunyo thanked for his permission, bowed and hurried to execute the order, almost stumbling. Walking past Murip, he smiled ominously and almost sat down, rejoicing from the slander that he just finished. His soul was filled with joy. He believed that it would be the end for the rank of Murip, but the act himself remained calm. He looked forward and thought by Young-ho fool. But suddenly the muffin sounded loudly. Before leaving, one must give the other party to express the objection, because he has real evidence. Tan shuddered, not believing what heard. What about the evidence? He began to panic, feeling the earth slipping out of his feet. The advisor, anxious, stood as a dug. His eyes were waiting for a decisive blow from Murip, but he laughed directly in the hall. He has proof. Proof that all of them are liars who tried to destroy it. Tanjunyo faded instantly like a wall. He glanced at the advisor. He had fear, as if he was exposed. The hall froze. All views are aimed at Murip. Expectations cut the silence like a blade. The door of the pavilion of the Cloud Dragon appeared in the door, confident, unwavering, like a shadow of truth. Bishop watched carefully, without taking his eyes, ready to listen to the truth. The advisor was smiling with a face. Is this a proof? Just brought the crowd to impress? But the warriors did not shudder. Their view was firm. They knew exactly why they came. They are not themselves. Brought those who were accomplice to the advisor in the slander, and had time to grasp them. Tan Mungan jumped sharply and rushed to the door. Despair squeezed him. A sweat rolled on the forehead. The face was burning from rage. How could they find and catch the secret guard? And here his gaze broke. Confidence disappeared, his eyes wide open. The body trembled with fear and confusion. He ran to the rank of Murip with a cry. How? How did you do it? But in the soul, the hope was not ending. But the muffin laughed. Do you decide when there will be an end? This is my right. Leaning forward, he said, this is only the beginning. Behind his back was a detachment, and nearby, captives collected as evidence. They cut rot for the big cause. The intelligence commander pale every second. He saw everything that he believed in. Bishop of the Sichuan Union was shocked to the depths of his soul. He could not imagine such a turn. Tan Mungan's face was distorted by horror. The eyes were spoiled, the mouth is open, the whole body trembles in cold sweat. His fear was no longer hidden by any mask. And when the world seemed to be frozen, the darkness enveloped the hall. In the center was the rank of the muffin, a cold look, a sinister smile, and a shadow of revenge. His words like a promise. The Sichuan Union is not just punished. It will be wiped off the face of the earth. The atmosphere exacerbated. The rank of the muffin, returning, was ordered to remove the bags from the heads of prisoners. His subordinates immediately executed the order. The fabric fell, opening the face of the prisoners in front of the whole hall. The attendees froze. The expression of the shock was frozen on their faces when they saw who was standing in front of them. It was the head of the secret guard himself, Gu Yagwol, all in the bruising, with his mouth clamped with a cloth. They managed to capture the elite detachment of the Sichuan Union. The whole hall could not recover. How was it possible that a mad army was able to capture the secret unit of the Union itself? The evil view of the Murip raid was directed at the Yagvol guy. He pounded with his finger. Funny, isn't it? He just followed rumors, and all who spread them were of secret guard. Humid, with a bowed head, Gu Yagwol was silent. His bruises spoke more than any words. He did not acted without a direct order from above. The act of the muffin returned to the advisor who stood his back, and his voice filled the hall. The look, full of anger, rescued in Tan Mungan. Is the one who wanted to put him now stands right in front of him? The advisor's face was faded. His eyes glittered with anger. He silently destroyed the rank in his thoughts, unable to dispute. On the throne, Khan Chonwol boiled from rage. It seemed that the anger himself seeped from his aura. There was only one thought in the head of the bishop. If he could, he would rub him just here, regretting that he had once saved in a carpenter. But he restrained himself. Another step, and he was recognized as a traitor. Patience became his last fortress. Bishop, squeezed in powerless, put the last hope that Tan Mungan still has a plan. But the advisor stood silently, clenching his teeth. The realization of the defeat covered him. His tricks could not conquer even one vertex, and suddenly the words of the rank swept the hall. Silence, a sign of consent. This phrase, like a thunder, hit Mungan's heart. With a cold look, the muffin rebelled. One disturbance, and the air around the sword cut. He was forbidden to use weapons, but he did not obey. The tension broke through the explosion. The eyes were burning. The voice pierced the hall. The cry forced everything around. A storm rose in the room. Powerful energy and dust swept the hall. The warriors were lost inside. Their fear was shaken. Chaos and horror were intertwined in consciousness. The act of the sword was confidently, like a storm. His hair was fluttering. Every step was a threat. Every movement, a challenge. One of the masters could not believe. The energy of the rank became even deeper, more sophisticated than in Sojin, and he surpassed everyone again. With his disdain in his voice, the freight was thrown. Their leader escaped, and he himself would make a sentence with a sword, without hesitation, without forgiveness. One of the warriors, understanding the close end, thanked the mentor with tears in his voice. His last words were full of honor. And it was at the moment when the sword blade was stuck near the neck of Guya Yagvol, the scream of Tan Mungan came. Stop! Turning sharply, the act of the muffin with mocking surprise asked if, sometimes the advisor had not been said to say something. In the despair of Tan Mungan realized, there is no other way out for him. The prisoner tried to justify himself, blazing the blame on his subordinates. But his cold voice and look, full of despair, did not cause pity. He could not be saved. The advisor, with his back to all, stepped to the throne, as if he were carrying the burden of an inevitable sentence on his shoulders. Tan Junyo, with a frightened face, watched the events, not realizing that the hell is taking away. But he quickly realized, if he goes on, he will also be twisted into shackles for false testimony. The advisor stood in tense silence. He dared to speak, swallowing fear and bitterness. He threw the last mocking look at the rank. The defeat was already obvious. He approached Bishop, raising his hands, and acknowledged he did not talk to the head of the insane army and asked him to impose a just punishment. Khan Chonwol looked at him in shock. He could not believe that the advisor confessed directly in his eyes to the whole Union, and the act of the muffin stood, like a rock, cold, focused. His eyes radiated contempt and deep confidence in his own right. Junho fell to his knees. His hands hanged powerlessly. He realized the end was inevitable. The bishop bent head, closed his eyes, restrained emotions, but in his gaze read silent condemnation. The advisor, lowering his eyes, silently accepted the guilt. The demonic forest turned out to be an unbearable target for him, and now he is ready to be responsible for everything. With the head of Chonwol, he ordered the deprivation of Tan Mungan to be imprisoned by submitting the case for consideration of the law. But the act of Murip did not fit this. How can the investigation be entrusted with the same one who came yesterday to arrest him as a spy? Bishop exploded. He shouted loudly to Murip. What does he still want? A flurry of votes risen in the hall, demanded the execution of an advisor, a secret of secret and Tan Jung-ho. And the muffin meanwhile gave the order. The investigation should be headed by Master Ha. The bishop could not stand. In his voice there was a panic and indignation. How can you do a punishment without court? Calmly, but with a call, the rank of the muffin replied. The advisor also wanted to destroy it only according to Jung-ho. Why was it allowed and others? He raised his hand to all those present, pointing to himself. Here is the true face of the Sichuan Union, a mask of justice behind which rot was hiding. Among the warriors, a strict code prevailed. One of them clearly said, the perpetrator must be punished, and injustice was destroyed immediately. The act of the muffin stepped at the center of the hall, turning to everyone. Does the Union perform its duty to people? His words thundered, like a lightning strike. The soldiers of small clans stood as paralyzed, on their faces shaken shame, shock, and deep reproach. Returning to Bishop, the advisor proclaimed that he should agree with the requirements of Murip, because only so the alliance will survive. Otherwise, the anger of small and medium clans will reach the limit. Bishop, with a fierce glance, replied that he could not afford it, as if to cut his hands and legs himself. Without a council and an advisor, he will not have any chance of revenge. But the advisor looked at him with disappointment in his eyes and said quietly, revenge can no longer be about. One of the warriors exclaimed that instead of blind revenge for humiliation, you should think about how to use a demonic forest to reduce losses and end the war. The act of the muffin stood adamant. His voice sounded firmly. Is it not the duty of the true ruler? What if everyone thought of how to put an end to the war? The bishop squeezed his fist. He was unbearable anger, and his heart wanted revenge more than the truth. His gaze darkened, illusions crumbled. He realized that all efforts are in vain. The future of the Union is the way to darkness. Congressing in a fist, Khan Chonwol said, the request of the rank is impossible. However, he swore, the truth will be exposed, clearly and clearly, without a shadow of doubt. The warriors of the pavilion listened closely. In addition, he promised to officially declare Murip's merits in Sodan, and provide a decent award to all the warriors of the Cloud Dragon. The attendees were stunned. Bishop negotiated with a simple detachment commander. This was unprecedented. An intense silence fell in the hall. Everyone froze in anticipation of the final word. The act of the muffin was deeply inhaled. The world died. His voice, as a thunder, was refused. The wave of determination covered the hall, like an explosion. Everyone was numb from tension. Something inevitably came. At the head of Chonvolya, Pete spoke. He did not hide the shock from a bold answer. He looked with a vigilant look directly in the eye. He said that he would not accept the handle. What they promise is that is proper. The bishop's eyes were wide open. He was stunned like a lightning blow. The act continued. Let the bishop keep the word, because from now on not only he, but all the museum will make sure that the warriors have taken due. But everything will be different with him. His path is defined. Confidently and firmly standing in the center, he proclaimed, the whole demonic forest exits the Sichuan Union. The advisor was frozen with his mouth open, not believing in what he heard. The muffin added, do not even dare to ask. It is not only his personal decision. The old warriors did not hide shock. The muffin with cold confidence stated, the decision was made, exit approved, and no one will change fate. The bishop said in rage, who he considers himself. But the muffin answered calmly, Your alliance was rotted to the base. The hall froze. Shocked faces, tension in every breath. The act of the muffin looked around. The rotten tree is cut down, and in its place will grow a new, strong and clean. Master Hu, though impressed, understood everything. Not a rebel, but a true leader of a new future. In the silence, which dropped after the verbal storm, the rank of the muffin made the last statement. It is time for new solutions. The demonic forest leaves the old system. They will create a new union, stronger, honest, with their own rules. The old man stood up, addressing the hero with anger and respect at the same time, calling him Lord Commander of the Elders. His voice sounded heavy, like a challenge. What does he allow himself? Breaking the established order and traditions of the Union. He threw accusations at the Sichuan Union, calling it rotten to the very root. He said that a rotten branch can be cut off, but when the root is infected, no tree can be saved. A new one must be grown. But the hero stood firm. He was not going to renounce his actions and words, declaring that in place of the demonic forest he would create a new union. Stronger, purer, worthy of the future. His words passed through the hall like a thunderclap. Everyone present shuddered. No one expected to hear such from him. The hero understood their surprise. After all, even the warriors of the Cloud Dragon Pavilion, who previously belonged to the Sichuan Union, he had not yet had time to inform about this decision. He repeated firmly, so that everyone could hear, they are creating a new alliance, a union that will bring benefit to all and replace the rotten Sichuan Union, which has lost honor and faith. The old man could not believe it. In his opinion, the hastily created alliance would not be able to protect Sichuan from the ruthless blood cult. The hero responded calmly. He did not promise peace, but it is better to shed blood by one's own will than to cover a rotten union, becoming a target for the cult. At these words, the old man's eyes filled with anger. He cut off the conversation, realizing that arguing was pointless. He only wished the hero luck in the coming war, hiding anxiety behind a mask of cold dignity. After that, several warriors turned to the elder, seeking confirmation of his decision. The elder apologized to the Iron Fang squad for not warning them in advance and not giving them time to prepare. Not only the heirs of the small and medium sects of the Union entered the pavilion of the Cloud Dragon, but also other influential clans seeking a new future. The majority were descendants of the great clans of the Yunnan, Tang, and Ami provinces, youth from influential families and sects, with hot blood of honor flowing in their veins. If they openly follow Qin Murip, who opposed the Union, they might even be excommunicated from their own families, betraying the memory of their ancestors. The hero could not demand such sacrifices from them. He understood the price they would pay for every step beside him. Therefore, he wished them luck. But they could not hold back the question. Why is he leaving the Union without even warning his own? And what will happen to the Mad Army? The hero apologized a second time, saying he hoped fate would bring them together again on the battlefield when the time for the decisive battle comes. But from their faces, it was clear they wanted to say more, but restrained themselves, leaving the words in their hearts. When he left, everyone silently watched him with their eyes. Thus ended the council meeting, anxiously and quietly like before a storm. Under the watchful eyes of many, there was no chance for deception. Advisor Tang Mungan and the false witness Tang Junho were immediately taken into custody. However, the investigation into the activities of the Legislative Council never reached clear conclusions. Everything sank into political shadow. All attention was now focused on the creation of the new Demonic Forest Alliance, which became the main topic of conversation throughout Sichuan. The old man sat thoughtfully, thinking that the Sichuan Union and the land of Sichuan itself belonged only to him, and others were mere worthless worms, unworthy of his power. One of the advisors asked him for a minute of attention, cautiously stepping forward. It was a new advisor, to whom the old man addressed with a cold look. He explained. After the demonic forest left the Union, all further decisions depend only on him, the old ruler. And although public attention will create inconveniences, this is an opportunity to show determination. The firmer his decision, the higher the people's trust will be. He understood that the punishment of Mungan and the council's investigation were now on his conscience. The most important thing was to calm the anger of the small and medium sects before the flame flared up again. Meanwhile, the arrested were shackled in heavy chains. The cold iron squeezed their hands as a reminder of inevitable punishment. The old man made the final decision. Tan Mungan and Tan Junho would receive severe punishment. 50 years of imprisonment without the right to pardon. The old man expected that the blood cult invasion would inevitably happen in a few months. Then everyone would recognize Tan Mungan's abilities, and if it became necessary to pull him out of prison at a critical moment, public dissatisfaction would be minimal. The advisor cautiously suggested, If during the war someone dares to express disagreement, they can be removed by the enemy's hands or executed on the spot for treason, simple and without consequences. Hearing this, the old man laughed hoarsely. He realized that before him was truly a smart person and praised the advisor. Now he understood why Mungan himself once recommended this man as his successor. The advisor continued confidently, saying that the same applies to the Legislative Council. He advised the old man to force its head to temporarily resign to remove unnecessary voices of doubt. The old man immediately understood. As soon as the war begins, he will again be able to bring the head of the council to his side, turning former opponents into obedient servants. Overall, he decided to use all the forces he had to make the demonic forest regret its exit from the Sichuan Union and restore the old balance through fear and pressure. That same evening, under the light of lanterns, Ha Jeonbo and Kang Yuol walked down the street, two veterans lost in their own thoughts. Jeonbo considered himself too old to continue helping Murim. In his heart, he felt that his time was passing, and the younger ones should act on their own. He said that if there were even one reason to follow the commander again, perhaps he would dare. But for now he saw meaning only in peace and reflection. Then Yuol smiled and expressed an interesting thought, an idea that could change them both. He recalled how during the campaign to Sojan he guarded the camp and, upon returning to the Alliance, felt that idleness was destroying him from within. Yuol decided it was time to set out on a journey around the world to bring his thoughts in order in his later years, and at the same time see what the new alliance would become. He called this journey a wonderful reason, for who can measure the path of a traveler in the world of Murim? Perhaps the road would last a year, or maybe a lifetime. And Jeonbo himself admitted that he liked such an idea. The journey might stretch for decades, but what of it? The main thing was for the heart to feel freedom again. After a brief silence, Yuol asked the opinion of the other warriors who were listening nearby. Yongsan was the first to support the idea, and the rest also became eager to see the world and broaden their horizons before returning to war. They turned to their mentors for permission to set out together. Jeonbo and Yuol approved this, only ordering them to pack their things and not delay departure. Meanwhile, in the gloomy dungeons where prisoners were held, a depressing silence prevailed. Suddenly a messenger arrived at the dungeon, saying he was acting under the direct order of the bishop. His presence made the prisoners become alert. Mungan and Junho immediately understood. Zhang Uncheng had already started acting, and his actions, as always, were not delayed. By the order of the ruler, they were to be transferred to the 3rd underground level, the deepest place of the dungeon, where not even a scream can be heard. They knew perfectly well that if they ended up there, no one would ever find them again. No one had ever come out of that place alive. And so, under guard escort, they began to be led down into the darkness, where even the torches seemed powerless. One of the prisoners asked for permission to first release inner strength, supposedly for prayer or farewell with honor. 2 guards extended their hands to him, touching his fingers to check if he was telling the truth. But instead of release, these were blood-clotting points, a hidden deadly technique, masterfully disguised. It turned out to be a trap. The guards did not even have time to understand what happened before they were paralyzed by a wave of internal energy. The Umith guard detachment of the secret dungeon was neutralized, and the prisoners received a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Now one of them slowly pulled the mask off his face, and in the darkness appeared a familiar silhouette that radiated coldness. He turned to the stunned guards, saying that they would be personally accountable to his master for all hidden sins, and the verdict had already been passed. The former pavilion of the Cloud Dragon, now warriors of the demonic forest, having announced their departure from the Union, decided to set out by day rather than under the cover of night. Leaving comrades from the Iron Fang and Golden Tiger squads was a difficult and painful decision. The leader of the Black Soul squad, Chi Vorin, addressed the Lord Commander when everything had already been gathered and loaded onto the wagons. His voice sounded calm, but inside there was tension before the great step. He reported that everyone was ready, and they could set off. This news brought the commander brief relief, as there was no point in waiting any longer. After this, the old commander turned to the successor, as if waiting for the last word before departure. And the heir asked him to go, saying that he had matters left to finish before the journey so that nothing would remain unresolved. At that moment, the woman approached the heir and said that she would also set out with him, not wishing to remain aside from the events. Meanwhile, the master himself, the head, stood in front, gazing into the distance. His look was cold and focused, as if he saw the approaching war. He was not going to wait for the heir. As planned, he gave the order to depart. Time waits for no one, not even those who hesitate. After some time, in a dark cave, a secret squad was preparing for action. The air there was heavy, pierced by silence. The unit was commanded by the deputy chief of the detachment, Jin Solan, cold-blooded and precise in every movement. Seeing the master, he bowed in respect, briefly greeting him. He asked where the two prisoners were. Solon answered calmly that they were nearby and ready for interrogation. The prisoners sat with gags in their mouths, helpless, bound, with despair in their eyes. They tried to say something, but only indistinct mumbling came from their lips, like a scream in the dark. The master looked down on them from above, his eyes cold as steel. Then, leaning forward, he asked what they were trying to say. Eventually he realized that to answer, the gags had to be removed, and ordered it done. The air suddenly filled with a heavy breath of fear. Barely freed, one of them immediately begged the elder for mercy, trembling with horror. But the elder only slowly drew his sword and said he was carrying out orders, nothing personal. His voice sounded cold as he asked, where was that arrogant look with which he once despised his comrades? Putting the blade to his throat, he asked why he should leave the traitor alive. The man began to justify himself, saying he meant no harm, just wanted to survive, called himself a descendant of a collateral branch of the clan, seeking salvation in this ruthless world. But the elder instantly silenced him. He was not interested in excuses, only truth and punishment. He came here not to listen to pitiful words. His face remained calm, like a man who had already passed judgment. The prisoner, sweating profusely, tried to understand what exactly the elder wanted to hear, but only the echo of fear and hopelessness sounded in his head. And when Tan Junho finally realized his true situation, it was too late. His head silently separated from his body, falling onto the stone floor. After that, the hero calmly ordered the gag removed from Tan Mungan, preparing to hear the last words of another traitor. When the gag was removed, the air in the chamber seemed to freeze. Mungan's eyes flashed with empty understanding. His first words were a request. He asked to be killed, quickly and without pain. In response, the hero kicked him in the face, coldly noting that this request would be fulfilled, but not immediately. He said that before death he wanted to say a few things to Mungan, and his voice became even colder than the steel of a sword. The hero ordered his men to leave the cave so that no one would hear what was to be said next. When they left, the warriors finally understood what the heir meant by the opportunity to broaden horizons. It was not a journey, but a confrontation with the truth of death. The hero leaned closer so that his shadow covered the prisoner. Quietly, almost in a whisper, he asked, "Does he guess why his head is now held in his hands?" But he again only begged for death, repeating his words like a prayer. But the one to decide when death would come could only be the hero. And there was neither pity nor haste in his eyes. Suddenly he grabbed him by the hair and slammed his face into the ground. Stones scattered, and the scream was lost in the deaf silence of the cave. The hero forced him to inhale dust and taste the earth walked upon by those he betrayed. He asked if this scoundrel thought he would sit in the dungeon, and when the war with the bloody cult began, come out clean, as if innocent. "This," said the hero, "is the least punishment for daring to cross his path. Even death can be more merciful." And already at dawn, rumors spread throughout the capital and the entire Sichuan Union. Tang Mungan and Tang Junho escaped from the dungeon with the help of Han Zhongwol. The punishment of criminals and the rewards for heroes were only attempts to extinguish the fire. The smoke of politics will not hide the flame of distrust. And this miserable man understood only one thing. He wants to know who stands before him, a human or a demon in human form. Who is this being that plays with the lives of others like pieces on a chessboard, moving them without a trace of doubt? But now, having lost, all questions are too late. There will be no answers. Meanwhile, the news that Qin Murip, the demonic forest, and 2 elders had left the Union spread lightning fast across all provinces. When morning came, everyone already knew. The pavilion of the Cloud Dragon was disbanded, and it began with the collapse of the Iron Fang squad. The old ruler was driven to fury by this. He understood that the prestige of the Union was shaken, but as long as the 4 great factions stood firm, balance would be preserved. Only this thought kept him from madness. However, he was torn by suspicion. Could it be that they decided to leave the game before the war with the blood cult to wait out the storm and survive? But no. He knew they would not dare to do this in front of the eyes of the minor clans. Then the advisor came to the ruler again. His face was troubled. He reported the disappearance of prisoners from the dungeon, but this was only the beginning. Rumors spread throughout the Union that the ruler himself helped them escape. Gossip, like poison, spread further and further. From anger, the ruler nearly went mad, veins pulsing, eyes burning like molten metal. His rage was so powerful that the ground beneath his feet trembled as if alive. Advisors begged him to remain calm, but their words did not reach the ears of the man boiling with humiliation. In his fury, his true essence was visible. Not just a sovereign, but the one rightly called the conqueror of the heavens. The advisor, bowing low, apologized but reminded, now they should worry not about honor, but about consequences that could destroy the Union. The ruler sharply turned around. His voice thundered like lightning. What other consequences could there be? Then the advisor explained that after the departure of the demonic forest, Many warriors from small and medium clans were also preparing to leave the Union. Their faith in the leadership had weakened. He insisted that the ruler personally address the people, dispel doubts, or else he would lose support among his own army. But the ruler merely waved his hand. He no longer cared. He considered these clans insignificant, branches that had long ceased to bear fruit. He ordered new candidates to be selected for their places and to appeal to the 4 great factions for new warriors. The advisors did not dare to object. They only silently bowed their heads, understanding that any word could be their last. From now on, they could only follow the ruler's will, carrying out every order, even if it led the entire Union to ruin. The bishop, blinded by anger, continued to try to make the demonic forest regret its departure. Dismissing minor and medium sects, he decided that only fear would restore his former power. Meanwhile, in the north, Li Huan and the Xinpyong Golden Martial Arts clan met a young man who begged to be taken with them. They recognized in him one of the 3 heirs of the Tan clan. His decision to leave home shocked even the bravest warriors. He was asked again, is he sure about this step? After all, if someone finds out, the consequences will be inevitable. But the boy nodded. He understood everything. This choice was a true escape, but made of his own free will. Some ran away from home, others set off on a journey with Murim, and some immersed themselves in meditation, seeking a new meaning of life in the silence. Not only warriors of small and medium sects left the Sichuan Union, the exodus became a wave that could no longer be stopped. Even Tan Soso, a beautiful girl from a great family, set out to search for her missing younger brother, unafraid to leave everything behind. The split in the Union was inevitable. Those who knew the true state of affairs just shrugged. It was bound to happen sooner or later. The truth came out so suddenly that no one dared to condemn Chinmurip or the demonic forest. After their departure, small sects left the Union one after another, joining the demonic forest. The same began to happen even among the 4 major factions, torn by internal doubts. Jan Ho, vice commander of the Iron Fang squad, was standing to say goodbye when he was stopped by Jin Solon, the current commander. Solon asked him directly, is he really going too? Jan answered honestly. Everything became clear from the moment the leadership began to treat the young master condescendingly. Even the heir of the demonic forest did not earn their respect. Solon silently nodded. There was no judgment in her eyes, only understanding. She wished him to take care of himself and find his own path. Other warriors also wished each other a safe journey, hoping that fate would one day bring them together again, perhaps already on opposite sides of the sword. Meanwhile, in the carriage rolling along the road, someone grumbled from discomfort. Sitting next to the elders was not very comfortable. He tried to refuse, saying it was better to go at the tail of the column, but he was not listened to. Now this man, the unit commander from Sondo named Chokmug, sat among the elders, mumbling something about a lack of respect for the elders. Next to him rode the same elders, Ha Chongbo and Kang Yuwol, whom he once considered legends, but now had to endure their company. Not long ago, the hero ordered Chokumuj to become his advisor. Then it sounded like a joke, but it turned out to be a serious order. Immediately after this, he was ordered to pack his things. It turned out that they were leaving the Sichuan Union for good, with no way back. It was the Murimu Central Plains Honor Group. And even now, Chokmuge could not understand how the hero convinced him to take part in this adventure. Now he did not know who to consider himself. Once a proud warrior, now he did not even understand when he stopped feeling his own dignity. Falling asleep unwashed became a routine for him, and the conclusion suggested itself. Finally, he raised his head and asked the elders if they really believed that Chinmurip was capable of changing the world of martial arts. They only smiled. They were carrying out 2 difficult tasks with the hero and were convinced this man can really change the world. Meanwhile, the girl ran up to the heir, asking why he chose Yiju as the location for the new alliance headquarters, since the demonic forest was located in a completely different region. The hero smiled and replied that this decision was related to the new development strategy of their union. Yiju is a border city located in the northeast of Sichuan. At first glance, it seems trivial, but it is a key hub connecting Samso, the Central Plains, and Sichuan. The hero emphasized, using the example of the Sichuan Union. Everyone saw, stagnation leads to decay. To break the vicious circle, it is necessary to open up to the world and establish connections with other regions. And Yiju is best suited for this, a place where the past meets the future, and where a new history of the demonic forest begins. Moreover, Yiju is located much further east than the Sichuan Union, so the first strike of the bloody cult will hit the Union itself. The hero understood. They would have time to strengthen their positions and prepare the defense. Since the pavilion of the Cloud Dragon warned everyone in advance about the events, there was no need to worry about those guys. They are smart and experienced, so the meeting with them will happen very soon. The hero hoped that the base was already being fortified at the headquarters. Perhaps even a palisade was built and security was distributed. Everything must be ready for their arrival. The warriors quickened their pace, marching forward. They passed through magnificent landscapes, mountains, valleys, blooming fields, where every breeze reminded them of spring and a new beginning. 10 days of travel passed unnoticed. Fatigue was felt in every step, but the spirit was unshakable. A new home awaited ahead. The warriors of the former pavilion of the Cloud Dragon, having crossed the wide Sichuan plain, finally reached the borders of the demonic forest. They arrived just as spring was in full bloom. A warm wind carried the scent of young leaves and distant smoke from the campfires. Beyond the village, far to the north, rose a majestic mountain ridge that separated Sichuan from the outer lands. And on the plain near the western river, a wooden palisade resembling a military camp was already being erected. In the letter the hero had received earlier, grandfather and uncle promised to prepare everything properly, and it seemed they had kept their word. The hero stopped before the gates and shouted a greeting to the demonic forest at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing over the valley, full of joy and pride. The old grandfather was up to his ears in construction, an axe in his hands, dust on his shoulders, but his face shone with happiness. Like a true man, he had finally awaited the meeting with his grandson, for whom he had lived and worked all these years. He embraced the hero warmly, as befits the head of Tesan Cho Pyeonchon, and his voice trembled with pride and love. The advisor accompanying the hero could not believe his own eyes. That the head of Tesan himself, the legendary warrior of the demonic forest, was personally taking part in building the fortifications. The hero's 2 companions also bowed and introduced themselves, respectfully greeting the head of Tesan. The atmosphere was filled with mutual respect. For the old man, it was a great honor to see that 2 such masters had decided to join their alliance. He did not hide his joy and gratitude. The old man smiled and suggested forgetting all past grievances, putting the past behind, and invited everyone inside, to the dwelling, to rest. Meanwhile, the hero decided to talk with the host, feeling that the time had come to share his plans and ideas. They sat down at the table and poured tea. The uncle, sipping his cup, spoke first. He had heard about the exploits of his nephew in the Sichuan Union, but still could not believe that it was all true. The hero thanked him for his trust and care, acknowledging that leaving the Union was a serious and risky step, but without it, there would be no new path and no new future. But how could the uncle not support someone whose exploits had shaken the entire province? He sincerely rejoiced at the opportunity to help his nephew settle his life, even if now everything would be controlled by the father, the very same one who once raised him. The news that the reins of power were being taken by the grandfather, more precisely the uncle's father, and at the same time the hero's grandfather, was a surprise to everyone. No one expected his return. The uncle explained that he had recently managed to convince the old man to return. After the news about the creation of the sacred alliance of the demonic forest, letters poured in from small and medium clans. Northern Kondomen, Golden Martial Arts, Little Heavenly Clan, and many others who wished to join. He understood. Even if at least one small sect joined, it would already be a huge support. And if a strong leader appeared nearby, capable of uniting people, the power of the alliance would increase several times. As an example, the uncle cited the hero's grandfather, a master who once defeated the head of the Sichuan Union himself, Han Chongwol, with a sword. 30 years ago he was known as Penchant, the blade of perfect valor, a man capable of leading anyone. The hero agreed, recognizing this choice as excellent. Even he had not thought that the uncle could come up with such a brilliant idea, to make Penchant a symbol of the new revival. The uncle sincerely rejoiced at the meeting with his nephew, but in his soul he was tormented by anxiety. How to tell him the news that carried a sense of foreboding? He was silent for a long time, finally sighed and said, "Those being talked about cannot be called either good or evil. They are beyond these concepts. 2 days ago the head of the secret squad brought a letter found in the palisade, as if someone had deliberately left it as a challenge or a test. The letter contained a proposal to support the alliance in the upcoming war with the bloody cult. But the most interesting thing was something else. The sender turned out to be a very unusual organization, a group that united all the bandits of the Celestial Empire, those whom even the great clans preferred not to touch. Their name frightened merchants and nobles. They were known as Sanshan, Waters of the Mountains. One of their outposts, a mountain citadel, offered the alliance help in exchange for an alliance. In reality, these people were even more secretive and dangerous than the blood cult itself. However, their power was real, and Sanshan's support could change the course of the entire upcoming war. How to accept such an offer became a true mystery. These were not just news. It was something incredible that could overturn the understanding of the balance of power in the Murim world. But the hero only smiled calmly, determination shone in his gaze. If fate extends a hand, why not try to accept it? 3 months have passed since then. During this time, the Murim world changed, and even the air seemed different, as if it had absorbed the scent of the future. A new sign appeared near the gates, the alliance of all-encompassing unity. Thus was born a new union, which everyone without exception built together, with their own hands and faith. There were no high walls here, like in the Sichuan Union, but there was something much more valuable, a true will for unity, a shared spirit, and faith in a common goal. For warriors filled with enthusiasm, lack of sleep or food did not matter. A strong palisade was enough to protect the territory, and a roof that saved from the rain. The rest was just trifles. When spring fully took hold, warriors from all corners of the country began to arrive at the green fields of Yiju, where the ceremony of the alliance's founding was to take place. Among those who made the journey were 2 young men who had long searched for this place, guided only by stories and rumors. One of them was a disciple, whom his master, Yukbonge, always considered too simple-minded to become a great warrior. Another, an old acquaintance of the master Chok Muge, once one of the 7 heroes of the modern Murim, known as the Cloud Wanderer Sokolge. The apprentice did not understand whether this alliance of universal unity was really worth giving up the Sichuan Union for, but the master knew. If Sichuan falls now, when the blood cult has already captured Sojin, and the Podalap Palace is destroyed, then the Central Plains will soon drown in chaos. That is why they came here, not out of fear, but with hope that a power capable of changing the world would be born here. On the road, they were met by a warrior to whom they introduced themselves as envoys of a gang that had come to celebrate the founding of the Unity Alliance. The apprentice, standing behind the master, quietly whispered, "This is the master Sokolge himself, the apprentice of the respected Cholpege, one of the 7 heroes of Murim who fought alongside Master Sinren in the Celestial Battle. Now he is the junior head of the gang." He only smiled and confirmed his words, not hiding pride but also without arrogance, like a warrior who remembers past battles. After that, they were warmly invited inside, apologized for the carelessness and inattention to such guests. The atmosphere immediately became warmer. At that time, Chokmuge was occupied with much more serious matters, meeting a high guest who had arrived from distant lands. It was an important conversation. The results would determine who exactly would join the new alliance and how far its influence would reach. The guest, known by the name Scar, reported that, as Chok wished, the news of the creation of the alliance had already spread throughout the celestial realm. However, he doubted who would want to join such a cause. Scar spoke sincerely. 4 great factions have a huge advantage, and he did not understand what could motivate anyone to give that up for an alliance of unknown forces. The advisor answered without hesitation, "Yes, there is such a reason, and it is far weightier than any political gain." If he were asked who is currently the most dangerous person in Murim, he would unhesitatingly name Chin Murip, but Shram knew almost nothing about him and asked to be told more. The advisor asked in return, "Isn't there anyone in the gang who knows Shinren better than you? Tell me, what was he like? As a person, not as a fighter." Shram answered without hesitation. Shinren was unshakable. He could not be broken. His will was stronger than any sword. Then the advisor briefly said, "The young heir is like him. He is also invincible." Shram did not believe immediately. He thought it was about martial arts, but the advisor meant something entirely different. The invincibility of spirit, heart, and determination. He assured Shram that upon meeting the hero, he would understand everything himself. But now it was impossible to see him. The heir was absent. However, he promised that he would return for the alliance founding ceremony, and then the world would see again who leads this people. The place where the ceremony was to take place was magnificent. Among the Sanshan Mountains, where the air is fresh and the clouds touch the peaks. It was there, in that quiet, secluded corner, that Hyon spoke with the young man about how peaceful life is here, how the air smells of spring and tranquility. Hyon wanted to hear from Deha the story of his arrival in Sanshan. After all, neither his origin nor his fighting skills explained how he ended up among the most secretive community in all of Murim. To Hyon's question, the young man answered with a question of his own. Why he himself followed the young heir Yuk. He only sighed and said that perhaps their fates are more alike than it seems. Hyon nodded, explaining that his life once resembled theirs. If he had not shown the world his skill back then, he would not have endured loneliness. And they, fleeing, even lost their families, so their path was even harder. At that moment, someone called them down. The voice sounded friendly but insistent. They were offered to come down and eat. After a long conversation, it sounded almost like a blessing. Both boys laughed, noticing that from the outside it looked as if their own mother was calling them. They decided to stay nearby so that no one would disturb the young master during rest, feeling responsible as if he were his own brother. Hyon was about to leave when suddenly the air around became strangely heavy, as if the earth itself sensed something. Suddenly something happened that caught their attention. Nature seemed to freeze before the storm. The birds sitting near their dwelling abruptly flew into the sky, raising a disturbing hum with their wings. Even the ground beneath their feet trembled, and the trees began to bend from waves of energy spreading around. Everyone felt a familiar power. It was the energy of Chinmurip, mighty and enduring, like the awakening of a sleeping dragon. And at the same time, everyone understood what it meant. Something extraordinary was happening, something awaited for years. "We will have to wait," said one of the warriors, watching as the world around filled with radiance. A sudden bright lightning flashed, and in an instant all the torches went out. Darkness enveloped the cave. It was an energy seal. To remove it, only one thing was needed: the completion of the body's growth that it protected. His incredibly long development period finally ended. The hero reached the limit where the human body transforms into a vessel for true power. The seal that had bound his inner energy all these years began to crack, scattering light. The remnants of yin and yang, which had tormented his body for years, creating endless chaos within it, disappeared. The two forces finally merged into a single whole, harmonious, pure, all-encompassing. A new entity was born. The hero understood that this was only part of his true potential. The balance of yin and yang was only the foundation, and the entire reserve of power now belonged solely to him. The combined energy allowed him to change the nature of yin and yang at will, shaping the world as he desired. At that very moment, he decided to test one of the manifestations, the power of cold. Focusing, the hero directed his inner energy to create ice, imagining the air around freezing. Suddenly, a huge hand appeared before him, made of pure ice, transparent, shining, powerful, like a creation of a deity. Its crystalline fingers trembled with power. With a single breath of this energy, the air in the cave became icy. The hero himself could not hold back a smile, speaking quietly, with surprise and admiration. Well, but at the same time he was fully aware. From now on he would have to control his own power especially carefully. The slightest mistake could cost everything. At that moment, the warriors were already running to the entrance of the cave, feeling powerful waves of energy radiating upwards in flashes. When the hero finally emerged, he was met with looks full of amazement. Everyone was silent, unable to believe what they were seeing. He just smiled, observing their faces, and jokingly asked himself, could it be that all three of them stood here, guarding me all this time? Everyone stood silently, trying to find words to describe the feeling that overwhelmed them when the hero came out of the cave. Finally, someone said, "It was like the moment when you fall into the crater of a majestic volcano about to erupt." Suddenly, Surin appeared before them, cold, composed, and full of strength backed by discipline. He was a representative of a secret division and at the same time the deputy head of the alliance, a man who saw and knew much more than it seemed. The hero immediately asked the main question. How was the preparation of the Shining Dragon squad progressing? More than half a year had passed. Surin reported that Captain Peck said the combat readiness of the squad had significantly increased. The hero smiled. If even the stingy to praise Captain Peck said so, it meant the progress was truly great, almost amazing. In addition, Surin reported another piece of news. Sokolge himself had arrived at the Alliance from the gang about which legends were already told. The commander-in-chief set out for Captain Peck, and together they are heading to Yiju. According to calculations, they should arrive on time for the Alliance founding ceremony. But that's not all yet. Among the warriors who arrived at the Alliance of all-encompassing unity, there were people from the most unexpected clans, even from those that once were enemies with each other. Surin said that among them were representatives of the first clan of the Celestial Realm, specifically, the Kavarion clan from Kanama, known for its ancient art of combat balance. The exact number of arrivals was not reported, but it is known that the younger lord of the clan, Tangeron, promised to personally participate in the ceremony. In addition, one of the 7 geniuses of Murim arrived in Sichuan, the indestructible Divine Blade, about whom legends were told even during his lifetime. Hearing this, the girl hit her forehead with her palm in relief. After all, it was about her own brother and uncle. The hero immediately understood. The appearance of Kavarion means new troubles. After all, they once took part in the attack on the Flower Bell, so there will be no peace. And yet he remained calm. Kavarion, despite all their strength, never touches those who do not resist. And the commander-in-chief will probably be able to settle even this. Some time passed, and among the arriving warriors one managed to attract attention by demonstrating his extraordinary aura. Those standing nearby immediately understood. Such power can belong only to a special person whose name has long been known in Murim. When asked who he was, the man calmly apologized to everyone, said he did not want to attract attention, and explained he lives in an annex near the camp. He just liked their company. Then he looked carefully at several present and, smiling slightly, said, "You, with Kvarion's clothes, with downturned eye corners and a strong build. None other than Tanjaran, the younger celestial warrior." And he was right. It was the very same Jaren, the heir and son of the head of the first clan of the Celestial Empire, known for his honor and pride. But the stranger noticed someone else, a young warrior with eyes sharp as a snake's, whose presence radiated hidden danger. Approaching closer, he guessed, "You must be the silent bright sword of Sanshan?" To this, the warrior replied in a muffled, eerie voice that made the air around freeze. "Yes, that's right. I am Pek Cheryon." The youth, standing next to the stranger, instantly realized who was before him. It could only be the legendary silent bright sword from Sanshan, a warrior whose name was spoken with trembling even by the bravest. The next moment, other companions approached them, and a silence fell around, so tense that even the wind seemed to freeze in the air. Those present could not believe their ears. Could it really be that the same celebrated hero stood before them, whose legends were passed down from generation to generation? At that moment, the stranger himself, with a barely noticeable smile, asked how the youth had recognized him. And in a moment confirmed, the guess was correct. He truly was the same Pek Choron. Thus fate brought together in one place two worlds, the famous Hwaryon clan from Kanem, and the mysterious Sanchon Brotherhood, which once united under its banner all the exiles of the Celestial Empire. It was obvious. Each of them decided that the other had come here with the same purpose, to participate in the great ceremony that was to change the balance of power in Murim. So no one could even imagine how this meeting would end. Observers whispered, guessing who among them would win if these two ever crossed swords. The result of such a battle would be unpredictable, but one thing was certain. It would become the greatest event after the legendary Great War. Pek Choron unexpectedly broke the silence, explaining that there were no free rooms left in the inn. However, in the wing where his group stayed, there was more than enough space, and he kindly offered the new acquaintances to stay with them. But everyone perfectly understood. Only a madman would dare to sleep next to a person from whom such a threatening force emanated. But the young man only thanked and bowed, promising that he would definitely repay such generosity when the time comes. Under the cover of night, the whole company moved towards the wing, where the flickering of lanterns was reflected in the dark puddles after the rain. On the way, the young man couldn't resist and asked how Pek Choron found out about their appearance. The warrior just shrugged. He himself stumbled upon them by accident, not even sensing their presence. As it turned out, they collided when Pek was going out to get provisions for his companions, and nearby, swaying from the drink, sat his comrade, grumbling discontentedly about the delay. It was an old acquaintance of Chikoron, who immediately noticed that he returned not with food, but with strangers, and this clearly annoyed him. The attentive warrior immediately recognized the Kavarion school clothing on the aliens, and was surprised. What could have brought them into the company of the people of Sanchon? The young newcomer politely introduced himself and asked for permission to spend the night under the same roof. The strategist, without losing composure, explained that their squad planned to occupy the far-right room, leaving the rest to the guests. The older companion of the boys noticed with surprise how one of the talkative boys suddenly fell silent and became alert, as if sensing a threat. Most impressive was Tanjaran himself, who had always spoken confidently before, but now was silent, intently staring at the stranger. The experienced warrior immediately understood the reason. From the young man sitting opposite emanated an aura so cold it resembled the presence of an evil spirit. And it was not surprising, for sitting before them was none other than the famous Murim assassin known by the name Bloody Smile, under the white mask. His face was white as a shroud, and it was terrifying. Yet even such a grim appearance held a certain refined elegance. Tanjaran's companion sighed heavily, noting to himself that the manners of these young warriors were clearly not the best. Still, times had changed, and the new generation of Murim was completely different. He could not understand how to properly name this trio sitting before him. Even the word prodigies seemed too poor to describe their nature. Meanwhile, White Mask calmly stood up, briefly said goodbye to the commander, and went to his room. His footsteps sounded like the strike of a blade against stone. It seemed he was irritated, but in fact Tanjaran deliberately provoked him to find out if these people were hiding something important. However, soon Jaren became worried. Had he accidentally offended that warrior? His companion reassured him, explaining that he simply hated the Hwaryons, though he himself did not understand why. But the main hero felt. This guy knew the real reason perfectly well. He just did not want to voice it. Yet now stirring up hostility would be unwise. Pek Choron, in turn, carefully observed Jaren, understanding. He did not ask further only because he sensed a lie in the opponent's words. But at the same time he realized, before him was no fool hiding behind a title. To ease the tension, the warrior smiled and offered the guest to sit next to him and drink a glass of wine. The hero, in turn, politely asked permission from his uncle, and joined them at the table. Soon, over a cup of wine, the warrior asked the hero if it was true that the elder leader of the Hwaryon had gone into seclusion. If so, then the natural question arose. Who would then represent the clan at the ceremony of forming the Alliance of Universal Unity? The hero calmly replied that it was a joint decision of himself and the great strategist. After all, if Sichuan falls before the blood cult, they themselves will become the next target of the ruthless conquerors. The interlocutor only smiled, noting that this was too simple an explanation, behind which, probably, a deeper meaning was hidden. The hero only smiled in response, as if amused by these doubts. Then he asked a counter-question. What brought the representatives of Sanshan themselves to the ceremony? But the young man did not answer directly. He only reminded what principles their clan is faithful to. When war begins, no one can hide from the bloodshed. Behind every victory stand orphaned children, mothers crying over the bodies of their sons, and women mourning their husbands. Sanshan exists not to observe tragedies, but to prevent them. Their duty is to restrain chaos before it engulfs the world. Looking into the serious eyes of the interlocutor, the hero felt a strange unease, as if he had looked into the depths of a bottomless well, where his own gaze was reflected. He did not expect to meet a person capable of so skillfully hiding his true thoughts even from his intuition. No wonder this guy was considered the great strategist of Sanshan. He, in turn, advised the younger leader not to overload himself with unnecessary worries. Let him watch how their peoples step-by-step move toward common prosperity. The rest should be left to those who bear the burden of responsibility for the fate of the people. After all, even in war, those who keep calm are needed. During the conversation, the hero asked for more wine, even 2 cups, because his sister usually did not allow him to drink enough. The strategist immediately guessed that it was about the flower Huarion, the very girl admired by all on the Central Plains. The interlocutor smiled. He had heard that she ran away from home for some young man and had not returned yet. He himself also has a sister, so he perfectly understood Tanjaran's feelings. The hero, interested, tried to find out who that mysterious chosen one was, but even he did not know. The sister never once mentioned his name. However, everyone was certain. The girl left Kavarion precisely because of love, searching for her beloved. The hero even felt a little sorry for that boy. He probably does not realize what he got involved in by getting involved with the daughter of the head of the first clan of the Celestial Realm. While the two were having a light conversation, others understood. On the eve of the great ceremony in Yiju, dozens of warriors had gathered with their own plans, and far from all of them coincided. At this time, fighters in red mantles prowled around, carefully inspecting the buildings, trying to find those they were looking for. But there was no trace left of the fugitives. The only thing left was to check the internal premises of the Alliance, although construction was still ongoing there, and it was hard to imagine that someone could be hiding there. One of the warriors turned to the Duke for advice on how to proceed further. The Duke of the Blood Cult ordered to search everything down to the last stone. The search must be completed by tomorrow, because time is not on their side. If they had known about the split between the Sichuan Union and Qin Murim, they would have taken advantage of it long ago. But the chance was lost. One of the guards suggested that perhaps the fugitives were heading precisely to the Sichuan Union. The Duke confirmed that he initially thought the same, but after visiting there he changed his mind. After all, the current Sichuan is a ruin, where only scoundrels remain, incapable of accepting even a persecuted dragon. Sheltering them would mean inviting the wrath of the blood cult. He had already sent envoys to various regions, but judging by the silence, they found no one necessary. To everything was added an unexpected visit from Panchen Lama. After this, war became inevitable. The Duke perfectly understood. After returning, he would have to develop a strategy against the new alliance. So the order was clear. As soon as the flames of war engulfed the Sichuan Union, immediately move to Yiju. For this, it was necessary to establish contact with the main headquarters in advance. As he walked, the Duke was still thinking about this new alliance. He had heard that the demonic forest was its heart and symbol of strength, and now he understood. The time had come to get closer acquainted with the one called Qin Murim, because it was there, perhaps, that the fate of the Celestial Empire would be decided. Some time passed, and the elders wandering the city streets sighed with relief. Finally, the long-awaited unification ceremony had begun. Thanks to their success in leading the Protection of Rivers squad, their foundation became even stronger, and their influence wider than ever. The leader of this squad was especially joyful. For him, the day of the creation of the Alliance of All-Encompassing Unity meant the beginning of healing an ancient disease that was eating away at the heart of Sichuan Murim. After all, only by joint efforts could they justify the trust of those who joined the new union. Its very name, All-Encompassing Unity, reminded that everyone here was equal. Everyone worked for the common good. However, one of the elders could not hide his concern. Where had Qin Murim, the heir and inspirer of this unification, disappeared to? But at that very moment, the main hero approached them, bowing low. He explained that he had just completed a short training and returned to join the ceremony. Everyone immediately noticed changes. His aura had become deeper, calmer, as if radiating inner strength. It was clear that he had undergone special training. The elders praised the young warrior for his achievements, advising to discuss the details later, after the ceremony. The head of the River Protection Squad greeted him on his return, saying that now he had become like a true leader, mature and full of confidence. But the hero himself understood. All of this was thanks to his teacher, who once believed in him and gave him a chance to serve. He also explained that 2 of his companions were slightly delayed, so he hurried to prepare everything for the ceremony. After a brief conversation, the master said goodbye, rushing to his duties. The hero's older sister watched everything with anxiety. If he had not arrived on time, problems would have been unavoidable, especially considering the presence of representatives from Sanshon. She said that even during a visit to the headquarters in Suncheon, she felt a familiar energy, similar to the aura of Sanshon. And now, seeing them nearby, she was convinced of her correctness. The hero was surprised. His sister really saw people through and through. She even noted that once his own energy resembled the power of those who belonged to demonic sects. However now, after a long solitude, her brother had become a completely different person. Pure, focused, almost unshakable. But the sister was worried about something else. On the way here, she felt residual traces of deadly energy. And the closer they got to Yiju, the stronger this ominous feeling became. She was convinced. These were the same enemies they had once faced in Sodani. So there was a high probability that among the crowd gathering for the ceremony, followers of the blood cult were hiding. And now the moment everyone had been waiting for had come. The solemn unification ceremony began. On the huge parade ground, where warriors usually trained, thousands of people gathered. The atmosphere boiled like hot air before a storm. The people of Sichuani were welcoming a new era. Everyone met the future ruler of the alliance, a warrior who embodied the ideal of mastery and honor. They say he retired 5 years ago, but even time could not change his posture. 30 years after the Great War, he returned again, a legend risen from the pages of history. Many had already forgotten that this man was the very immortal hero who never suffered defeat. His return became a symbol of revival. It was rumored that the Lord of the Demonic Forest personally asked him to lead the alliance, and it was an extraordinarily wise decision. Thanks to him, the small and medium sects united like a single fist. But everyone was surprised by something else. The new leader did not sit in the center, as tradition dictates, but at the edge. Everyone held their breath. Then who was destined for the main place in the middle? The host announced the appearance of representatives of the sects who share the ideals of the alliance. First came out the famous hero, the head of the Golden Martial Arts clan. His appearance caused a wave of whispers in the crowd. This clan, although belonging to the small ones, possessed the power of a great school. Recently they destroyed bands of robbers near the capital, and now their reputation reached unprecedented heights. Next joined the head of the Northern Chondomun clan, a man whose resilience and honor were known throughout the Celestial Empire. His arrival was a sign of great support. When he entered, everyone noticed. Even the head of the alliance stood up from his seat to personally greet the honored guest. It was a sign of the highest respect, and a hint of a new alliance that would change the course of history. Everyone was impressed. The Lord himself personally escorted each guest to their place, entrusting this to no one. He embodied the old proverb, one must not look down on people. For him, all clan heads were equal comrades on the same path, which is why their union was called the Alliance of All-Encompassing Unity. In the end, 30 leaders gathered at the ceremony, from small border schools to the most famous associations of Sichuan. Almost all medium and small sects left the old Sichuan Union, choosing the alliance. People clearly understood. The ruler of the union once made a fatal mistake by expelling those who have now united into a single force. It was time to welcome the honored guests who adorned this event with their presence. The first introduced was the junior leader of Huarian, the legendary hero Tang Jaren, known as the Heavenly Warrior. Following him was another famous hero, the unyielding Divine Blade, whose fame thundered throughout the Celestial Empire. When it was announced that even Huarian was participating in the ceremony, the hall erupted with shouts of surprise. No one expected such a powerful clan to become an ally of the demonic forest. But this was not yet the climax. The host solemnly introduced new guests, the ruler of Sanshon, the Silent Bright Sword, and his advisor, the all-seeing Sage of Heaven. When this trio stepped into the arena, the crowd froze. They were recognized immediately. Confident stride, calm gaze, and indescribable grandeur revealed them as true masters of Murim. When all the invitees took their seats, the head of the alliance stepped forward. Pride and steadfastness sounded in his voice. He declared that 32 schools of Sichuan Murim had united under one banner to jointly resist the external threat. He emphasized, none of them would stand above the others. The alliance was created so that everyone had a voice, so that no one would be forced to bow their head before power or fear anymore. After these words, the ruler raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. He solemnly announced the founding of the alliance of all-encompassing unity. Then the appointment ceremony began. The gang leader Voss headed the pavilion of flying warriors, and Master Khan led the river protection squad. Then from the demonic forest stepped forward Chin Murim, the young leader of the Shining Dragon squad. Everyone who saw him for the first time immediately understood. The rumors were not lying. He truly resembled his late mother, the one whose beauty and strength inspired generations of warriors. He was appointed head of the Fire Pressure Squad, which was to stand on the front line, facing the enemy face to face. The alliance leader looked at the young man with pride. He wanted to believe that Chin's mother, watching from the heavens, was now smiling, seeing her son continue her path. Then the young warrior asked permission to address those present. He spoke calmly, but confidence sounded in every word. Today is the day their alliance was born, a symbol of a new era of peace and justice. At the same time, he declared that he was already fulfilling his duty as head of the Fire Pressure, cleansing from the threat that had even crept here. And at that very moment, several figures in the crowd quietly shuddered. A chill of fear ran through the nerves of the blood cult agents. They did not understand when exactly they were exposed. How could spies be noticed among such a crowd? It seemed impossible, so the first thing that came to their minds was to take hostages. But it was too late. It turned out that they were already inside the energy circle. Everything was planned in advance. The hero, observing their horror, only thought how the heavenly host would rejoice when it caught the Duke of Cult. Most likely, he awaited the scaffold and a severed head. The Duke was stunned. They infiltrated here with maximum caution, yet despite everything, their plans were revealed down to the smallest details. His assistant whispered to him that he would try to distract the enemies so the rest could escape. At that moment, he threw off his hat and, drawing his blade, rushed forward, cutting through the air like lightning. The battle began, which was to decide the fate of the alliance. The young warrior, full of determination, rushed after the fugitive. Her movements were swift like lightning cutting through the dark sky. The man, realizing the danger, was struck by its speed, but he had no right to be captured. His defeat meant the end of all efforts. But the girl struck with such a devastating force that the opponent lost orientation and fell flat, as if cut down. His head crashed into the ground with a crack, and the crowd immediately realized. The spies had indeed infiltrated the ceremony. The spectators could not take their eyes off the girl whose incredible strength and cold concentration impressed even experienced warriors. Duke Kultukrovi, watching the fall of his subordinate, boiled with rage. How could he allow a woman to defeat him so disgracefully? Without wasting a second, the Duke dashed from the spot, striving to break out of the encirclement. Other warriors immediately noticed that someone was trying to escape and began throwing blades at the fugitive, trying to stop him. But the enemy skillfully dodged every blade, jumping from roof to roof like a shadow slipping from beneath the very sky. At that moment, the main hero felt something strange. A huge energy like a whirlwind was concentrating behind his back. It was Chin Murim. His energy flared up like a flame about to incinerate everything around. He was about to deliver the decisive blow. In one leap, the young man closed the distance and stood before the Duke, saying with an ironic smile, "Where is our esteemed guest rushing to?" And suddenly, a flash like a thunderclap. Everyone who saw it froze. A moment ago, Chin was standing nearby, and now he was impossible to track with the eye. Even the most experienced masters could not understand what had happened. They had seen many strong warriors, but Murim stood beyond human limits. His skill was such that even 7 Murim heroes could not match him in strength. The Duke, realizing the inevitability, gathered the remnants of his inner energy and activated the deadly flame technique. He decided to die, taking the enemies with him. Thus began a battle that surpassed any notions of human capabilities. 2 giants of spirit clashed in a deadly confrontation. Delivering the decisive blow, Chin Murim coldly said, "Thank you for attending our ceremony. Now the prestige of the alliance will rise even higher." The Duke's body was bound by an icy glow. He froze, turning into a shining ice statue in the arena, as a symbol of victory over evil. Everyone burst into cheers. The warriors hailed the Shining Dragon of Sichuan, the young man who defeated the Duke with a single move. Thus the solemn ceremony, which began peacefully, ended with fire and ice, giving the world a new legend, the power of Chin Murim. That same evening he thanked his younger sister, acknowledging that her foresight and courage had allowed them to avoid many casualties. The girl only smiled, happy that they had managed to deal a tangible blow to the enemy without serious losses. Later all the elders and leaders gathered in a separate hall. The head of the alliance expressed gratitude to everyone for participating in the ceremony and for the courage shown during the clash. Many still could not believe that Sanshon and Huaryan, two once irreconcilable worlds, were now sitting at the same table. The leader decided to take advantage of this rare chance for a joint council. The first to speak was Tanjarin. His words immediately filled the hall with memories of an ancient tragedy, the fall of the Podala Palace. He emphasized, the invasion of the blood cult is only a matter of time. If the alliance needs help, Huaryan will support them, albeit unofficially. He explained that by the will of his lord, Huaryan adheres to a policy of non-interference in affairs beyond Kanam. This might have seemed arrogance, but his master believed, if great states act without restrictions, Murim will lose its true face. Most of those present agreed with these words. After all, Huaryan, home to 5 of the 10 great dragons under the heavens, cannot interfere without necessity. Otherwise, other clans will immediately begin to seek their weak spots. But Jaren clarified, their support will not be merely symbolic. When the hour of battle comes, Huaryan's warriors are ready to stand side by side on the front line with the defenders of the alliance. Sanshon left part of his warriors in the camp, allowing the alliance leadership to call on them at any moment. This was a sign of trust and a hidden obligation. Now the main strategist of Sanshon took the floor. His gaze was calm, but it read as iron confidence. He reminded that earlier they had sent a message with a proposal for cooperation. As promised, Sanshon will unofficially continue to support the alliance by providing 2 main commanders and 200 elite fighters. This was the will of their lord. However, upon hearing this, the head of the alliance felt not relief, but pressure. Behind the support stood a force that was hard to ignore. After all, despite generous offers, Sanshon had a dark reputation as a bandit organization. The leader was interested in only one thing. For what purpose did they extend a helping hand? The strategist, noticing the ruler's hesitation, perfectly understood his concerns. He reminded that Sanshon had never harmed the Celestial Empire, but the shadow of fame from the Scorpion era still haunted them. The alliance feared that an alliance with them could provoke condemnation and distort the idea of universal unity. But the strategist calmly replied that their goal was not power, but atonement. They want to help protect Sichuan and clear their name, proving that even former outcasts can fight for peace. The ideals of the alliance coincided with their belief in mutual benefit. Sanshon only sought to be recognized as part of Murim, pursuing no hidden motives. They planned to leave the camp this very evening, so the leader had enough time to consider the decision. He thanked the strategist for his frankness and promised to consult with all clans. During the evening gathering, the head of the alliance openly presented the essence of the negotiations with Sanshon. His proposal caused heated debates. One of the elders noted, in times of crisis, no alliance should be neglected. If the agreement with Sanshon reduces future losses, it is worth accepting, even if it slightly tarnishes the reputation. And since all present entrusted their lives to the demonic forest, no one opposed the will of the leader. The meeting ended with unanimous consent. Soon Chin Murim learned that the alliance had accepted Sanshon's proposal. He even thought that the former stubbornness of the Sichuan Union had finally disappeared. However, a memory still flickered in his mind. It was because of that stubbornness that he once left the Union. Now he ordered to select 100 fighters from the mountain fortress, the same number from the Bugok settlement, and 50 from Bamboo City to strengthen the new positions. The strategist unquestioningly carried out the order, but unrest flickered in his eyes. One thing troubled him. Chin Murim was too often near the daughter of the Tang clan. He suspected that the master had his own plans for her. Perhaps he wanted to use her influence, or even the name Huaryan as a shield in the coming war. Otherwise, why keep the girl close if for most she was just a burden? The advisor believed that such things could not be ignored. He demanded that Chin explain his intentions before the spark of sympathy grew into a real fire. But the reason turned out to be simple. She had saved him more than once, helped in the operation and in exposing the spies of the blood cult. Without her intuition, they would never have managed to stop the enemy in time. Therefore, it was funny to hear the strategist call her a burden. For Chin, she was a support, the only one who understood him without words. The strategist only barely smiled, realizing that the young man had probably already fallen into the trap of his own feelings, just not daring to admit it. He teased him with those words for a long time, laughing and repeating, "Support, you say? You have good support, master." Late in the evening, Chin Murim decided to leave the alliance camp. He knew staying longer was dangerous, and other matters awaited him. Before leaving, he asked the strategist to be careful and take care on the road. Then, without looking back, he vanished into the night fog. His companion watched him go for a long time, wondering when the master would return to Sanshon. After all, the heart of the demonic forest beat only when he was near. And the advisor's anxiety was not in vain. Recently, things were happening in the Central Plains that could destroy even the fragile balance between the Alliance, the Blood Cult, and the Celestial Empire. Perhaps these were just groundless fears, but yesterday's conversation with the heir of the Tan family, Jaren, confirmed the advisor's worst suspicions. The Tianshan Mountains, where the demonic cult had long nested, began to act suspiciously quietly and in unison, as if preparing for something great. If you compare the entire Murim to a boundless lake, then Sichuan is the dam holding back its waves, and if it falls, the rest of the lands will be swept into the whirlpool of chaos. Tanjarin expressed it differently. The current Murim is a 9-story palace standing on the tip of a needle. One touch, and everything will collapse in an instant. Chin Murim was surprised why Jaren decided to share such thoughts specifically with the representatives of Sanshan. And moreover, this young man lived nearby, in the neighboring wing. One thing was obvious. Huarion believed that when Sichuan falls, Tianshan will inevitably act. Right now, the blood cult was only their tool to test Murim's strength. If Tianshan's agents are already active in the Central Plains, then the fall of Sichuan will be the signal for a large-scale offensive. Exactly what they desired. But there was no proof yet. None of the scouts noticed any cult activity, and Chin Murim firmly knew. Sichuan would not fall as long as he stood in its defense. If the war ends according to his plan, the demonic forest will restore its ancient glory, and he himself will be able to retreat into the shadows for a short time. Apologizing for the disturbance, he ordered the strategist to continue performing his duties and to carefully observe the development of events. Meanwhile, the news about the Alliance of All-Encompassing Unity ceremony spread throughout the Celestial Empire, causing a real commotion among sects and wandering orders. Even the warriors of Sanshan and Kvarion sent their greetings. Those who arrived at the ceremony without special expectations now spoke of it as the beginning of a new era. The details of the agreement between the clans remained a secret, but the very presence of so many masters in one place became an event recorded in the chronicles. And among all the names, one shone the loudest. The Shining Dragon, Chin Murim, the hero who destroyed the Duke of the Blood Cult. People spoke of his extraordinary aura, his calm gaze, and a beauty worthy of legends. No one doubted anymore that the youth's fame had crossed the borders of Sichuan. His power and valor once again proved that the heir of the demonic forest was a true warrior, worthy to stand among the great. Many sought to take advantage of the moment to establish relations with the new alliance, which, unlike the old union, had now opened its gates to the outside world. Meanwhile, in a small tavern, a tall man approached the counter, hiding his face under a wide hood. He ordered wine and hot noodles, after which the owner went to the kitchen, paying no attention to the strange guest. At the tables, visitors were actively discussing recent events, how spies of the blood cult were caught at the ceremony, and about the mysterious girl who fought like a storm. People were mainly interested in what the blood cult was really after. After all, more than a dozen of their agents had been caught. Too many for simple sabotage. Some assumed they wanted to disrupt the ceremony. Others, that they were hunting the Shining Dragon, who became famous during the Battle of Sodan. Meanwhile, the waiter brought the order to the table but, not waiting for payment, returned to work, leaving the dish unattended. And the guest, hearing the conversation about the Duke's death, hurriedly stood up and quietly slipped out of the tavern. He needed to deliver the news as soon as possible. This man was none other than the legendary resurrected scholar, a master of intrigue and messenger of the invisible enemy. In past wars with the blood cult, the greatest losses were caused not by swords and spears, but by the cunning of the Duke himself, an old fox whose craftiness broke armies, not steel blades. Now the messenger had to ride for 3 days without rest to bring the news to those who awaited it eagerly. Finally, he reached the northwestern mountains of Sichuan, where his master, the mysterious lord of the dark cult, was hiding in a deep cave. Bowing in submission, he reported, "The Duke is dead." The Buddhist lord only squinted his eyes, asking with interest, "Who dared to destroy such a master?" The messenger replied, "It was the Shining Dragon, the very youth who destroyed Sodan. His name is Chin Murim." The messenger reported that Chin Murim not only left the Sichuan alliance but also founded a new union, the Alliance of All-Encompassing Unity, which united dozens of schools and sects. Judging by how this alliance defeated the Duke along with his followers, the enemies were deliberately lured into a trap. The plan was thought out to the smallest detail. Hearing this, the assistant cautiously suggested to his lord, perhaps it would be worth trying to unite with the Sichuan Murim in the future. If they involved the disciples of this region, they would gain powerful reinforcements. Moreover, as is known, the Union itself is now split into 2 factions. If they acted as a united front, perhaps the agreement would have been possible. But the ruler understood. During the schism, no one would dare to extend a helping hand. Whoever does will become the first target of the blood cult. And it was true. It was precisely because of the fears of the Buddhist disciples that the blood cult postponed the invasion of Sichuan, fearing joint resistance. If their location is ever revealed, the enemies will strike first to destroy the threat at its inception. Seeing the anxiety in his assistant's eyes, the monk only gently smiled and said not to worry. They only had to wait. Their time would surely come. Patience was their strongest weapon. Meanwhile, in the very alliance of omnipresent unity, clan leaders gathered again. The atmosphere was tense, as they had arrived not for a ceremonial occasion, but due to urgent news. Everyone took their seats in the main hall, where they were to discuss the troubling news. One of the captured spies of the blood cult spoke. His words were fragmented, but they managed to extract the main point. Their true target was the abbot of the monastery palace, a monk who survived the destruction of the cult of blood sanctuary. From his testimony, it became clear that he fled to Sichuan, and the Duke arrived precisely to track him down. The alliance leader immediately understood. If he gave the order to the intelligence, they would quickly find the monk. But the problem was different. If he acted stealthily, catching him would be almost impossible. And yet the biggest dilemma remained unchanged. If they gave the monk shelter, they would bring upon themselves the wrath of the entire blood cult. At that moment, Chin Murim spoke up. He stated that now was the time to involve the monk in the alliance, not as an ally, but as a guest under their protection. Those present were surprised. Why risk becoming a target of the cult? It would be more logical to first negotiate with the Sichuan alliance. But the young man stood firm. If they waited, the enemy would strike first, and then they would lose the advantage. He did not propose making the monk a member of the alliance. His plan was different, to give him shelter and food, and when the cult moved on Sichuan, help him return to Sodan and strike back. It was a strategy of a flanking maneuver, to use the monk to locate the cult's main base while the enemy was distracted on external fronts. The plan was truly brilliant. If it worked, Sodan would be reclaimed, and the alliance's position strengthened. For this, it was necessary to involve masters capable of helping the monks in the offensive. And Chin Murim, as if casually, suggested entrusting this mission to the Sanchan warriors, who already had experience in similar operations. A few days later, Tan Jaren's squad set out on the road. The spring warmth quickly turned into exhausting heat, so they decided to make a short rest. Only their elder brother remained calm. His body, tempered by the art of fighting spirit, knew no fatigue from the heat. Seeing his companions suffer, Chin Murim decided to help them in the simplest yet amazing way. He gathered several stones lying near the road and, concentrating cold energy, instantly transformed them into ice shards. Then he handed these stones to his comrades. They, pressing them to their heated faces, felt the coolness penetrate their bodies, and all smiled again, grateful to their commander for this small but so humane care. Although Chin Murim's companions had seen his abilities before, each time they could not get used to their greatness. The youth's power impressed even the most hardened masters. Thus, the squad of Tang Jaren, instead of participating in the ceremony, set out with him on a new mission. Their goal was the Crevice Fortress, located near the ancient mountains. The Sanchan Alliance, which had conquered all the mountain strongholds of the Celestial Empire, possessed the most extensive network of agents. Its shadow squad, masters of tracking and stealth, easily traced the monk's whereabouts. Scouts reported to Chin Murim. After a brief meeting with a spy, he learned exactly where to go and headed west. According to the received coordinates, the monk was near a small county, where a group of elite fighters was already operating. They were to assemble by the time Chin arrived. The comrades wondered how this girl commander did not suffer from the heat. Under the scorching sun, she remained calm, wrapped in black clothing, as if in shadow. Meanwhile, the monks themselves watched over their master, who was finally beginning to regain consciousness. His sleep had lasted too long, but now a faint shade of life appeared on his face. The ghost warrior from the palace bent down, exhaling with relief. They were truly lucky that their teacher had such strength of spirit. After all, even the touch of the bloody heavenly hands technique could kill anyone. Surviving it was almost a miracle. But their monk endured, and thanks to treatment, the body quickly recovered. When he finally opened his eyes, the disciples immediately rushed to find out how he was feeling. The monk, noticing the presence of a foreign aura, calmly said that his assistant seemed to have brought guests. The warriors turned around, and from the shadow of the cave emerged a figure whose gait sounded confident and calm. It was Chin Murim. Seeing that everyone was sitting in darkness, he ironically advised at least to light a fire, so as not to look like conspirators. Then he quickly explained that he did not come to fight. His goal was entirely different. Before him sat a young monk, only a few years older, but with a gaze that felt the depth of centuries. His aura was heavy, like mountains after rain. The monk's companions immediately asked for permission to drive out the uninvited guest, but their master stopped them with a single gesture. This affected them. After all, they were the 5 great warriors of Sodan, people who had no equals except for the bloody devil himself. Qin only grimaced. He came in peace, lit a fire for them, and they did not even bother to look at him more closely. Could there really be anyone in all of Sichuan as handsome as me? He thought jokingly. And indeed, the monk saw something unusual in this young man. Light amid shadow, pride amid youth. Thus he recognized the one he had already heard of, the Shining Dragon. Qin Murim asked the warriors to calm down. He came to speak only with the master. The monk agreed to listen to him. But as soon as the young man sat opposite, the monk's gaze changed. His eyes lit up with gold. He used the technique of golden sight to see the true essence of the guest. Qin immediately recognized it. The same technique allowed him to see the heart and intentions of the opponent. The monk quickly understood. Before him stood the heir of the demonic forest. And this troubled him. The strength of this boy seemed too dangerous, especially for someone so young. Even among the masters he did not feel such a threat. For the first time in many years, the golden star showed him an aura resembling living flame. And Qin just smiled. If the technique is real, the monk should know that it is better to flee from the bloody devil while there is still a chance. He himself was curious. Who was more dangerous, he or the demon everyone whispered about? The monk laughed upon hearing this cheeky remark and asked what purpose the boy had in appearing here. Qin calmly replied. He came to help free Soden and offered the monks his support. And most surprisingly, he demanded nothing in return. While the shocked students whispered among themselves, Qin frowned. It was precisely because of their failure that he now had to clear up this chaos. So, it was time to act together, not hide in the dark. Qin Murim came not for empty talk. He knew the blood cult was already preparing an attack, and time was running out. The monk listened to him attentively and promised, when the right moment comes, they will definitely repay the Shining Dragon for his help. After these words, the young man stood up, said goodbye, and said that tomorrow morning he would send people and equipment so that they could rest and prepare for the campaign. The monk looked at him calmly, while his disciples exchanged confused glances. Could it really be worth relying on this audacious boy? They reminded the mentor that the alliance of all-encompassing unity was just a collection of small Sichuan schools that could not even cope with the weakest fanatics of the blood cult. Yes, this young man was extraordinarily strong, but the state of their native Sodanu was too dire for even him to change everything with a single wave of his hand. The disciples were worried that a hasty alliance could reveal their location and bring trouble even before they grew stronger. But the monk was confident in his decision. If help came from this boy, then even the most terrible darkness could be dispelled. Meanwhile, in the very heart of the blood cult, a stunning message spread. A dispatch had arrived from Sichuan. It said that the Duke had died. This news stunned everyone. Even the cult leader did not expect this. At first, he assumed that the legendary thousand-handed master was behind it, but later it became known that the culprit was the Shining Dragon, Qin Murim. The leader immediately summoned his assistant to find out at what stage the preparations for the offensive were. According to the subordinate, the preparation was almost complete. Only a little time remained to gather the necessary resources. However, the leader did not want to wait. He demanded to launch immediately, even if the thousand-handed master, whose power could change the course of the war, had not been found. When the assistant dared to object, the leader became angry, reminding that he himself was to blame for the delay in the search, and ordered not to question his decisions. After a short pause, he inquired about the fate of the young master, the young heir who was in the south of the province, and whether he was ready for the upcoming campaign. Having received assurance, the ruler ordered the immediate start of mobilization. All units were to prepare supplies, weapons, and await the signal of the junior commander. At that moment, in the dark dungeons of the cult, one of the prisoners turned into a mad puppet, began to frantically struggle in chains, and then, stirred by an inner hunger, attacked others like himself, tearing them to pieces.
From the darkness, someone inquired about Chogol's plans, to which they received the answer. The young leader of the cult is already awaiting orders in the south of Chando. On the blood-soaked floor, just above the severed limbs, a harsh order sounded. To immediately start the mission and seize the supplies. As soon as Chogol makes his move, they will march to war. In the darkness, a fierce bloodied grimace flashed. A girl with empty eyes, drenched from head to toe in someone else's blood, obediently accepted the command. At her feet lay another mutilated victim. Meanwhile, near the entrance to the city of Chando, the usual peaceful life was bustling. Two men were examining a trading house, discussing the strange jump in iron prices. During lunch, one of them dismissed the suspicions, calling such market fluctuations usual trifles. But his interlocutor frowned. This time, unexpectedly, meat, silk, and medicinal herbs also became more expensive. Chosan, the chief merchant of the Western Heavens Guild, was gloomily studying his records. His assistant paled from a terrible suspicion, These mass purchases meant that the bloody cult had finally emerged from the shadows and begun to act. The assistant paled and suggested returning immediately. But at that very moment, fresh blood splattered nearby. 3 men in crimson cloaks loomed over the table, demanding an answer. Was he Jo-san, head of the trade guild? He barely squeezed out consent, horrified to recognize the uninvited guests as emissaries of the bloody cult. The sect leader cut in, to sit here until autumn and forget about the outside world. A cold blade flashed right by the merchant's face. For disobedience, his guild would simply be wiped to dust. The war began. Jo-san frantically scolded himself for not leaving here a day earlier. He tremblingly raised his hands and begged for only one thing: not to kill his people. The cultists turned toward the exit. Their verdict was simple: whoever tries to leave Chando will lose their head. The merchant clutched his chest, convulsively gasping for air. A subordinate rushed to him, but Jo-san waved him off. He was intact, but all schedules were ruined. The man resigned himself to fate, realizing they were incredibly lucky just to remain alive. Now all that was left was to sit quietly, for a bloody tornado was approaching Sichuan. The title inscriptions of the story flared up, and already the next moment the wooden door was thickly sprinkled with fresh blood. 2 guards froze on watch in front of the wooden gates. Suddenly one of them shuddered, hearing the growing rumble. Raising clouds of dust, a squad of horsemen in crimson cloaks was rushing straight at them. The guard tensed. The overlord was so concerned about the safety of the successor that he concentrated all forces in Sichuan. The most powerful strike fist of the bloody cult was sent here. The earth trembled under the hooves of the elite 1st Division, the Asura unit. A rider in a terrifying black and white mask jumped to the ground and asked if the little overlord was inside. The guard curtly replied that an order had come not to let anyone in, instantly angering the visitor. The guest exploded with rage, demanding immediate respect for the commander of Asura. In response, the guard from the flame unit only placed his hand on the sword hilt. They serve only the little overlord, and this gesture made the stranger slowly raise his palm to his face. Click! Under the removed mask was the face of a beautiful woman who authoritatively but calmly ordered to simply report her arrival. In front of the guard stood the battle phoenix Heijin Chun, the true commander of the Asura squad. The guard dryly warned that no one would be allowed inside until the end of the feast. He did not finish speaking when a red blade cut through the space. The head flew off the shoulders. The subordinate anxiously reminded that the killed man served the little leader of the cult, but the Asura squad commander cut him off. They obey only the Lord. Clenching the sword's hilt, he ordered to check the coffins with the madmen, threatening to slaughter anyone who tried to interfere with the mission. The squad received direct permission to kill the fighters of the flame unit in case of resistance. After giving the order, the commander sprang from his place, leaving behind only a black trail. His hand lay on the door. With a sharp creak, he flung open the leaves. Heavy steps crossed the threshold. The commander's pupil widened from what was seen. In the semi-darkness, a terrifying blood-stained maw grinned, calmly greeting the little leader. The blood-stained woman with terrifying empty eyes dryly gave the cult leader's order. Time to start the mission. But the little leader of the bloody cult, Mu Chogol, did not lift his gaze from his bloody feast and lazily waved off, saying he would move only after finishing eating. The young man in the red cloak could not tolerate objections and coldly ordered him to move out immediately. His eye flashed predatory gold, sharply cutting off the dispute. Chogol exploded with rage. With a wild scream about his hunger, he unleashed a powerful crimson aura. The energy surged forward, but the young man in the cloak did not even flinch. With an irritated sigh, he addressed the little leader, releasing thick darkness from his body. The space was torn by a whirlwind of incredible black-red power that completely enveloped the young man. Shadow blades struck the courtyard, lightning fast. Chogol froze in shock when darkness flashed right before his face. A moment, and he fell to his knees, groaning and clutching his head from unbearable agony. Cold sweat rolled down his temple. His hair was disheveled, glued by cold sweat, while the attack of bloody madness slowly subsided. The bloody madness suddenly receded, and the confused Chogol barely managed to utter the question of where he was at all. She shuddered, whispering quietly that the madness was becoming uncontrollable. The subordinate fell to his knees, begging her to endure for the sake of future greatness. Gajin Chan, commander of the Asura squad, stepped into the blood-soaked hall and respectfully greeted the small leader of the cult. He obediently froze on the wooden floor. A pale youth with black eyes entered the blood-soaked room. The small leader of the cult, who immediately confirmed the order to throw the madmen into the rear of Sichuan. He looked coldly down and asked whose severed head lay at his feet. The woman hurriedly explained. The guard refused to listen to anyone except the small leader himself, so he had to be killed. He slowly shifted his gaze to her and asked why she was still alive then. With one sharp wave of his hand, the young man cut her in half. His orders are not violated even under the threat of death. A guard in a hood calmly approached the killer and reported that the madmen were fully ready. The cultists bowed respectfully and left, wishing their leader luck in battle. A predatory smile twisted his pale face. He ordered to tell his father not to rush. "While I turn everything into a bloody sea," he said with an icy gleam in his eyes. The bloody war officially began. The complete loss of contact with Chando became a silent signal. The blood cult launched an offensive. Chan proposed to gather all 4 major factions at the main headquarters. As the master of the Pavilion of Flying Warriors, he considered it a necessary step. Enemy maneuvers were confusing the maps, so Chan advised uniting forces. But the leader sharply rejected the idea of leaving the fortresses defenseless. He emphasized that destroying bases with centuries-old history would forever undermine trust in the alliance. Allies were to remain on their lands, ready to act at any moment. His gaze flashed sharply. They had just received support from the factions after the previous incident, so it was dangerous to irritate them unnecessarily. Chan respectfully bowed his head, accepting the order. Agreeing to pass on the instructions, he immediately asked if they had managed to detain all the merchants from Sojin. Tension hung over the Sichuan Unity Alliance headquarters as an affirmative response was heard. The leader immediately gave a harsh order to begin evacuation and summon all warriors and their families at once. Cho Pyeongchang clenched his hands tightly. A storm was approaching. The dark-haired man distrustfully asked the alliance leader if he really proposed that all sects abandon their fortresses, but the gray elder only reminded him of the past war of Almorim in response. The stern elder supported this radical step. A destroyed home can be rebuilt, but the dead cannot be brought back. So pride is not worth human lives. The woman with a slight smile agreed that a large crowd in their ranks would not hurt now. Another warrior resolutely confirmed a readiness to carry out any order of the leader. Of course, their combined power was not even close to that of the 4 great factions, but the elder was unwavering. Thanks to incomparable cohesion, they will be able to win this battle. The elevated mood was suddenly interrupted by a dark-haired man, reminding that the Unity Alliance headquarters is still under construction and simply cannot accommodate everyone. He anxiously bent his fingers, pondering where to settle the summoned families. Then the dark-haired girl suggested moving to the Central Plains, right next to the Madorim sect. She reminded that after the Great Heavenly War, many empty premises remain there. The Alliance leader firmly closed his eyes and added that the mansion of the Higher Sword sect also stands empty. The elder's face brightened. If the local factions cooperate, there will definitely be enough shelter for everyone. The hall unanimously supported the plan, finally approving the commander's sound proposal. The gray-haired elder firmly raised his palm, confirming his agreement. Immediately an evacuation order was issued. Unit commanders had to throw all forces into the safe withdrawal of the factions. The Alliance gave its word that after the war ends, it will fully take on the reconstruction of territories burned by the enemy. A loud shout spread over the large wooden camp. The order was unquestionably accepted. Dark-haired warrior woman proposed to solve the housing problem by sending people to the Central Plains to the Madorim sect. A life-beaten warrior confirmed that after the Great Heavenly War, many empty premises remain there. The gray-haired elder reminded that the estate of the Higher Sword sect also stands empty. A mustached man joyfully added, "If neighboring factions join, they will be able to reliably accommodate all families." Agreed voices sounded in the hall. Commander Jin's plan was fully approved. Another elder raised his hand, joining the general decision. The order was clearly given: start the evacuation and immediately throw all unit forces to cover the faction's retreat. The leader firmly promised that after the war, the Alliance would take responsibility to rebuild every settlement burned by enemies. The warriors responded with loud agreement, accepting the command. The hot summer suddenly ended with prolonged monsoons. Due to heavy rains, carrier pigeons became useless. So Jock Moge sent the fastest fighters from the Pavilion of Flying Warriors on the road. The communication network flared up like a chain reaction. Messengers instantly delivered the news to neighboring factions, and they spread it further. Cho Fenxian's order successfully covered the entire Sichuan province, and after 2 long weeks of continuous bad weather, a heavy boot swung and struck the puddle with force. 4 travelers in cloaks struggled through the forest through the relentless wall of rain. The sky was torn by a blinding flash of lightning. The commander of the Alliance reconnaissance squad hurried the men, fearing a sudden attack by the bloody cult. However, the exhausted subordinate begged to make a halt before the next mountain. At the next thunderclap, the commander agreed to look for the nearest cave. A 2-hour delay seemed completely safe to him. Suddenly, he froze sharply. An anxious glance at the subordinate confirmed the worst. They were being watched. The hand instantly gripped the sword. The order to take circular defense was sounded. The scouts immediately gathered back to back. Cold sweat broke out on the commander. He had not felt the approach of the enemies at all, which meant that true masters were before them. From the darkness, a terrifying woman with burning eyes slowly emerged and mockingly apologized to her leader for being discovered. The scout turned pale with horror, for the elite of the cult had already crossed the mountains, and the Alliance did not even suspect it. The watchman in the hat turned pale with fear. The enemy had broken through the border completely unnoticed and had already reached here. He rushed to flee, screaming to his own, to immediately scatter and retreat. While the guard was shouting to warn the Alliance about the invasion of the bloody cult, above them already loomed the pale enemy leader. He indifferently gave the order to eliminate them, and his subordinate immediately launched an attack. 2 fugitives ran under the rain with a single thought: at least one of them must survive. "Go back and tell them!" one of them shouted desperately while running. The darkness of the mountains was suddenly torn apart by a wide blood-red flash of a strike. Silence. Only raindrops were hitting the puddles of fresh blood. The killer addressed his pale master, the small leader of the cult, asking if they would leave the corpses as they were. The leader indifferently pointed to the dead. The enemies would find out the truth anyway when the watchman did not return, so it was time to move on. The subordinate mentally reviewed their plan. The little leader, together with the elite madmen, was to quietly infiltrate Sichuan. They wanted to cut off the enemy's rear before the main forces of the cult arrived, but a sudden exposure broke all calculations. As soon as he suggested waiting for their rear guard for safety, the leader coldly cut him off. The leader's eyes flashed yellow, and he coldly threatened death for any word against his plan. The subordinate instantly bowed in apologies, accepting the new order to cancel the secret infiltration and begin a rapid open assault. The warrior shuddered in the rain, not believing his ears. They were being driven into the very heart of Sichuan at such speed that the enemy physically could not intercept the initiative. A sinister smile stretched the leader's lips, for while the Alliance prepared defenses in Qingcheng, the battle for them would already be lost. He laughed madly, revealing his true goal. They would sharply change course and strike at Mount Amay. His fingers curled predatory in anticipation of how confused the local warrior women would be by their sudden appearance. The beaten subordinate on the ground could only hysterically laugh in the rain, infected by this absolute madness. The title inscription of the story flashed brightly on the screen. Meanwhile, through the night downpour above the multi-story headquarters of the Sichuan Alliance, a shocked exclamation rang out. The Sogun squad was completely destroyed. In the gloomy hall, the elder reported to the leaders the harsh truth. The search party found their bodies abandoned high in the mountains. The gray-haired master angrily burst out in a shout, for the destroyed squad consisted of the elite, which simply could not be so easily wiped out. The red-haired warrior with a heavy gaze finished the attendees with the fact: the enemy broke through 3 regions at a crazy speed in just 3 days. The old man turned pale from sudden realization. The next target of the enemy was Gimcheon, located right on the territory of Qingchen. Someone grimly summarized aloud that the next target of the enemy would inevitably be Gimcheon. A tense look, a brief question about the number of attackers. Meanwhile, the killers in bamboo hats and red cloaks were already rushing through the forest, swiftly like shadows. The squad numbered about 100 people, but each of them was an elite master. At their head flew a pale leader with a terrifying cold gaze. The Alliance leader warned that the enemy was bringing soulless ones, so mere mathematics was not enough here. Reinforcements needed to be sent urgently. The Changsan and Bukcheon pavilions received orders to immediately set out to defend Qingchen. Subordinates obeyed without hesitation. The elder straightened up, understanding the inevitable. The invasion of the bloody cult officially began. From today, all forces of the Alliance switched to full readiness for the march. The time has come to remind the world who the true defenders of Sichuan are. Dozens of warriors simultaneously bowed before their leader, accepting this order. 3 masters confidently walked across the wide courtyard to the main building. The gray-haired leader ordered his subordinate Unshan to throw all forces into the search for the bloody demon, since eliminating the enemy leader would guarantee them a swift victory. Unshan noticeably tensed, not understanding why the leader personally had to get into the fight when they had powerful fighters like the head of the Tan family. The elder quickly saw through his doubts, but reminded him that the reputation of their alliance had recently suffered a devastating blow. His eye flashed sternly. He cut in that he must personally cut off the head of the bloody demon. Meanwhile, far away on an empty stone courtyard, a bald monk stood still. The voice nearby inquired whether he was satisfied with his new hiding place, and the monk briefly nodded. The stranger added that thanks to this help, their scattered disciples had finally begun to gather together. Two men emerged from the shadows, and one of them confirmed with satisfaction that this was indeed good news. The monk suspiciously glanced with his golden eye and dryly asked whom the guest had brought with him. He introduced his gloomy companion as De Yongyan, the master of the sword fortress from Sanshan. To the monk's direct question, whether he was his subordinate, the man answered affirmatively without a shadow of hesitation. Jin Murin arrived with the troubling news. The bloody cult had crossed the Dashui mountain ridge. The elder monks nodded grimly. The time to act had come. Murin immediately gave orders. Yongyan was to lie in wait at the border to help the Panchen Lama repel Sojin in the heat of the war. He placed his hand on his comrade's shoulder, leaving all further planning to him, and sharply turned towards the exit. On the way, Murin unequivocally declared that from now on, everyone must obey De Yongyan. A voice behind called his name and made him stop. He was decided to be warned about the enemy leader, bloody demon Muchongok, equally deadly with both sword and hand-to-hand combat. The monk emphasized that his strike, Palms of the Bloody Heavens, is a vile technique that corrodes flesh worse than corpse poison. Murin barely smiled and sincerely thanked for the advice to beware of these very strikes. The name sounded again behind, and the young man irritably growled what else he needed. Instead of words, the monk folded his hands in prayer, looking at him with a bright, calm smile. Murin awkwardly waved off such concern, and quietly thanking, finally walked away. De Chongyan silently moved towards the great gate, leaving two monks behind him. One of them, with a golden mark on his forehead, addressed him by name and demanded to hear the plan of action. De Chongyan admitted that the mentor entrusted him with the mission not for complex calculations, for that Pek Cheryun is much more capable. The monk asked confusedly if there was a plan at all, to which he received a brief answer. Everything is as simple as possible. De Chongyan froze and sharply cut off that he would not stop until he retook Sojin. The interlocutor's eye instantly widened. De Chongyan coldly promised to personally kill everyone who stood in their way. The warrior clenched his fist with a loud crunch. The monk with a golden mark on his forehead demanded to hear De Yongyan's plan. De Yongyan admitted that the mentor did not expect cunning calculations from him. Pek Cheryun was much more capable of that, and immediately answered for him, no tricks. The plan was as simple as possible. The broad-shouldered warrior moved into the darkness, muttering that until they retake Sojin, the monk's golden eye drilled into his back without blinking. He would kill every living creature in their path, his fist clenched with a crunch. Quiet wooden stairs of the mountain settlement. A woman in blue clothing was climbing up, clutching a kunai ready, when a male figure silently appeared behind her. She sharply looked back. Seeing a familiar face, the woman lowered her weapon and asked the little prince in surprise if the battle was already over. He smiled relaxedly and nodded. From now on, De Yongyang will take all the work upon himself. Anxiety cast a shadow on her face. The retreat of the weaker factions had just begun, and it would be much better if the bloody cult crossed the border a little later. The man with a heavy sack on his shoulders sighed that the small clans on the path of the bloody cult could no longer be helped. Only hope remained that they would manage to escape. The companion doubted whether the locals would want to abandon their homes, but the young man laughed carefreely. That was not his concern. He was not going to return to the Unity Alliance. They stopped at the edge of the forest, and the young man pointed to the southwest. That was their direction. A sudden rustle. The girl sharply turned around and widened her eyes in amazement. The little prince grinned fiercely. The guests had indeed overcome the deadly Dasu Mountains, and now they needed to be properly welcomed. The screen tore apart the crimson title inscription. Complete darkness. From the thick fog emerged the gloomy roofs of a remote settlement. There was not a single living soul on the streets. The dead silence was broken only by a lonely voice. The perfect moment had come to test the elixir of resonance. Granted by the fortress lord, two cloaked figures jumped down from a high cliff. In midair, one of them said that today they must be extremely careful if they do not want to disgrace themselves. The other landed softly and drew a sword, gritting his teeth with envy. Their targets had received the elixir that grants as much as 30 years of inner energy. That's because he chose them. So forward, he said firmly, gripping his weapon tightly. The trio of assassins rushed down like a stone, straight towards the village. Suddenly, someone's hand sharply drew the bowstring. A ringing sound. A blinding arrow pierced the air, falling on the settlement like a meteorite. The attackers in the sky twitched in shock from the surprise. One of them barely managed to dodge, immediately realizing the archers' reaction had become even faster. As soon as they touched the ground, an order sounded to start the fight and drive the enemies to the very edge of death. The first killer fell into a combat stance, instantly parrying the enemy's blade. The air was torn by the sharp whistle of a deadly swing. He froze, noticing a strange drop. Could it be a hidden weapon? Parrying another attack, he mentally cursed the enemies, who had figured out to smear their blades in mud. Sparks flew from the strikes against the stones. It became clear that the attackers were simply trying to dull his blade. Their maniacal stubbornness began to openly frighten. Blood trickled down the neck as a short order was given to advance the fifth group. At that very moment, a blurred shadow rushed through the streets, raising clouds of dust. Sharp rumble. The bald monk with a battle staff fiercely rushed forward, leading an entire squad behind him. Assessing the threat, the swordsman ordered to scatter. Fighting these fanatics meant only unnecessary trouble. The bald monk got angry at the contempt and roared that he would let no one escape. The muscular giant rapidly closed the distance. The weapon sliced through the air with a whistle. The swordsman clenched his teeth and tightly gripped the hilt, preparing to take the blow. A dazzling explosion of energy tore the space with a roar. Watching the clash, the man in the cloak calmly noted that the opponent's fighting spirit had noticeably increased. His eyes sharply narrowed. He ordered the second group to move out immediately. Instant dash. One of the mercenaries anxiously looked back at the sound. 3 killers simultaneously drew their blades and rushed at the half-naked warrior. "Damn bastards!" cursed he, and without hesitation launched a counterattack. Clenching his teeth, he caught the huge cleaver, firmly deciding to go to the end. The warrior pushed off the ground and with a swing brought down the weapon on the enemy. A devastating blow shattered the ground to pieces, raising an impenetrable wall of dust. 2 mercenaries froze, straining to peer into the gray haze. Suddenly, a sharp spear flew out of the smoke. From the dust veil emerged the spearman herself, a woman in a monastic hood. The long-haired fighter angrily cursed the spearman freak. Tensing his scarred muscles, he hissed that only one would survive today. He took a deep breath and roared, summoning the wild dragon core. The fighters drew their blades under the order to go into a general attack. Warriors rushed from above. The enraged crowd rushed forward as a solid wall. Suddenly, someone's gaze froze in horror. From the darkness emerged a giant energy maw of the white serpent and struck downward at full speed. A violet flash tore the earth. The shockwave instantly swept away the attackers. The dust had not yet settled when someone coldly commanded to stop. The dark-haired youth sat unflinchingly in the smoke and stated, now they were definitely ready to leave. Bexa towered in the mist, radiating a heavy aura. Bexa silently towered over them, and his very presence pressed like a stone boulder. This very man and his shadows in black made their lives a real hell every day. And now this executioner, who had been silent all along, suddenly praised them for their endurance. Exhausted fighters could not believe that these endless tortures had finally ended. From the darkness flashed a crimson eye. Bexa coldly cut off the joy, stating that there was no time for celebration. He ordered everyone to immediately set off for the Alliance of Unity in Iju, where a master was already waiting for them. The name sounded for them for the first time. Avoiding explanations, Bexa threw them a pouch of money for the road and normal clothes. One of the warriors firmly grabbed a spear and demanded an answer. The leader of the Wild Dragon Corps would not entrust their lives to a random person. The warrior directly demanded an answer. Who exactly was this mysterious savior? Bexa calmly advised to ask about it from the leader himself. A brief farewell, and he disappeared into the fog along with his squad. The fighters tensely watched him go, ready for a new path. The men warily leaned on their weapons. The archer collapsed on his back, exhausted, exclaiming with relief that it was all over. Fighters fell to the ground, wondering what the outside world had become now. Someone immediately replied, "The world has definitely changed because their leader lives there." The dark-haired warrior gave a satisfied thumbs up. The fighters grabbed their things. The leader was waiting, so it was time to move. Every muscle in their bodies breathed the strength gained in battles. Meanwhile, the mountain fortress of the cult leader was lashed by a night downpour. A subordinate reported to the ruler that the young leader had broken through the enemy's surveillance network with brute force. The cult leader smiled fiercely. He had sent the boy, fully aware of all the risks. The ally was embarrassed, but the ruler cut him off. It was time for the child to know the world, and her life was now in her own hands. Turning to the rain-soaked window, he asked about the main thing, whether there were any traces of the power of the thousand. The ruler was certain. When the great battle flares up, this power will definitely appear in Sojin. In the Crimson Blood unit, everything was ready. He deployed 5 maniacs of the Bloody Night and 20 soulless ones. Lightning tore the sky, illuminating its satisfied grimace. These forces were quite sufficient. The ruler summarized, as soon as the rear stops bothering him, only one thing remains: to conquer Sichuan. A sweep of the dark cloak and a short command to sound the horn. The black banner soared against the storm, giving the signal to march. The ominous army in crimson hoods silently moved forward through the wall of rain. A man wrapped in a crimson mantle stood with his back to the room and looked at the downpour, asking if there were still no traces of the power of 1,000. He was sure. As soon as the battle begins, the enemy will definitely appear in Sojin. An invisible subordinate in the darkness reported that the trap was ready. In the Crimson Blood unit, 5 Night Madmen and 20 Soulless were already waiting. Under the flash of lightning, the bearded man snarled fiercely, confirming that this would be more than enough. The order to sound the assembly horn was heard. The tattered black banner tore against the stormy sky. The army set out on the campaign. Dozens of fighters in red hoods silently marched under the wall of rain. Their path lay through eerie mountain gorges. Meanwhile, somewhere in the dense forest, someone's silhouette was rushing swiftly. A young man in blue attire was breaking through the thickets like lightning. On the move, he briefly hummed in response to an invisible companion who doubtfully asked if the little prince even knew the way. Without slowing his frantic speed, the boy rushed on, looking out for the next landmark. The silhouette flashed like lightning through the forest thickets. Tree trunks merged into a continuous green stripe from the frantic speed. The forest rushed past as a solid green blur, and he only quickened his pace. A fresh cross on the tree bark unmistakably indicated the direction. He thought on the fly. After breaking through the mountains, the enemy would inevitably move towards Qincheng or Ime. Attacking the Tan family would be too burdensome for them due to the proximity of the Sichuan alliance. A gray fog thickened among the trees. Suddenly he was struck by a thought. What if this was just a cunning maneuver to break through the north and suddenly strike the Unity Alliance? He calmed himself with the thought that Pek Cheryun should have already reached there to defend the allies, when suddenly he froze sharply. Something was bothering him. His wary gaze caught on a strange detail among the branches. A note was pinned to the branch with a needle. A strange move for Jinwan, who never left such messages. Fingers quickly unfolded the paper. Eyes scanned the ink. Commander of the Silver Guard. So Jinwan greeted his heavenly lord. Somewhere far ahead, under the pouring rain, a gray-haired guard in a mask was already tracking the Blood Cult squad, having left this message for the lord, who was at least half a day's journey behind him. The message also mentioned the main point. Among the enemy squad, they were carrying coffins with the sleeping madmen of the Bloody Night. A woman pressed her child to herself in horror, shuddering under the icy downpour at the very mention of the enemy commander. Intelligence reported that this attack was personally led by the young leader of the Blood Cult. She tearfully begged the Heavenly Lord to spare at least the baby, but in response, only the cold gaze of the white-haired man flashed. On the blood-soaked ground lay a severed hand, a cruel proof that the leader of the Blood Cult could not be left alive. This demon perceived the massacre as a game, and usually to chase after him, one would have to wait for the main squad. But due to the sudden downpour, the white-haired one had to follow the trail alone before the water washed everything away. Having deciphered that the enemies were heading to Mount Ime, he set off ahead to prepare an ambush. Meanwhile, the dark-haired girl frowningly unfolded the message, realizing the scale of the threat. Everything converged. Their target was Ime. She swiftly rushed through the night forest, hoping to ask whether the sect would hold out. Her companion had no clear answer. To cover the recent losses of the Sichuan alliance, 4 large clans had already gathered a considerable army of warriors in white robes on the mountain. She frowned. Such a trifle was unlikely to break one of Sichuan's main pillars. But if all the fighters there went to reinforce, the Ime sect would simply be destroyed. A young man silently passed by her. She sharply commanded to move out. The girl swiftly soared into the air. Yes, she wanted to return the former glory to her native sect. The young man rushed after her. He categorically did not intend to leave on someone else's grief. 2 shadows raced through the forest at a crazy speed toward danger. Ahead loomed a new target. The massive gates of the Ime sect were drowning in thick fog. The evening mountain greeted the guests with deceptive silence and calm. The young man casually called this place ideal for an overnight stay. Although armed to the teeth, nuns had already blocked his path. He ironically showered thanks for such a warm welcome. And leaving the burden behind, he walked alone straight into the wall of enemy blades. 2 Ame disciples gripped their swords in horror, not understanding why the Blood Cult struck them and not Qinchen. Their panic was interrupted by a firm step. A calm voice from the fog reminded that succumbing to fear means already losing. It was Jaso, the stern elder of the sect. She called out to the enemies, asking about the fate of Qinchen, and heard a mocking reply. Everything is fine there. The pale-faced cult leader with black eyes smiled contentedly. He smugly admitted that his diversionary maneuver worked flawlessly. An accomplice nearby confirmed The best squads of the Sichuan alliance really took the bait. And most importantly, the Sect itself sent 200 of its female warriors there, leaving their native temple almost defenseless. The young man grinned fiercely. He openly laughed at the naivety of the enemies who were so easily deceived. His subordinate explained it simply. After the disappearance of Master Tan Mengyon, the Sichuan alliance greatly lost ground. Jaisa only tightened her prayer beads, sternly ordering her girls to cast aside any fear. The black-haired warrior sharply cut in. All these events will pass like a wave, so they only have to fulfill their duty. The gray-haired leader in purple attire abruptly turned around, raising a wind with his cloak. He warned the enemies that they were gravely mistaken if they hoped for an easy victory due to the difference in forces. His gaze sharply intensified. It was the Sect. The leader coldly added that they had prepared countermeasures and revealed the cards. With them were the nuns from the Hall of Righteous Hearts. The stern warrior monks resolutely supported the mentor's words. The elderly nun firmly declared that their sect would not fall just because elite fighters had left it. She clenched her rosary beads until her knuckles turned white. It was Songhyo, the head of the hall. The woman ordered the elder sisters to take on the undead demons, calling it a battle of the dead against the old demons who still breathed. The enemy only laughed mockingly and gave the order to release the soulless, while the line of nuns opposite already tightly gripped the hilts of their swords. Suddenly, a figure in a bamboo hat and crimson cloak emerged from the shadows. A pale hand with one sharp movement tore apart thick chains and broke the lid of the nailed coffin. A hellish monster with burning red eyes burst free, wildly baring its teeth into the darkness. The gigantic, mutilated monster fiercely snarled, his massive legs pushed off the ground. A lightning-fast dash. The fighters behind shouted desperately, placing all hopes on the elite masters. The long-haired warrior with prayer beads rushed forward with a cold-blooded smile, the whistle of torn air. The master and the monster collided harshly in midair. The space flashed from a powerful explosion of energy. At the same moment, two female masters launched a synchronized attack. One of the women smiled so fiercely that from the side, it was already unclear who was the real monster on this battlefield. The observer tensed, covered in cold sweat. He clearly realized the endurance of women has a limit. Unlike the tireless, soulless enemies, a prolonged battle will inevitably lead to their defeat. The man burst out shouting, giving his fighters permission to kill. A dark figure gave the order to the warriors of the Hall of the Pure Heart to deploy a triple formation. The girls simultaneously drew their weapons. Blades flashed, they took a combat stance. The cult leader mocked their futile efforts and called his servant. Grinning fiercely, he ordered the release of the madmen of the Bloody Night. The servant in the hat waved his hand, and a purple pulse instantly tore the massive chains. The massive chains cracked loudly, freeing the imprisoned monster. Hungry saliva flowed from the fanged maw. A mountain of muscle charged at the man, forcing him to desperately block the devastating blow. The warrior woman did not have time to blink before the pale monster jumped right into her face. The beast knocked the girl to the floor and wildly bit into her neck. Blood-splattered hamster broke free from its place, flashing red eyes in search of a new victim. He turned pale with horror, screaming a cry to Elder Ant at one. In response, the enemy with black eyes only grimaced eerily. Her eyes widened in anticipation of a terrible blow. At that moment, the woman was thrown back by a devastating blow that revealed the true power of the soulless pawns of the bloody cult. A pillar of dark energy pierced the ground. The cultists used their true weapon. A crimson explosion tore through space, forcefully throwing people back and knocking out swords. From the clouds of dust, a pale, muscular monster jumped straight at them, one of the mad, bloody night. The man desperately stretched out his hand and shouted, calling Elder Ant Hyewan. In response, only a predatory smile and the enemy's eerie yellow eyes. The women were thrown back by a devastating blow. The power of the soulless, bloody cult proved shocking. The devastating blow threw the women apart like rag dolls. A pillar of dark energy struck the air. The true weapon of the cultists was unleashed. The explosion of bloody power completely destroyed the defenders' weapons. A giant, muscular monster rushed down from above, the madman of the Bloody Night. A brief, dead silence in the yard. The man and the surviving women froze in horror. The mutant triumphantly towered over the battered bodies. His eyes flared and his fanged maw stretched into a satisfied grimace. If these were ordinary, soulless, older aunties, they might have still held out. But this monster was on a completely different level. Even the elite currently on the campaign would hardly cope with him. The elder tensely realized their enemy was not a mad novice. He had perfectly calculated their strength before the attack. The long-haired predator snarled mockingly at the former glory of the Sect. A dull blow and a cloud of dust from a sharp jerk. The man sharply looked down. From the height of the roof, he coldly ordered to release two more madmen onto the nuns. The maniac smiled bloodthirstily, allowing a few girls to be left alive. A chain clanged, and a bloodied, clawed hand broke the door from the inside with a crack. Two pale mutants with glowing eyes burst out of the darkness. The young apprentice rushed forward without hesitation, shouting to the mentors to take the monsters upon themselves. They looked around anxiously, afraid to leave her alone. The girl clenched the battle rosaries until they cracked and ordered them to hurry. The mentor unleashed an explosive wave of energy, raising a hurricane, and drew the enemies onto herself. The leader, with a face twisted by rage, rushed toward her. She folded her fingers into a seal, gripping the rosary, and shouted that her roar, which subdues demons, would send the enemies straight to nirvana. Like a black shadow, the nun dashed forward, maneuvering between the burly, gray-skinned monsters. Seeing the open path, she ordered Zali of the Righteous Hearts to restrain the madmen of the Bloody Night with a triple formation. She commanded the disciples of the second node to form a circle and destroy the attackers. The young novice rushed into battle with a fierce scream. Her fist, gaining momentum, struck directly into the chest of the stone-faced giant. The abbess Sonhyo grinned smugly. For her, this hell on earth was only proof that the monsters of the Bloody Night were perfectly created. She was even pleased that one such creature fought on equal terms with three senior nuns at once. A sharp step raised dust. The young disciples of Ume were still too green for such a battle. Any of their mistakes against the Soulless would have ended in a bloody massacre. So Sonyo's decision to withdraw the younglings proved correct. But the senior nuns were less fortunate. Unlike the tireless monsters, their lungs were already burning, and one of them received a devastating blow. The empty, blood-filled gaze of the mutant, the merciless mountain of muscle, cruelly pressed the old woman into the ground. She only managed to hoarsely whisper a plea for help. The slaughter turned into a one-sided beating. Old nuns from the Hall of Righteous Hearts could only briefly hold back the onslaught of the soulless. Now these insane monsters, whom even the great mentor Jaso could not stop, mercilessly slaughtered the young disciples. The gray-haired youth tensed. They wouldn't last even an hour, and the Lord was still absent. Commander of the Silver Guard. So Jinhuan silently stood under the downpour. His eyes blazed from the darkness. If their lord had not destroyed the desert valley earlier, the Ime school would have long since vanished. But now the defenseless girls continued to be torn to pieces. The warrior fiercely gritted his teeth in his own helplessness. The bloody giant breathed heavily and with his last strength croaked a plea to his lord. The youth watched the slaughter and wondered if the lord really needed Sichuan, from which only an empty shell would remain. Suddenly the man of the bamboo hat stiffened sharply. A cold order sounded to wrap it up, because the young cult leader was bored. The figure in the crimson hood gripped a strange weapon, eerily whispering the name Asura. From the darkness under the downpour suddenly emerged a blade, illuminated by violet light. A huge muscular monster was just about to leap on the girl, preparing to tear her apart with bare hands. The blade pierced through the creature's flesh, interrupting the attack with a furious scream. Another lightning strike from the smoke finished off the giant under his deathly roar. Two enemies in hats froze stunned, not understanding where the strike came from. The next second, one of them was harshly slammed into the ground. Through the wall of rain swiftly landed a blonde stranger in a black cloak, wrapped in a dark aura. The girl's swordsman froze in shock, staring at her savior. The surviving mercenary screamed in panic. This freak just took down a mad giant and three elite flame fighters in a moment. The stranger tightly gripped his massive blade and coldly said that his master would not allow the fall of the Ime school. From beneath the mask flashed a determined gaze. He would stop them here and now. The mercenary screamed fiercely, demanding to confess whether he served the head of the Sichuan alliance. The young man only sneered contemptuously at these words and swung his weapon again. The white-haired warrior in a mask cracked his whip, not understanding how such a narrow-minded person could become its master. The title of the new chapter flashed on the screen. He glanced over his shoulder. The enemy leader definitely would not jump into the fight first. Although he felt sorry for the young nuns, now he had to face the harsh truth. While the allies drew their swords, he identified the main target, to pull out the sect leader and all the combat-ready elders. The eyes under the mask narrowed threateningly. He gripped the hilt until it cracked, ready to hold the defense until his lord arrived. A terrifying woman jumped onto the roof and ordered to give the dying women to the merciless undead, and she unleashed the madmen of the Bloody Night on the hero himself, ordering to trap him in a triple ring. The giant blade scattered the naked monsters. Every member of the Silver Guard flawlessly mastered the combat art of the killer's dawn. The white-haired man sharply swung the whip in the rain, proving that Jin Murin and his master taught them more than just this. Space exploded with a dazzling red aura from the awakening of their second absolute technique. With one strike, he unleashed a colossal cluster of destructive energy. the sword technique that pierces the heavens. Two pale monsters with terrifying white eyes snarled fiercely through the downpour. Suddenly, a dazzling red beam struck from the heavens. A devastating explosion tore the earth to pieces, raising a cloud of debris. The warrior instinctively shielded himself with his hand from the powerful shockwave. Only one thought beat in his head. Who is this guy? The dust settled, and behind the giant sword stuck in the ground stood a calm figure in a black cloak. The fighter exhaled heavily. If the stranger had been late even for a moment, the madmen would have already torn him to shreds. The savior only coldly glanced from under the mask while the wounded warrior gathered the last of his strength for a counterattack. He silently prayed that the unknown warrior would hold on a little longer and strained his eyes into the smoke. The white-haired man tensed. These creatures became the first living beings to survive his technique of piercing the heavens. Seeing how they rushed forward without a single scratch, the young man realized only a severed head could stop them. A dark-haired woman nearby whispered in shock, "Who is he anyway?" Without wasting a second, the boy sprang from his place and with a lightning-fast bloody swing, tore open the nearest monster's chest. So Jinwan dived swiftly from the darkness, tightly gripping the paired daggers. He instantly assessed the threat. Before him stood the madmen of the Bloody Night, monsters barely restrained even by 3 experienced mistresses. The blade sliced the air with a whistle. He dared to face 3 alone. A black-haired witness of the fight nervously bit his finger. The cocky upstart's confidence was infinitely irritating, since even he would not withstand such a trio. Long-haired Muchogol smiled sinisterly and hissed that he would first break his spirit. A bald thug charged the attack, and behind his massive figure and insane bloodlust, Muchogol completely concealed his presence. A sharp clatter of metal. Jinwan held the defense, but in this chaos, for a single moment, he lost track of the long-haired one's movements, and that was a fatal mistake. A dull sound of pierced flesh. The young man froze in shock. Muchogol swiftly jumped back into the veil of rain. The killer mockingly said that he was dodging just as well. He raised his bloodied spike, openly enjoying someone else's pain. Jinwan quietly cursed through clenched teeth. The treacherous strike pierced his leg through and through. Smiling maliciously, the enemy warned, "The blade is poisoned. If you don't remove the poison, the leg will be paralyzed forever." So Jinwan groaned dully and fell to one knee, although he did not lose vigilance. The circumstances just pressed him against the wall. The situation became critical, and the opponent openly laughed at it. Moreover, a pale giant was already advancing on him. On this battlefield, anyone could lose their life in a second. The mutant grinned predatory in anticipation of easy blood. Jinwan was gasping heavily for air under the cold rain. Suddenly, he looked up and dryly said that this laughter irritated him terribly. At that moment, a huge icy golem lunged at the boy. Jinwan abruptly straightened up. A giant palm completely smashed the cobblestones, but he managed to jump aside. An icy monster loomed over him with a massive shadow. Suddenly, through the dust, 2 allies in black fell from the sky like stones. One of them calmly ordered, without turning around, to take care of Jinwan. A quiet voice under the cold rain asked not to worry. She sighed heavily that there was something much more important, addressing the little prince. On the stone ground in puddles of blood lay motionless, torn bodies. "Please, do not forgive them," came the last plea, while a pale degenerate with black eyes grinned maliciously. The young man's face twisted with hatred, and the space around him exploded with destructive purple energy. Of course, he hissed and clenched his fist until it cracked. Under the cold rain, someone's hand rested on the shoulder of the black-haired young man, entrusting him with Jinhuan's life. "Don't worry," came a quiet reply. But at the unexpected address, "Little Prince," he suddenly flinched. On the stone slabs lay dead bodies, drowning in pools of blood. A man with black abysses instead of eyes grimaced eerily and asked not to show mercy to the enemies. The youth's face twisted with rage, and a dark aura flared around him. The youth coldly said that, of course, he would not give them a drop of mercy. A sudden lunge, and his silhouette cut through the rainy air. He flew like a black whirlwind into the crowd of pale corpses, sweeping them off the path. The monsters bared their teeth and launched a counterattack. The warrior froze in shock. All the monsters suddenly stopped from someone's striking palm strike. Nearby, a girl supported a wounded fighter in a mask, who heavily sighed that now he was in her debt. With a powerful jump, the youth pushed off the ground and dissolved into the veil of rain. Under the cold downpour, the woman tensed, anticipating a large-scale slaughter. The aura around changed. Earlier, it resembled falling into a whirlpool of boiling lava, and now it was pure, cold thirst for murder. She was struck that another's pain enraged him to such uncontrollable fury. Fingers clenched sharply, concentrating bright blue energy. The technique of the 8 heavenly reflections flared up. The warrior in blue struck sharply with his palm. A devastating wave of energy completely shattered the stone wall. Fragments of the stone wall still scattered in all directions in the glow of dissipated power. "Don't stop me!" A roar sounded, causing the woman to freeze in terror. The master calmly took a fighting stance, wrapped in streams of power. "Block him, idiots!" The enemy commander screeched in hysteria. Bald thugs bared their teeth and rushed into attack over the wet ground. Dazzling energy enveloped his massive figure as he lunged forward for a powerful strike. The palm's force passed right through the bloody knight madman. Absolute horror froze on the opponent's face. Blinding flash of light. A destructive wave swept away the enemy, helplessly hurling him into the air. Witnesses froze, unable to believe their own eyes. Someone desperately reached forward with a frantic scream. A gigantic pillar of bright energy tore through the night space with a roar. "The little cult leader!" Someone's panicked shout rang through the downpour. Amid thick smoke stood Jinmorin motionless. The battle world of Sichuan had never before encountered a master of the 8-star rank. For Dan Ryokva, who alone knew his true identity, it was a peak moment of tension. Only one strike, this single devastating palm of Murin, shattered the building into splinters, raising a cloud of debris. All the warriors around instantly ceased fighting, staring in awe at the scale of destruction. The gray-haired warrior was drenched in sweat. He realized that before him was the strongest young master in the world. He had never seen this youth before, but such power could be recognized at first glance. Through the wall of rain stood a silhouette in a bamboo hat. It was the Mad Dragon, Jinmorin. The boy took off his hat, and from behind his striking resemblance to his mother became clearly visible. The title inscription flashed brightly. In the rain-soaked courtyard, Murin froze opposite 2 pale monsters who hungrily clung to the stones. His eyes turned icy. His hand firmly gripped the hilt. A swift lunge forward. From the force of the impact, a stone tile cracked loudly under the boot. One of the monsters confidently grinned, crossing massive arms to block. The blade crashed down on the monster from above, exploding in a devastating pillar of dark energy. The brazen snarl of the beast instantly changed to a grimace of shock and pain. "Just as I thought, your body is strong as steel," Murin said coldly, not easing the pressure. The blade shattered with a crack against the stone skin of the pale giant. Shock flashed in the creature's eye. The swordsman did not even flinch. With one sweeping strike, he threw the massive carcass away. He slowly exhaled, not lowering his icy gaze from the enemy. From the side, a red-skinned demon suddenly lunged, but the warrior smoothly leaned back, letting the clawed paw pass just above his face. The witnesses of the battle froze with open mouths. "Am I dreaming?" the boy croaked in his mind, dripping with cold sweat. A huge fist smashed through the stone floor, but the swordsman had already slipped away imperceptibly to the side. From the force of his own swing, the giant lost balance and fell heavily to the ground. The warrior crouched low to the ground. These were the madmen of the Bloody Night, monsters that even the 3 elders of the Hall of the True Heart could not handle. A purple flash of weaponry tore through the air, and the enemy's weakened hand fell lifelessly into the bloody mist. And they were defeated so easily? The witness could not believe it, looking at the hero's perfect combat stance. Without wasting a second, the swordsman pushed off powerfully and dashed forward like a bullet. The body thudded dully onto the wet stone under the downpour. The swordsman in dark attire straightened up, smoothly lowering his blade. The witness's fist trembled slightly. The man in the bamboo hat turned pale, shocked that such a monster was found at all in Sichuan. He panicked and shouted to stop him, desperately reaching out his hand. In despair, he ordered the soulless to be thrown into battle, just to pull out the young cult leader. However, one of the cultists snarled fiercely and commanded to form the heavenly formation. Her face twisted with tension. The fanatics were ready to lie down as bones so as not to let down their patrons. The space was torn apart by a series of deafening blows. In a moment, the swordsman was already sitting unshaken on the shattered wall, looking down at them from above. The enemy knocked off, his feet twitched, spitting blood and feverishly wondering what had even touched him. A cold horror pierced him. The energy in the Dantian froze and no longer gathered. A hellish red aura flared around the swordsman, and he mockingly asked where the opponent's strength had gone. "Allow me to lighten your burden," came from the darkness, causing the victim to freeze. The blade pierced the flesh with a disgusting sound, forever destroying the enemy's Dantian. The man's eye wildly widened from the piercing pain. The young man leaned closer and asked vindictively if it was just as pleasant now to receive a blade in one's own belly. He mercilessly twisted the hilt in the wound, completely ignoring the pitiful pleas for mercy. In response, the Avenger coldly advised to feel the pain of the innocents he had killed. The fallen sectarian finally broke, and the young man promised to spare his life in exchange for the truth. Spitting blood, he screamed wildly that he would tell absolutely everything. The hero clenched his sword and asked if before him really was the little leader of the bloody cult. The broken enemy pitifully confirmed his name, after which the young man immediately demanded an antidote in the cold rain. The wounded man croaked that he was hiding a pouch with medicine under his clothes on his chest. The young man silently took out his find, and with one sharp movement forcibly shoved the pill straight down the throat of the defeated. The prisoner confidently grinned, showing the pill on his tongue. It was a real antidote. But in response, only a cold question about the location of the enemy's main forces was heard. "I don't know," he stammered, glancing at the raised blade of the sword. A sharp flash of steel, and the cultist screamed wildly from hellish pain. His severed hand thudded wetly onto the floor, and the young man calmly advised to come up with an answer that would satisfy him. Bleeding, the captive realized with horror that a monster worse than himself stood before him, and the next "I don't know" would definitely be the last. He instantly broke down and confessed. The attack on the Chinchen sect was just a cover to get here to Amei. The Sichuan alliance and local masters had already set off there, unknowingly clearing the way for him. The young man did not even blink, ordering in an icy tone to continue speaking. Coughing up blood, the spy revealed that he personally ordered his men to spread rumors about the destruction of Imei. The terrible truth finally came together like a puzzle. As soon as the alliance warriors hear this lie and rush south to save their allies, the main army of the Bloody Sect will simply sweep away their empty base, destroying both the Tan clan and the entire Sichuan alliance with one strike. Having revealed the entire plan, the prisoner miserably shrank and began to swear that he was only in the vanguard and knew nothing more. With animal fear in his eyes, he asked in a trembling voice whether he would now be released. She looked contemptuously at the opponent, calling him a real fool. In response, only a cold question was heard, asking if she herself would keep such a promise. The curse got stuck in her throat when the blade of the sword suddenly pierced her chest through. The blade immediately flared with hellish fire, because an ordinary death would have been too easy a punishment for her. A sharp flash, he promised to incinerate her entire body, leaving only the head intact. The fiery sword mercilessly struck downwards. She looked at him disdainfully from head to toe, and called him a real fool. The woman dryly added that in his place, she would not have kept such a promise either. The man exploded with the curses, but suddenly his voice hoarsened. The blade of the sword pierced through his chest. The weapon instantly burst into flames right in the wound, and the woman coldly stated he did not deserve a quick death. She promised to incinerate his entire body, leaving only the head. The flame greedily consumed his body from head to toe. Meanwhile, it was raining outside, and the courtyard of the estate was torn apart by the loud clanging of steel. The warrior woman in a white kimono barely managed to deflect a sharp strike from the enemy in a crimson hat. The assassin in a black cloak calmly walked away, leaving behind true horror. Crimson fire engulfed the man, bursting from his pierced lungs and causing hellish pain. Muchogo howled from agony, and with his last strength dragged his burnt hand forward, vainly begging for mercy. But his final scream quickly drowned in the roar of the battle he himself had provoked. Under the icy downpour, a fierce massacre continued. Rain drenched the guard's face as he horrifiedly noticed the fire in the temple. He rushed forward, realizing that the young lord needed to be saved immediately. Suddenly his pupil narrowed from animal fear. From the darkness of the temple, radiating a terrifying red aura, emerged a dark figure. From its hand, a severed head flew onto the wet ground. The guard turned to stone. The lifeless body fell dully into a puddle. The man burst into a frantic scream. Their little prince was dead. Returning to the bloody cult without him meant certain death. The maddened remnants of the sectarians threw themselves into a final suicidal attack. A woman with icy blue eyes swiftly drew her blade. With a blue flash, she dashed through the enemies, cutting them down midair. A huge bruiser tried to crush her from above, but the shining sword already met his strike. He fell like a stone through the rain, raising the blade above the bald enemy. Thanks to the reliable defenders of Sojin Huan, the courtyard instantly became covered in enemy blood. The last cold sweep of the sword finished off the remnants of the madmen. The slaughter ended. Only powerless, bloodied hands remained in the puddles. The girl fell to her knees under the downpour, bitterly sobbing over the body of her slain comrade. Silence. In the darkness, a terrible question sounded. What is it like to gather the corpses of those you were laughing with just yesterday? Weary, sitting on the wet steps, she quietly ended the conversation. Such things should be known by no one. In the blood-soaked courtyard, they admitted that this day was terrible, although the enemies themselves chose their death. She looked at his back and reproached him for indifference. He only grasped the sword hilt and calmly reminded that he had always been like that. For the sake of protecting his people, he was ready to be as ruthless as the situation demanded. The girl sighed sadly and did not finish the sentence. She understood it perfectly. A dry cough pierced the noise of the rain. The white-haired youth tensed at the anxious call. "Jinhuan, are you whole?" Nearby, someone's subordinate wiped his bloodied lips and guiltily reported to his lord that the antidote had finally worked. The girl in blue smiled warmly. For her, the main thing was that everyone remained alive. She handed over a clean cloth to replace the spoiled mask. The youth gratefully took the gift from the artisan's hands. Jinhuan carefully examined the blue patch. He threw his old rags over his shoulder with one motion. Pulling the fabric over his face, he muttered dryly that such things should be warned about in advance. Someone behind asked if his legs were holding up. The young man confidently moved forward. Thanks to the divine law, movement was not a problem at all. The nun in black calmly folded her hands and introduced herself as Jaso, the leader of the Manhwa sect. The man opposite bowed low, swearing to remember their help forever. Hands tightly gripped the prayer beads. Two women prayed devotedly right under the icy downpour. The senior warrior bowed his head and gratefully said that the rescuers showed true nobility today. He swore that the sect would not forget this, but the dark-haired girl only gave him a cold look. She cut him off dryly, saying she came here not for knighthood at all. The man was confused. Then why did she save their students? The girl calmly explained that from the beginning she was looking for completely different people here, and she helped the great Ime sect for only one reason: to give them a chance to reflect and repent. The elder's face twisted with indignation. The savior struck harshly with words. Today's bloody catastrophe happened exclusively because of their own actions. Jumyo burst out in a desperate scream. How dare she accuse those who just lost their family before their own eyes? His hysterics were instantly cut off by a comrade, authoritatively ordering him to be silent. The black-haired young man stood under the cold downpour and directly asked if today's catastrophe would have happened if the Sichuan alliance had fulfilled its duty. He looked down on the humiliated masters, harshly reproaching that the Ime sect just sat idly by while Han Zhongwu destroyed their region. The young man gave a simple example. Shaolin earned absolute respect from Marim, having barely 100 disciples, because those monks went through the great heavenly war and were ready to die altogether to protect the world. These words struck the Ime disciples worse than blades, forcing them to lower their heads in shame. The elder silently swallowed the shame, drenched in cold sweat. The young man's voice tore through the noise of the rain like an echo. He sharply thrust his hand forward and carved out the verdict. All the blood spilled today became the price of their indifference to chaos. This was a direct consequence of their blind pride. Even his own companions were tensely silent, oppressed by this heavy aura. Finally releasing his anger, he hid his hands behind his back and calmly ordered his people to leave. The trio moved toward the exit, leaving the defeated enemies alone with their shame. But he had barely taken a few steps when a plea to wait sounded from behind. The nun's hand clenched the rosary with a crunch. She could not waste the promised chance for atonement. The girl opposite blinked in surprise, realizing the essence of the proposal. Under the pouring rain, the nuns fell onto the bloodied ground. They begged to allow the Ime sect to join the Alliance of Unity. The Trinity silently towered over the figures bowed before them right in the puddle. The dark-haired young man calmly closed his eyes and accepted their oath. His companions froze in shock. One of the greatest factions in the world had just joined them. The cold downpour did not cease. Someone asked about the rescue of the Chinchin sect, but the young man sharply cut off, saying the time was already lost. He explained to the frightened allies that the leader of the enemy cult had deceived everyone with false rumors. The Sichuan alliance took the bait and is now futilely gathering forces here. Meanwhile, the riders of the bloody cult are already rushing straight into Kinchin's unprotected rear. The man nearby turned pale, realizing the scale of the disaster. Even if they rush to catch up, the massacre can no longer be stopped. Under the cold rain, the woman anxiously glanced at the blond young man who stood silently nearby. Suddenly, her pupils sharply dilated with a suspicion. Everything will be decided at the latest by tomorrow, and if lucky, already today. Meanwhile, the huge estate was already greedily devoured by roaring fire. The frightened apprentice was gasping heavily for air against the backdrop of the fire. Nearby, the senior master collapsed weakly onto one knee, clutching his chest amid dust and broken fighters. Above this hell stood a man in crimson robes who coldly declared, "The Kinchin sect is finished." His boots stepped with a heavy rumble onto the scorching floor. Thus unfolded the story of the suspicious young master, who was destined to enter the top 10 strongest. The ominous prophecy came true. Their end came today. The sect's estate was completely engulfed in roaring flames. The wounded apprentice barely stood on his feet, breathing heavily against the burning roofs. He collapsed helplessly to his knees and realized in despair, the Qinshen sect has come to an end. From the flames emerged the burly figure of a powerful enemy. The crackling of the fire was torn apart by a piercing scream. The killer, with a sadistic smile, slit the throat of the young man, who only managed to desperately call the leader. The fist crushed the bamboo scroll with a report about the Sichuan and Qingchen fighters with a crunch. They set out on a campaign as soon as they learned about the crisis in the MA sect. Now the survivors realized with horror that the call was just a cunning trap of the bloody cult. Go Junsen, the sword master of the Qingchen sect, was breathing heavily with rage, gripping the weapon until his knuckles turned white. Someone among the subordinates panicked and shouted, begging the leader to retreat immediately. The warrior dropped to one knee, waiting in despair for his master's order. The old man burst into a desperate scream, gripping his chest, clothing tightly. He fiercely cut off that the leader has no right to retreat when the entire sect is on the brink of destruction. The fabric in his fist stretched to the point of cracking. Against the backdrop of the burning courtyard, the interlocutor begged him to think about the future and the surviving disciples who were far from Qingchen. He insisted if the master dies, their clan will face absolute destruction. But the old man only glared fiercely with his eyes. Qingchen will not disappear because of the loss of one grandfather. The tearful student did not want to abandon him, but received a strict order to leave immediately. The boy clenched his teeth painfully, his face twisted in silent despair. Promising to bring reinforcements, the students turned around and rushed to flee into the smoke. And the old master dashed forward like lightning, blocking the enemy's path with his body. Breathing heavily, he wiped the sweat from his face and smiled faintly. This time was enough. Throwing his weapon over his shoulder amid the sea of fire, the old man declared that now he would fight with full strength until the very end. The enemy's hand filled with fiery power, and a voice from the darkness mockingly called the old man a fool. The mustached villain grinned fiercely and declared that he had allowed his people to leave in vain. The elder suddenly rushed forward. Against the backdrop of the burning gate, massive figures of enemies appeared, who came here precisely because of the old man's mistake. The burning ruins around were silent proof that this whole invasion was his fault. The killer slowly stepped forward, cold-bloodedly promising even more innocent blood. The elder froze. Tears of despair burst from his eyes, and with a frenzied scream, he launched into an attack. In a desperate leap, he raised his sword for a strike. But the enemy only calmly said goodbye, recalling yesterday's destruction of the Amei sect, and unleashed a furious flame. A giant pillar of fire struck from the sky. The devastating explosion instantly engulfed the ancient buildings. Thus fell the Qingchen sect, one of the four great pillars of Sichuan Murim. The man in the crimson robe confidently strode forward as a fiery glow blazed around. The headline put everything in place. This suspicious youth turned out to be one of the 10 strongest masters in the world. The next morning, the mountain peaks were drowned in heavy, cold fog. The blond man froze by the window, silently gazing into the gray haze. Suddenly, through the rain, the killer emerged, gripping the hilt of the blade until his knuckles turned white. A flash of energy cut through the air. The warriors scattered the attackers in one swift move, calling this fight a chance from the very heavens. Meanwhile, in the MA sect, someone tensely clenched a rosary, demanding the master explain his words. The abbess Jeso, without lowering her gaze, demanded a direct answer from him. The dark-haired leader looked down arrogantly at the interlocutors and asked if they truly believed in the fall of the mighty Qingchen sect. Turning away, he cut off. Even if they set out immediately, Qingchen would already be wiped off the face of the earth by the bloody cult. This news struck like thunder. One of the men despairingly grabbed his head, unable to believe what he had heard. A shocked question about the defeat of the Sichuan alliance hung in the air, when suddenly a female voice reminded the leader of his promise to speak together. The elder woman looked at him sternly, awaiting an immediate decision regarding the further actions of the Ime sect. He sharply gave the order to convince the Sichuan alliance at any cost. Although the alliance was now hanging by a thread, and their leader was extremely difficult to persuade, they had to try. They were supposed to show them the whole bloody truth about the situation in Amei. Otherwise, Sichuan was simply doomed. The subordinate humbly folded his hands in a bow and cautiously asked where the master was heading now. He calmly replied that he was going to meet a guest, and as soon as he finished his business, they would cross paths again in the Unity Alliance. Looking into the rain, the subordinate was only amazed. How important this guest must have been if the unpredictable wild dragon personally met him under such circumstances. Meanwhile, two walked through the night thickets under the downpour. The man with a thick beard grinned fiercely, calling these lands a desirable prize. His companion coldly confirmed, very soon everything here would belong to their lord. The pale warrior with a braid at the nape immediately got down to business, asking about the movements of the enemies. It turned out that the small and medium sects of the Unity Alliance had left their places and were moving in a continuous stream toward Zhongjin. The man in red thoughtfully looked into the darkness. These clans acted much more wisely than the fools from the four great factions. Under the downpour, he voiced a new plan. First, completely destroy the Unity Alliance, and only then deal with the others. The camp was bustling. The troops were in full combat readiness and could set out immediately. Two walked through the night forest, pondering the next target, as only a day's journey remained to the Sichuan Alliance. Attacking the detachment heading to Amei was risky. Sichuan and the Tang family would notice everything immediately. A direct strike on the main base was also out of the question, because a prolonged battle would give the enemy a chance for a dangerous counterattack. The man silently held out his palm under the cold drops. He noted that in such a downpour, the deadly poison of the Tang clan was almost powerless. Let's strike the Tang family, he decided unequivocally. The accomplice nodded approvingly, calling this decision wise. Suddenly he froze. Someone unfamiliar was hiding in the forest. A sharp order sounded for the Black Skies unit to move forward. At that moment, assassins in red hoods silently emerged from the darkness, waiting for instructions. The cult leader sharply interrupted his disciple Yun, ordering him to stop stalking strangers in the forest. He gave the order to stay 10 steps behind, and the young man immediately obeyed. A heavy boot stepped into a puddle. Two silently moved deeper into the dark forest through the downpour. The leader moved a branch out of the way. His gaze remained cold and focused. The rain poured in a solid wall. Ahead, right on the ground, sat two strangers in bamboo hats. The leader stopped above them. To his direct question, they calmly replied that they just lived nearby. Then he unflinchingly asked to join them, requesting permission to sit and drink. The figure in blue smoothly pointed with a hand to a free spot. Yun tensed. These people were masters of martial arts who were not at all afraid of the leader's destructive aura and therefore concealed their true strength. Transparent alcohol poured into the bowl just under the drops of cold rain. Under the pouring rain, two travelers in hats stood before a man in red, agreeing that they had been living in Sichuan for about a year. The host thoughtfully took a sip from the bowl, recalling that these two previously lived on the north-central plains. In response to the question about the road, the guest calmly replied, "One must go through mountains and rivers." Someone from the enemy retinue laughed mockingly. The man in red asked doubtfully whether he could really get there. He confidently declared that the harsh northern waters are not welcoming to strangers, and the massive mountains are simply insurmountable. To his categorical objection that it was impossible, the guest only indifferently said that he fully understood. The traveler slowly reached for the edge of his hat, and the host asked his name with interest. The fabric flew off, revealing the young man's fierce smile, who clearly stated Jin Murin. The host's eyes instantly widened in shock. At that very second, Jin's companion swiftly drew a blade. The air was cut by a sharp swing of a sword. The girl released a powerful wave of energy straight at the stunned enemies, starting the fight without unnecessary words. Through the noise of the rain, a question about the path sounded, to which the interlocutor advised to go straight through the mountains and rivers. The man in red laughed confidently, examining the hidden figure in the wide straw hat. He calmly took a sip from the bowl while the stranger pondered whether he could really reach the goal. The bearded man warned that the harsh northern waters do not tolerate strangers, and the mountains ahead are too massive for a pass. "It is impossible," he cut off, but in response heard only a brief acknowledgement. The stranger liked such a challenge, so he reached for the hat, asking the interlocutor's name. Raising the brim, he flashed a cheeky smile and dropped the name, Jin Murin. The bearded man's eyes instantly widened with horror when steel was drawn next to a sharp clang. The dark-haired warrior swiftly went on the attack, raising the blade for a strike. The air was sliced by a swift red flash. From the devastating strike, the man in red was thrown back like a rag, straight through the wall of rain. The warrior in blue elegantly finished the sword swing, watching his enemy helplessly fly head over heels. The body crashed with a heavy splash into the blurred mud. Jin Murin sat right under the downpour. Wine poured in a thin stream from the jug. "Wild dragon, Jin Murin, always dreamed of meeting," thundered the voice of the bearded leader over the ear. In response, Murin only gave a crooked smile. The guest definitely would not have been glad to learn about his past. "I'm curious, will you tell?" asked the bearded man, while Murin's companion swiftly repelled a sudden attack from his own ally. The leader ignored the skirmish and indifferently suggested first to finish the wine. To this, Murin calmly handed him a full bowl. A bright title inscription flashed on the screen. The girl's eyes coldly gleamed over the bare steel. The enemy's swordsman froze. In anger, he clenched the hilt with a crunch, not believing that she stopped his first attack so easily. The next strike was even harder. The attacker was shocked that this woman did not react at all to the terrifying aura of his master. She continued to playfully parry the blows, forcing the enemy to panic and guess how much strength she still had. Under the cold rain, a sharp clang of steel rang out. The long-haired swordsman went on the offensive. From under the blade, he looked intently at the opponent and whispered his name, Jin Murin. Woosun calmly drank from the bowl and asked how the enemy tracked them, to which he waved it off. Intuition worked. The long-haired one coldly assessed the balance of power, stating that the neighboring sects, Chinkin and Ime, were doomed. Murin asked about the fate of the distant Jomchan. The blades crossed again in flashes of energy, and the enemy's voice finished. Kinkin has already fallen. Ime is drowning in blood. Woosun sighed heavily, taking out a jug of wine. The alcohol quietly poured into the bowl, and in Murin's mind a bitter puzzle formed. They would have to sacrifice Jomchan to prevent the enemy from wiping out their empty headquarters. The long-haired man covered his eyes behind a glass, convinced that the retreating Sichuan alliance no longer posed any threat. Far from here, on the endless snowy passes, the scattered troops of the alliance realized too late that the bloody cult had begun the invasion. In the library, the red-haired strategist desperately grabbed his hair. The fall of the nearest sect meant that their famed intelligence was completely blind. The huge main residence of the alliance was left almost without fighters. Amid the furious clashing of swords, one thing became clear. It was impossible to repel this ambush, as the enemy was simply toying with the entire Sichuan alliance. The wine slowly filled the cup as a counter-question was asked to Jin Murin. The man defiantly asked whether the Unity Alliance was really capable of stopping them. A predatory smile spread across the young man's face. He calmly replied that yes, because the alliance had him, the wild dragon, and behind his back a formidable phantom figure flashed. Murin instantly tensed. The next moment they crossed weapons in a furious rush, slicing through the rain with flashes of energy, and Murin laughed loudly with delight. The young man calmly took a sip and cut in. It's funny to hear promises of glory from someone less known. Both blades plunged with force into the wooden table, interrupting the fight. The enemies exchanged heavy, piercing glances. The young man placed on the table a package wrapped in cloth, recalling the true purpose of his visit. It was the response he had ordered Murin to open only after returning. Murin silently froze, drilling into the gift with his eyes. The wild dragon turned around and walked away, dryly thanking for the pleasant conversation. He calmly smiled under the rain and promised a quick meeting. The bearded man in red grimly cut in, saying he would wait for it with impatience. Two figures slowly dissolved into the veil of the downpour. The woman gasped heavily, clutching her chest, and with relief called him reliable. And then she burst out indignantly. How could these two madmen calmly drink when blades literally hung over their heads? The silent duel of glances alone, she insisted, was true madness. She inquired whether the whole matter was about pride, but he walked away and cut off. Whoever moves first loses. The man glanced over his shoulder. Ambitions were useless now. He was simply studying the enemy, and now it was time to go. They moved forward, but instead of relief, he felt only bitter regret. Thoughts gave no peace. If only he could defeat the opponent in 10 strikes. Fingers clenched tightly. If he were sure he could make it before the enemy army arrived, he would have started the fight right there. But the bloody demon Mu Chongguk is not the kind of opponent to risk like that. He tensed, clasping his hands behind his back, when someone's invisible voice suddenly called Jin Huan through the rain. In the pouring rain, a figure in dark bowed their head submissively, accepting the order. The woman with a tense face turned sharply and commanded the white-haired warrior to contact Manhwa. He grimly agreed, acknowledging that with his level of martial arts madalim, this enemy was beyond his ability. The woman announced the convening of the Black Cabinet of the Six Armies against the backdrop of colossal weapons. Her words sounded like a verdict. A heavy step tore through the darkness, leaving behind a thick crimson trail. Meanwhile, two men in red mantles were walking through the night forest, and the subordinate dared to break the silence. He sincerely did not understand why the Lord had just wasted a perfect chance and let the wild dragon go alive. The leader only laughed mockingly, asking if he really believed in their easy victory on the spot. The subordinate firmly insisted, if a fight broke out, the elite Black Skies unit would definitely cope. Suddenly, he abruptly froze halfway. The Lord, without turning, coldly ordered him to step back 10 paces and not spoil the atmosphere. The warrior nodded mechanically, but suddenly a cold sweat pierced him. Staring at the woman, he completely forgot the order and now desperately drew his sword. The blade cut through the air with fury, but the stranger in blue smoothly dodged, while a panic thought struck the man's mind. Why didn't the Black Skies squad strike immediately after the clash of swords? The scout abruptly froze in the rain, sensing a foreign presence. There was no smell of blood in the air at all. Unknown masters silently wiped out the entire elite Black Skies squad. The man in red grimly admitted the miscalculation. He could not have imagined that the fighters would fall so easily, but now the pursuit would only ruin their campaign to Sichuan. He coldly ordered to retrieve the bodies immediately after returning. Walking through the night forest, the Lord with white streaks suddenly asked what his companion was carrying in that wooden box. The lid clicked. The subordinate peered inside and froze. The Lord's eyes bulged as he recognized the severed head of Chogyo. A dead silence hung. The realization struck instantly. The dead man before dying had led those madmen straight to the MA Sect. A terrifying maniacal smile suddenly spread across the Lord's face. He laughed wildly and grabbed his head, regretting that he himself had not rushed in pursuit of such a daring enemy. While the Lord disdainfully waved off the idea of banal revenge, his subordinate ground his teeth fiercely, planning bloody retribution. The gray-haired leader coldly cut in that he could always father another child and was not going to ruin the great cause for the sake of revenge for a worthless descendant. He silently stepped forward under the pouring rain, and the next moment suddenly dashed off, leaving behind only a white blurred trail. In motion, the man confessed that he felt only regret. A predatory smile stretched across his face. He regretted allowing a person far more dangerous than the entire Sichuan alliance to leave. The frightened subordinate tensed upon hearing the new harsh order to immediately summon the Asura squad. In the darkness under the downpour appeared figures in red hoods, tasked with erasing both the Tan family and the entire alliance from the face of the earth simultaneously. With a heavy rumble, a grim warrior in armor stepped forward, preparing to carry out the death sentence. The old man cut in, saying he was not going to destroy a great goal for the sake of revenge for a worthless child. He could always get another. He faltered mid-word and slowly turned around in the rain. And with a sharp shadow, he sprang from his place. In motion, he confessed that he regretted only one thing. His face was distorted by a predatory smile. He let go of the one who was more dangerous than the entire Sichuan alliance. A drop of sweat rolled down the subordinate's face as he gave the order to call the Asura squad. From the darkness emerged red hoods. They were tasked with simultaneously erasing the Tan family and the Sichuan alliance from the face of the earth. A warrior in heavy armor noisily drew a sword from its sheath. He silently stared into the night darkness. In the shadows hid the true military power of the bloody cult, where every fighter held the rank of captain. From beneath a red hood flashed a white mask. It was the strongest strike group of Sojanu, which once wiped out the entire Potala Palace. The subordinate understood, although their main strength was considered the soulless, they served only as expendable material to capture Sichuan without losses. The true fate of the battle was always decided by total military superiority and the ability to read the battlefield. The bearded man extended his hand forward, calling the Asura squad the personal sword of their lord. Red cloaks flickered as shadows in the darkness. Some doubted whether it was worth sending the entire elite squad to the Tan family, leaving no one for protection. However, the leaders sharply dismissed doubts. Due to the damp weather, the poisonous technicians weakened, so the Asura commander should easily crush the head of the Tan clan. Their plan was insidious. A sudden attack on the Sichuan alliance would force the Tan family to send reinforcements to their allies. And it was then that this aid on the road would be wiped out by the Four Bloody Guardians and the Fire Assassins Corps. Smiling predatory, one of the accomplices summed up, "When the main fighters leave the estate, Asura will simply burn the defenseless Tan house to the ground." Meanwhile, under the blood-red sky, a question was raised whether there was any news from the Chomchan faction. Two silhouettes were walking away unhurriedly. The attack was led by the black and white elders, so everyone expected a swift victory. He clenched his palms until they cracked, realizing that with the destruction of the Tan family, the entire Sichuan alliance would finally be in his hands. Against the backdrop of the monumental Dark Palace, a flattering voice assured the Lord that the alliance was practically already in his hands. And near the water gate of the Sichuan alliance itself, night silence reigned. Suddenly, the guards shuddered and stared ahead in confusion. The silence was broken by the clear clatter of hooves. The cavalry of the central wooden hall was advancing straight towards them. The gray leader of the alliance rode into the city. The crowd immediately bombarded him with questions about what had happened in Kinchen. But the people suddenly froze. The fighters' clothes were suspiciously clean. The entire Sichuan Alliance detachment and reinforcements from Qinchen returned intact. They did not make a single sword stroke, all because the support troops in the forest unexpectedly ambushed the envoy. She realized with horror that the enemy bypassed Qincheng and changed the route. The girl called herself Bohio from the Ime sect and rushed to the Alliance warriors. They sharply asked if her sect was holding on. Bohio swallowed hard. Her answer struck like thunder. Ime is one step away from complete destruction. The face of the Alliance leader darkened. The girl revealed the worst. The forces of the little leader of the bloody cult and the madmen of the bloody night were thrown against them. Boheo told about the destructive power of the bloody cult and their vanguard of soulless ones, but remained silent about the intervention of the wild dragon so as not to provoke the leader of the Sichuan Alliance. This omission became a real poison. The leader's order to divide the troops caused instant shock. No one understood why, to scatter the forces they had so hard gathered. The gray-haired elder harshly reminded that the tragedy in MA happened precisely because of the division of the enemy's forces. To avoid mass losses, he decided to respond in kind and split the army into parts, because if Ime managed to fend off without the main forces, then this war can definitely be won. Sitting in the saddle, he voiced the final plan. Half of the main force returns to Qincheng, the other to the Alliance. To instantly send reinforcements to the broken sections, he ordered to return immediately as soon as the situation in Qincheng becomes clear. In the night darkness over the snow-covered roofs of the pavilion, a polyphonic shout of agreement spread. But in the silence of the empty courtyard, someone gloomily whispered that something is going wrong. The unknown tactician perfectly understood. Now the bloody cult is simply manipulating them because its goal has already narrowed. Folding his hands behind his back, he doubted the correctness of this decision. Instead of uniting before the strike, they themselves are breaking their army. A stern silhouette emerged from the darkness. The previous master of the pavilion would have acted differently. He would have, without hesitation, pulled the entire Big Four to the Alliance. Slowly moving wooden figurines, the man acknowledged the harsh truth. The old leader would cold-bloodedly sacrifice minor clans as pawns, just to preserve the foundation of the Sichuan Alliance. He finally realized the leader of the Sichuan Alliance had other plans from the very beginning. The old man did not care about the safety of the people. He only boasted of his own power. Oppressive silence. Assistant Pianun respectfully knelt before the pavilion master. The sudden order to gather all available silver frankly puzzled him. The master clenched his fist irritably. He refused to further indulge the leader's stubbornness, as the soulless were not the only weapon of the bloody cult. If immediate measures are not taken, the Sichuan Alliance will simply collapse. The assistant gasped in fear when he realized the plan. The master decided to involve the 7 Wolves of Black Death. This was the most dangerous group of free mercenaries in the Celestial Empire, who during the Great War destroyed the very Starfist. The master's gaze became icy. The services of such warriors would cost a fortune, but now they desperately needed unquestionable strength. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, someone was apologetically reporting to their benefactor about the complete failure of the negotiations. From the depths of the misty forest came a calm reply. Apologizing is pointless. Such people never listen to anyone anyway. In the darkness of the night forest, a question was asked about how the leader of the Sichuan Alliance reacted to the tragedy in Ime. The girl calmly reported that he ordered the army to be split in half for reconnaissance in Qingchen. Someone gloomily remarked that making the worst possible move at such a moment was almost impressive. The man fully understood such doubts, for it was indeed too hard to believe in the sudden fall of Qincheng. When his companion asked about their further plan, he thoughtfully rubbed his chin, searching for the right words. His statement about gathering scattered grain completely confused the girl. He explained that on the way here, he had come across the army of the bloody cult led by Mu Chonggek. The Red Horde was advancing relentlessly, and without proper defense, the Sichuan Alliance was bound to collapse in mere moments. The girl asked hopefully about nearby reinforcements from the Tang family, but he sharply cut her off. Help would not arrive. The enemies turned out to be too cunning to rely exclusively on soulless puppets in the war. Even if the Tang clan rushed to help, the enemy would simply strike at the breach where their forces were lacking. The girl's eyes widened with the realization of the bitter truth. Now all they could do was pick up the Alliance fugitives and flee. Under enemy banners, what approached was not a battle of 2 equal forces, but a one-sided and merciless slaughter. She finally understood the main task was not just to fight, but to save as many lives as possible. She hesitantly addressed the little prince. All the forces of the Alliance were now fully tied up with the evacuation of the weaker factions. The girl reminded that they had no reserves left, at least until matriarch Jaso brought reinforcements from Ime. The prince smiled slyly, asking if there was even a squad capable of withstanding a direct strike from the Asura madmen. He calmly glanced over his shoulder and added that the needed people were just the right fit. In his dark pupil, the approaching silhouettes were clearly reflected. From the forest fog behind, armed figures silently emerged. Long time no see, Wild Dragon's Corps. From the darkness came stern, hardened fighters. The warriors sharply dropped to their knees one after another. Dozens of voices shouted in unison. Having finished training, the elite Madarim Corps appeared at the call. They bowed their heads low, loyally greeting their prince. The woman froze in amazement, feeling how their energy had radically changed after Pekcheryun's training. Udiwa only smiled smugly. He would have gladly drunk to the meeting, but there was no time. Pyongyang admitted that he still had many questions, but eagerly awaited service under the new commander. From now on, he officially headed the Wild Dragons Corps and appointed Pyongyang as his deputy. Pyongyang warmly laughed in response, congratulating his little prince on the promotion. Deha sharply waved his hand, giving the squad an order. A slaughter would soon begin in the Sichuan alliance, and their goal was to break the path for retreat. The fighters grinned fiercely, ready to rush into a real battle at the first command. Deha ordered to move out, and the woman unquestioningly obeyed the new commander. Watching him go, she could not believe that Mandurim had hidden his true fangs for so long. Even she, an ordinary second-generation student, clearly felt this terrifying aura. The power of these fighters was not inferior to the elite of the Sichuan alliance, and perhaps even surpassed it. Meanwhile, a bald monk silently watched them from the forest thicket. He frowned, catching a movement in the darkness. The girl froze in horror and nervously pressed her hand to her lips as the silhouette of a man with a sinister smile rose before her in the night forest. Someone screamed in frenzy, unable to believe that behind the enemy stood the support of Shaolin as well. The darkness was torn by a desperate cry, no. The black-haired second-generation disciple tensed, sharply sensing the approach of a foreign power. She realized that the strength of the strangers equaled that of the elite Heavenly Combat Corps of the Sichuan Alliance, or perhaps even surpassed it. From the shadow of the trees, a bald monk with a staff on his shoulder slowly emerged. Sweat appeared on his temple and his gaze narrowed tensely. The girl next to him gasped fearfully. The monk suddenly burst out shouting, suspecting that Shaolin himself was fighting on the enemy's side. A harsh, categorical refusal sounded in response. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, two warriors silently stood on a terrace under a solid wall of rain. The gray-haired girl quietly noted that the downpour showed no sign of stopping. It was Jin Solin, the commander of the Golden Tiger Corps of the Sichuan Alliance. She quietly added that even the heavens seemed to be shedding tears along with her. The dark-haired subordinate nearby was genuinely surprised by such lyrical words from his commander, but Solane dryly ordered him to pay them no mind. She sharply looked back over her shoulder. The pale sky breathed emptiness. Someone sadly recalled how just recently they all stood here together and laughed carefree. Now the cold rain drenched the empty courtyard of the Corps, and the survivors could only silently endure this void. Suddenly, their thoughts were interrupted by a sharp call. Through the downpour, a heavy figure in black approached them. It was the commander of the Heavenly Combat Corps, Tang Jikyun. He stopped before the students and announced that a messenger from Mount Ime had just arrived for their leader. The news was shocking. The main temple of Ame was shattered, and the Chinshin order had probably already completely fallen. The girl shuddered, shockingly covering her mouth with her hand. Tears of horror sparkled in her eyes from the realization that the enemy had mercilessly struck her native home. Jockin coldly cut off, saying that Imi had gotten off lightly, preserving at least half of the people. The enemy was already heading here, but the mighty alliance for some reason did not even think to respond. The alliance has simply become too overconfident, Tan snarled fiercely. Everyone believed that the soulless had been dealt with on the bloody night exclusively by the forces of Ime. However, the envoy concealed the truth. The sect owed its salvation to a completely different person. It was the wild dragon Jin Marim, former commander of the Guangmu division. At the mere mention of him, the girl folded her trembling hands in supplication. Someone gloomily asked whether the intelligence department had managed to notice anything at all. The man recalled a bitter lesson. It was blind trust in intelligence that once doomed the Heavenly Combat Corps in Tibet, and the current commander of the information department was not even close to the talents of Tan Mengyang. He would never recommend to Han Zhongwo someone who surpassed himself. The warrior looked intently at the young master and firmly grasped his forearm. He ordered to remember the main thing. If the moment of absolute hopelessness comes, one must flee only through the eastern gate. In the cold rain, he firmly held the crying girl's hand. "Uncle Tan, we can still..." she began, when suddenly a deafening roar made them both sharply turn around. Heavy raindrops hit the clothes as if the heavens themselves were mourning the coming. The blood-red glow from the fire engulfed the palace grounds, foretelling a terrible massacre. The commander's oath was suddenly interrupted by a deafening explosion. He instantly sprang from his place. The subordinates only managed to shout after him. Flying over the rooftop straight to the epicenter of the fire, the commander swiftly assessed the threat. Through the broken walls, an endless bloody horde was breaking through. It was the bloody cult. It is here that the story begins about a suspicious young master from the top 10 strongest. One of the cultists in a red hood fiercely pounced from above on the guard. Crossed steel rang out. The warrior shouted in panic about the enemy attack, barely withstanding the heavy blow against the shield. Clenching his teeth from tension, he groaned heavily under the cold rain. An irritated sigh escaped through clenched teeth. His subordinate shouted over the downpour and reported that he was immediately returning to the Heavenly Combat Corps. At last, he desperately shouted not to forget about the Eastern Gate. A lightning flash erupted, and the messenger quickly vanished into the darkness of the courtyard. The gray-haired deputy commander was sharply called from behind. She turned to the soldiers and demanded explanations due to the alarming rumble of war drums. News of an enemy attack sounded, and the fighters were immediately ordered to arm themselves and hold formation. The woman tensed anxiously. Even with the rookies, the Golden Tiger Corps had lost half of its former strength. She was tormented by doubt whether they could withstand the army of the bloody cult. A warrior nearby reminded them of their endless training in case of an enemy ambush. Now they had only to fight as they had been taught and wait for further instructions from the leadership. The deputy sighed heavily and reluctantly accepted this plan. But looking at the black sky with sparks, she did not believe at all that the Central Command was capable of saving them. The Sichuan Alliance headquarters was drowning in flames under the pouring rain. He clenched his fist to trembling, not understanding how this could have happened. The Gray leader realized only the vanguard attacked Mount Eme. The main enemy forces were supposed to get stuck in Kinshan, but they were already standing under their walls. The cultists surged in a solid horde, while the Alliance had barely 2,000 fighters left. The defenders were mercilessly killed, as half of the army was still on a mission. The old man ground his teeth in rage. They were defeated even before the activation of the defensive array. The reconnaissance commander burst into the room in panic, shouting about an ambush by the bloody cult. The leader sharply rebuked him. He himself could see it perfectly. He mentally recalled Tan Mengyan, without whom the defense was falling apart at the seams, and despairingly realized that there was no one else to trust. His palm tightly gripped the weapon shaft. The Sichuan Alliance was his fortress, built at the cost of endless suffering. The old man decisively moved into the flames, swearing that he would not allow the cause of his life to be destroyed so easily. The red-haired youth gave the order to assess the situation and quickly send reinforcements, urging to hold the line without panic. The mustached subordinate nervously clasped his hands, confirming that he had already sent a request for help to the Tan clan. Suddenly, the space was torn by a frantic scream. An unknown voice echoed over the burning courtyard, challenging Han Zhongwol to a fight. The gray-haired elder looked down gloomily. There, in the very heart of the flames, stood a sinister figure. The demonic warrior casually waved his hand, releasing a deadly wave of energy. The disciples froze in horror. The severed head of the Lord of the Heavenly Pavilion fell to the ground. No one could believe that the mighty warrior had died so easily and quickly. The elder tensed, recognizing the enemy. Before them stood the bloody demon himself, Mu Junggik. The villain lazily cracked his neck and boldly ordered him to come down. The head of the alliance cold-bloodedly accepted the challenge and moved into the courtyard. The red-haired man rushed to meet him, desperately begging him not to engage in a direct confrontation with the monster. But the elder sharply ordered to step back, planning to capture the demon and instantly win the war, and ignored the cries that his death would mean the end for the entire alliance. The old man stared in outrage. Are they really suggesting he flee right under the enemy's nose? His interlocutor only painfully clenched his teeth, squinting his eyes. Against the backdrop of the fire-engulfed estate, the old man sharply changed his tone, deciding that a quick strike against the enemy leader would only benefit them. The warrior tightly gripped the sword scabbards. Perhaps only this way could he protect his people from unnecessary losses. He exhaled heavily, looking at the wall of flames. Everything was heading towards the finale, but elders were still hiding in the inner garden, so the soulless madmen had to be introduced into the battle at the right moment. The bearded ruler in crimson attire cold-bloodedly entrusted this decision to a subordinate. The face of another warrior froze against the backdrop of the fire. He was trying to understand where Jin Marim was hiding now. A thin, predatory smile touched his lips. If he saved Ime and appeared in the forest, his eyes flashed dangerously in the darkness. because this meant that Murim had uncovered the truth and deciphered the young lord's cunning plan. Sparks from the giant bonfire rose into the sky, while the invisible enemies surely continued to watch their every step. However, even divine intervention would no longer save the Sichuan alliance from complete destruction by fire. Only intercepting the surviving fugitives remained, so he harshly gave the order to advance. Throwing the massive blade over his shoulder, he commanded to move to where the wild dragon hides. 3 armed warriors silently listened to the order. The enemy in the darkness ominously anticipated the meeting with Jin Murim, wherever he was and whatever he was doing. The 3 assassins silently exchanged glances, reinforcing their shared determination. The fierce gaze of the trio left no doubt. From now on, no dragon's plan would come true. Among the fiery sparks, words sounded. The elders from the inner garden still hold on, so the soulless madmen will be released only at the right moment. The authoritative man in crimson attire fully entrusted further steps to his subordinate. The long-haired warrior stared into the fire, wondering where Jin Murim was hiding now. A smile flashed across his face. The rescue of the Ime clan and the sudden appearance of the enemy in the forest put everything in its place. The warrior's eyes gleamed fiercely. Murim had indeed figured out the young lord's plan and learned the truth. He did not doubt for a moment that every step they took was still being closely watched. But the Sichuan Alliance residence was already irreversibly burning. Now not even a miracle could save it. Only the fugitives from this hell remained to be intercepted, so he ordered his men to set out immediately. Throwing a massive cleaver over his shoulder, the commander directed the squad to the predetermined location. It was there that they were to face the wild dragon. The warrior longed for this clash, eagerly awaiting Murim, whatever he planned. Together with his followers, he confidently moved forward, crookedly smiling toward the upcoming battle. They confidently promised that none of the dragon's schemes would come to fruition. The wind drove dry leaves over the gloomy valley, where the estates of the enemy clan towered. Wrapped in a cloak, the scout knelt and reported that their lord had already begun to act. The young man in heavy armor glanced sternly to the side. This was the commander of the Asura unit, Mubun Hajin Chan. Throwing a brief, "Let's move," he sprang from his place and rushed toward the walls. The air vibrated. Hundreds of warriors in crimson cloaks rose as shadows following their leader. The deafening thud of boots against the stone wall shattered the silence. The guard turned cautiously at the sound. His face paled with horror, and cold sweat rolled down his temple. Mubin pounced from above like a predator, while the guard frantically shouted about an ambush. At the last moment, the guard still managed to reach the signal drum and struck it with a swing. At that very moment, time seemed to freeze. Without slowing down, the commander ordered to throw the soulless into the vanguard. Even despite the rain, Moyin said that Moyin in the poison of the Tan clan remained deadly. The swordsman in the red cloak rushed down swiftly, briefly confirming the division commander's order. The blade settled in the hand, the gaze fixed dead on the target. Below, the commander of the Iron Flame Squad shouted wildly to his fighters to ignite their swords. The defenders seized their weapons, determined at any cost not to let the enemy onto the stone wall. A dazzling crimson flash tore through the air. The commander only managed to look around in shock, quietly cursing. The attacker rushed past, and behind him loomed a terrifying aura of a gigantic bloody skull. At that very moment, the fighters of the Iron Flame were scattered to the sides under a rain of their own blood. The killer's eyes fiercely flashed from beneath dark strands of energy. A devastating wave of red power soared high above the manor's roofs. The space crackled with lightning. The last defender fell with a scream under the blow of the merciless element. The swordsman softly landed among the fallen bodies, cold-bloodedly noting that the enemies reacted faster than he expected. The fighters of the Asura unit, the elite of the Western Command, swiftly rushed through the dust toward the manor gates. Together with 5 blood maniacs and 20 soulless warriors, they dragged massive chain-wrapped boxes through the air. The defeat of the blood cult seemed simply impossible to them. Red cloaks flashed over the roofs, tossing the heavy cargo. Mercenary after mercenary in white mass emerged from the smoke. The commander, with a terrifying eye symbol on his belt, coldly gave the order to completely destroy the Tan clan. Death awaited everyone who dared to resist. He stopped at the edge of the roof, looking impassively at the enemy territory. For a moment, the title inscription flashed. The action moved to a silent, foggy gorge. It was the road leading from the Tan clan directly to the Sichuan alliance. 2 assassins lurked on the rocks. If the strategist was not mistaken, this was exactly where the wild dragon was supposed to appear. He already knew about their plan to strike the reinforcements, and they patiently waited for his move. His face twisted with rage. This time, he would definitely cut that stubborn head off the body. Fists clenched until the knuckles whitened. This was Yem Huagyo, the flame butcher from the squadron of hellish punishment. The man in front calmly agreed no one would leave here alive. Even if the wild dragon itself appears, few would have expected that the bloody divine messengers themselves would lie in ambush side by side. Fingers tightly gripped the weapon's handle, the bloody divine messenger, Li Kwok, was preparing for battle. He narrowed his eyes fiercely and glanced at the silent swordsman behind him. The latter coldly cut in that their target was exclusively the wild dragon, and they must not lose vigilance. The sword demon of bloody mist, Hyun Yurin, remained completely unmoved. Yem Hwagyo raged against their arrogance. Two of them were already finished off, yet they still played at being divine messengers. In response, he was sharply reminded that Yem's own squad was also half destroyed. The big guy darkened. In the mountains, he had felt the terrible combat power of that monster firsthand. But this time, everything would be different. His face hardened with cold determination. He clenched his fist until it cracked, admitting that he never loses vigilance before a stronger enemy. His gaze froze, no movements until the wild dragon appears. Only a joint strike had a chance of success, so he dryly ordered to conserve strength. The interlocutor nervously sweated, struck by the fact that even Yam Hwagyo himself proposes to attack together with the envoys. The battle in the snowy mountains clearly became a painful lesson for him. Suddenly, a scout ran up with urgent news. The warriors of the Tan clan are already near. The leader snarled fiercely and ordered to prepare the soulless madmen to crush the enemy with a single blow. He stepped to the edge of the gorge, disdainfully waiting for the approach of the scoundrels of the Tan clan. Deep below, a column moved along a narrow path, dragging long covered carts behind. Welcome to the Tiger's Lair. The warriors confidently marched in black uniforms with narrow sleeves, fully ready for battle, and heavy pouches swung ominously on their belts. The enemies dragged heavy boxes through the smoke, packed to the brim with poison and hidden weapons. There was no doubt left. Reinforcements of the Tan clan had arrived. An ambush in red hoods lay hidden in the shadows. Their leaders silently waited for the victims to walk into the trap themselves. Suddenly, the commander's eyes widened. The fighters of the Tan clan abruptly stopped. He grimaced with rage, not understanding why they had stopped halfway. A few more steps, and the enemy would have been in a dead encirclement. But the Tan fighters suspected something was wrong, because Wild Dragon should have been moving alongside them. A sharp order to retreat sounded. Wild Dragon was right about the ambush. Everyone immediately backed. The warriors, who had just been a step away from encirclement, turned around synchronously. Wild Dragon never appeared. The ambush commander tightly clenched his clothes on his chest. If the enemy unites with the reinforcements, their entire plan will go down the drain. He clenched the hilt until it cracked, mentally cursing everything in the world. He could not lose them both. The fighters in red cloaks suddenly launched an attack. The order was clear. At any cost, finish off the fugitives and do not let them reach the Tan clan. Hearing the command to retreat, the enemies in green immediately scattered. The last shadows instantly dissolved among the rocks. The warrior in armor grimly stated, "The reinforcements figured out the ambush, which means the wild dragon made the first move." Li Kwok silently froze, leaning on his spear. Something was bothering him. For the reinforcement of an entire clan, a squad of about 50 people was laughably small. He surveyed the battlefield. The Greens acted coherently, like true elite, but the math still did not add up. Intuition screamed about a mistake. In the end, the warrior brushed off his suspicions, deciding he was just overthinking. Their chief strategist had calculated everything perfectly. The wild dragon was supposed to come to the Allies' rescue. But Jin Marim did not appear here. Two warriors stared into the foggy wasteland, guessing that Li Kwok had already noticed something strange. The man with a sharp profile dryly ordered to follow them. Deep in the mist, a lonely archer looked around anxiously, mentally calling Jin Marim. And high on the cliff above them, two figures silently froze, and one face was hidden by a white mask. He gloomily dismissed doubts, deciding he was just overthinking. The great strategist clearly predicted the wild dragon would definitely come to save the Tang clan reinforcements. But Jin Marim was still not here. Two warriors stared into the haze, realizing that Li Kwok definitely sensed something wrong. The man with long hair squinted fiercely and cut in, "We must follow." The archer looked again into the gray emptiness, mentally searching for Murim. At that moment, two figures in cloaks suddenly leapt down from the cliff. Meanwhile, the subordinate handed his leader a quiver, bowing his head apologetically. They had to grab arrows hastily at the Chengdu forge, so no one vouched for their reliability. The commander didn't care about quality. He harshly ordered to advance, destroy the enemies, and rescue the Tang family. Briefly nodding, the white-haired man dashed forward like a black whirlwind. His partner swiftly dove after him, cutting through the air in a sharp fall. The next second, their silhouettes were completely swallowed by thick fog. Three stood in the middle of the dark forest, and the man in purple sternly ordered his companions to conserve their strength. The girl asked them to hold out for just 4 hours while she settled matters with the retreating support squad. The man respectfully nodded to his little prince, assuring that the sect leader with the main forces was already approaching. Having received the message, she was to immediately join the Tang family. After arranging the meeting, the two fighters took off and swiftly disappeared into the forest thicket. Watching them go, the man mentally wished them luck. After the clash with the soulless undead, the Ime sect definitely wouldn't take unnecessary risks. Two black shadows swiftly flew through the night crowns of trees. Suddenly, a blood-red symbol flashed in the air. The time had come to focus on the upcoming battle. Ahead awaited a large-scale slaughter. A whole army in red hoods lined up against defenders with long spears. The air crackled with a deadly aura. Two huge armies froze opposite each other, separated only by a strip of cold fog. Fighters in dark masks tensed, their gazes fixed on the enemy. On the other side, the leaders in crimson looked just as grim, ready to shed blood at the first signal. The black-haired swordsman threw his weapon over his shoulder, grumbling irritably that the rats of the Tan family had caused them unnecessary trouble. He adjusted his sleeve and confidently added, "Their new techniques are not bad, but with them, they only dug their own grave." The figure in green silently removed the mask. A cunning smile played on her face as she mockingly asked how the Tan family even fights in such uncomfortable clothes. The swordsman tensed upon hearing the bold statement that they should not be worried about. Enemies looked down on him from above, cold-bloodedly promising to turn this place into his grave. Several armed assassins menacingly towered over him. The man clenched his teeth to a grind, demanding to know who they were. Suddenly, his gaze caught a familiar face. These were definitely the subordinates of the Wild Dragon. Recognizing old enemies, he mockingly asked if the wounds from their last encounter had already healed. The white-haired assassin crookedly smiled and touched his chest. The old scars still ached in the rain. The enemy scanned the field, and not seeing the Wild Dragon among them, irritably demanded to know where he had gone. With a wild snarl, he drew a sword from behind his back, barking that they would deal with such trash themselves. The wild giant irritably asked who the fool before them was, but the companion in red ordered not to underestimate the enemy's cunning techniques. The giant's patience snapped, and he barked to prepare the soulless madmen. Shadows and cloaks instantly sprang into action. On the other side, the gray-haired commander sharply ordered his men to form a circular defense. Warriors grabbed their weapons, preparing to cover the center from all sides. The squad instantly scattered to their positions. The spear blades closed into a solid wall. In a matter of seconds, the fighters formed a perfect circle, kicking up thick dust with their feet. The elder thoughtfully rubbed his chin, realizing that the enemy had planned a retreat into this dead-end defense from the start. But the giant was not worried. He charged into the attack with a battle cry, confident in an unquestionable victory. He flew like a stone straight at the outstretched spear tips, mocking their pathetic defense. The giant sword went into a wide swing with a terrifying whistle. "I will crush your circle with one blow," he roared, putting all his strength into this devastating attack. One of the warriors suddenly broke forward, shouting to Kan Kyun that he was taking the enemy upon himself. A terrible roar, and he took the devastating blow from which light flashed. The commander of the attackers squinted fiercely, not believing that his strike could be blocked. The fighter clenched his teeth until they cracked, holding back the pain. The enemy mentally admitted that the opponent's endurance was impressive. Suddenly, the bloodied warrior grinned defiantly. He mockingly asked if he was really the commander. Accepting another attack, the fighter said that with such a level it was quite manageable, and he laughed mockingly right in the face of danger. Of course, the previous attack of Yom Hwagyo was not at full strength, so the enraged commander again unleashed his huge sword on the insolent one. In a one-on-one fight, a colossal difference in strength would instantly kill the brave one. The heavy blade crashed into the ground with a crack. But thanks to the circular formation, the former wandering fighters acted as a single mechanism, confidently repelling the deadly enemy's assault. The shaft heavily struck the ground. Their Wild Dragon Corps finally united into a single elite squad. The bald warrior with a knife in his teeth grinned defiantly. The fighter from the bloody cult is really strong, but he won't be able to surprise with anything else. Naked to the waist, a muscular giant charged headlong with a wild roar. The giant disdainfully said that even the Black Squad Pexa could not break through this circle, so let them climb in. The long-haired leader grinned predatory and shouted to prepare for the bloody meat grinder. The young princess quickly jumped back while her guards shouted after her in panic. Roaring, the bald giant unleashed a devastating punch on the enemies. The girl in green swiftly twisted away. Her sword with a whistle descended on the enemy, but the giant with a devilish smile blocked the blade with his bare hand. The princess was stunned, The strength of this madman of the bloody night simply did not fit in her mind. Softly landing, she realized with horror that the little prince chopped such monsters effortlessly. Before she could recover, a long-haired savage flew down from above, angrily demanding not to get underfoot. His heavy cleaver was already flying toward her head, but suddenly a figure in a red hood crashed between them and harshly blocked the strike. Arrows cut through the air, and the fighters in green clashed with the enemies in a bloody meat grinder. One of the attackers barely repelled the attack, groaning dully from the strain. The warriors instantly closed ranks, harshly declaring that they were shooters of the Tan family. The old man in red broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that this was a dead end. But what scared him was not the cliff behind their backs at all. The real trap was the protective circle of fighters itself. Their different weapons complemented each other, turning the squad into a perfect mechanism. Any enemy mistake in close combat was punished instantly. The shooter in the center mercilessly struck to kill. The enemy leader snarled fiercely and roared, ordering the rest of the mad dead to be unleashed from their chains. The crowd rushed into the attack, hoping to break through this defense by mass. A calm man with a metal shoulder pad admitted with amazement that even the Heavenly Combat Corps could not hold the blow so flawlessly. He nodded to Lee Kwak, suggesting to join the fight, and he immediately agreed. A powerful shot pierced the air. The presence of the Wild Dragon people confirmed that the Tan family reinforcements had successfully returned. Someone sharply ordered to quickly clear here and rush to assist the Asura squad. A sudden blue flash of energy tore through space. A shock wave with a deafening crack shattered the obstacle. A stone boulder shattered into pieces, scattering sharp fragments right above the heads. He barely managed to cover his face from the dust, not realizing what was happening. Huge steel arrows thundered into the ground. From the smoke, a young man in a blue robe slowly emerged. He walked straight towards the enemy army, declaring that they had been awaited. The enemy gritted his teeth, truly feeling the threat from this young man for the first time. Overcome with a mixture of fear and joy, the warriors gripped the spear shafts until they turned white. Someone in the crowd gasped the name of the Wild Dragon. The young man stood on the rock and calmly praised his people. They had endured the battle, allowing the Tan family reinforcements to retreat safely. The exhausted defenders nervously laughed, recognizing the little prince with relief. He drew the bowstring and smiled fiercely. "Now you will all die." He gripped the hilt of the shining blade tightly and stepped forward sharply. 3 steel arrows struck the rock with a crash. A man with a bow emerged from the dust and calmly told the shocked crowd that he was the very one they had been waiting for. The warrior in red clenched his spear until it cracked, feeling a wild mix of fear and joy. The crowd recognized him, and the name of the Wild Dragon echoed like thunder. He dryly praised the fighters for their endurance and reported that the Tan family reinforcements had returned safely. 2 allies laughed nervously, wiping sweat and relieved to recognize their little prince. The dragon aimed the bow. He coldly promised that now all enemies would die. The bowstring tightened, and the weapon shone with energy. A shot. The space was torn by a crimson explosion. A furious blow knocked down the burly opponent, tearing a scream of agony from his throat. A common iron arrow, filled with powerful chi, pierced through several targets at once. One of the fighters froze. He thought he had become stronger after surviving on the brink of death. But now he looked at the dragon and clearly understood. An absolute monster stood before him. The space was torn apart by a powerful flash of bloody energy. The art of the 8 heavenly imprints struck. The chain explosion of the 5 tragedies engulfed the enemies, tearing agonized screams from their throats. The attempt to repel this deadly rain from the sky failed spectacularly. None of them had yet seen arrows that detonate at the slightest touch. A devastating pillar of fire pierced the battlefield, rising upwards. The dark-haired warrior froze in shock, not understanding the nature of such power. He clenched his teeth, suspecting that the Emperor of Boztuvolcho himself had intervened in the battle. Meanwhile, the gray-haired youth calmly assessed the chaos. Thanks to the appearance of the little prince, the enemy's rear began to crumble. This was the only chance to seize the advantage. He swiftly took off from his place and ordered Punyan to hold the position while he rushed to save the lady himself. And suddenly a huge bald giant blocked his path with a wild roar. A massive fist crashed down with a whistle. The young man swiftly dived under the blow, not slowing his breakthrough speed. The white-haired man tensed. The opponent turned out to be remarkably strong. The warrior with tattoos squinted, noting that the boy's speed had greatly increased since their battle in the desert valley. A suspicion flashed in his mind. Had he not yet revealed all his skill back then? But the enemy's thoughts were cut off by a sudden attack. The girl sharply swung her sword amid the allies' worried shout. At that moment, a figure in black fell like a stone from above onto the bald enemy, perfectly timing the moment. The white-haired man barely parried the direct strike of the giant crimson fist with his blade. A deafening roar. Both fighters gritted their teeth from the fierce pressure. The fox monster glared fiercely. The blade bit into his skin with a terrible screech, meeting fierce resistance. The girl desperately shouted that she lacked a crumb of strength and begged Udeka to cast away the creature. Udeka roared wildly, "Yisaidayim," using his last strength to unleash the great circulation technique. Amid the monster's frantic shriek, the blade pierced its flesh with a bloody crunch. Civi rushed at the killers in red hoods, growling that he would not stand aside. His partner drew the bowstring and released a shining arrow with a shout. The arrow pierced the enemy's head with a crunch. The archer's face was covered with cold sweat from the tension. Civi snarled fiercely. His eye flashed with a dazzling white light. With one sweeping strike, he cleaved the massive body of the opponent in half, raising a cloud of bloody dust. The long-haired swordsman tightly gripped his blade. The surviving enemies retreated in horror. They realized that before them was a true maniac of the bloody night. As soon as their rear collapsed, a dark silhouette swiftly jumped onto the rock. This soul master completely turned the tide of the battle, authoritatively ordering the wild dragon to come down. The wild dragon, with surprise, acknowledged that the entire course of the fight was decided by one single person and calmly agreed to descend. At this point, the final logo appeared. The warrior with flowing hair fiercely charged forward, ordering his allies to hold the front while he took on the wild dragon. The man in red frowned and warned Lee Kwak. He is going to help Lord Yomu, and Kwak must immediately move to the front line. Kwak briefly nodded, wished his ally good luck, and watched his back. He froze in silent tension. Suddenly, he felt someone's presence nearby. Suddenly, the space was torn apart by a cloud of thick smoke. From the fog, swiftly slipped shadows. A squad of killers in black cloaks. A mocking voice sounded. The enemy was struck that their ambush was discovered so quickly. The leader stepped forward with 2 daggers and coldly cut off. He will not leave here alive. Lee Kwak's face did not flinch. He sharply bared his blade. Meanwhile, in another part of the battle, pure rage flared. A warrior in red struck with a fist, breaking the air with a powerful blow. "Come here, bastards! We'll settle the score for the Desert Valley," he roared madly. The white-haired commander rushed towards him, ordering his subordinates to kill the rest of the madmen. The mutilated bodies of enemies in red hoods scattered in different directions, crashing to the ground. The clang of steel. The young man calmly blocked the direct strike of the black assassin. His ally in green rushed forward, fiercely cutting a path through enemy archers. The young man smiled fiercely and asked if the enemy did not think that the clashing of swords perfectly blended with the death cries of his people. "Shut up! I'll tear your head off!" The leader of the killers barked and swung his blade with all his might. Clang! The hero easily stopped this blade with one hand. The enemy's face twisted with tension. He clenched his teeth painfully, trying in vain to break the block. A panic thought struck his mind. Now the boy was fighting on a completely different level than during their last battle in the mountains. He shouted in despair that back then the youth was simply hiding his true strength. Instead, the hero only looked at him coldly and asked why he was laughing. The youth pressed the sword even harder, mockingly adding that the opponent clearly liked this situation. And the next moment, the air was cut by a devastating blow of a heavy fist. The enemy's pupil narrowed from absolute shock. He simply could not understand why the swordsman suddenly fought hand-to-hand. He clenched a fist that flared with a blue aura and mockingly said that the enemy now looked exactly like the leader of the higher sword set. The old man realized with horror that he could not dodge. His inner energy was completely blocked. The shockwave crashed directly into the exposed blade. The youth instantly sprang from his place. A sharp cross-shaped cut flashed in the air. From above, a devastating force collapsed, under which the enemy desperately put up his hands. The explosion shook the space around. A mad scream of the old man rang out, and blood splattered into the air. The ground beneath the feet cracked, throwing heavy stone blocks upward. The swordsman smoothly finished the movement and froze with the blade extended, while stones flew behind his back. Seeing this, the warrior in red suddenly rushed forward, panic calling his young lord. A barely noticeable trace of a weapon flashed. The gray-haired fighter harshly intercepted his attack, smilingly asking where he was looking. The man in red fiercely rushed forward, shouting for the opponent to stop his games. The spear tip with a predatory whistle tore into the target. The gray-haired youth in green sharply jumped back. He smoothly closed the distance, watching every move of the attacker. Muttering a muffled curse, he placed his hand on the hilt, and in the next moment, he himself rushed into the attack, drawing the blade on the move. The spearman barely managed to realize the inevitability of the strike. He instinctively placed the shaft under the deadly thrust. The witness of the fight in glasses froze, dripping cold sweat heavily from what he saw. His hands betrayed him with a tremble. Only a smooth stub remained of the long spear, and the cold voice of the victor warned that the weapon would no longer be needed here. The gray-haired man unleashed the technique of the hidden order. A lightning arc of the sword cut through the space, and the disarmed enemy screamed madly in pain. A dazzling flash marked the final stroke of this fight. An old debt was finally paid. The inevitable strike was rapidly approaching. The enemy in red struck with the spear with a swing. The weapon broke with a crack in his trembling hand, and the cold voice announced that the spear would no longer be needed. Blonde Udeka unleashed the sword of the hidden order, and a powerful flash made the enemy scream. The gigantic, shining blade descended. An old debt was paid. He said coldly that the ancient debt was finally fully paid. The victor breathed heavily under the mask, recalling that the little prince had taught him this move days ago. The technique drew out all the accumulated demonic energy of the silver moon from him. Although he had not fully mastered it, the destructive power of the strike was colossal. The crowd erupted with a wild roar. The commander of the wild dragons had just defeated the 4 bloody guards. One of those present grinned fiercely, realizing that Deka had not been slacking off during joint training. Udeka himself barely stood on his feet, but croaked to his people not to relax, because the fight was still ongoing. In response, someone mockingly advised him to wipe his saliva first. The woman smiled contentedly amid the loud shouts of the crowd, who enthusiastically praised the commander of the wild dragon. The commander himself only glanced indulgently at his people over his shoulder. These triumphant cries painfully cut the warrior's hearing, while fresh blood was spilled nearby. The dragon's subordinates mercilessly slaughtered the fighters of the bloody cult, whose death throes were lost in the noise of the slaughter. In the head of the warrior in the mask flashed the thought, could this be the end? When he repelled the enemy's attack with a terrible roar, sparks from the crossed blades illuminated his tense gaze. He unleashed his deadliest techniques from the desert valley, but the opponent snarled fiercely, not retreating a step. The strength of these mysterious people in black could no longer be underestimated, and the skill of the woman with paired swords before him resembled a natural disaster. He suddenly darkened, realizing the terrible truth. The stranger's joy could mean the death of Li Kwak. After that terrible explosion, Yom Hwagyo also definitely did not survive. The warrior clenched the sword hilt with a crunch, accepting the harsh truth about the master's path, paved with pain and blood. For him, born of the Blood Guardian, there was simply no other way, and he rushed with a piercing scream to carry out his order to the end. She believed in her cause to the last, while the black blades of energy mercilessly tore through space. And yet at the last moment she was pierced by a painful question. Why did everything turn out exactly like this? In response, only the icy gleam of a blue eye from beneath the mask. Why did only unbearable emptiness come instead of triumph? Suddenly a low voice sounded behind, praising him for a job well done. A sharp swing of the sword, and crimson splashes of blood flew into the air. For the elite warrior of the bloody cult, high on Urena, the world instantly plunged into absolute darkness. Thus, another cruel page of this chronicle was turned. The lifeless body remained lying on the ground under the cold rain. At that very moment, allies poured down like hail from the high cliffs into the valley. 2 fighters exchanged glances, exhaling with noticeable relief after the battle. The squad gave their all, but most importantly, everyone survived, suffering only minor scratches. The fighter clenched his fist with a crunch, filled with new faith. They were no longer the miserable wild dragon corps, and no one could break them anymore. Under the heavy rain, he calmly smiled, thanking the allies wrapped in cloaks for their loyalty. He ordered the fighters to rest and wait for him in the forest near the Sichuan alliance, to which they asked in surprise why he was leaving them. I will deal with the Tang family myself and join you, he confidently threw over his shoulder. This time, there was no need to drag the entire squad along. 2 subordinates stared in shock as he leapt sharply into the air, cutting through the downpour. They still could not recover, loudly calling their prince a true monster. Someone gasped in shock that their prince was a real beast. Before their eyes still stood his devastating archery, which simply wiped the insane cultists off the face of the earth. The fighters recalled his deadly hand-to-hand combat and sword mastery, naively dreaming of one day reaching the same level. But a comrade quickly knocked down their pride. A bald monk will tie his hair before they become as strong. At such a cruel joke, the old bald monk nearby quietly shed a tear. Suddenly, a deafening roar sounded. A flash of red energy completely destroyed the roof of the neighboring pavilion. Wooden columns cracked, massive debris fell, and someone panicked, shouting for everyone to flee immediately. A powerful explosion scattered the defenders. Bloody cultists threw dozens of frenzied fanatics into battle. A bald berserker with a wild roar plunged a blade into his own chest. The downpour halved the poison of the Tan clan, and the bare-handed monster broke the neck of one of the fighters. The elite Asura squad mercilessly pressed the defense of the courtyard. A warrior in a red hood crouched low, easily blocking a sword strike. Tansan strained, ordering to hold the right flank and at all costs not to surrender the main hall. He was cutting down enemies, clearly realizing, if they had not listened to the wild dragon and returned, the clan would have already been wiped out. The Ime school mistresses flew into the meat grinder, shouting to simply buy time. Their blades clashed with the red hoods right at the doors of the hall, but the wounded defenders barely stood on their feet. Cold sweat appeared on Tansen's face. The main problem was elsewhere. From the next terrible blow, the rank-and-file guards froze in shock. They could not believe their own eyes. The unfamiliar young man fought on equal terms with the head of the clan himself, radiating the aura of one of the 10 strongest masters in the world. The commander of the Asura squad, Heijin Chong, clenched his fist tightly under the pouring rain. The dark-haired warrior tensed. The enemy's poisonous palm retained deadly power even in such a downpour. The opponent's fingers flared with a dense green aura. This was the true divine power of the Poison King Tanzhou, one of the 10 best masters of the Celestial Empire. His technique was not considered the most dangerous martial art of Sichuan for nothing. But the swordsman calmly looked from behind the blade. In his skill, he was inferior only to the cult leader himself. The space shook from the powerful clash. The purple energy of the sword harshly tore through the green, poisonous flare. The young man cut a path through the attack, deciding simply to buy time until the inevitable victory. He planned to tie up the Poison King in battle, while the soulless killers from Asura finished off the rest. Meanwhile, Hudson Chan, together with his subordinates, rushed at the massive enemy to finish the fight with a swift attack from two sides. The young man smiled crookedly, openly disappointed by the weakness of the praised poisonous art. With one jerk, he stopped in the middle of the fog and sharply turned for a new strike. Shining green blades swirled in the air, guided by a ghostly force that surpassed ordinary telekinesis. The man in dark waved his hand, and from his deadly intent, which almost burned the skin, all the fallen weapons instantly flew up. Hundreds of daggers burst forward in the absolute dark phantom technique. The enemy hovered in the air, unleashing a steel downpour on the opponent. White of 1,000 crescents, the green-haired youth only sighed heavily, preparing for the strike. The bearded master smoothly waved his hand, directing this deadly wave. Green energy crashed into the surface with a deafening explosion. Blows rained one after another, breaking the ground. The young man sharply bent and swung the sword with force, repelling the attack. But the enemy calmly controlled the distance and energy with the movement of one palm. The boy's gaze sharpened. He rushed straight through the storm, fiercely slicing through the green streams with his blade. Borodani met the desperate lunge completely unflinchingly. Sparks from the deflected strikes simply extinguished safely around him. A sharp wave of the hand dispersed the green energy, and the enemy's eyes narrowed predatory. Dozens of phantom blades instantly collided in the air. He did not take his heavy gaze off the opponent. Silence. Through the storm of magical aura, confidently walked the swordsman in a black cloak, tightly gripping his weapon. His face remained icy. "Is that all?" the sorcerer said arrogantly. He slyly squinted and added that it is not proper to neglect a guest after such a long journey. At that very moment, the sky above them was completely covered by a swarm of shining weapons. Hundreds of deadly blades aimed downward. Mockingly suggesting to take this blow, the mage unleashed the absolute art of the Dark Phantom. The swordsman calmly raised his head to meet the technique of 10,000 deaths, which had already descended from the heavens. A flash of blood-red energy sharply cut through space. The young man intercepted the shining blade, burning the enemy with a fierce gaze. The bearded man in green did not even flinch, and dozens of ghostly blades hovered in the air around him. The boy dashed forward lightning fast. From the insane speed, space blurred into darkness. The man spread his arms, unleashing the absolute dark art, and instantly a whole arsenal of shining green blades flared above him. This deadly rain of thousands of blades mercilessly fell upon the lone figure in the crimson cloak. A sharp explosion sounded, but the entire blow was absorbed by a tough energy block. Piluka settled, and a young man appeared on. He was gripping the fiery hilt tightly, and there was not a drop of fear in his eyes. The head of the family squinted fiercely, intensifying the pressure. Under the cold downpour, his own subordinates in green retreated in terror. But the mysterious figures in white masks stood absolutely motionless, ignoring the blades around. A giant spear crashed into the ground near the fighters with a crack, while the master released a new powerful beam of energy. Those present recognized the heavenly blade with horror as the sky finally tore apart from the endless swarm of weapons. The sky was completely covered with a solid sea of green weapons. The commander of the Greens screamed madly, ordering to channel energy into their own swords, because a furious whirlwind was pulling everything inside. One of the masked asked if it was time to help the commander, but the squad leader cut him off dryly. They would continue to support only the soulless madmen. She cursed silently. These fanatics did not even blink when their own leader was under attack. The man in the hood watched the slaughter in the rain coldly. He was surprised that the enemy formation did not even flinch. Suddenly, a dull sound of pierced flesh and a suppressed wheeze rang out. Sun suddenly turned into a scream. A gigantic demonic hand gripped the face of the great elder with a deathly grasp. The old man was slammed into the ground with a dreadful rumble. Spitting black blood, he desperately called Sun. The elder ordered to immediately grab the head of the family and retreat before it was too late. Sun was stunned. The voice sounded directly in his head. He mentally replied that he himself was ready to run, but the stubborn brother would never listen. The old man insisted. The young heir had not yet mastered the heavenly blade, and if the head died, their lineage would end. Strength rapidly left the elder, and he frantically shouted aloud, "I said go!" His body convulsed from a heavy bloody cough. Sun clenched his teeth, not believing that it would all end like this. The beaten old man fell into a puddle of his own blood, and in despair cried out to the rainy sky, asking if the gods had truly abandoned their family. A gigantic fist was already rushing towards him, tearing through the air under someone's scream of horror. The demonic bald giant snarled fiercely, preparing to crush the victim. Suddenly a light flashed. In a leap, an unknown archer drew the bowstring, which sparkled with crimson energy. A powerful energy blast swept the monster off its feet. The young man in the red hood stood under the downpour, slowly exhaling. Someone's boot softly landed on the wet tile. On the ruined roof, holding a bow in his hands, stood the savior, causing the old man to freeze in shock. The archer swiftly jumped down into the courtyard. Surveying the bloodied ruins, he regretfully admitted that despite all the haste, the enemies had managed to inflict terrible damage. His face darkened with powerless rage. At that very moment, a whole army of masked fighters grew behind him, declaring that they would take the Tan family under their protection. The warriors firmly accepted the order and moved forward. Through the wall of rain, 3 dark silhouettes fell from the sky like stones, causing the guard below to scream uncontrollably. He froze, helplessly watching as death rapidly approached. The white-haired warrior in a mask softly landed and gave a brief order to split into pairs and destroy the madmen. A shadow nearby dived down lightning fast, taking the target. Noticing the threat, the woman in the red hood instantly commanded her fighters to hold the defense. Suddenly, the swordsman in blue rushed down directly at them from above. A predatory snarl played on his face. On the move, he entrusted his partner to deal with Abbess Jaso, and she without hesitation took the target upon herself. The leader of the enemy squinted, immediately recognizing him as the Wild Dragon. She mockingly said that a dozen mercenaries would not stop her mighty madmen of the Bloody Night. At that moment, a giant muscular monster unleashed a devastating fiery strike on one of the fighters in black, tearing the ground apart. However, the swordsman did not even look back and advised the woman to worry about herself, because he does not train weaklings. A powerful blue aura exploded around him, and he landed firmly, ready to start a real slaughter. His eyes widened with tension, cold sweat rolled down his face. The warrior smiled fiercely, realizing that the opponent recognized them and was now acting cautiously. Wrapped in a blue aura, he stepped out into the rain to meet the people in masks and declared that the attackers on the Tan family were definitely the elite of Muchongek. Recalling their talks about the men in black, he challenged them, demanding to show their combat skills. A vortex of powerful energy instantly flared in his hand. Feeling mortal danger, one of the enemies panicked, drew his sword, and shouted to take a tight defense. A dazzling blue flash tore through the space. A devastating wave struck the mercenaries in red cloaks, forcing them to dig their feet hard into the ground. The woman nearby only exhaled in amazement. The enemy barely withstood the blade strike. He realized that these fighters were much stronger than all the previous ones. It became clear, if the bloody cult has a true elite, then it is exactly them. Jean-Marin's suspicion was confirmed at the very moment when the desperate order to scatter was sounded. The most powerful force of the cult, the Asura unit led by Vice Commander Gim Vasan, instantly fled under the pouring rain. He instantly assessed the situation. A true master knows when to retreat after the first clash. The archer in blue turned out to be remarkably cold-blooded and prudent. The warrior in red desperately shouted through the wall of rain, begging the commander to retreat. The combat power of the wild dragon exceeded all expectations, and his men in black completely broke the balance of forces. They realized, even if they managed to capture the head of the Tan family, the Asura unit would fall entirely. The commander was silent. The hand tightly gripped the hilt. The bearded man with the green aura looked arrogantly as the enemy rolled back. Suddenly, a giant shining blade crashed into the ground at full speed. The bearded man barely managed to recoil from the sudden strike that almost took his head off. He gave the order to retreat, sharply dodging a hail of magical green spears. But the warrior in red had already launched into a swift attack. "Do you think I'll let you go?" was heard nearby, and the bearded man froze stunned, surrounded by flying blades. His hand clenched the wet clothes white at the knuckles. A harsh order sounded to stop the pursuit and immediately protect the Tan family. A sudden recognition flashed in his eye. The woman in the blue robe was breathing heavily under the downpour, trying to recover. Someone rushed away quickly over the wet cobblestones, shouting first to save the wounded warriors. Shadows in crimson cloaks dashed through the rain to report to Muchongek as soon as possible. The news was urgent. Jin Murin had appeared at the estate. Above the huge dark palace, a storm raged when a terrible question was posed to Abbess Jeso. Did this mean the collapse of the Sichuan alliance? Looking at the fallen comrades, the abbess, through the pain, ordered to bury the relatives and all able-bodied to follow her. She coldly stated, "The Ime and Tan sects are broken, Qingchen has fallen, so the end of the alliance is inevitable." The man next to him nervously clenched his hands behind his back. Leaving the main house unguarded was too radical a decision. The tall warrior asked if this guy was really the wild dragon, to which he received a direct answer. If it weren't for him, they both would already be dead. Only one thing remained, to decide whether they would trust him once again. Their gazes stopped on the back of the savior, who had just emerged in the ruined Tan estate, and in an instant turned the tide of the hopeless battle. Two masked men stood under the downpour, recalling how 5 madmen easily crushed 20 of their elders. However, these maniacs playfully did what even the leadership of the Sichuan alliance could not handle. The gaze stopped on the back of the long-haired man. It was the might of Madorim, the strongest faction of Sichuani. Rain ran down the impassive face of the long-haired savior. The warrior fell to his knees behind him, suddenly realizing how futile their blind faith in the main family had been. He bowed low to the wet ground, bitterly admitting this only after the cruel death of his relatives and elders. The long-haired man turned his head and seriously said that he would never forget the help given today. With a respectful bow, he vowed to remember this mercy until the last day of his clan's existence in Marimi. Hands firmly folded in the traditional gesture of gratitude, from generation to generation. The gray-haired master and the girl nearby silently listened to this oath under the cold rain. The woman with the masked companion also just watched, not uttering a word. The long-haired man barely smiled and dismissed unnecessary formalities. The time for proper ceremonies will come later. He decisively folded his palms and proposed to prove gratitude in action, to go together and save the remaining warriors of the Sichuan alliance. Under the downpour, an order was heard to immediately summon all warriors capable of standing. The companion looked anxiously at the destroyed street, not understanding how to evacuate the wounded now. The man with closed eyes calmly smiled. He replied that he had already arranged reliable people for this. Meanwhile, under the bloody glow of the sky, a squad lined up before the fortress gate. Someone's hand trembled treacherously, tightly gripping the sword hilt. The gray elder stopped his lord, strictly ordering him to endure. Ken Yuval from the Qingchen sect grudgingly agreed that he must wait for the right moment. The wounded messenger reported with horror that Qingchen was wiped off the face of the earth, and the Sichuan alliance was under a devastating blow. Yuval mentally thanked fate that their master practiced Tao and kept a clear mind. Looking at his fighters, he promised himself not to waver and to personally correct all the mistakes of the young prince. Reliable elite warriors were on alert, and enough carts and horses were prepared for evacuation. A heavy, prolonged exhale sounded. Someone sharply ordered Chokmoge to get ready, because a real war was raging around. The man with a beard nervously smiled, asking the branch leader why he was so tense. The fighters nearby openly panicked because of the bloody meat grinder that the Blood Cult and the Sichuan alliance had just set up. Suddenly, an absolutely calm voice sounded. "There is nothing to fear, for his brother will protect him." The young man confidently raised his thumb. The bearded man stared in shock at this optimist. Borden confusedly asked again when they had managed to become brothers in arms. The young man only slyly chuckled that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The chapter ended with a bright title page with credits. The new chapter started without any buildup. A stern voice barked that this was war, and Chokmog had long been time to gather. Chokmog nervously smiled, wiping sweat. He cautiously asked why the branch leader was so tense. Nearby, frightened fighters babbled about the bloody massacre that the blood cult was currently committing. Suddenly, another guy defiantly waved off the threat, declaring that his older brother would protect him. He confidently pointed a finger, not feeling the approach of death at all. The branch leader was stunned by such naivety. His eyes literally went white from shock, and the young man only grinned contentedly, stretching his numb muscles. The young man slyly added that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. Meanwhile, outside, a cold downpour struck, heavily flapping the battle flag. Under the cover of night, 50 veterans of the Sichuan Guard Corps were already waiting. Their stern, scarred faces revealed more than one war survived. Nearby in the wet bushes, 30 elite reinforcement fighters crouched, gripping their weapons, awaiting orders. Under the cold rain, Yukgumyeon and the new generation of the four-grade factions lined up. All this motley force silently froze under the rain, waiting for orders. Someone tensely gripped the sword hilt. Overall, Jock Mogs managed to gather about 150 fighters, plus 2 confident fools who were grinning widely behind. The senior warrior grimly stated that the Unity Alliance was still evacuating families. So this detachment was all they had. There were not enough people to openly join the Sichuan Alliance, so the plan was simple: save the survivors and flee. He warned the young man nearby to be ready for a sudden strike by the blood cultists. An order was given to withdraw the young fighters into the forest and lie low nearby. The boy nodded resolutely, promising to act at the first signal. As he walked away, he anxiously asked his companion if the main house would hold. But she was calm. Lord himself was there. The squad paused for a moment, silently staring at the illuminated silhouette of the fortress through the night downpour. Suddenly, a sharp crack sounded, and the boy opened his eyes in shock. Right above the main house, a gigantic, fiery explosion burst into the sky with a furious roar, shattering the roof to pieces. Thick, demonic energy boiled in the air. Above the burning fortress, a voice thundered, ordering the stubborn fools to come out before they completely rotted. A figure in black confidently moved toward the epicenter of the fire. The title inscription flashed on the screen. The flames roared as they devoured the high walls. The courtyard turned into a mess of mangled bodies. The air was saturated with the nauseating smell of flesh and fresh blood dripping from discarded swords. The downpour vainly tried to extinguish the estate engulfed in a hellish fire. Out of 2,000 warriors, only 500 remained standing. Suddenly, their desperate screams abruptly stopped, turning into dead silence. The faces of the people twisted with animal terror. Right in front of them, heavily panting amid the ruins, stood a gray, scarred warrior. The leader of the Sichuan Alliance, Han Chongwo, clenched the sword hilt until it cracked. On the screen flashed the inscription: Leader of the Sichuan Alliance, Han Chongwo, wielder of the heavenly piercing sword. The blade trembled treacherously while the enemy's voice sounded, unexpectedly acknowledging the old man's high skill. In the middle of the flame-engulfed courtyard stood a man in crimson. He was mocking because he still considered Han an ordinary old man who just wasted Morium's resources. A heavy step. Before him stood the leader of the bloody cult, Mu Chonggek himself. A dense blood-red aura exploded around the demon. Half-blind, blood-soaked Chongwo snarled fiercely and cut off, saying he did not need anyone else's recognition. Under the downpour against the backdrop of the fire, he bitterly blurted out that he had always been stronger than his older brother, whom the demon had just killed. But he never managed to lead the native Qingchen sect because he was not the first disciple. The boots stepped heavily into a puddle. The old man was not going to quietly rot in the clan's backyards. A shard of the broken sword flew downward, and Chongwo desperately croaked that this was exactly why he created the alliance and had not yet lost this battle. The flow of words was suddenly cut off by a sharp and careless wave of Mu Chonggek's hand. The demon irritably threw out that the old man talked too much, and his sentimental biography was of no interest to anyone here. Chongwo's body twisted from the deadly blow across his entire face, and he resignedly exhaled. Ah, right. The man in red froze under the downpour, whispering that it all resembled a terrible dream. The house he so desperately defended finally fell. Blurred images of his long journey flashed before the old man's eyes. The past years flashed before his eyes as if he himself was pulling them back. Against the backdrop of the burning pagoda, the last farewell sounded. The blade sliced through the air, and blood gushed powerfully from the neck of the defeated. 2 soldiers nearby froze, realizing that the alliance leader had just been killed. One of them sharply told his comrade that without the commander, only death awaited them here. A desperate order to retreat to the eastern gate was torn apart by the sound of rain. A scream echoed over the ruins. The fighters sprang from their places. The crowd panicked and fled. But on the roof, a dark silhouette was already lurking, laughing predatory, asking where they thought they were going. On the roof, releasing metal claws, Sanvigium crouched predatory, the third of the great demons of the blood cult. With burning eyes, he lunged forward, demanding the resistance stop. The man below screamed wildly when the sectarian ordered everyone to obediently become living sacrifices. Suddenly, someone's hand sharply threw a hidden weapon. The blade whistled past a millimeter from the face of the frightened victim. In the air, Sanvigium miraculously dodged the shining projectile. The strike shattered the tiles, and a dark silhouette grew on the roof ridge. The demon landed and barked irritably, searching with his eyes for the insolent one. Calmly stepping forward, the warrior said that the bloody cult is full of madmen. It was Danchon, commander of the Golden Tiger Corps of the Sichuan Alliance. Sanvigium just laughed madly and rushed into attack, rejoicing that the new prey was not running away. Danchon's body flared with a dense poisonous green aura, and he cold-bloodedly beckoned the demon to death. The commander took a fighting stance, concentrating toxic energy for the technique of the 7 deadly poisonous palms. The enemy master formed a seal, releasing an explosive green aura. Gathering strength, he swiftly rushed into attack. Someone's desperate curse scream cut through the air. At that very moment, the ash-blonde warrior swiftly pulled the young man out of harm's way. The ground shook from the powerful clash of poisonous and violet energies. The rescuer dispersed the deadly attack with a single sharp kick. The commander breathed heavily under the rain, recognizing the technique. It was the deadly poisonous palm of the Tan family. The ash-blonde man cold-bloodedly remarked that such a strike kills within 7 steps, but he himself was still intact. He confidently stepped forward. Before them stood Sovimin, the second demon of light from the bloody cult. Meanwhile, the commander gave the order for Solon to immediately lead the Golden Tiger Squad to the eastern gate. She froze in the mud and anxiously asked what he intended to do. The man sharply glanced back, critically assessing the very short distance to the pursuers. He shouted through the downpour that otherwise the enemies would simply slaughter most of their fighters during the retreat. He sighed in disappointment, realizing that half of the fugitives had disappeared before he even managed to speak with them. Against the backdrop of the ashen wasteland, a red banner fluttered alone on a long spear. The man in the brown robe calmly closed his eyes, pondering whether all this chaos was caused by him. But there was no time for reflection. In the midst of the fire, 2 fighters were already preparing to attack under a rain of phantom green blades. The master focused and unleashed the higher art of the dark phantom. From his lips, a dense stream of green energy burst out with a roar. The cultist below raised his eyes to the deadly glow and froze, realizing his own foolishness too late. The warrior hovered in the air, unleashing the destructive flight of 10,000 moons upon the enemies. "Die, bastards of the blood cult," he growled, his eyes blazing with blinding rage. Dozens of green laser beams pierced the ground, instantly shredding the crowd in red cloaks. A series of explosions scattered the mangled bodies in all directions. The surviving fighters were stunned with horror, helplessly cursing this inhuman power. And into the very heart of the burning hell, someone's boots stepped heavily and relentlessly. A fist, thickly wrapped in flames, cut through the air with a whistle. The enemy was grazed by the edge of the strike, sparking green energy sparks. A deafening explosion rang out. The fiery lunge was so powerful that it simply knocked the opponent off his feet. The man in green was stunned, shocked that there was still one true master left on the battlefield. It was all over. The victor and his partner calmly towered over the fallen enemy against the backdrop of burning ruins. The fighter's heated fist was still smoking. This was Ma Sachu, the eldest of the 3 great demons of the bloody cult. The bearded leader looked approvingly at the young man beside him, acknowledging that this son of the Tan clan was head and shoulders above the local elders. The conversation was interrupted by a subordinate reporting the return of the Asura squad. The leader nodded and immediately asked how the raid on the Tan family ended. The messenger faltered, struggling to find words. Finally, he forced out the truth. The squad could not finish the target because the wild dragon unexpectedly appeared there. At that name, the figure in the red cloak tensed, and his teeth ground fiercely. The messenger reported guiltily that the Asura squad returned first, which means the Fire Assassins Corps was defeated. Confused eyes flashed from under the hood. So far, their campaign in Sichuan had gone smoothly. Kenshin was crushed. Ime barely stood. The alliance was finally overthrown. They lost only the young cult leader and fighters who never returned from Imi. But every time Jin Murin intervened, all plans went awry. Strategist Jane Keon and the bloody demon Mu Chonggik were now thinking about one thing. He should have been killed back then. If he had shown up near the Tang family estate, he wouldn't have gotten far. The bloody demon reasoned that Murin would not bother defending the already destroyed alliance, So he ordered the strategist to finish the cleanup here. Jang Kaian obediently accepted the order under the cold rain. Nearby, another subordinate fell to one knee, repenting for the failed mission. The leader cut dryly that this time there was no room for error, and ordered to lead the squad to the Tang family to finish them off first. A brief agreement sounded, and the silhouettes whistled away into the fog. And above the very estate of the Sichuan family Tang, meanwhile, a downpour poured like a wall. The cold downpour mercilessly pelted the stone courtyard of the dark estate. Through the veil of rain, a white cloth appeared, fluttering sharply in the wind. On the soaked fabric, carelessly written words blackened. This empty house now belongs to me. Thick fog and a wall of water slowly engulfed this scene. Traditional intro from the translation team. A wave of energy tore through the air, and he bitterly cursed himself for not finishing Jin Murin back then. The bodies of enemies were scattered to the sides, but he was already calculating moves. Murin appeared in the Tang estate, which means he did not run far. He assigned the cleanup of the pitiful remains of the alliance to Jang Gian, certain that Murin would not venture there. The subordinate silently accepted the order. Another warrior in red sharply dropped to one knee, acknowledging his failure. The Lord did not tolerate excuses. Now he had only one chance to fix everything. Amid the rumble of the storm, the command was given. They are returning to the Tan estate to finish them off once and for all. The Tan family's night estate in Sichuan was muffled under a wall of rain. Heavy drops pounded the empty courtyard. The white canvas jerked sharply in the wind. On it, crooked letters revealed the inscription. This empty house is now mine. The next moment, the walls exploded with roaring flames, and the surviving people panicked and rushed to flee the fiery trap. The bearded commander desperately shouted, demanding his men to abandon the ruined alliance forever. A black avalanche of enemies relentlessly surged toward the burning walls. The defenders had only to run without looking back. As soon as a subordinate reported a successful evacuation, the commander ordered him to immediately save himself. Someone's palm struck the wooden gate leaf with force. Fingers slowly crawled along the wet wood, feeling for the edge of the leaf. At the sharp rumble, the fighters turned around fearfully. The commander clenched his fist until it cracked and barked to seal the eastern gates, fully knowing they would not hold for long. Meanwhile, foreign fingers had already firmly gripped the edge of the brick wall. Two assassins in red hoods silently emerged from under the rain. A second, and a whole squad fell like a deadly swarm from the roof right onto the guards' heads. Thick dust instantly engulfed the place of impact. Somewhere nearby, a calm voice stated that barricading the gates was the best decision now. However, two dark silhouettes against the backdrop of the glow understood. By dividing their forces, the survivors had cornered themselves. The enemies were too far for telepathy, so he had to intervene head-on. The hand firmly gripped the bow. The companion warned that revealing their small number was extremely dangerous. The little prince perfectly understood. If the enemies learned the truth, they would simply overwhelm them with numbers. He pulled the string with force, saturating the arrow with a dazzling crimson aura. From the sudden surge of this power, the partner behind froze in surprise. A whirlwind of powerful red energy flared around the young man. Far below, a crowd of enemies was already approaching them. They were confident that from such a distance, no arrow would reach them. An ordinary one really wouldn't have flown, and a predatory smile flashed on his face, fingers unclenched. The space was torn by a furious shot. In a moment, a colossal explosion thundered in the enemy ranks, scorching everything in its path. The killers in red cloaks rushed across the rooftops through the downpour, chasing after. Their leader, with a maniacal smile, roared the chief strategist's order to slaughter everyone, leaving no survivors. Steel claws flashed, and he leapt forward, anticipating personally tearing apart that annoying boy from the Tan clan. Suddenly he faltered. A fiery beam fell from the sky at a mad speed. The earth exploded from a devastating blow. What the hell? He recoiled in shock, instinctively shielding himself with blades. At that very moment, dozens of crimson flashes cut through the dark sky. They struck the square with a solid rain, instantly tearing apart his subordinates in massive explosions. The leader froze, not believing his own eyes. Energy arrows relentlessly poured down from above, reflecting in his dilated pupils. Thoughts scrambled feverishly. The Sichuan alliance had neither the people nor the means to prepare such a large-scale ambush, and the Union of Unity should have been too busy saving their own families to send support to anyone. The chief strategist nervously wiped sweat from his forehead, not understanding which madman would rush into this deadly trap. Suddenly, he abruptly froze. The man exhaled in shock, not believing his own eyes, staring into the fiery wall ahead. A gloomy silhouette in the darkness left no doubt. It was the wild dragon again. The blonde subordinate nearby burst into a scream, begging to be given at least some order. The strategist quickly composed himself and barked to immediately call the cult leader, hoping to overwhelm the enemy with a crowd of his soulless fanatics. But the messenger interrupted him anxiously. It turned out that the cult leader had just left them and headed to the Tan family with an elite Asura squad. The strategist clenched his fist until it cracked, realizing the full scale of the deception. That scoundrel deliberately staged a show near the Tan estate, only to cunningly lure out their leader and leave the camp defenseless. The title inscription flashed brightly on the screen. The heavy boot of the attacker confidently stepped onto the rain-blurred ground. The bearded warrior sharply looked back. The pursuers from the blood cult were suddenly attacked. His fighters froze under the rain, understanding if they did not use this moment, they would simply be wiped out. The commander snatched up his sword and shouted for everyone to immediately retreat into the forest. Meanwhile, deep in the thicket, the sentries heard a series of explosions from the eastern gate. The girl nearby glanced at the wooden barricade with spears, confirming that this was the expected signal from the commander. The squad instantly moved closer. The bowstring tightened. The fighters crouched at the very edge of the eroded hill. They barely peeked out from behind the ridge. Fingers clenched the throwing blades until they cracked. The young man with the scar silently swore that he would hold out and save his own. And right below them, a crowd of enemies in red cloaks was already running. The cultists blindly rushed through the mud, straight into the trap. A crowd of armed fighters charged to the rescue with a battle cry. The Sichuan alliance received a strict order to crush the enemy. Suddenly, the bearded warrior ahead froze in confusion. Right before his eyes, an ally in a red cloak was stabbed with a blade straight in the forehead. "Everyone lie down!" he shouted wildly. Throwing daggers flew swiftly from the forest. Archers mercilessly struck next. The dark thicket exploded with a deadly downpour of weapons, sweeping entire rows with bursts of fire. A few fighters miraculously managed to repel the first wave, but the devastating energy arrows of Jin Murin, striking from the right flank, pierced any defense. A powerful wave of light forced the survivors to press to the ground and break through the force. One of the enemies fiercely charged headlong, shouting that the forest ambush was just a pathetic bluff. Jin Murin was already drawing his bowstring towards him, with icy calm, realizing before him was the true brain of this operation. A black blade with a ringing clang cut into the enemy's blade, sparking a shower of sparks. The man in red recoiled backward and groaned hoarsely. He snarled through the wall of rain, growling that he immediately recognized the wild dragon. He emerged from the darkness and mockingly said that he had brought very important guests with him. A terrible roar and someone's desperate scream tore through the night. The leader turned sharply. In the rain, green energy flared. A mysterious master with a predatory smile raised his palm. Two cultists screamed as their faces began to melt from the toxin, and someone in the crowd shouted in horror the name of the Poison King. Tanjo. One of the henchmen convulsively looked around. At that moment, a devastating sound wave knocked him off his feet. It was the Master Ime striking with her famous demon-slaying roar. A heavy boot crashed into the ground next to torn monastic rosaries and the bodies of the dead. An unknown giant moved toward the retreating leader, growling deeply that such a big catch must not escape. Wild Dragon, together with new mighty allies, smiled arrogantly, suggesting the enemy call his people right into the forest if he didn't like something. Dust fell from his palm as he calmly promised to turn the enemies into fertilizer for the trees. The leader glared fiercely through the wall of rain. He gritted his teeth, mentally cursing that clever brat. The young man stood in the downpour with a slight smile, and behind his back, gloomy silhouettes silently appeared. A dark figure with burning eyes and a crimson aura boldly showed the middle finger. Realizing the scale of the threat, the commander in the red cloak shouted, ordering the immediate withdrawal of troops from the forest. From the side came a cautious question whether it was really worth sparing that woman's life. The man swiftly jumped into the abyss, cutting off dryly on the fly that she would bring much more benefit alive. He looked over the crowd of his fighters in crimson hoods, arrogantly reflecting on how easy it was to read intelligent people. Just after landing, he strictly forbade venturing into the thicket. The Tan and Ime families had already set their ambushes there. The plan was ruthless. Cover the face from poison, take the forest in a wide ring, and simply wear down the enemy until the Lord's return. Jin Murin irritably clenched his jaws. The enemy strategist, Jane Gong, had just played his move right under their noses. Instead of falling into the trap, he simply bypassed the forest in an arc and safely closed the siege. The entire reprisal took less than 15 minutes. The body in red fell silently into the dust. Gasping for air, he jumped to the opposite edge of the forest and angrily cursed the cowards. The enemies never intended to fight from the start. Through the wall of rain in the distance, dozens of carriages with wounded soldiers of the Sichuan alliance were already disappearing. Their mocking faces flashed before his eyes. The pair was just stalling time, and now calmly retreating to the sound of hooves. Clenching his teeth, He fixed his gaze on the leftover scrap of paper with the mocking inscription, "This empty house is now yours." Under the cold rain, he silently stood in the middle of the abandoned estate, fiercely clutching the note, completely made a fool of. The commander ordered the soldiers to cover their faces and take the forest in a wide ring, preparing to wear down the enemy until the Lord's return. Strategist Jang Yong began acting right under the enemy's nose. Having calculated all the risks, he dashed like a swift red shadow around the forest where Jin Murin was entrenched. This forced march took no more than 15 minutes. But on the opposite side, the strategist only stopped, gasping for air, and in powerless rage cursed the enemy for cowardice. He did not even think of fighting. Dozens of carriages with wounded warriors of the Sichuan alliance were already disappearing on the horizon. Inside one of them, Jin Murin smiled relaxedly, satisfied with his successful retreat. The deceived strategist could only stare at the mocking scrap of paper in his hands. Now this empty house is yours. Only the wind wandered through the empty yard under the cold rain. Meanwhile, far away in the deserts of Sojin, people in black indifferently towered over the fresh, bloody slaughter. A warrior in a red cloak fell onto the sand with a wild scream. Around lay torn bodies with empty white eyes. Someone's pale hand gripped the throat of the last survivor with a death grip, forever cutting off his pitiful wheezing. A steel grip squeezed the prisoner's hand until it cracked. Pressed to the ground, the sectarian muttered something about the bloody night madmen's training ground, and hoarsely added that he knew nothing more. The veins on the hero's hand tensed from strain, but the prisoner only hysterically giggled in response. Cold gaze from top to bottom. "Is it funny when all your subordinates are dead?" He continued to grimace through a bloody cough. "Just kill me!" he shouted in despair. A sharp crack of the neck cut off the scream, and the hero dryly advised the dead man to have fun in hell. The broken body fell into the dust. The victor slowly turned to the monks behind his back. Around them on the hills lay more than 500 corpses. 100 fighters of Dejunyan finished the fight in moments and silently formed a shield around the disciples of Panchen Lama. The bald-bearded man blinked in shock, trying to understand who these masters really were, sent to them by the wild dragon. The Crimson Squad of the bloody cult got on their tail back in Sojin and continuously herded them to this valley, Tongopyeon. The bearded man grimly admitted, even knowing about the ambush, it was already impossible to stop it. The enemy swarmed like locusts. For every killed spy, 2 new ones immediately took their place. Moreover, their leader was considered one of the most formidable fighters of the entire bloody cult. The Sect commander Yahello brought serious forces. 5 night madmen and 20 battle soul madmen. The black-haired warrior stood motionless before this crowd, understanding the bloody cult had carefully planned a trap specifically for the return of Panchen Lama. Suddenly, a roar tore through the air, and a muscular bald giant jumped at him. The warrior did not even blink, looking at the blazing fist flying straight at his face. A deafening explosion shook the ground. The bald-bearded man watched in horror the devastating power of Dejunyan and Sanchon. But the black-haired man stopped the giant's attack with one hand, demonstrating absolutely invincible strength. From everywhere, other hooded fighters rushed in, and even ordinary rank-and-file without titles fought with furious rage. Each such pawn surpassed the leaders of small clans in strength, yet still quickly turned into a corpse under the master's feet. All this slaughter took about 2 hours. De Jungyon's subordinates simply ground hundreds of elite enemies to dust. The squad in black counted losses. Only 10 died in this bloody battle. Fox-bearded man turned around, hearing his name. Cold sweat appeared on his face. Could it be that Sanxian always had such terrifying power? Strange footsteps were moving away, leaving behind fear. What if these fighters someday decide to capture Sojin? He sighed heavily and closed his eyes. Figures in black were slowly walking through the desert. The bearded man understood. If they really sought power, the Central Plains would have fallen long ago. A little further, the warrior knelt beside the mutilated body of a comrade and quietly asked if it hurt badly. Lying on the bloodied ground, the wounded honestly replied that he felt nothing anymore and would not get out of here alive. The comrade gloomily lowered his head, acknowledging the inevitable. A faint smile appeared on the dirty face of the dying man. He sincerely believed that this victory would bring closer the will of the heavenly Lord. The men firmly clasped hands, sharing the dream of the day when their brothers and families would walk the world without fear. The wounded man's eyes closed with a warm smile. At the end, he thought only of the youngest brother, hoping that he at least does not skip lunches. He quietly asked to send greetings if he has ever met. The dark-haired man tightly clenched his palms. 2 mercenaries in black masks silently watched him. He resignedly closed his eyes. He whispered with his lips that he was sorry. A stranger's hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. He stunnedly opened his eyes. A dull blow from something wooden from behind. A monk with a golden mark prayed for the day when one could walk the world without fear. The monk fervently begged, for the sake of them all, let this day finally come, echoed over the breathless body of the dark-haired man while the killer checked his pulse. A bright title inscription of the story flashed. The rumble of wheels. He slowly came to his senses, staring at the blurred wooden ceiling of the moving carriage. The woman anxiously leaned over the commander as he just opened his eyes. He weakly asked where they were, looking at the landscape outside the carriage window, which was quickly heading to the central plains. The column of carriages rushed along the blurred road. Panic flashed in the commander's eyes. He sharply asked about the fate of the Tan family and his father. The woman hurried to calm him. The clan leader survived and is traveling with them, although the family suffered terrible losses. She seriously added that only the intervention of the young Master Jin saved everyone from complete destruction. The commander exhaled heavily, stunned by what he heard. The riders urged their horses through the dust, feeling a huge debt to their savior. After 2 days of exhausting escape from the bloody massacre, thanks to fresh horses from Jokmoga's people, they finally set up camp in the forest. The wounded rested by the fire when someone voiced a bold guess. Could Jin have predicted the bloody demon's attack on the Tan clan? Sparks flew into the dark sky as another warrior confirmed this. That is why Jin ordered them to retreat by a hidden detour. A direct road to the Sichuan alliance would mean certain death at the hands of Mu Chonggek's elite squad. The fighters by the campfire finally grasped the full scale of the game. Their leader not only calculated the enemy's moves, but cold-bloodedly lured him into a trap. The elder squinted cunningly, asking if he was really lured. He suggested to the head of the Tang family to put himself in the place of the bloody demon. Whom would he consider the most dangerous master in Sichuan? The head darkened, silently digesting this hint. The fighters nearby tensed, recalling the facts. The wild dragon burned the desert valley of Sojiang and annihilated the enemy pursuer's squad. The old man smiled contentedly, adding that on Mount Amei, the boy killed the small cult leader and saved the Tang family itself. Absolutely all enemy losses led to the wild dragon, so the demon would have surely rushed here as soon as he learned his coordinates. Behind the lone figure, a gigantic red snarl appeared. It was a flawless trap built on his own influence. The bearded man was stunned by the realization. If the bloody demon and his elite had not rushed off to attack the Tang family, they would all already be dead, and the Sichuan alliance would have finally fallen. The warrior convulsively grabbed his collar, feeling relief wash over him after deep despair. An enraptured whisper rolled through the crowd. The military exploits of Jin Murin gave them hope, turning the wild dragon into the dragon of light. 2 figures silently stood facing the dazzling dawn. Jin Murin was indeed gradually becoming a beacon for these people. And the mad girl, who turned over her shoulder, from today received the name Woman of Light. The mad woman, who just a moment ago was sincerely joyful, began to come to her senses only after several calls of her battle name. She clutched her clothes at her chest and a tear rolled down her cheek. The woman finally realized what exactly went wrong. The news of the fall of the Sichuan alliance struck the survivors like thunder. A little more, and they would already be in the other world. One of the warriors in despair grabbed his chest. They had completely lost their way. But Jin Murin's achievements ignited a ray of hope. The wild dragon turned into the dragon of light for them. He walked forward, gradually becoming a true guide for everyone. That same day, the mad woman earned the title Woman of Light. She was sincerely joyful, but as soon as she heard her new name several times in a row, she cried bitterly, finally understanding what went wrong. The wind sadly swept over the empty stone barricades. Meanwhile, Master De Junyang led the army to reclaim Sojin. And far from there, the Dianzhong sect was already burning in flames. One of the 4 great factions. The last stronghold of the alliance fell. The Taoist helplessly dropped to his swords before the ashes. The body of their leader was mercilessly pierced by dozens of blades. Under the furious pressure of the bloody cult, the Taoists fell dead one by one. The warrior exploded with rage. Their sect was attacked while they themselves went to help others. He clenched his fists with a crunch, ready to immediately rush back and avenge his brothers. Suddenly, their movement was interrupted by an unknown person. Eventually, the Dianzhang support squad swallowed their anger and did join the Unity Alliance thanks to the beggar's envoys. The news of the Sichuan Alliance's collapse soared into the sky. Rumors spread lightning fast throughout the world. The masters were horrified. The news of the tragedy even preceded the report about the bloody cult crossing the mountains. The stranger by the window calmly read the report, wondering why the enemy's advance was held back not by a large alliance, but only by small clans. His lips stretched into a predatory smile. He quietly savored this new name. Eyes gleamed in the darkness, The man was genuinely glad to have come to see the bright dragon. Meanwhile, the young hero who pulled Ime and the Tan family out of hell calmly walked through the camp. Now the story of Jin Murin had become the hottest topic in the whole world. The attention of the entire world was drawn to Sichuan. The day of the decisive battle was rapidly approaching, gathering the masters together. Tension hung in the air before the new clash. Against the backdrop of burning sparks, a tattered crimson flag fluttered. The fabric loudly flapped in the wind. A draft howled over the roofs of the fire-engulfed night estate. Amid the flames stood Mu Chonggik, the mighty bloody demon and leader of the blood cult. Surveying the domain, he mentally acknowledged that striking the Sichuan alliance first was the only right choice. After all, their strike in the back would hurt much more than the actions of the Unity Alliance. He crushed the paper in his hand with a crunch. 4 major factions destroyed, Sichuan under control, but the most dangerous enemy from the Unity Alliance still breathed. A voice from the darkness pulled him from his thoughts, and the demon coldly ordered to enter. Jane Kian, the chief strategist of the blood cult, swiftly dropped to one knee. As soon as he reported that the fighters of the Unity Alliance had set up camp on Mount Pak, Chonggik sharply and surprisingly asked the name again. The path to the Central Plains ran along the very edge of the Sichuan steppes. To break through further, the armies would have to overcome 4 harsh peaks, including the massive Mount Pak. The man in crimson robes slowly paced the hall, mocking the enemy's intention to hide in the mountains. He heavily sank into a chair, realizing, after the death of thousands of masters, the small clans would simply fear open battle. While the surviving enemy fighters were gathering at Mount Pak, the hall was deciding whether to allow them to unite at all. The subordinate noted that mountain warfare in Sichuan is a precise calculation on the intervention of the wild dragon. The leader's eye gleamed predatory with gold. The servant looked up at his master in horror. The servant nervously swallowed air and submissively admitted that the dragon's intellect far surpasses his own. The man guiltily lowered his gaze, confessing that he lost the target every time it appeared in the most unexpected places. The leader coldly glanced at him over his shoulder, demanding to name at least one reason not to behead him for it. Turning to the crimson-lit window, he harshly cut off, saying that the incompetence of his people is no reason to lose the war. The servant sharply struck a bow to the floor and through clenched teeth tried to turn the enemy's unpredictability to his advantage. He tensed his locked hands and declared that this time it is enough to lure the target into a predictable place for battle. The bearded elder grinned. The very fighters who wiped out the Dronzer sect had joined them. The gray-haired old man with burning eyes confirmed, the power of their cult is now indisputable. Their leader firmly declared that he would corner the enemies and make them respond force with force. He clenched his fist until it cracked. Meanwhile, heavy clouds hung over Mount Pak. 2 masters gloomily discussed the collapse of the Dronzer sect and lamented how to comfort old Ha. A warrior with a streak of gray reminded that despite the fall of great schools, their students had not disappeared. The long-haired youth barely smiled. He sincerely hopes to live to the day of their revival. The girl nearby quietly repeated these words, looking hopefully into the distance. The senior comrade laughed loudly and tousled his hair, as rumors about this rascal were already buzzing everywhere. The boy smiled relaxedly and asked if things were really that bad. He slyly winked, and the interlocutor only shook his head, wondering what an influential figure this youth was going to become. He laughed loudly, noting that true talent, like a needle in a sack, can never be hidden. The youth only calmly smiled in response. Uncle warmly reacted to the young man's confidence, and he immediately asked about the aunt in Little Urim. The woman was completely overwhelmed by relatives who suddenly arrived from everywhere, and the girl every day kept babbling about Murin and even found a bunch of new friends because of it. They looked at the mountains in the distance, wondering who this child would eventually grow up to be. Fireflies flickered in the night grass when the elder suddenly called the boy by name. Seriously. The survival of the entire Sichuan Murim was at stake, and they simply had to win. He firmly repeated that there could be no other outcome besides victory. The young man confidently grinned. He never engaged in battles that were lost in advance. Uncle abruptly moved forward because the most important thing was to restore the former glory of the Madram sect. Only then would his mother's soul find peace, and he himself could return to where he truly belonged. Their path lay straight to the rocky mountain Bayok. Under the gloomy sky, a quiet voice sounded. The war was already near, and peace had lasted too long. The seated man was surprised, for battles in the north never ceased. But the matter was different, the inevitable war within Murim itself. The stern, bearded man turned out to be Guk Yonsen, head of the Secret Service of the Imperial Palace. His personal visit here meant that the palace was also closely monitoring the upcoming confrontation. The man recalled the sudden appearance of the bloody cult, which recently mercilessly slaughtered several villages. A black bow lay in the nightgrass while Gook spoke of the empty places of the massacre. All bodies had vanished without a trace, as if evaporated into the air. The interlocutor smiled predatory. He guessed that the Kvarian sect had finally acted, but he was wrong. The dark-haired girl nearby cheerfully explained that the daughter of their boss was currently traveling with a boy nicknamed Wild Dragon. And this mysterious boss was Emperor Luka II Volcho himself, one of the two absolute rulers of the world. Gook raised his eyebrows in shock, suddenly realizing that the scandalous companion of Jin Morin was actually So Ryan's daughter. He simply could not believe that it was about the very girl whom the whole world honors as the only flower among the heavens. Gook relaxed, crossed his arms over his chest, and burst out laughing, admitting that such a loud battle name, sooner or later, simply had to stick to her. A stranger in dark robes asked if it was not too dangerous to leave everything as it was, just days before the battle began. They tried to calm him by saying that Geryon had checked everything, but the bearded man only tensed gloomily. What if he was wrong? The pale young man squinted slyly and offered to personally sneak in there for reconnaissance. The wind rustled anxiously in the forest thicket. The bearded man stared in shock at the words about one of the two emperors entering the war, but the young man immediately stopped him. It was just a joke. The warrior turned away irritably, folding his arms across his chest, while the pale one only smiled mockingly behind his back. Fingers relaxedly rested on the knee. They decided not to intervene for now, and just observe the development of events. The bearded man confidently stated that Geryon had everything under control, but a sly voice from behind asked, "What if not?" The dark-haired man grinned fiercely and offered to intervene personally. The wind rustled anxiously in the thickets. The bearded man was stunned by the thought that one of the two emperors would enter the war, but the interlocutor immediately waved it off. It was only a joke. The man relaxedly crossed his arms over his chest. They remained in the shadows, deciding simply to observe the development of events. Above the dead silence, Mount Pack rose the sun. Scattered masters of the four factions of the Uni Alliance gathered together, preparing for the decisive battle. The Grey Elder grimly reminded the warriors of a bitter lesson, the reason for the fall of the Sichuan Alliance. Before the start of the assembly, he addressed the crowd with a single request. His loud voice spread over the mountain. Today, there is no division here into high and low ranks. The elder's hand authoritatively lay on the sword hilt. It was Cho Pinchon, leader of the Unity Alliance and elder of Madarim. The head of the Tang family unexpectedly bowed his head and sincerely apologized to those present for the former pride of his clan. Ordinary warriors were stunned. The mighty leader had just promised to obey them unconditionally until the very end of the war. He tightly clenched his hands, ready to fight in the vanguard or simply cook rice for everyone. Someone else's palms decisively clenched into strong fists. The stern, scarred faces of the warriors froze in silent readiness. A step forward. Another master bowed low, repenting for his recent arrogance. Even the proud monks of Imei clenched their rosaries and agreed to become ordinary members. The crowd froze in shock. The alliance leader softly smiled at their desire to unite. Hearing pleas from the Great Four, who always oppressed everyone, was simply wild. Small sects awkwardly exchanged glances before the bowed backs of giants. One of the leaders swallowed and directly asked to accept them. The young man calmly cut in. If they abandon old pride and accept the alliance rules, no obstacles to unification will remain. The head of the true golden sect, Xin Huan, respectfully folded his hands before him. The leader of the northern heavenly sect, Li Jianmyan, supported him. The time has come for everyone to unite for victory. The elder's gaze darkened. The council began, and forward with a firm step came the leader of the Fire Assault Corps. There was no time to lose, so he cut straight through. The main thing now is the deployment of the fighters. Sichuan gathered a huge army, but the rank-and-file warriors of the minor factions will not survive the meat grinder with the bloody cult. Therefore, the strike backbone will number only 2,500 of the best masters. One of the commanders silently listened, weighing each word of the plan heavily. The scribe quickly noted, "Another 500 are going to support. The rest will guard the central plains." Suddenly, a fresh report arrived. The army of the bloody cult was advancing much faster than predicted. By tomorrow morning, they will be here, ready for a frontal assault. The corps leader clenched his fist until it cracked. He clearly understood that the enemy would not blindly rush into their trap on the already defended Pak Mountain. Wusun warned that the enemy would provoke them into open battle. They might brazenly, right before their eyes, send troops to the central plains bypassing the mountain. Someone forcefully threw the figurines onto the game board. To survive, the weaker ones will have to break the rules at any cost. If the bloody cult moves around Mount Pack, the Alliance will have to leave their heights and intercept them. The bald elder tensed noticeably. The enemy knew perfectly well that their families remained on the plains. For the sake of victory, the cultists will not disdain dirty methods. The black-bearded warrior added that then a long power confrontation would begin, where no one would hurry. The Gray Master wiped sweat bitterly. They were being driven into a war of attrition. The mustached man reminded of the main problem, an army of tireless, soulless madmen. He thoughtfully rubbed his face and calculated that the Alliance's supplies would last at most 15 days. Suddenly, a young man in dark clothing calmly stepped forward and asked the commander how long the battle would last. 2 days. The old man froze stunned at these words. The young man raised his hand and unequivocally declared that he would end it in 2 days. The crowd buzzed in shock. No one could believe that the young Master Jin really planned a fiery attack. Jin stood with his back to the elders and firmly stated that he would not play a war of attrition against the army of soulless madmen. He had no doubt. The enemy strategist had already figured out his plan. Therefore, the strike with all their might would fall precisely on the first day. Jin raised his index finger, demanding to hold out for exactly 1 day. Only this would be enough to completely turn the course of the war. The story about the mysterious young master was gaining momentum. Twilight slowly enveloped the steep cliffs. A gray-haired warrior with a sword on his back approached the lonely white tent at the forest edge. He entered inside to learn the results of the meeting, to which Jin calmly replied that he was just about to call him. Jin handed over a rolled-up map and ordered to lead the people to Mount Biak. The warrior widened his eyes in surprise, recalling that this place lay 10 li east of Mount Pak. The white-haired man studied the report intently, pondering about enemies who might try to slip into the Central Plains. The warriors tensed to the limit. All combat-ready forces are gathered here, and a sudden strike on their families in the rear would be a catastrophe. The strategist barely smiled and entrusted the interlocutor with the most important route, leaving the bypass routes to others. The dark-haired man leaned back relaxedly, wondering if it was safe to leave the soulless madmen to the Alliance of Unity. His gaze immediately grew heavier as he reported the arrival of a special package, the Black Cabinet of the 6 armies. This news frankly pleased the white-haired man. The dark figure froze for a moment, pondering the unexpected news. However, he refused to take the artifact with him, ordering to hide this too conspicuous thing in Yanshu. The strategist's eyes flashed fiercely with crimson when the conversation turned to Mount Biak and the plan to destroy the bloody demon. The dark-haired man grinned conspiratorially, realizing that this was exactly where they would drive the enemy for the final battle in front of the whole world. 2 figures in cloaks swiftly vanished into the fog, receiving orders to clear the mountain and intercept any scouts. Spies always confused the maps, but the white-haired man only shrugged relaxedly. The more foreign eyes, the faster the necessary rumors will spread. He confidently marched away and forbade killing the survivors. Let them spread the news of the triumphant revival of the Madorum sect to the world. Bilosi suddenly stopped and threw over his shoulder that he had one more piece of news. He reported that the Patala Palace would restore its influence by the end of the war. The guest added that the Sichuani sects would also find their place, and asked if the Heavenly Lord planned to do the same. The dark-haired man sharply ordered not to ask the obvious. The red eye of Bilosi flashed predatory. He silently turned around and leisurely walked out of the tent towards the light. Left alone, the Lord quietly admitted that it was time for him to find his own place as well. A dazzling flash. The sun brightly flooded the rocky mountain slope. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the gorge near the lowered rope, 2 men were sleeping right on the ground. One of them reluctantly opened his eyes and rubbed his face with his hand, still half asleep. But at that very moment, he froze in horror and began feverishly shaking his partner by the shoulder, wiping sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, the man turned around in fear and called out to Brother Bong with a trembling voice, having seen something ahead. The body weakly sank to the ground in the darkness. The pupil sharply dilated in horror, and cold sweat rolled down the cheek. 2 half-naked guards near the cliff saw, noticing the alarm signal. One of them panicked, grabbed the rope, and shouted to warn Brother Chu. Clenching his fists, the guard pulled the signal rope with all his might, straining from the scream. Meanwhile, at the other end of the rope, an unconscious bandit was already lying. The rope whistled as it tore upward. The guard was harshly thrown into the air with a curse. A huge paw clutched his collar tightly. A giant red-haired strongman in armor easily held the frightened minion, roughly asking what happened. The little one hysterically kicked and screamed that the enemies were already here. The red giant confusedly asked who exactly dared to appear. A panic scream tore through the air. The enemy is already here. Someone's finger pointed down to where a dark horde was sliding down the slope. A gray-bearded elder and a young man nearby tensed sharply. A stern warrior with black and white hair grimly assessed the scale of the threat. The horizon was flooded with a bloody sea, An innumerable army in red cloaks menacingly raised their banners. The final credits of the chapter appeared. In sharp purple light, the figure of a dead man with a scythe appeared. The huge red-haired warrior roared with all his might, pulling the collar of the disheveled boy. Dust rose in a cloud from underfoot. The young man hysterically shouted that the enemies were already near. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets from animal terror. A trembling finger pointed down where the horizon was covered by an endless black army. The hand stiffened, tremblingly reaching toward the endless enemy ranks below. The gray-haired old man and the young girl froze in place. The man with a white streak grimly glanced over his shoulder. The valley was already flooded with a bloody red sea of enemy banners. The air shuddered from the heavy growing roar. Strong hands struck wooden clappers with a swing. The guard madly beat the drum and shouted to form ranks. The rumble of alarm echoed off the cliffs. The lookout saw the assault with his own eyes. Beggars on the peaks of Mount Pak struck their drums in unison. From this rumble, the earth around the mountain massif shook fiercely. Red banners fluttered in the wind. The enemy entrenched on the heights, just as Jang Gyun had predicted. A proposal was made to give the soldiers a short break to prepare for a flawless attack before the enemy's inevitable descent. The stern leader with a streak of gray briefly agreed to this. Meanwhile, the clawed warrior questioned his pale companion about the signs of the wild dragon and learned that their target was a nobleman of unprecedented beauty. The clawed one, with a foolish smile, asked again if he was really more handsome than himself. And in a moment, he twisted his face with envy and hissed through his teeth that he would definitely kill him. Heavy footsteps cut through the silence. The great strategist in a red cloak was approaching. After hearing the subordinate's report on the elder's readiness, he grimly stated, ahead was a frontal collision of brute force. The strategist ordered his men to gather strength before the decisive battle. The subordinates silently bowed their heads, accepting the order. A heavy sky hung over the field of the future battle. The crowd hummed dully while two in red mantles stood frozen with their backs to the bloody dawn. The hand lazily fanned itself, escaping the heat. The bearded man snarled fiercely, checking if they remembered the great strategist's plan. The fan was held by the Black Elder. One of the elders blinked confusedly, completely forgetting the order, and immediately got scolded by his partner for senile nonsense. He irritably reminded the essence. As soon as the battle begins, they must flank from the north and move towards Mount Bayok. Instead, Forgetful muttered dreamily something about pork in broth, causing his comrade to sigh heavily and suggest simply burying him on the spot. The leader elder coldly cut off the quarrel, ordering the old men to just stay behind them. This was the White Elder. He emphasized the main point: to deceive the enemy with a false attack on the central plains, flank through Mount Bayok, and strike them in the back. The forgetful old man's eyes suddenly flashed with demonic red. He joyfully asked if they could just slaughter everyone and drink their blood. To the ironic question of whether he had the strength for that, the bloodthirsty elder honestly replied no. But despite these flat jokes, the army of the bloody cult behind them did not relax for a moment. Great demons had gathered here, who once held all of Sajan in animal fear. Blood-soaked old demons laughed, clutching the torn-off hand and ripped-out heart. Even with age, these maniacs who once jokingly slaughtered the Dianzan sect have not lost their thirst for murder. A warning sounded. Wild Dragon should have already prepared a plan against these madmen. The man in the crimson cloak stood motionless before the squad of faceless killers in hoods. With the joining of the elders from this trap, there will be no way out, and all the central plains will simply burn to ashes. Events were rapidly gaining momentum. With the whistle of the wind, the group of 4 fighters tensely stared into the distance. Their dark sleeves fluttered in the cold fog. The swordsman doubted whether it was worth using that very power, as there were plenty of extra eyes around, and such a move would turn the world upside down. So far, it was calm above the treetops, but the spies have already dispersed to their positions, ready to watch every move as soon as the battle breaks out. The young man smiled slyly. In the chaos of the general fight, no one will understand anything, so it is necessary to act unnoticed, blocking the way for all scouts to Mount Bayok. Suddenly, the girl looked up intently and gave a signal. The enemy moved. Calmly saying it was time to move, he led all 4, and they sharply tore off from the cliff straight into the air. Space was cut by a steep jerk. The war drums struck dully. Black banners fluttered in the air. A whole army of defenders sprang from their places and rushed toward the enemy. The gray-bearded warrior raised his sword and shouted to stop the advance at any cost. He clenched his fist, reminding that behind their backs in the central plains their families remained. The fighters dashed forward. Even the elders joined the leap forward. The enemies were surprised why those same ones left the advantageous position on the mountain. However, the cult leaders immediately understood. The defenders feared that they would simply bypass them and strike the cities. Noticing the enemies on the cliffs, the sectarians deciphered the plan of the rear strike and ordered to prepare for battle. Cultists in red mantles pounced fiercely in attack. Defenders without hesitation rushed to meet them. Enemies in red hoods avalanched down the hill, straight at the swordsman. A fierce battle began. From the sudden roar, the fighter froze in shock. A dark aura spread under the cold words. The war has begun. The gray-bearded elder sternly cut off, saying that before them was neither the Poison King nor the outstanding sword master, Cho Fionchong. Only one name caused cold sweat. Wild Dragon Jin Morin. In the darkness, a sinister smile flashed while the elder hinted to the leader. He himself knows the truth perfectly well. Since initiative in such a fight decides everything, their choice remained extremely limited. The leader silently watched the slaughter, listening to the cynical advice to hide behind the scenes and weave intrigues. The response was wild laughter and a fist clenched to the point of cracking. The giant burst into a terrifying laugh, reveling in the upcoming slaughter. The air was torn by black flashes under a mocking scream. He was calling everyone to battle, calling the Sichuanese weaklings. And at that very moment, a devastating blow simply knocked the opponent off his feet. The fighters on the front line barely held the defense, complaining about the superhuman strength of the enemy warrior. Suddenly, the bald monk turned around in confusion. The commander sharply turned his head, sensing danger. From the sky, a massive red-haired giant with a predatory grimace was falling on them. The commander calmly stepped forward. With one jerk, he threw the monk out of the attack line and rushed to intercept. The sword blade rang as it met the massive fist. The giant only grinned with satisfaction. He hadn't seen such a strong prey for a long time. With a short exclamation, he threw his second fist forward. The commander smiled defiantly and stopped the blow with his bare palm. These are my words. Suddenly his eyes widened. The giant crashed down with all his mass, tearing the ground with a roar. The commander was simply crushed into dust under the weight of that blow. Cursing the foolish upstart, the warrior rushed forward swiftly, raising clouds of dust. Chukmo calmly assessed the situation. The center held firmly, and the blood cultists, as expected, split into two flanks. It remained to calculate which group was breaking through to the central plains. He tensed. If the soulless dead did not appear soon, their entire plan would fail. Someone's hand suddenly lay on his shoulder, making him flinch. It was the little prince, who immediately advised the warrior to keep his emotions under control. Chukmog snapped back that time was against them, to which the prince coldly replied, "If the enemy is hiding, they will have to smoke him out." It was for this purpose that an armed girl swiftly burst into the battle from the air. Chokmoj merely blinked silently from surprise. Meanwhile, on the front line, a fighter with claws mercilessly tore the enemies into pieces. Suddenly he froze and sharply turned at the foreign presence. From the bloody haze came a promise of swift death, to which the killer only laughed wildly and pounced into a new attack. The clawed giant just grinned, mockingly promising to become his death. The big guy with blades on his hands fiercely jumped straight at him. A lightning-fast movement, and the blade whistled out of the sheath. With one smooth swing, he cut through the space around. The attacker was instantly sliced, blood splattered, and the witness of the slaughter suddenly began to realize something. And he is handsome. A strange thought flashed against the backdrop of bloody splashes. Bandits in red cloaks froze in horror, immediately recognizing him as the wild dragon. Someone's face turned to stone in mute, frantic horror. The mangled body fell to the ground with a crash, and the swordsman coldly asked why they had frozen. He aimed his weapon at them and harshly ordered the degenerates to line up. The translator's subtitles conclude this chapter. The insolent enemy laughed out loud at the threat and confidently declared that he would kill him himself. The big guy with blades on his hands pounced on the black-haired swordsman with a predatory leap. He did not even flinch. He only calmly drew the blade from the sheath. A lightning-fast swing cut through the air with a shining arc. The attacker's head flew off his shoulders faster than he realized his own mistake. A dull thud on the ground, and the last phrase of the dead man was cut off mid-word. One of the cultists gasped in awe, struck by the enemy's unearthly beauty, but never finished speaking. The cultists in red hoods recoiled in horror, recognizing the legendary wild dragon in the killer. He frowned, displeased, and barked at them for staring. The decapitated body loudly fell behind, and the dragon only smiled fiercely. Lowering the blade, he coldly ordered the degenerates to line up. The camera pulls back. A single warrior stood motionless against the entire army. The crowd was paralyzed by fear. The cultists could not believe that before them was the very monster who defeated the three great demons in the Patala Palace. The red-haired giant gloomily loomed over the beaten enemy, who spat out clots of blood. Thick drops fell straight to the ground. The white-haired man desperately raised his weapon, not believing his eyes. Two of his allies were already dead. A dark-haired youth calmly stepped forward to meet him. Out of horror, the white-haired man shouted with his last strength. The youth glanced indifferently at him and asked if they were his family. A deadly swing of the sword tore through the air. The youth coldly advised to follow them. A dazzling arc of energy split the enemy's chest in half. Black blood poured from his open mouth. The youth froze with the bloodied blade. The desert valley fell, and the core of bloody killers was destroyed. The remnants of the enemies scattered from powerful attacks. The four bloody guardians were defeated, and their leaders were beheaded. He rushed swiftly to finish off the survivors, while only the severed head remained of the little leader of the cult. The blade mercilessly cut through the neck of the next opponent. The bodies of the enemies flew apart under furious blows. This intervention saved the Tan family and the MA school from total destruction. The warrior's eye flashed deadly in the darkness, mentally cursing his enemy. The commander opposite was sweating coldly, realizing that all plans were collapsing because of one single person. An advisor quietly approached from the side and offered the last trump card to use the soulless madmen. The Lord frowned sternly and muttered hoarsely, giving the order. The commander immediately called Visan, and the loyal warrior instantly responded from below. Gim Visan, deputy commander of the Asura unit, confidently stepped forward. He received an order to lead the vanguard and support the battle monsters in the offensive. Visan obediently accepted the task. Suddenly, the air was cut by a sharp clatter. Heavy chains thunderously fell to the ground. From the cloud of dust emerged stocky, blind creatures in shackles, ready to tear everything living to pieces. One of the madmen screamed wildly, and scratching the ground with bound hands, frantically rushed into the attack. A huge pale monster with fangs lunged forward on all fours, rattling heavy chains. One of the fighters panicked, grabbed his head, recognizing the attackers as soulless dead, and shouted to the commander to act immediately. The elderly leader of the Sichuan Corps drew his sword, shouting fiercely that he saw everything himself. The warriors simultaneously drew their blades at his sharp order to advance according to plan. The entire squad instantly threw the antidote into their mouths. Meanwhile, pale hands formed a seal, preparing to blind the enemies. The long-haired master concentrated a whirl of blue energy around himself. The blue vortex of energy thickened increasingly around the master. The force struck the ground. He sharply spread his arms, releasing a large-scale shockwave. A dense veil covered the monster, hissing as it ate into its flesh and completely blinding it. Clenching his fists tightly, the fighter frantically commanded to immediately switch to the second strategy. The fighters of the Tan family shouted and rushed to the front line. The sharp order quickly spread through the battle ranks. Everyone who did not have an antidote was ordered to retreat immediately. The girl looked back and warned that the poisonous attack was already beginning. But the little prince calmly stayed in place. He was simply burning away any poison with his scorching yang energy. The Tan masters focused and clenched their daggers, preparing for the decisive throw. Weapons flew forward like a hailstorm. A dense purple cloud of poison exploded on the battlefield. The adepts of the bloody cult sensed the trap in time and massively jumped back, avoiding serious losses. But they were not aiming at them at all. Only soulless monsters, absolutely immune to toxins, remained in the thick of the fog. The Sichuan alliance had long since figured out their weakness. Jacques Mogues drew his sword. Without the cover of living masters, these creatures became vulnerable. So this was the perfect chance to strike. With a furious roar, the pale giant rushed straight at him. The elder accepted the devastating purple strike on his blade with a clatter. His face twisted with tension as he activated the sword defense of 10,000 heavens. After deflecting the attack, he swung his weapon with full force into the giant monstrous head. The blade whistled as it completed its arc, slicing through the air. One of the fighters snapped at the scream, demanding not to stare and to immediately run to help the madman. The bearded commander instantly turned the squad to defend the Sichuan Corps and not let reinforcements approach the monsters. Suddenly, everything around was flooded with a dazzling, fiery flash. The shock wave swept away someone's silhouette with a scream. The bearded man froze, covered in cold sweat. Against the backdrop of a new explosion, a sword flashed in the hands of a figure in a red cloak. The stranger with a cold gaze silently fell right on him from above. The commander only managed to think how such a thing was possible so quickly and widened his eyes in horror. A sudden red flash of energy tore the air with a deafening clatter of metal. The bearded man in dark clothing barely stood on his feet, shielding himself from the powerful recoil. Covered in sweat, he gripped the sword tighter and anxiously asked if all targets were hit. A warrior in blue froze before him. The bearded man's gaze fell on a foreign blade, and he stunnedly recognized his savior. The stunned warrior began to pronounce the just recognized name with his own lips. Both fighters tensely stared ahead. Someone from the allies exclaimed in amazement the title of the Manhwa Sect leader. The bearded man immediately took the initiative and shouted to Commander Kuyanmu to finish his business, fully taking this enemy upon himself. With these words, he sprang from his place and rushed swiftly towards the opponents. Meanwhile, the Manhwa Sect leader, Cho Mugen, maintained an icy calm. The enemy in the red cloak admitted that the strategist advised to beware of this man. He acknowledged that meeting such an opponent is a true honor. The opponent was surprised how a master from a half-ruined sect could deflect his strike, to which Cho Mugen coldly replied, "They always lacked money, not skill." The youth in crimson rushed forward, shouting that the enemy could not surpass him. The mustached swordsman swung in response. "He will not pass further." Space blurred from the insane speed. Their blades collided with a deafening roar, raising an explosive wave. A pillar of dazzling light struck straight into the sky. The swordsman in blue tensed. Now he understood the suffering of the Poison King and was no longer sure of his own victory. The young man opposite only narrowed his eyes predatory, realizing that the Manhwa sect had hidden its true power for years. A new burst of energy tore through the air. The shockwave shattered the earth to pieces. While their fight on the plains of Mount Pak reached its bloody peak, the neighboring Mount Biok was drowning in gloomy haze. Someone took advantage of the battle and turned onto this quiet forest path. Now there lay in the mud the dead elders of the bloody cult, whose march to the central plains was cut off forever. The black-bearded and gray-haired warriors were gasping heavily for air. Only they too survived from the entire squad. Wounded White Elder barely stood on his feet, bleeding profusely. In his eyes flickered undisguised horror. They, the invincible masters of Sojanu, had lost all their people in just 30 minutes of slaughter. From the thick fog before them emerged a solitary figure in white, causing the enemies to croak out hoarsely, asking who it was. "Me?" The figure responded indifferently, standing motionless in a puddle of blood among the chopped bodies, and calmly declared that before them was Pek Cheryun, the ruler of the Bugok fortress from Sanshan. The silver-haired girl with a burning red eye licked her lips predatory. The black elder ground his teeth in rage. It turned out that Sanshan had been deceiving the whole world all this time. At the desperate threat of swift revenge from the cult leader, the girl only laughed mockingly, disdainfully calling them pathetic bloody demons. The space behind her trembled and began to ominously fill with a thick crimson. Behind her back, a threatening red aura grew with dozens of dark silhouettes, and Pek Cheryun said with boredom, "Just die already." A black flash instantly tore through the flesh of the White Elder. A wide curved blade swooshed down, putting a bloody full stop to this battle. Black energy, with a deadly whistle, tore the dusty sky to shreds. The episode began with the usual intro of the translation team. A bloodied, bearded man cursed the scoundrels from Sanshan through his teeth, who had shamelessly deceived the world for so long. In the darkness, a red eye flashed predatory, and someone's sly voice mocked the pathetic bloody demon and promised swift revenge from the cult leader. A pink-haired girl licked her lips bloodthirstily, and behind her back loomed a whole army of faceless shadows threateningly. She coldly told the enemies to just die already. A wave of dark energy mercilessly swept across the field. The gray-haired master recoiled in horror when he was hit by a wave of dark energy. A wide halberd blade flashed. Black blood fanned out against the gloomy sky. Strong hands clenched the weapon's shaft until the bones whitened. The warriors desperately tore their voices, throwing themselves into a new attack. Bodies covered the ground. Someone's spear pierced through the back of the slain fighter, harshly pinning him to the earth. The battlefield drowned in the clatter of metal and death cries, when spies hidden behind masks threw them off from all sides and a full-scale war erupted. Two observers froze on the cliff, unable to tear their eyes away from the bloody slaughter below. A Taoist from the Qingqin sect fiercely cut down enemies, ignoring the blood gushing from his severed hand. Nearby, a nun from Ime fought to the death, drenched in crimson from head to toe. The spectacle was as terrifying as it was magnificent. The girl quietly asked her brother how all this would end. She doubted that the Unity Alliance was capable of stopping the bloody cult. This was Saul from the influential Namgun clan. After a brief pause, the man grimly admitted that under the current circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for them. Her brother Namgun Do tensely crossed his arms over his chest. He assessed the tactic of poisoning the cult's elite fighters and wiping out their pawns. But even that was not enough now. Saul bitterly agreed. They should have learned about the threat at least a little earlier. If Sichuan falls, the entire southern Murim will be under attack. They sent reinforcements as soon as they heard the news, But the rescue army has not even crossed the Central Plains yet. The Central Plains did not dare to make sudden moves, fearing the demonic cult from Mount Tian. The Huarian faction also froze, obeying the will of the divine dragon, who went into closed training. The interlocutor's eyes gleamed fiercely in the darkness. If anyone moves, Mount Tian will strike instantly, and then the flames of war will burn the whole world. The warrior in uniform grimly admitted, Murim is tied hand and foot, so the bloody cult chose the perfect moment to attack. His companion pointed forward, unmistakably recognizing the outstanding fighter. The wild dragon Jin Murin. Blood splattered from the sharp swing of the sword. The girl immediately guessed that the woman next to him was the famous MANHUA. Murin reproached his partner for asking her to stay behind, but she smiled and reminded him that she was his bodyguard. He only gave a crooked smile, and Yukva already rushed into battle with a bare blade. With one merciless strike, Murin cut off the grotesque toothy head. The observer's eye twitched in horror. The fencing of the Maduram Sect live turned out to be even fiercer than the rumors. Yukva and Murin simultaneously burst into attack, cutting through space with flashes of blue energy. The woman frowned, suddenly recognizing in Yukva's movements a painfully familiar sword style. "Brother?" she whispered in shock. The young man opposite froze and sweat rolled down his temple from the anxious pounding of his heart. She sighed heavily and directly threw it in his face. He was head over heels for the wild dragon. The action sharply shifted to the very hell. The warrior's body fell with a clatter onto the blood-stained ground next to the abandoned sword. Immediately after him, another fighter in a crimson cloak collapsed helplessly into the dust. The gloomy commander surveyed the carnage, realizing that this merciless slaughter had been going on for almost 8 hours. While their surviving fighters still somehow held a tight defense, on the other flank, the situation was unfolding critically. Exhausted and battered, the warrior sank heavily. The endless battle with the insane fanatics was simply burning out their strength. A sharp movement cut through the air. Now all they had to do was wait for the east wind to finally execute the third strategy. The man suddenly froze. His gaze fell on a scrap of paper with the conditional signal. "East wind. It blew just in time," he shouted beside himself. Clenching his fist, he raised his voice. "Time for the third strategy." A heavy rumble tore through the air as the half-naked warrior struck the war drums with all his might. The rumble of the drums carried the order louder and louder across the battlefield. Hearing the signal, the enemy tactician sharply raised his hand, realizing the fatal change in the wind. At that very moment, the fighters in green rushed down with the order to release all the remaining poison. They unleashed a deadly hail of blades on the enemy. The purple gas exploded in a dense cloud, engulfing the soldiers in red hoods under their desperate screams. People fell to the ground, writhing in agony and choking on blood. The commander gritted his teeth. What they had once failed to destroy, the Tan family, was now turning against them. Clenching the fan with a crunch, he warned his lord that with such wind, the damage from the poison would be catastrophic. Only one option remained: to retreat immediately and gather strength for a new attack. Two men in crimson mantles calmly watched the valley. The trap had closed, so there was no point in forcing events anymore. A raven cawed piercingly. A flock of blackbirds descended on the ground covered with corpses and blood. The Unity Alliance's losses approached 500 fighters, while the Blood Cult was short by barely 200. The long-haired warrior grimly admitted that they had gotten off lightly, considering the onslaught of mad revenants at the vanguard. The pale girl beside him added anxiously, "The enemy acts too cold-bloodedly, and by morning the exhausted defenders will simply be crushed." Usually fanatics went headlong from the first second, but as soon as the Alliance struck them with poison, they retreated without hesitation. Their chief strategist turned out to be a cautious player who did not take reckless risks and feared traps. And if the Alliance again sits in a tight defense without any trump cards, the outcome of this battle will be obvious. A cold certainty of the inevitable consequence hung over the quieted field. Namgongdo was not the only one who understood this. In the surrounding shadows, dozens of spies hurriedly scratched the same conclusions on pieces of paper. A white carrier pigeon sharply took off into the starry sky. The man barely smiled, convinced that without a sudden brilliant maneuver, his enemies were simply doomed. Now he only had to wait for a move from the Unity Alliance. Somewhere nearby, a campfire flickered lonely near a tent. The night silence was suddenly cut by heavy footsteps. From the dense darkness, several figures in massive crimson cloaks emerged at once. The face of each was securely hidden by a black mask. One of the scouts slipped past the fire like a swift shadow. Hiding from prying eyes, he removed the bandage and exhaled heavily. He barely managed to drop to one knee when his comrades immediately asked about the success of the sortie. The man nodded confidently. Everything was exactly as Jin Murin had predicted. The enemies really poured drugs directly into the coffins of their soulless madmen every day. This experienced spy turned out to be Tan Chun, former commander of the Golden Tiger Corps. He smiled fiercely and reported that they had successfully poisoned the front rows of monsters, then ordered the squad to retreat immediately. Meanwhile, Jia Ingyan in a red cloak swiftly circled the elders' positions under the cover of darkness. Defense does not mean passivity. Even before the war began, the elite of the Corps gathered in Jin Murin's tent. The captain placed before them a mixture capable of putting the soulless dead to sleep permanently. She unrolled scrolls with a recipe she personally developed based on the secrets of the desert valley. The plan was daring. During the very first retreat, the squad was to draw the form of the bloody cultists onto themselves. The main strike was entrusted to Tan Chun. He had to infiltrate the camp alone and spray the drug, so as not to reveal themselves to the enemy as a whole crowd. The task of the rest was to prepare the poison and securely hold the path for his retreat. The captain handed the scrolls to the young fighters, entrusting them with life for their perfect speed and knowledge of poisons. They silently accepted the order. And so, under the cold downpour, a lone red cloak swiftly slid through enemy territory. Not a single extra sound. Tan Chun smiled fiercely from under his hood. The poison was successfully sprayed, and tomorrow the army of the soulless would no longer wake up. Figures in crimson cloaks rapidly disappeared into the night darkness. The man in the red cloak rushed forward swiftly, not believing that their retreat plan to the bloody cult had really worked. All this was only possible thanks to the poisonous fog, which during the battle completely concealed their infiltration from the enemies. However, it was too early to relax, so he sharply asked Tan Yu again if he had strictly followed the recipe of the preparations. Tan Yu confidently assured his sister that he had perfectly mixed the paralytic poison for energy dispersion. He joyfully reported that he had added herbs for rapid spreading and, as instructed, generously sprinkled aphrodisiac. The woman froze in her tracks. She asked in shock what she had heard, to which the boy carefreely replied that he had poured a whole heap of stimulant from the warehouse into the mixture. The partners stopped and stared at him in astonishment. He was ordered a soul-confusing powder, not an aphrodisiac. Tan Yu turned pale as a wall, suddenly realizing that he had personally pumped the crowd of dangerous enemies with a horse dose of stimulant. The screen opened with a gloomy image of a corpse in a purple glow. The woman in a deep red hood glanced cautiously to the side and quietly asked Tan Yu if he had exactly followed the instructions. The boy crouched to the ground and smiled slyly, reporting the ready paralytic poison. He confidently added that for acceleration, he had thrown in the necessary herbs, and, as she had ordered, generously mixed in the aphrodisiac. The woman jerked sharply from surprise. She froze in place, barely squeezing out a question about this last ingredient. Tanvu grinned joyfully and declared that he had spent a whole ton because the supplies were enough. In the forest darkness, a tense silence hung. Under the cold light of the full moon, the sister hissed in an icy tone that she had asked for powder to cloud the soul. Tanvu turned pale with horror while she fiercely scolded him for this idiocy. Suddenly, a red rune flared ominously on the clothing. The second day of the war came, and the morning sun illuminated the impregnable cliffs. The Grey Master opened his mouth in a fierce scream. It was in this final battle that the fate of all Sichuan was decided. The Grey Elder on the edge of the cliff raised his sword and shouted to the army if they were ready to win. Hundreds of throats broke out in a single roar of agreement. Fingers clenched the hilt until it cracked. With a battle cry, the old man plunged into the abyss. A black wave of fighters rushed after him, raising a thick dust cloud. Meanwhile, a heavy boot stepped into the dust. The cult leader decided to personally enter the field. The subordinate even recoiled, not believing that the Lord would fight with his own hands. But he tightly gripped the weapon, sensing a trap deep inside. The enemy would never go to a prolonged war of attrition without a hidden motive. He decided to break their schemes and end the slaughter today. On the second day, the blade clattered as it left the sheath. The Lord rushed into the attack, pulling all the sectarians behind him. The fanatics flew after, shouting not to leave a single living place. Under the crimson hood burned the gaze of a killer. The leader of the Sect Madorim, Cho Mugen, confidently stepped onto the battlefield. He flew into the crowd like a red whirlwind, mercilessly cutting down enemies in his path. Blood splattered in all directions. The swordsman with a streak of gray lunged at the opponent, roaring that it was time to settle yesterday's scores. Their weapons clashed, exploding with a dazzling green light. The shockwave thunderously scattered the fighters around. The commanders lined up a perfect battle formation. In the very center stood still King of Poisons, Tan Zhou, closely monitoring the situation on the field. The right flank was harshly controlled by the sect leader Ime, and the left wing was reliably covered by Cho Mugen. The enemy camp skillfully retreated a step, not allowing themselves to be trapped in the mountain snare. It was a forced maneuver. They had burned all their poison in yesterday's massacre. The man smiled predatorily. Now the only real obstacle for him remained the poisonous field of the Tan clan masters. The fist clenched sharply, and a cold order sounded to prepare the soulless madmen. The chief strategist instantly distributed forces, fighters of fighting spirit to the flanks, and madmen of the bloody night to the center. The subordinates in red cloaks obeyed unquestionably. One of them leapt into the air, shouting mid-flight to release the soulless and deploy the lightning squad. With fanatical cries of loyalty, the cultists rushed forward. 3 cultists strained their backs, dragging a massive wooden coffin in thick chains. With a heavy crash, the chest slammed to the ground, and everything around was flooded with a terrifying violet glow. Figures in cloaks froze before it in anticipation. Suddenly, one of them confusedly raised his head. A sharp and powerful burst of energy tore through the space. The cultist recoiled in shock, convulsively clutching his face. The strategist panicked and began shouting, demanding to immediately take the soulless under control, but the subordinate's voice behind was already trembling with horror. The monsters went mad, and from the crimson fog burst a giant pale mutant, ready to tear its own masters to pieces. The thick poison, which was supposed to keep the soulless in a coma, suddenly exploded with red splashes. A single mistake by Tan Wu during mixing changed everything. The poisoned dead of the fighting soul instantly woke up and began smashing their own. The pale giant slammed the sectarian into the floor with a swing, breaking his bones. The chief strategist turned pale, realizing that the experiment had gotten out of control. He feverishly ordered to check the rest of the coffins. The panting guard barely managed to report that only the dead of the bloody night survived. A loud explosion and a cloud of debris cut off his words. Monsters were breaking out. One of the freed monsters roared fiercely, tearing apart its chains. The strategist cried out in despair, not understanding how their perfect weapon completely failed overnight. Having no choice, he ordered to block the holes with Sagwanwan fighters and release the dead of the bloody night. The subordinates hesitated, as these creatures were strictly guarded as the main trump card against Murim. "We have no time for choice now. Move," the strategist barked, waving off objections. The man was covered in cold sweat, realizing, if the cult leader were here, his head would have already flown off his shoulders. Clenching his teeth, he convinced himself that the losses could still be compensated by the capture of Sichuan. He burst out with a desperate scream, ordering to immediately throw all the madmen into battle. The gray-haired warrior sharply turned around at the noise. Right in front of him, a young man in black softly landed on the ground. The title inscription flashed. The wind tore at the blood-stained flag pierced by a spear. Dark energy thundered from beneath the sword's blade. The gray-haired man frowned. Instead of the promised army reinforcements, he heard only suspicious noise. The young man smiled confidently and made it clear that he was the one who had killed those soldiers. The enemy laughed fiercely and promised to kill the impudent one with his own hands. The young man lazily took a step and calmly stated that he actually planned to run away. An aura of rage exploded around the gray-haired man. He had no intention of letting anyone go. The young man in blue casually raised his shining middle finger and mockingly threw it, daring the enemy to try to catch him. The boot sharply pressed into the ground. A dark figure plunged into the abyss right before the pursuer's eyes. A flash of red fabric. The man with white streaks pounced fiercely after him, roaring that he would not let the target go. Immediately behind him, fighters of the Black Sky unit jumped off the cliff, obeying the order to follow the cult leader. Shadows rained down with cries of loyalty. At the other end of the battlefield, the gray-haired leader of the Alliance cut through the space with a devastating white wave from a sword strike. A breathless subordinate jumped up to him and reported, "The commander of the fire squad took the enemy leader and disappeared." The old man wiped sweat from his face and sighed heavily, muttering that this rascal had indeed carried out his plan to the end. The memory took him back to the map on the table when his grandson demanded permission to kill the bloody demon with his own hands. Then the grandfather flatly refused to send the boy to a certain death, ordering to leave the monster to him. But the young man cut in that he was no longer a child and firmly asked to entrust this matter to him. The old man squinted, calling Murin a rascal with a smile. Noticing that Murin's gaze was an exact copy of his mother's, he asked him one last time to abandon this venture. Murin smiled faintly. He would not back down. The old man gave in, but categorically ordered to take masters along for backup. Murin agreed to involve the warriors of Sanshan in his plan. The gray-haired master nearby bowed his head low, swearing to bring the enemy's head. The old man sighed heavily. It was not a matter of distrust. Their target, the bloody demon Mu Cheonggik, rightfully ranked among the top 10 strongest masters of the Celestial Empire. Murin was frankly surprised when the old man equated himself to that level, but the old man explained that after Murin's loud military exploits, Such recognition became absolutely logical. Looking intently at him, the old man admitted that he had long seen all the secrets Murin tried to hide. But no matter who Murin was before their meeting, and whatever he is hiding now, the grandfather accepts him without a trace of fear. Murin clenched his fist tightly and called him grandfather with deep gratitude. The old leader of the alliance grimly admitted that he fears most of losing his only grandson. He lowered his eyes and quietly added that he truly dreads this day. Somewhere far away, a girl in white calmly stood in a cave, promising to believe and wait. She asked for only one thing: to hear his story when this war finally ends. The young man's dark eyes narrowed. In the silence, the name sounded. Murin. A sharp clatter of weapons tore the old man from his memories. In his mind, he desperately begged his grandson to survive. The situation on the battlefield intensified, and he fiercely barked at Orim to deliver the order of retreat to the head of the Tan clan. The subordinate responded instantly, and the leader of the alliance swung his blade with force. It was a clear tactical move. As soon as the Central Army surrenders its positions, the flanks will automatically advance forward. So they will tightly bind the enemies, not allowing them to scatter across the territory. The old man lowered his weapon, preparing to face the attack of 3 fighters in green alone. Dust rose, and over the plain, the final order thundered for the entire Central Army to retreat immediately. He grimly stated, the final chapter had begun. His palm was enveloped by a concentrated green aura, for Muchongik was easily among the top 10 masters of the Celestial Empire in strength. Green energy whipped through the space. He simply did not chase a loud name while ruling Sochong. A dazzling flash blazed. The thought that Muchongik could even be defeated made the wild dragon a master of the highest level, or perhaps even someone greater. The masters below rushed into a joint attack, realizing that their enemy was at least equal to the 3 emperors. Other warriors joined the meat grinder with a battle cry. The air was torn by a gigantic crimson blade of energy. The heart beat wildly from this. The strike crashed into the rock, raising a dull explosion in a cloud of debris. The fighter in blue dashed forward like lightning, leaving behind only a blurred trail. The surrounding canyon blurred into a solid stain from the insane speed. The man in red was harshly dragged on his back across the ground from the force of the impact, but he instantly regained his balance and, running, launched a counterattack. And towards him, low to the ground, a focused opponent was already flying. A heavy boot cracked into the board. The gray-haired warrior in red rushed forward, flashing a crimson aura. With a resonant slap, the palms clapped together, breaking the force of the blow into sparks. The pale master in a dark cloak responded instantly, throwing a powerful blue wave towards him. The black boot calmly stepped forward. The ominous figure of a corpse in a violet haze became the harbinger of this bloody chase. The shadow in green flash dashed forward. If the wild dragon is truly capable of catching Muchongik, then he is a master of the highest caliber. 2 warriors rushed in pursuit, realizing their target is at least the level of the Supreme Emperor. Ahead, cutting through the air, a man in blue was rushing at a mad speed. Trees and rocks merged into a continuous blurred strip. The gray-haired pursuer in red lunged at him from above like a stone. He had almost caught up with the fugitive's back, but the latter only calmly glanced over his shoulder. A sharp break, and a heavy boot crashed into the ground. The warrior unleashed a devastating palm strike on the enemy, releasing a burst of crimson energy. The man in blue smoothly dodged the blow, repelling the attack with a flash of his own icy aura. Somewhere in the distance, the wind whistled over the calm rocks against the dawn. This lonely peak rose exactly 1,500 feet from the place of their fierce battle. On the hill behind the fierce fight, not only the brother and sister Namgun were watching. Spies from everywhere unexpectedly gathered in one place for themselves. One of them looked back and asked the opinion of the rest. Yudes from the Huashan Sect silently stood with crossed arms. Another warrior noted that the main mystery was the soulless dead, who suddenly began fighting among themselves. Zhang Ho from the Kunlun sect thoughtfully touched his chin. There was a suggestion that the sectarians' experiment might have gone off plan, but Zhang Ho cut in. The bloody cult would not go into battle with unfinished weapons. The girl sharply turned to her brother, who suddenly started to leave. The young man replied that the wild dragon had just disappeared along with the bloody demon, although no one else among the spies noticed this. He smiled with satisfaction, because he noticed this from a distance of 1,500 feet only because he did not take his eyes off the dragon. The brother ordered her to wait in place and left. The sister screamed at him in horror. What would he do if he encountered the demon himself? She anxiously stopped him. The wild dragon is strong, but he cannot handle the bloody demon, so going there is pure suicide. He just laughed carefreely and promised to just watch from afar ready to flee at the first danger. The boy dashed into the air following her desperate scream. The plot swiftly moved to the epicenter of the main events. High in the mountains, the wind drove dust over the rocky slopes. The Death Valley of the Falling Star in the central forest stood still. A dazzling flash of light harshly tore through the space. A powerful explosion broke through the ground and struck the sky with a giant beam. The silhouette cut through the air like lightning. It was the wild dragon Jin Marin, his gaze coldly flashing from beneath black hair. The enemy in a crimson aura did not even flinch and dryly declared that the dragon's life would end right here. They clashed in the sky. Red and blue energies collided in a destructive strike, sweeping everything around. Jin Murin timely broke the distance, mentally rejoicing that he had lured such a fast enemy here in a head-on collision. Not even the Poison King or his own grandfather would have stood against him. Having struck with a swing, he mentally admitted that using the Madoram's sword technique in open space would have been a mistake. Behind his back, the enemy softly landed. The young man stared confusedly at his own palm. His chest was already covered with black burns from the direct hit of the palm of the bloody heavens. The enemy grinned smugly. The energy of death would quickly consume his body from within, so the duel was over. He offered the wild dragon to surrender without pain, but the young man only indifferently said it was a cheap bluff. The dragon mockingly nodded at the opponent's own hand. The man's palm in crimson was frozen solid by a thick layer of ice. He looked at his frostbitten fingers with interest, recognizing the effect of the extreme yin energy. With a sharp crack, he clenched his fist, shattering the ice completely with a burst of his own aura. The man harshly warned not to get cocky, since both the dragon and the Panchen Lama were just minor pawns to him. He looked fiercely from under his brows, beckoning the young man to him. His hand decisively grabbed the clothing. Their unfortunate bond was to be broken right today. The warrior with gray hair struck with a giant red blade with a swing. The swordsman in dark skillfully dodged, mentally searching for the thing that Yan Chu had to hide. He instantly counterattacked with the technique of the light sword of death, slicing the air with blue light. This move could only buy a little time because the opponent relied not only on brute force. The gray-haired man exploded with a crimson aura, deciding to act faster, since his weapon turned out to be too light. The swordsman narrowed his eyes, trying to find the black wardrobe. From the thick cloud of dust, a massive wooden object flew into the air. The heavy wardrobe fell to the ground with a dull thud. No sooner had the young man rejoiced at the find than the enemy pierced him with a look, mockingly asking what he was thinking about. The gray-haired man swiftly rushed at him from above, adding disappointedly that he expected more. The young man barely managed to place the blade under the devastating blow. From the force of the collision, the ground beneath their feet shattered into pieces. A powerful explosion of bloody red energy engulfed everything around. His hand was filled with a red glow. The warrior openly despised the masters of the Central Plains for their love of rankings, since in Sojin only one rule applied: kill or die. Clenching his fist until it cracked, he brazenly declared that glory would come on its own after the capture of Sichuan, and advised his opponent to consider it an honor to die at the hands of the strongest. The dust had not yet settled when a quiet laugh sounded from it. A terrifying smile stretched across the face covered with crimson cracks. A voice from the shadow thoughtfully repeated the words about an empty reputation. A cold gaze flashed. The young man completely agreed with this. The wild dragon sat relaxed on the ground, completely enveloped in a devastating, fiery aura. The master from Sojin was confused. He could not understand where the bearer of the cold yin body suddenly got such deadly yang energy. But much more, he was tense about the massive dark silhouette behind the young man. The dragon grinned slyly and placed his hand on the coffin, while the enemy raged over the pre-prepared trap and questioned its origin. Calling the black chest his personal collection, the young man activated a hidden mechanism. Heavy chains clattered as they slid down. Dozens of blades instantly burst from beneath the ground, and the dragon mockingly suggested to the enemy not to rush and to choose a weapon for his own execution. He authoritatively extended his hand towards the stunned master. The bearded man with a gray streak puzzledly raised his eyebrows. Wasn't he an ordinary swordsman? The boy calmly agreed. Suddenly, the youth with a predatory smile spun a long spear in his hands. The blade sliced through the air with a whistle. Now his arsenal had changed. The master's eyes fiercely flared. Cheap tricks would not work here. He unleashed the aura of the demonic sword of the bloody skies. Enveloped in a crimson whirlwind, the man soared into the air and unleashed a devastating barrage of strikes downward. The youth did not even move, watching the approach of the crimson death. A bold smile blossomed on his face. Let the old man test these tricks on himself. The youth activated the art of the 8 heavenly reflections. A blue flash tore through space. The boy dashed forward, piercing the bloody wave with a powerful spear thrust. The space trembled from the harsh clash of two energies. A deafening explosion rang out, and the old master was hit by the shockwave. How can this swordsman fight so skillfully with a spear? The old man could not understand where the swordsman got such perfect spear mastery. Pure shock froze in his eyes at such perfect technique. The huge blade crashed into the ground with a terrible roar, raising a pillar of dust. The man in red grimly recalled the words of Panchen Lama about the master of the left palm and right writing. The heavy blade struck the ground with a thud. The bearded man suddenly lunged forward with a sweeping strike. His fingers clenched the hilt until white. He decided to go all in, taking the saber in his left hand and the spear in his right. Mockingly throwing whether he was going to block with bare hands, he unleashed the weapon on the enemy. The youth instantly crossed the blades, releasing the art of 8 heavenly reflections. The bearded man's face twisted with tension. The space was torn by a dazzling flash of blue energy. The suppression of heaven technique struck at full power. Fragments scattered in all directions under the furious pressure of the energy vortex. The crunch of bones sounded and blood splattered. The arm could not withstand the devastating impact. "I can't block it!" the bearded man croaked in his mind, bending under the weight of the other's strength. And the young man with cold calm simply broke through the remains of the shattered barrier. The bearded man turned pale with horror, and with a distorted face flew backward into the abyss. The bearded man stared in horror at the black shadow flying straight at his face. "Farewell, rat." A cold verdict sounded. The dark-haired young man snarled fiercely and declared that next would come the left fist and the right sword. The wounded enemy recoiled, finally recognizing this bizarre style of 6 types of weapons. He fiercely shouted the name Huan Unshon, but did not manage to finish the phrase. The heavy shaft cut through the air with a whistle. The bearded man croaked and choked on his own blood. The blunt end of the stick struck him in the chest with insane force, delivering a finishing blow. Dripping with blood, the man gripped the weapon with a deathly grasp and croaked a warning not to mess with that freak. The youth's gaze darkened threateningly. He casually threw the stick over his shoulder and smiled, noting that dying so quickly would be too boring. Crimson energy flared around his hands, and the boy advised the enemy to grit his teeth because the real beating was just beginning. The fight was gaining momentum. The master in red paled, recognizing the opponent's fighting stance. He roared fiercely, recognizing the technique of Huan Unshon himself. A hard strike with the stick right to the chest. The master wheezed and spat out a stream of blood. He stared stunned at the weapon that pierced his defense, recognizing the move 8 heavenly imprints. He doubled over from a bloody cough, and a belated thought flashed in his mind. He shouldn't have messed with that freak. The dark eyes of the young man looked without a drop of pity. The young man carelessly threw the stick over his shoulder and smiled fiercely, demanding not to give up so quickly. Power gathered around him, and he dryly ordered to endure, clenching his fists for a new beating. A lightning-fast lunge. The master desperately raised his hands, trying to block the sudden explosion of blue energy. The young man rushed at him like a destructive whirlwind, using a technique the master had heard about for years, but had never seen with his own eyes. The space was torn apart by the power of Huan Unshon, the leader of the 8 Emperors Sect, who once flooded the world with blood. The opponent recognized in horror the legendary art of the 8 heavenly reflections. A powerful explosion of energy, with a scream, threw the swordsman far back. The young man only cast a calm look at him. The next enemy received a devastating close-range blow and choked on his own blood. Meanwhile, another warrior rushed through the forest, feeling the unprecedented cruelty of this battle. A distinct smell of death reached him. He jumped forward, ready to find out whose blood it was. A sudden screech of a soul on the ground. The man froze, turning pale from shock. The smoke ahead slowly dispersed. The entire clearing was strewn with mutilated corpses of the bloody demon's guards, the very ones who had pursued the wild dragon. From the silence came a cold voice. Master Namgun had better turn around immediately if he values his own life. The warrior froze amid the battered bodies, hearing a foreign voice directly in his head, and tensed, trying to see the interlocutor. In the complete darkness, white eyes flashed eerily. He was pressed by such a heavy thirst for murder that he involuntarily stepped back. Realizing the difference in power, he raised his hand and suggested quietly leaving, to which he received cold approval. Cold sweat rolled down his temple. But before retreating, he still risked asking, if this master killed all the bloody demon's minions, then why didn't he go after the leader himself? From the darkness stepped forward a gray-haired young man in a black mask and said that there was simply no need for that. The warrior shuddered inwardly at the thought. Could he really be so confident that the wild dragon would handle the demon? Without waiting for the enemy's mood to change, he abruptly sprang up and fled. The gray-haired man calmly added after him that he was simply carrying out the assigned task. Next to him, a pale woman with blood-red eyes silently emerged from the shadows. The night was shattered by a rumble, and a warning sounded. The Heavenly Lord would soon withdraw his power. Dark silhouettes in the trees dryly accepted the order to erase the traces and prepare to capture the black box of the 6 armies. A brief pause, and the title screen flashed on the display. A tattered red flag fluttered alone amid thick dust. Through the dust broke a desperate cry to hold on to the last. The weary swordsman defended himself from enemies in red cloaks, ordering his men not to lower their weapons until the battle of the madmen ended. Clenching his teeth, he swung his blade. The enemy's assault forced him to dodge the strike with a harsh curse. Suddenly, a powerful wave scattered the opponents, and the warrior himself was harshly thrown to the ground. He froze in surprise. His gaze instantly shot upward, and he recognized his commander. The white-haired figure swiftly plunged down into the very hell of the fight. The white-haired leader jumped into the very hell of the battle, calmly assuring that he would cover his own. The one once considered a blind parasite now fearlessly crashed into the enemy ranks, becoming an indispensable support on this battlefield. The white-haired swordsman in red deftly dodged the blade, his body reacting thanks to hellish training. Weapons clashed with a sharp clang, and the enemy in black mockingly said that he was not wasting time. Wild laughter and battle roars tore through the air, raising clouds of dust. A formation of cultists was hit by continuous explosions, pressing the screaming fighters into the ground. The black-haired commander rushed forward, realizing that the battle madmen had completely lost control. She mentally cursed the absence of their master at such a critical moment. A brief command on the move. Visan must tie the Poison King in combat for at least 50 strikes. The subordinate rushed to intercept the enemy, and she dashed to hold the line and clear the rear. The ground cracked loudly from her explosive surge. Suddenly, she tensely turned around, covered in cold sweat. A colossal shockwave struck from the ravine behind. A furious blue glow tore the space apart, scattering stone boulders. A dazzling pillar of energy pierced the sky, mercilessly sweeping everything around. A dazzling pillar of blue energy cracked the earth with a roar. Following downwards, someone's powerless body fell rapidly. The bloodied warrior in red heavily fell right in the middle of the battlefield. The 2 closest swordsmen froze in cold sweat. All the fighters on Mount Pack instantly stopped the slaughter and stared shockingly at the epicenter of the strike. The youth in the hood sharply turned around. His eyes widened with horror. From the thick dust came slow, confident footsteps. Someone exclaimed the name of the wild dragon in amazement as a tall man in black majestically emerged from the forest. The warrior's gazes clung to the formidable silhouette that was majestically approaching. The youth instantly recalled the words of the cult leader, who swore to personally catch the legendary master. The realization struck like lightning. If this dark silhouette is the leader, then the warrior sprawled on the ground as he barely audibly breathed the name Jin Chan, staring at the mutilated face of the hero. The warrior in the red cloak coughed heavily and hoarsely ordered his men to retreat. Someone from the subordinates desperately shouted after the ruler. The crowd on the cliff whispered in shock. Could it be that the legendary wild dragon and bloody demon really met below? The dark-haired girl tensely stared into the forest, trying to see the outcome. Meanwhile, the battle-torn demon barely stood on his feet, stubbornly refusing to surrender. "We will perish together," he croaked. Exploding with a crimson aura, the bloodied fighter rushed into one last suicidal attack. The dragon sharply turned around, a cold look in response, and the enemy suddenly froze, spitting out a clot of blood. A lightning-fast throw, and the dragon easily seized the initiative, openly mocking the attempt to fight with such crippled hands. The bloodied blade hung motionless in the air, while the victor dryly called the idea of mutual destruction simply shameless. The bloodied blade hung motionless for a brief moment over the doomed enemy. Slowly drawing the sword for the final blow, he calmly advised the enemy not to be sad, for in the afterlife, his dead comrades would already gladly welcome him. The blade pierced through the chest, and the blood demon clung to the boy's hand with his last strength, spitting blood and cursing him for the story told. His body fell backward, and a last belated thought flashed through his mind. He should have killed this freak back then, in the forest. The sword sharply dropped. 2 warriors in red hoods flinched from the heavy blow to the ground. The faces of the fighters around were distorted by silent shock. The youth in black had already turned and was walking away when someone behind finally dared to whisper, "Is the blood demon dead?" People refused to believe that some rising star of Sichuan had just defeated the most terrible monster. And although no one had yet properly examined the body, one of the masters clenched his fist and shouted at the top of his lungs about the death of the demon. This cry shattered the silence. The fighting spirit of the Unity Alliance instantly soared to the skies, making the little prince smile fiercely. The gray-haired warriors wept with relief amid victorious shouts that the wild dragon had cut off the enemy's head. "You did it?" the old man croaked, clutching his chest. And the wild dragon calmly strode forward with the severed head of the demon in his hand, recalling all his anxieties and fears on the way to this victory. The voice of the grandfather echoed in memory. Murin kept his word and returned with the head of the bloody demon. However, the battle was not over yet, and he rushed fiercely into the enemy crowd. The young man burned with rage at the bandits who dared to encroach on his native Sichuan. They raised their swords with battle cries, but in a moment their faces were distorted by deadly horror. A dazzling flash engulfed the death scream. When the dust settled, only the motionless silhouette of Murin remained with the blade thrown over his shoulder. Before we begin, a reminder. On the translator's site, She Scans, new chapters are already available up to 137. Support their team for fast releases, and we return to the epicenter of events. Murin walked across the battlefield, recalling his own doubts and fear of failure. But the promise was fulfilled. The bloody demon was killed, and now the grandfather could truly be proud of him. Suddenly, the swordsman broke into a run. It was too early to relax. The young man in the red scarf fiercely crashed into the enemy ranks, punishing the bandits for the attack on Sichuan. Allied fighters decisively raised their weapons, roaring the order to destroy all enemies to the last one. But in a moment, they were paralyzed by shock from what they saw ahead. A dazzling flash. When the dust settled, only the unshakable silhouette of Murin stood on the field. His power raised the fighting spirit of the squad to the skies. The warriors roared and rushed to finish off the enemy. The wild dragon mercilessly tore through the cult's ranks. Now it became clear why the sect leader was forced to come to the front personally. The ground was covered with the bodies of the attackers. Even looking at this defeat, the remnants of the enemies refused to believe their own eyes. The worst possible scenario nevertheless became reality. The dark-haired commander tensed when a mocking voice sounded behind him, finally having found him. He turned around and cautiously asked if before him was the master of the Garden of Deadly Light. A stranger covered in scars said dryly, "The great strategist committed suicide." Predatorily adjusting his glasses, the big guy confirmed his identity. It was Sahe, the master of the garden from the bloody cult. Say emphasized, "Since the leaders are dead, the remaining fighters will follow only the commander." Instead of hesitation, the commander marched away, coldly promising to execute the fugitives and take at least one more enemy life. Say squinted in surprise. Two cultists nearby grimly admitted that their military power had long been broken, but they would carry out the order. Sahi's face stretched into a mad smile. He decided to throw the disciples into a suicidal attack for mutual destruction. The commander abruptly stopped and looked around in shock. Suddenly, a colossal purple explosion tore through the space from the western foothills of the mountain. The shock waves scattered the cultists, who screamed the names of the elders in panic, for it was there that they had gone to strike the central plains. The enemy screamed, recognizing the attackers from the Sangcheon sect, but the white-haired masked assassin instantly ended him with a dagger strike. Nearby, a pale female fighter smiled predatorily, cutting through the enemies. The girl in the red scarf gave a brief order to her partner. She will hold back the crowd, and he must bring the head of the sect leader, Madorim. The blonde assassin called on his people to make a decisive contribution to the end of the war and loudly glorify Sangshan. The pale warrior woman squinted with satisfaction. A pink flash tore through the space. The warrior clenched the sword hilt until it cracked, desperately asking himself, how many more lives must be taken to please the heavenly Lord? Steel clashed with a shower of sparks. The girl in the scarf barely restrained the fierce pressure of the blade, exhaling in shock. Could this really be Sungcheon? The blonde pressed on her blade and dryly confirmed her suspicion. Her eyes narrowed in confusion. Why do those who always avoided external conflicts need this battle? From above, a fighter in a red cloak fell like a stone on the assassin, raising a cloud of dust from the impact. The blonde swiftly closed the distance. The man in red clenched his teeth and tightened his fist, acknowledging that it would not be easy. Heavy sigh. From the forest in the west, unknown figures in black suddenly emerged, causing the girl to freeze in fear. Their power was so absurd that only one thought spun in the mind. Who the hell are they? Her brother swiftly landed nearby and immediately revealed the cards. These are the warriors of Sanshan. He wearily shook his head. It was impossible to scout further. The masters of the mysterious faction harshly blocked the way. Another warrior squinted fiercely, openly surprised by the appearance of Sanshan fighters on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the black shadows were already swiftly cutting the enemies to pieces. One precise strike, and the opponent falls to the ground screaming. Sanshan never forgave those who raised weapons against them first. Watching this swift execution, two fighters exchanged stunned glances. There was no doubt. The squad in black cloaks, raising dust, confidently took control of the battlefield. They pierced through the enemy ranks before anyone could react. Cold sweat rolled down Chang Ho's forehead. If ordinary warriors have such terrible power, then what is their lord, the faceless mountain king, capable of? The man coughed quietly and Sol abruptly turned to him. He tensely urged Sol to concentrate because the wild dragon had moved into battle again. A short interlude with the translator's logo. Murin stormed into the crowd, hurling enemies in red cloaks in all directions. This was the true wild dragon, who had just lightning fast crushed the ruler. Sol's eyes widened. A spear whistled through the sky, and the girl vowed to watch without blinking. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a bald warrior desperately shouted to his men not to lower. Defending himself, he yelled that these monsters were nothing like the previous ones. But the predatory hand had already made its move. A heavy blow pinned the warrior to the ground. Immediately, a devastating kick threw him far back. Above him loomed a grotesque pink-skinned creature with a mad smile and declared. The warrior's face distorted with animal terror when the merciless order to depart to the other world together was sounded. At that moment, a giant fist of dazzling purple energy burst from his chest. Deafening explosion. A pillar of destructive force instantly covered the nearby fighters, engulfing their desperate screams. The girl in blue sharply drew her sword, warning the little prince that the enemies had used a self-destruction technique. She coldly assessed the chaos. If these explosions were not stopped, the losses would be catastrophic. The purple glow literally tore people apart, scattering severed limbs into the air. The death throes dissolved into a bloody mess. Meanwhile, the messenger reported to the master of the Garden of Deadly Light about the approach of the wild dragon. The master grunted with satisfaction. He had not planned revenge, but since the target was coming right into his hands, that changes things. His scarred and mutilated face snarled predatory in anticipation, as the enemy barely stood on his feet after a hard fight with the cult leader. He clenched his fists mockingly, certain that the dragon would not survive the forbidden art of explosive destruction. Wrapped in a dark aura, the master rushed forward, knowing that this forbidden technique was equal in power to the very bloody palm of the heavens. The enemy stepped forward heavily and growled that no one had ever fled from his self-destruction technique. With the order to destroy the wild dragon, a flock of cultists launched a swift attack from the air. One of the bald fanatics snarled fiercely in flight, ready to gladly give his life for the death of such a target. The dark-haired swordsman in blue did not even flinch, looking at the crowd of killers in the sky. A lightning-fast turn, he calmly estimated that there were about 20 attackers. Fools, the warrior said coldly, and unleashed the light sword. A chaotic dance of waves and light instantly tore the fanatics' bodies to pieces right in the sky. The swordsman gracefully landed amid a scatter of blue energy. A witness to the battle stared wide-eyed. He froze with his jaw dropped. Two old men nearby simply howled in shock, not believing what they saw. Their faces twisted with horror froze in a silent scream. The last enemy desperately shouted, "No!" before the deadly wave engulfed him too. The ice-covered monster weakly sank to the ground, stunned as he listened to the victor's taunts, who had just returned after defeating Mucheonggik. The creature screamed as the invisible opponent harshly added that he hadn't even thought about holding back his power against such trash. The swordsman casually shook his weapon and with a smile asked if they liked the strike without using the art of the 8 heavenly reflections. His companion only wearily covered her eyes and asked how he now planned to deal with the consequences. And there was much to deal with. Around the young man lay chopped and frozen solid bodies. These shattered corpses became the eloquent finale of the battle. Someone carefully moistened the brush with saliva, preparing a report for those who had silently watched from the shadows all this time. Quick movements drew hieroglyphs on the paper until the partner asked what exactly the scout was so diligently noting. The man with the bandage grimly replied that he had followed the bloody demon's tracks all the way to the mountain where he disappeared. He demonstrated the needle stuck in the wrist, direct proof that the Sanxian masters had killed the demon's guards. As soon as the bird with the message flew into the sky, the spy remembered his ambush in the forest. His gaze suddenly grew heavy. Then in the valley he clearly heard the roar of battle, but it was definitely not a clash of large armies. The ruthless Sanxian masters did not even flinch when a continuous roar of explosions rose beyond the valley. No panic on their faces. They knew perfectly well that for the wild dragon, this was a usual matter. Someone among the dusty wasteland quietly asked about his true strength and immediately received an affirmative answer. The news of the resignation of the head of the 7 chakras meant that one seat among the highest masters had just become vacant. The moon sets, the sun rises, such an unchanging law of this world. The wind swirled around his figure as he tightly gripped the sword. Right now, a new Supreme Master was being born, capable of standing alongside the faceless Mountain King. He took a firm step on the cracked earth, and most importantly, this new absolute belonged precisely to their generation. The Dark Reaper with a scythe menacingly emerged from the neon darkness. The screen was momentarily cut by a violet flash. Beyond the valley, powerful explosions thundered incessantly. Yet the ruthless warriors of Sanshan did not even flinch. They reasoned simply, if the wild dragon rages there, then there is nothing to be surprised about. The master slowly trudged through the scorched wasteland. One spot among the strongest fighters was just vacant after a recent retirement. The moon sets, the sun rises. Such is the unchanging law of this world. The wind sharply tugged at the swordsman's cloak. Before their eyes, a new great master was born, worthy of the legacy of the faceless Mountain King. He confidently stepped on the shattered stones, proving the power of his generation. However, such a rapid rise of a young star would surely anger the faction of the Little Heavenly Prince. After all, 9 out of 10 warriors bet that Prince Danjurion would take the vacant throne. The stranger in the bamboo hat suddenly smiled faintly. With one motion, he flipped the edge of his hat, revealing his face. How will the world react upon learning that 2 of the 10 best masters are one Yuk Gunmyeon? By the order of the master of the Flying Pavilion, he arrived to check the local spies. He listened to other people's conversations and mentally regretted being late for the most interesting part. A slight smile flickered on his face. The Heavenly Lord had still managed on his own, although his hands itched to draw the blade in this battle. His gaze slid aside. The decision to come here turned out to be remarkably successful. A gloomy figure in black suddenly grew behind his back. The stranger in the mask briskly passed by. While everyone around was distracted by the battle, this guy was intently watching only the Bloody Knight madman. Even now, when the fight had died down, he did not start inspecting the bodies, but detachedly took off into the air. The man touched his hat, realizing that this spy reeked of secrets from a mile away. The wind rustled in the tree crowns. The fugitive softly landed in an empty forest glade. It was time to sum up. The sect was broken, and the hyped madmen turned out to be too defective for the money invested in them. Quickly taking out the notebook, the spy noted a dry conclusion. With this money, it would be more profitable to hire ordinary Ronin. The assassin tensed, trying to understand how the Tan family neutralized their poison. Suddenly, right before his nose, the face of a stranger appeared upside down. The killer broke out in a cold sweat. This guy definitely did not belong to the masters of the Central Plains. With a muffled roar, he swiftly drew his blade. The young man lazily tilted his head back. The blade whistled through the air, and the boy openly mocked the pathetic attempts to save the dying bloody cult. Smoothly straightening up, he threw the enemy a guess about Mount Tian. Realizing the hopelessness, the assassin abruptly pressed the blade to his own throat. A sharp strike instantly knocked the dagger from his hands. The boy threw the heavy sword over his shoulder and sincerely resented such disrespect for life. He advised the prisoner to take an example from him and be content with little. And then he carelessly dragged him across the ground, straight to the interrogation. A bright title inscription flashed on the screen. A broken spear and a torn red banner fell to the ground with a crash. After the simultaneous death of the masters of the Garden of Deadly Light, the power of Sanshan became indisputable. The fighting spirit of the blood sectarians fell to 0, and their formation instantly collapsed. Sensing the enemy's break, the Sichuan warriors unleashed all their accumulated fury in devastating attacks. The victor's hand firmly gripped the weapon, paying tribute to the power of the battle phoenix, Gaijin Chan. Cold sweat ran down the face of Gaijin. Cornered, someone calmly said that there is no place for insults and guilt on the battlefield. Cho Mugen, together with the white-haired masked assassin, towered over the fallen enemy. Mugen's wide blade pierced through the chest of the exhausted Gaijin, putting an end to this brutal slaughter. A pale, gray-haired man in blood-stained white clothes stood indifferently in the middle of the battlefield. He stood on a gigantic mountain of hacked corpses, but the air did not breathe triumph at all. No one could rejoice in a victory while looking at dead comrades. The head of the Black Hall, Guk Yonsen, and his companion gloomily watched the bloody finale. Emperor Luku II Vulcho silently froze with his arms folded on his chest. Adrenaline finally began to recede, and one of the warriors groaned as he grabbed his bloodied hand. The body sharply remembered all the wounds ignored in the heat of battle. Exhausted fighters fell en masse onto the grass, dreaming of simply sleeping through 3 days in a row on this land. The man lowered his weary face and began whispering something barely audibly. The wounded masters barely stood on their feet, swallowing sweat. The gray old man pressed his trembling hand to his chest, and with wide open eyes and his lips finished saying that they had finally won. These words slowly reached the consciousness of every survivor. They settled on the stones, completely devastated. One of the warriors bent over, convulsively and greedily gasping for air with his mouth. People raised their dirty faces to the sky, not believing in their own survival. A moment of deep silence came. It was interrupted by a dark-haired girl, sternly reminding that despite all the pain, they must rejoice in this moment. Someone's hand clenched the sword hilt with a crunch, alive or dead, but this undeniable victory they achieved all together. A man burst into loud crying. "We won!" Another shouted wildly, eyes wide open. The wounded bearded man laughed, shouting that they stopped the great army of the bloody cult. A soldier rasped with tears that their families on the Central Plains are finally safe. Trembling fists clenched, and in a single impulse, the fighters raised their weapons to the sky. Thousands of voices merged into a deafening roar. A gray-haired elder secretly wiped away a tear. A bald fighter tore his voice in a triumphant shout. The survivors laughed joyfully from relief. Muwan smiled softly, standing next to his companion. The girl advised him to rejoice as well, but he turned away and awkwardly muttered that he was ashamed. Then she slapped him hard on the back, eliciting a dissatisfied groan from the boy. Muwan coughed into his fist, vainly trying to regain a serious expression. Clouds slowly drifted across the sky. The long-haired warrior sharply stretched out his hand, and the crowd of fighters rushed forward with a wild roar. Through the heavy thudding of footsteps, someone thoughtfully repeated the name of the wild dragon Jin Morin. The bearded master calmly noted that after Sunshan, another unexpected player appeared on the stage. Such combat power allowed repelling the strike of the bloody demon and not flinching before the self-destruction technique. The black-haired woman nearby barely smiled. The unknown boy reminded her of the young Dan Sorian. Her gaze froze on the solitary figure amid the smoke. What if the youth had not shown all his trump cards? Borodon agreed, recalling how Demak at the same young age defeated Huanunchon and became the first under the heavens. The woman sharply looked back, suspecting that a much greater secret was hidden behind this boy. She admitted that they wasted time watching the general fight instead of following the young man and the demon. Waving her hand, she walked away, ignoring her companion's reminder that Sorian's daughter was nearby. The woman curtly said that she hated meeting acquaintances. Borodon only thoughtfully squinted after her. High in the cloudless sky, words about abilities far beyond the visible rang out. The bearded master in dark clothing stood motionless on the edge of the cliff. A moment, and he sharply plunged down, leaving only the abandoned bag and a pillar of dust on the rock. A week passed. Behind the massive wooden gates, someone was lively recounting recent events. Soulless madmen, drugged by the secret potion of the Tan family, had finally broken free from the chain. The young man emotionally waved his hands before the listeners, recalling how the forest beside him suddenly exploded. He jumped up, spreading his arms wide to show how deafening the explosion was. From there flew out a black bloodied carcass. It turned out to be the bloody demon himself, who had recently chased the wild dragon. The crowd tensed and froze. The monster, beaten to near death, was pitifully gasping for air. Incredible, but the bloody cult still had fighters? Exclaimed the bald man in shock. The narrator squinted slyly and clenched his fist. At that very moment, Sangshan appeared. He decisively stepped into the edge of the platform, and the audience erupted in a roar. Everyone demanded to hear about the power of this Sangshan. A drop of sweat slowly rolled down the young man's temple as he grimly recalled where Sangshan's masters had passed. Only torn bodies remained of the enemies amid flashes of purple energy. The snow-white warrior descended from above like a crane among chickens, to the pitiful cries of the survivors. The sudden entry of the Sangshan clan into the war instantly silenced all their detractors. With this move, they declared to the whole world their readiness to fight side by side with others. The clan that had stayed on the sidelines for years finally made its move. But the main topic of conversation among the masters became another. The one who killed the bloody demon and saved Sichuan. And the wild dragon Jin Murin himself at that time was just lazily yawning, clasping his hands behind his head. The destruction of one of the three Zols and the defeat of the desert valley with a handful of fighters instantly spread as rumors. Adding to this the rescue of the doomed heavenly core, he gently landed on the stone slabs. From now on, at the absolute peak of the combat world stood the two emperors, 2 lords and 5 kings, and beside them, the wild dragon. Without any disputes, this yesterday still unknown name won its place among the 10 masters.